Atop the Kunlun Mountains, 3 figures braced against an overwhelming pressure supporting the heaven and earth mystic yellow exquisite pagoda. Laozi Yuanshi and Tongtian, the 3 saints, each stood at one corner, their faces grave. But down the mountain, countless unlucky souls like Hao Yu were directly prostrated on the ground. A terrifying pressure descended from the heavens, followed by surging purple clouds billowing forth, and the vast saintly might sweeping across the land. Hao Yu's heart skipped a beat, vaguely guessing something. Please don't be the world I'm thinking of, he muttered under his breath, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. But the next second a sonorous voice came from the 9 heavens, high above the 9-layered clouds. I have realized the true Tao. Beyond heaven and earth, I am the honored master of the teaching. Penga gave birth to Taiji. 2 forms and 4 symbols followed. The Tao was passed to 3 friends, 2 teachings of Chan and Jia. All leaders of the mystic gate. 1 Qi transforms into Hongjun. I am Hongjun, and today I have attained enlightenment and become a saint. 1,000 years later, the Zixiao Palace will open in the depths of chaos to preach the great Tao. All who are fated may come to listen. As the words fell, Hao Yu was completely stunned. No matter how slow he was, he now understood fiercely that this was the primordial world. I was just napping at the company desk. Why did I have to get thrown here? What bastard did this? He shouted, completely collapsing. In a place where golden immortals are as common as dogs, and Tai roam everywhere, how can a mortal like me survive? Before he finished speaking, a voice suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding! System successfully bound. Hao Yu froze, then jerked up in excitement. Open the system panel. Any veteran web novel reader knew how to use the system. It was second nature. Sure enough, a translucent screen materialized before him. Name: Hao Yu. Gender: male. Race: human. Age: 24. Cultivation: none. Divine arts: none. Magical treasures: none. System: inventory empty. Infinite system. Rating: cannot lift, cannot carry a total weakling. Ding! Detected that the host has no ability to protect himself in this world. Presenting a newbie gift pack. Open it. Open. Absolutely open. Hao Yu shouted, his voice almost cracking. Ding! Congratulations, host has obtained the Hongmeng's sacred body, the strongest physique across all realms, naturally resonating with the great Tao. Ding! Congratulations, host has obtained the Hongmeng Heavenly Scripture, the supreme scripture of all realms, leading directly to the end of the Tao. Ding! Congratulations, host has obtained the Dao Fruit of Luo Golden Immortal. Upon fusion, you will directly possess Luo Golden Immortal cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host has obtained the 12-pin Pure World White Lotus. Ding! Fuse the Hongmeng's sacred body. Yes. Hao Yu did not hesitate. Ding! Fusion will begin soon. Please make preparations, host. If the host loses consciousness during fusion, the fusion will fail. What happens if fusion fails? Ding! The host will directly perish. Hao Yu took a deep breath, his gaze firm. All right, bring it on. Before Hao Yu could finish speaking, excruciating pain suddenly racked his entire body. This pain was beyond description. It felt like his bones were being crushed alive, his flesh torn apart, strand by strand. In an instant, he nearly fainted from the agony. But he desperately held on to one thought. The system said if he lost consciousness, his life would be gone. I can't die. I finally transmigrated to the primordial world. I haven't beaten up Jane or kicked Jundi yet. If the heavens let me come here, how can I just give in? Absolutely not. If anyone were watching him at this moment, they would surely be startled. Hao Yu's body began to change wildly. His originally sallow and dull skin became fair and delicate. His short hair grew to shoulder length in moments. His figure, once 175 meters, inexplicably grew several centimeters taller. These were only the visible changes. The fusion lasted a full 2 hours. How he survived those 2 hours, even Hao Yu himself couldn't explain. He only remembered that from the first second, he was struggling at the gates of death. But the suffering was not in vain. Now, in terms of talent, no one in all the realms could match Hao Yu. System: I want to fuse the Luo Golden Immortal Dao Fruit. Ding! Received. Commencing fusion of Luo Golden Immortal Dao Fruit. As the words fell, Hao Yu felt a terrifying power suddenly surge from deep within his body. He knew the Dao Fruit was already at work. Soon the impact subsided. In its place, his body brimmed with nearly limitless energy, as if one punch could shatter the sky and split the earth. Of course, this was just an illusion. He had the cultivation of a Luo Golden Immortal, but had no idea how to use it. System: activate the Hongmeng Heavenly Scripture for me. Ding! Hongmeng Heavenly Scripture has been successfully activated. As the sound faded, dense streams of text flooded into Hao Yu's sea of consciousness like a torrent. Even though he was already at the Luo Golden Immortal level, he was nearly burst by this torrent of information. This Hongmeng Heavenly Scripture truly lives up to being the #1 scripture of all realms, so domineering, containing everything, even killing techniques. Now Hongjun has just become a saint and hasn't officially started preaching in the primordial world. That means with my Daluo Golden Immortal strength, I'm already among the top tier in this world. Next I can go to the Zhixiao Palace to listen to Hongjun's lectures. Next it's time to head to the Zhixiao Palace to hear Dao Ancestor Hongjun's lessons. Just as Hao Yu was about to use the flight technique from the Hongmeng Heavenly Scripture to go to the heavens beyond heaven, the system suddenly interjected. Ding! Detected that the host wishes to go to the Zhixiao Palace to listen to Dao Ancestor Hongjun. Loading mission panel, publishing optional missions. Complete the mission to receive the reward. The host can only choose one of the following 3 missions. Rewards will be distributed after completion. Mission 1. Give up, going to the Zhixiao Palace. Stay in the Primordial World and find a cave dwelling as your dojo. Completion reward: high grade innate spirit treasure Balian lamp. No penalty for failure. Mission 2. Go to the Zhixiao Palace to attend the lecture and secure a good seat. Completion reward: high grade innate spirit treasure Hunyuan sword. No penalty for failure. Mission 3. Go to the Zhixiao Palace but do not attend the lecture. When Hongjun begins preaching, directly find fault with him. Completion reward: chaos spirit treasure time wheel. No penalty for failure. Hao Yu glanced at the mission panel and immediately discarded the third option. No matter how powerful a chaos spirit treasure is, I need to stay alive to claim it. At the critical moment of Hongjun's lecture, provoking the Dao Ancestor. Do you want me to die early? In the end, Hao Yu chose the second mission. The reasons were simple. First, he wasn't in a rush about the dojo. Second, the Hongmeng Heavenly Scripture was indeed powerful, but it was far too profound. The system didn't teach or train. Although his talent was max the best in all realms, his level of understanding still made it a struggle to grasp. This was the perfect opportunity to verify it through Hongjun's teachings. System: I choose mission 2. Hao Yu closed the panel. Ding! Host has chosen mission 2. The reward will be delivered upon completion and automatically stored in the system inventory. The system fell silent. Alright, time to set off for the Zhixiao Palace. Qi was making small talk to suppress his panic. The Yellow Emperor gave him no face, pressing the question directly. Just now the 3 great Luo demon gods, the black-robed one, the giant scorpion, and the winning demon, attempted to charge into human territory. Along the way, the mountains Hao Yu saw were immeasurably higher than the one he was on when he first transmigrated. If scaled down to earth, they wouldn't even qualify as small hills. This goes to show how vast the Primordial World truly was. At the boundary of the Primordial World, many creatures had already gathered. But Hao Yu scanned the crowd and didn't find a single one above Tai Golden Immortal. He glanced at the group of beings casually, then stepped toward the chaos. But an invisible barrier blocked him. Taking a closer look, he chuckled. So it's the world barrier. No wonder these people don't cross over. Without Daluo Golden Immortal, they simply can't break through. No wonder the Zhixiao Palace only accepts 3,000 guests. But this thing can't stop me. He gathered his magical power and struck the world barrier with one palm. The attack hit the barrier. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The barrier simply melted away under the force. Seeing the barrier broken, Hao Yu flashed through the opening in an instant. Behind him, a golden immortal tiger demon saw the crack hadn't closed yet, and also tried to slip through. But as soon as it reached the chaos, a chaotic wind swept by and directly obliterated it body and soul. The function of the world barrier was to block the chaotic winds and protect the primordial world. And a cultivator at Daluo Golden Immortal level could withstand the chaotic winds and stay in the chaos for a while. But even Daluo couldn't cultivate using chaos energy. They had to constantly use magical power to resist the winds, so they couldn't stay long. Unless like the Wu race, whose physical bodies were so outrageously strong that the chaotic winds felt like a gentle tickle. Below Daluo, without a protective treasure, the winds would tear them apart instantly. This was also why only Daluo and above could break the world barrier. Once Hao Yu entered the chaos, he happened to see the tiger demon that had followed him out. But he wasn't some bleeding heart saint. The demon sought its own death. He had no need to stop it. The chaotic winds surged around him. Hao Yu circulated his magical power to resist while muttering, "This stuff really is troublesome." With a thought, the 12-pin Pure World White Lotus that the system had gifted appeared in his palm. Fortunately, the treasures the system gave were already refined, otherwise it would have been hard to use now. The White Lotus rose above his head, casting a curtain of light that enveloped Hao Yu entirely. When the chaotic winds struck the light curtain, they couldn't even stir a ripple, blocked completely. Dao Ancestor Hongjun only said the Zhixiao Palace is in the chaos, but didn't mention the exact location. Hao Yu felt a headache coming on. Now that he was here, he couldn't very well turn back. Just as he was worrying, a bell suddenly rang from the depths of the chaos. Hao Yu followed the sound, and in the previously empty void a palace appeared out of thin air. Without a second thought, he flew toward that direction. He wasn't the only one who heard the bell. All the great powers in the chaos were startled by the same sound. As soon as the Zhixiao Palace appeared, all the great powers rushed over impatiently. On the side of the three pure ones, the heaven and earth mystic yellow exquisite pagoda hung overhead, wrapping them in treasure light. Seeing the Zhixiao Palace emerge, the three exchanged glances. The first pure one spoke first. The Zhixiao Palace has appeared. Let's go. Yuanshi and Tongtian nodded, and the three transformed into streaks of light, flying behind the first. Diju and Tai Mingi Xinyuanzi. All the top great powers famous in later ages of the primordial world were rushing toward the Zhixiao Palace, afraid of falling behind. The most worthless thing in the primordial world is time. 500 years had passed, yet the gates of Zhixiao Palace remained empty and desolate. Another 90 years went by before a streak of white light finally descended before the gates. As the light dissipated, a figure emerged from within. The man had sharply defined features, sword-like brows extending into his temples, and slightly upturned peach blossom eyes that carried an innate charm. He wore white robes, and black hair left untied, the fabric gently fluttering in the chaotic currents. He hovered in midair, his figure straight and tall, as if a deity stepping on the void itself. A faint smile hung on his lips, captivating all who laid eyes on him. This man was Hao Yu, who had spent over 500 years flying just to reach the gates of Zhixiao Palace. He put away the 12-pin Pure World White Lotus, furrowed his brow, and looked ahead. Before him stood a majestic palace towering in the chaos. A thin membrane covered the outside, barely discernible unless one looked closely. Waves of chaotic currents crashed against the membrane, yet it remained completely unmoved. It was as if the turbulent chaos that could fell Tai and humiliate Daluo was merely a gentle breeze from the earth of his past life. The main gate of Zhixiao Palace faced the front hall. Above the vermilion door hung a black plaque made of golden Nanmu wood inscribed with 3 bold characters, Zhixiao Palace, in strokes like writhing dragons. The night sky was cold as water. Within the window, a red candle flame flickered unsteadily. Outside the window, a fine rain slanted down and water droplets accumulated on the eaves quietly dripped along the tiles, hitting the ground to form spreading ripples sounding like sighs or an attempt to hold something back. Hao Yu took a deep breath and couldn't help sighing with emotion, truly worthy of the first saints dwelling in heaven and earth. Just standing outside makes one feel like an ant. While he was appraising the palace, the Daozu Hongjun inside also noticed him. After all, Hao Yu was the first to arrive at Zhixiao Palace. Hongjun was somewhat curious, idly performed a finger divination, but soon his brows furrowed. He muttered to himself, what background does this man have? This old man can't even figure out his origins. Truly strange. In fact, when Hao Yu first arrived in the primordial world, the system had shielded his heavenly secrets. Plus, he was not originally from this realm, so it was only natural that Hongjun couldn't calculate him. The deist's divination yielded nothing, so he no longer paid much attention to him. After all, Hao Yu was only at the early stage of Luo Golden Immortal, not enough to catch a saint's eye. While Hao Yu was lost in observation, 3 beams of light suddenly slashed through the chaos and landed neatly at the gates of Zhixiao Palace. He looked up and saw 3 figures walking side by side. The foremost had white hair, yet showed no signs of age, his eyes looking at everything with utter disinterest. The middle one appeared middle-aged, stern-faced, as if all the rules of heaven and earth were etched upon his features. The last was a young man with loose black hair exuding an aura of domineering, as if he looked down upon. Above the 3 men's heads hovered a glorious golden pagoda, shining brilliantly. Hao Yu understood these must be the legendary 3 pure ones of later ages. That pagoda was most likely the post-celestial merit supreme treasure, the Heaven-Earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda. The 3 pure ones also noticed Hao Yu. Seeing that he had arrived before the 3 brothers, and sensing the Tao rhythm emanating from his primordial saint body, they all shared the same thought: this man is no ordinary being. As the seal descended, time, space, and dimensions were all shattered. Boundless destructive force exploded, shaking the heavens and shattering the primordial chaos. In a flat ding, detected host in contact with the 3 pure ones. Triggering mission. Mission 1, befriend the 3 pure ones, reward top grade, innate spiritual treasure, God-slaying spear. Mission 2, pretend not to see them, ignore the 3 pure ones, reward 9 heaven shirong. Mission 3, overthrow the 3 pure ones, reward Panga banner. Hao Yu nearly cursed aloud, system, are you trying to get me killed? The 3 pure ones are destined saints. If I dared to touch them, Master Hongjun would slap me to death. I choose 1. Ding. Host has selected mission 1. Reward will be issued upon completion. Hao Yu looked at the 3 pure ones, a smile spreading across his face, while secretly scheming. These 3 are truly money gods. Just making friends nets me a top grade innate spiritual treasure. He walked up to the 3 pure ones, performed a Taoist salute, and spoke politely. Greetings, fellow cultivators. May I ask your names? Greetings, fellow cultivator. We are the orthodox 3 pure ones of Pangu. I am Yuqing Yuanshi. This is my elder brother Taiqing Laozi, and my 3rd younger brother Shanqing Tongtian. The middle-aged man, introduced as Yuanshi, gestured to the two beside him after speaking. Laozi and Tongtian also stepped forward and returned the salute. Greetings, fellow cultivator. Hao Yu glanced at the pagoda hovering above their heads and smiled. Three fellow cultivators truly worthy of being Pangus' direct descendants. Your fortune is profound to obtain such a supreme treasure. Yuanshi, always fond of face, felt immediately pleased upon hearing Hao Yu's words and secretly gained a favorable impression of this young great power. Laozi and Tongtian felt much the same. Who doesn't enjoy flattery? Especially when it came from someone whose cultivation seemed even more profound than theirs. The group quickly fell into easy conversation. At that moment the system's voice sounded in Hao Yu's mind. Ding, congratulations host on befriending the three pure ones. Reward top grade innate spiritual treasure Godslaying Spear, now, placed in system space, retrievable at any time. Hao Yu was inwardly delighted, finally an offensive treasure. Previously the system had only given him a 12-pin lotus platform good for defense, but insufficient in combat. Now with the Godslaying Spear the shortcoming could finally be compensated. While Hao Yu was chatting lively, more great powers began landing at the gates of Zixiao Palace one after another. He scanned them and recognized many familiar figures. He recognized many Dijuan and Tai with the East Emperor Bell overhead, Xinyuanzi and Hongjun guarded by the Earth Book Mingyi Patriarch, standing on 12-pin Karma, Fire Red Lotus Nuwa and Fushi with human heads and serpent bodies, Kuanping flying in his original form. And many powerful beings not even recorded in later scriptures. Fortunately, the square before Zixiao Palace was spacious enough, or else there wouldn't be room for so many great powers. At that moment a woman caught Hao Yu's attention. She wore a light yellow long dress, her hair reaching her waist, her features breathtakingly beautiful. A single glance could captivate one's soul. But what caught Hao Yu's attention was not her beauty, but the fact that she withstood the erosion of chaotic currents using only her physical body. This must be the primordial witch Hutu, Hao Yu murmured to himself. But why is she alone? Several more months passed, during which many great powers he couldn't name arrived. Just as everyone was waiting for the gates of Zixiao Palace to open, the doors slowly swung open. From within walked two attendants, a boy and a girl standing side by side. These must be later generations Hao Yin and Yaoqi, Hao Yu thought as he looked at the two attendants. The other great powers immediately noticed that both attendants were at the Luo Golden Immortal level and were startled. Truly worthy of being a saint's disciple. Even the attendants are this powerful. The master has said the time has come. Please enter and listen to the discourse. Hao Yin raised his voice and announced. Before the words had even landed, Hao Yu, already prepared, channeled his mana and charged in first. The others instantly reacted, also gathering their mana and scrambling to rush inside. As soon as Hao Yu entered, he saw 6 cushions placed at the very front. He knew inwardly that these were the legendary saint seats, the 6 great positions under Hongjun's tutelage. Inside Zixiao Palace the system had issued a mission to seize the seats. Hao Yu didn't hesitate for a moment, his form flickered, and he dashed out, landing steadily on the first cushion in the blink of an eye. As soon as he sat down, 3 figures silently landed on the 3 cushions behind him. Without turning around, he knew who they were. Looking back, it was indeed the 3 pure ones. He smiled and nodded at them. After the 3 pure ones had seated themselves, a crowd of primordial powers surged in, scrambling for seats. In the chaotic scramble, thanks to Fux's help, the 5th cushion fell to Nuwa, and the 6th was snatched by the speed-renowned Kuanping. The remaining people, seeing that all 6 cushions were gone, felt aggrieved, but none dared to cause trouble on a saint's territory. Everyone still remembered clearly the oppressive pressure that Hongjun had exerted when he became a saint. Just as everyone gave up vying for the cushions and prepared to find a front row spot to listen, 2 Taoists walked in through the entrance. One was over 16 feet tall, sallow and emaciated like a bamboo pole, his face full of suffering as if crushed by the burdens of life. The other had a large head and ears, a greasy face, looking like a wealthy landlord, yet wearing an expression as if everyone owed him money. These 2 must be Jane and Juanti. They won't behave. Hao Yu thought to himself, but didn't move, just watching them, as if waiting for a good show. The 2 quickly strode to the front as soon as they entered, glancing at the 6 cushions, but all were taken. Juanti stared at the cushions, his eyes rolling, scheming. The saint's palace only placed 6 cushions. There's a hidden meaning. My senior brother and I must secure one to sit on. As soon as the thought arose, Juanti suddenly burst into loud wailing. He cried and shouted, "Our western lands are so poor. My senior brother and I came to hear the saints discourse for the sake of Western beings, hoping to educate them afterward. But we nearly lost our lives and the chaos delayed our arrival, and after barely reaching the saints' domain, we don't even have a seat. How can I face the sentient beings of the West? Better to die." With that, he lunged toward the pillar of Zixiao. Jane, who understood his intention, they had been inseparable since transformation, quickly pulled Juanti back. Junior brother, can't we just sit in the back? Why go this far? Zhuanti shouted again. How can I hear clearly from the back? If I miss any of the saint's principles, how can I explain to the Western beings upon return? Then he wept loudly again. His performance, not to mention Hao Yu, who had long seen through their tricks. Even the unfamiliar primordial cultivators looked on coldly. The great powers present had all fought desperately to get here. They could see through the act. But in this world there are always a few simpletons like the kind-hearted Hongjun. This Hongjun, originally the first red cloud in heaven and earth to become sentient, had a penchant for meddling. Without Xinyuan's support, he couldn't even keep his life listening to the Tao. He himself had no self-awareness, dismissing Xinyuan's advice as wind. Yet now he was indeed the one who would offer his seat. Seeing the scene between Jane and Zhuanti, Hongjun could no longer sit still and blurted out, "Fellow Taoists, please don't be like this. My seat is at the front, I'll give it to you." Zhuanti cursed inwardly. "Do I want the front row? I want that seat." But he said aloud, "How could the front be clearer than this spot?" At these words, all the great cultivators around understood their intent and looked down on them even more. Yet Hongjun, as if blind to it all, pondered for a moment, then turned to Kunpeng beside him and said, "Fellow Taoist, look at these two who have traveled from afar, endured much hardship, and bear the great responsibility of the West. Why not yield your seat to them?" Jane and Zhuanti, sensing an opportunity, quickly chimed in. "Indeed, we have endured a grueling journey and carry heavy burdens. Fellow Taoist, please make way for us." Kunpeng flared up and lashed out on the spot. "Everyone here risked their lives to reach this place. You speak of enlightening the beings of the West. Are the creatures of my North Sea not part of the primordial wilderness? Why should I yield to you?" Seeing that soft words failed, Jane and Zhuanti turned harsh. They retorted, "You feathered beast, how dare you sit among these great powers?" Yuanshur, who already disliked Jane and Zhuanti but detested Kunpeng even more, interjected, "Indeed, a damp-born, egg-hatched, fur-clad creature. How is it fit to sit with us?" Before his words faded, Jane and Zhuanti had already approached Kunpeng. Jane raised a hand and Kunpeng braced for a fight, but Zhuanti struck him down from behind. Zhuanti sat down firmly while Jane stood guard beside him, fearing Kunpeng might retaliate in fury. Once seated, Zhuanti plotted to secure a seat for his senior brother as well. Looking ahead, he saw Nuwa seated with Fushi, both untouchable. Further ahead, the four figures on the four seats were clearly a united front, even more unassailable. Zhuanti had no choice but to say, "I can only ask you, senior brother, to sit beside me." Jane nodded. "Very well." The doors of the Zixiao Palace creaked shut. Hao Yin and Yaoji strode in, barking coldly. The master is about to begin his lecture. Who dares to cause trouble? Kunpeng's face turned ashen, and with no other recourse he found a corner to sit in. Yet his eyes, like a viper's, fixed on Hongjun the Taoist, brimming with hatred and a murderous aura so thick it threatened to spill over. Xinyuanzi, seated right beside Hongjun, saw it all clearly. He turned and whispered, "Trouble is brewing. That Kunpeng is no easy mark. Now that he's lost his seat because of you, do you think he'll let this go?" Hongjun, unperturbed, replied, "What's there to fear? That seat was meant for fellow Taoist Zhuanti anyway. If he wants to settle scores, he should go after those two. Even if he comes for me, I'm no pushover. And besides, aren't you here, brother Xinyuanzi?" Xinyuanzi could only sigh. Since things had come to this, he couldn't very well ask Jane and Zhuanti to give up their seats. Hao Yu, watching from ahead, mused to himself, "This Hongjun is indeed as foolish as the legends say. Even without that Hongming purple chi, he wouldn't live long." Just then a figure appeared without warning on the seat at the foremost dais of the Zixiao Palace. No one saw how he arrived, yet no one found his appearance strange. Is this the realm of a saint? The same thought arose in the minds of all the great cultivators present, igniting an endless yearning for that level of existence. Hongjun cast a glance at Hao Yu on the first seat, his brow twitching slightly as a thought crossed his mind. It's him again. This lad is indeed a variable. But he dismissed it quickly. After all, those who had not attained sagehood were mere ants, unworthy of much notice. Scanning the hall, he declared, "The seats are settled as they are. No further changes shall be permitted. Take your places. I will lecture 3 times, once every 10,000 years, each lasting 3,000 years. Today I speak on the great Luo Dao." All present quickly bowed and sat upright, afraid to displease the saint. Once everyone was settled, Hongjun began his discourse. "In the chaos there exists something, soundless, formless, shapeless. It is the origin of heaven and earth, the root of all things. I know not its name, so I call it the Tao. Forced to describe it, I call it great. So vast it has no bounds. Boundless it extends afar, extending afar it returns. Thus the Tao is great, heaven is great, earth is great, and sentient beings are great. Within the cosmos there are 4 greats, and all living things are among them. Beneath the great Tao, heaven and earth are the foundation. All existence is an embodiment of the Tao. Therefore the great Tao is everywhere, and the Tao is omnipresent. The number of great evolution is 50, only 14 are effective. Divide them into 2 to simulate yin and yang. Suspend 1 to simulate the 3 powers. Group them in 4s to simulate the 4 seasons. The remainder simulates the intercalary month. An intercalation occurs every 5 years, so there must be 2 suspensions. The numbers of heaven are the 5 odd numbers, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. The numbers of earth are the 5 even numbers, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Each of the 5 positions harmonizes. The heavenly numbers sum to 25, the earthly to 30, and the total of heaven and earth is 55. The interplay of these elements gives rise to mysteries beyond the grasp of ghosts and gods. On the day Hongjun lectured, the entire world was filled with extraordinary phenomena. Purple chi blanketed the sky, layers of radiant clouds stacked upon each other, and countless golden lotuses sprang forth from the ground. Melodious Dao tones and celestial music intertwined, each note piercing the soul with profound wonder that sent chills down the spine. The lecture lasted a full 3,000 years. The state of those in the Zixiao Palace varied wildly. Some laughed hysterically, others wept and trembled on the ground, and still more furrowed their brows in deep thought, their expressions a spectacle to behold. Throughout these 3 millennia, everyone's cultivation surged at a breakneck pace. The 3 pure ones, having been born from Panga's primordial spirit, were already great Luo golden immortals at birth. Before coming to the Zixiao Palace, they had reached the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Hongjun's lecture was like a cheat code for their cultivation. Laozi broke through directly to the late great Luo golden immortal stage, while Yuanshi and Tongtian, though not yet breaking through, were just a hair's breadth away. Hao Yu was even more astonishing. With the monstrous talent of the Hongming Saint Body, he cross-referenced Hongjun's Tao, with the Hongming Heavenly Scripture surging from the early great Luo Golden Immortal stage all the way to catch up with Laozi, also reaching the late stage. With the innate power of the Hongming Saint Body and his 2 supreme treasures, no one in the Zixiao Palace, save Hongjun himself, could suppress him. Hongjun finally stopped. 3,000 years have passed. The next lecture will be in 10,000 years. He swept his gaze over the assembled powers and called out, "Dong Wenggong." Zhuangmu stepped forward. A man and a woman emerged from the crowd and bowed to Hongjun. "Greetings, Dao Ancestor." Hongjun addressed the man. "Dong Wenggong, you are the incarnation of the first ray of Yangqi. Today I appoint you as the leader of all male immortals in the primordial wilderness and bestow upon you the dragon head staff." Dong Wenggong quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Dao Ancestor Hongjun. I shall not disappoint your expectations and will govern the primordial wilderness well on your behalf." Hongjun then turned to the woman. "Zhuangmu, you are the incarnation of the first wisp of Yinqi. Today I appoint you as the leader of all female immortals in the primordial wilderness and bestow upon you the pure water bowl." Zhuangmu bowed. "Thank you, Dao Ancestor." Hongjun nodded. All may depart. With that he vanished. Just as Hao Yu was about to leave, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Attend the lecture at the Zixiao Palace and secure a seat. Mission reward 1 top grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Hunyuan sword. The reward has been deposited into the system space and can be retrieved at any time." Hao Yu muttered to himself, "Does it only count as complete after Hongjun finishes? Could he have thrown me out halfway?" Chuckling, he shook his head and let it go. As soon as Hongjun left, the doors of the Zixiao Palace swung open. Hao Yin and Yao Qi entered, bowing to the assembly. "The master prefers quiet. Please depart immediately." The great cultivators said nothing and filed out. The 3 pure ones called out to Hao Yu, "Fellow Taoist, would you care to join us at Kunlun Mountain for a discussion of the Tao?" Hao Yu returned the courtesy. "To discuss the Tao with you 3 is an honor I eagerly seek. However, I have urgent matters at hand. I will certainly visit another time." The 3 pure ones nodded, and with a flicker transformed into beams of light streaking toward the primordial wilderness. Hao Yu didn't linger either. With a flash he turned into a white light and followed closely behind. Dong Wenggong, freshly appointed by the Tao Ancestor in the Zixiao Palace, was brimming with excitement. The more he thought about it, the more he felt valued. With the title of male immortal leader, who wouldn't show him respect? He immediately sought out Zhuangmu and said, "The Tao Ancestor has tasked us with governing the primordial wilderness. This is no small matter. Why don't we become Tao companions? Using our titles as leaders of male and female immortals, we can recruit all the great powers and establish an immortal court. What do you think?" Zhuangmu was well aware of the situation. In the primordial wilderness, great cultivators were as numerous as ants. Those with higher cultivation than hers were a dime a dozen. With their mere early great Luo golden immortal strength, making all beings bow down was a pipe dream. Though backed by the Tao Ancestor's decree, in the end might made right. She sidestepped the proposal, politely declining Dong Wenggong's offer, and with a twist of her form vanished as a beam of light. Dong Wanggong was left standing alone, his face falling instantly. He felt that Zhuangmu looked down on him. Just as his anger simmered, a few great cultivators of the same realm who had attended the lecture at the Zixiao Palace approached, offering to follow him. Dong Wanggong's vanity exploded. He sneered inwardly. You look down on me now, Zhuangmu. Just wait. The day I trample this primordial wilderness under my feet, you won't even deserve to stand by my side. Even if you kneel and beg me, then I won't spare you a glance. He raised his head and said to the surrounding great Luo cultivators, since you all trust me, follow me. When we return, well establish the immortal court, and every one of you will be founding elders. With that he led them flying deep into the primordial wilderness. As for Hao Yu, he returned directly to the primordial wilderness after leaving the Zixiao Palace. He had initially planned to try his luck at the 33rd Heavenly Palace atop Buzhou Mountain, but after scouring it for 3 whole months without finding a trace, he had to give up. He turned and flew toward the primordial earth, intending to organize the insights from the lecture. But since he had crossed over and gone straight to the Zixiao Palace, he had spent even less time in the primordial wilderness than in the palace, and had no personal Dao field of his own. He casually found a large mountain, dug out a temporary cave dwelling, and settled in for the time being. System, open the panel. As the words fell, a translucent light screen materialized before him. Name Hao Yu, gender male, race human, cultivation late, Great Luo Golden Immortal. Hao Yu glanced at the system interface, a satisfied smirk curling at the corner of his lips. My cultivation skyrocketed from the early stage of the Luo Golden Immortal straight to the late stage. Not bad. I've also gained 2 top-grade innate spiritual treasures, the 12-grade Pure World White Lotus and the God-slaying Spear. He calculated inwardly. In this primordial world now there are few who can suppress me. Combining Hongjun's teachings on the Luo path with the Hongming Heavenly Scripture, I am confident I can break through to the peak of the Luo Golden Immortal before the next lecture. As he was pondering, a grand voice suddenly exploded across the heavens and earth of the primordial world. By the heavenly Dao, I am Dong Wanggong, appointed by Dao ancestor Hongjun as the leader of all male immortals in the primordial world. Today at Primordial Immortal Island in the Eastern Sea, I establish the immortal court. Using the dragon head staff to anchor our destiny, I shall govern the primordial world on behalf of the Dao ancestor. All beings regardless of cultivation level shall fall under the jurisdiction of my immortal court. From now on, I am the immortal emperor of the immortal court. Dong Wanggong, clad in a golden robe and leaning on his dragon head staff, raised his head to the heavens, flanked by several Luo golden immortals. As his words fell, the heavenly Dao bestowed merit acknowledging the newly founded immortal court. The merit was divided into 3 portions. The largest, nearly 60%, flowed into Dong Wanggong, instantly breaking through his cultivation from the early stage of the Luo Golden Immortal to the middle stage. Another 20% was distributed among the other members of the immortal court. The remaining 20% merged into the destiny of the nascent immortal court. Dong Wanggong was inwardly elated. However, the high-level cultivators in the primordial world, especially those who had attended lectures at Zixiao Palace, were all in an uproar. We all sat in Zixiao Palace. Why should Dong Wanggong lord it over me? The Dao ancestor appointed him leader of male immortals, and he actually thinks he's someone important. On Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi, Tianzuan cursed aloud. A nobody like Dong Wanggong couldn't even get a seat in Zixiao Palace, yet he dares to establish an immortal court and rule the primordial world. His arrogance is bigger than his ability. He's asking for a fall. Laozi beside him waved his hand. Second brother, be cautious in your words. Dong Wanggong established the immortal court. The heavenly Dao bestowed merit, and he was personally appointed as leader of male immortals by the Dao ancestor. This matter is likely heaven's will. We cannot stop it, nor need we bother with it. Let us focus on our cultivation, consolidate our gains, and await the next sermon. Tongtian nodded. Elder brother speaks wisely. The 3 pure ones immediately sealed off Kunlun, ignoring the outside world. On the Sun Star, Tai slammed the table in fury. What a Dong Wanggong. Even Laozi has to be governed by him. Just because he was lucky enough to be appointed as some lousy leader of male immortals by the Dao ancestor. How dare he be so arrogant? They'll go kill him right now. With that, he grabbed the Chaos Bell and was about to charge out. Tai had already broken through to the middle stage of the Luo Golden Immortal while listening to sermons at Zixiao Palace. With the Chaos Bell, one of the 3 supreme treasures of creation, he could even contend with an opponent at the late stage of the Luo Golden Immortal. Dijuan grabbed Tai and lowered his voice to advise, second brother, don't be impulsive. That Dong Wanggong is indeed no great figure, but he was personally appointed as leader of male immortals by Dao ancestor Hongjun. If we kill him, aren't we slapping the Dao ancestor right in the face? Tai took a few deep breaths and finally calmed down. Dijuan continued, if Dong Wanggong can establish an immortal court, why can't we brothers do the same? Let's just raise our own banner. You and I will sit in the top seats. Tai nodded. Elder brother speaks sense, but what kind of force should we establish? A smile spread across Daijin's face as he said confidently, I've been thinking about this for a long time. Let's establish a clan called Yao, the Demon Clan. In the Primordial World, all acquired beings that cultivate and take human form shall be under the Demon Clan's banner. You and I will be the Demon Emperors, and we'll recruit a few innate primordial gods to join us. Think about it. Doesn't that far outshine Dong Wangong's immortal court? Taiyi's eyes lit up. Elder brother is right. Once our power surpasses his when the time is right, well wipe it. The two exchanged a glance and simultaneously raised their heads, shouting loudly to the heavens, by the heavenly Tao. We Dijuan and Taiyi, seeing the newborn beings of the primordial world slaughtering each other and the myriad tribes in discord, hereby established the Demon Clan. All acquired beings of the primordial world shall be under the Demon Clan's rule and protected by the Demon Clan. Let the supreme treasure Chaos Bell anchor the Demon Clan's destiny. We hereby proclaim this to the heavenly Tao. As these words were spoken, Dong Wangong far away on Penglai exploded with rage. His face turned green with fury, and he immediately set out to fight Dijuan and Taiyi to the death. Several subordinates of the Immortal Court quickly stopped him. Immortal Emperor, you cannot go. Taiyi is already at the middle stage of the Luo Golden Immortal and wields the supreme treasure Chaos Bell. If you go now, you are no match for him. Dong Wangong was held back, his face alternating between green and red as he gritted his teeth and cursed, so we just sit here and watch. Watching Dijuan and Taiyi recruit troops and horses every day while we can't do a damn thing. At that moment, a figure stepped out from the crowd and said unhurriedly, Immortal Emperor, don't fret. Although Dijuan and Taiyi have profound cultivation, you are different. You are the leader of male immortals, personally appointed by the Tao ancestor with a legitimate title. No matter how much they jump around, they are ultimately illegitimate. Think about it. How many beings would actually go to pledge allegiance to them? Dong Wangong snorted, his expression softening slightly, and he sat back down. Hao Yu overheard all of this and muttered to himself, the Demon Clan has been established. The next step is probably the Demon Court. He didn't dwell on it further and turned to continue his secluded cultivation. He understood clearly that whether it was the Immortal Court or the Demon Court, it was all part of the path pushed forward by the Heavenly Tao. With his insignificant status and mere Luo Golden Immortal strength, he was like an arm trying to twist a thigh. There was no point in meddling in the affairs of the Heavenly Tao. On the Sunstar, Dijuan and Taiyi had just set up the framework of the Demon Clan. As soon as the news spread, a long line of tribes came to pledge allegiance. The reason? Simple. A group of beings calling themselves Wu had suddenly appeared on the vast lands of the primordial world. These beings didn't cultivate magical power relying solely on their physical bodies to split mountains and crack stones, and they specialized in devouring the weak acquired races. The various small tribes were terrified out of their wits. Upon hearing that someone was willing to take the lead in establishing a new clan to shelter them, they rushed to pledge allegiance without a second thought. Though it meant bowing to others, it was still better than ending up in someone's belly. But a problem arose. The Sunstar formed from Pangus left. I had temperatures so high they were unimaginable. Beings like Dijuan and Taiyi, born from the Sunstar and possessing high cultivation, naturally didn't feel the heat. However, the newly pledged little demons had pitifully low cultivation. Standing on the Sunstar for even a moment would reduce them to ashes. The Demon Clan had accepted so many major tribes from the primordial world, they couldn't possibly lack a proper lair, could they? That would be too embarrassing. So for the next 100 years, Dijuan and Taiyi scoured the primordial world searching for a suitable territory for the Demon Clan. One day, as Dijuan was pondering this matter, a great demon strode into the hall and bowed, saying, Lord Dijuan, a tribal leader has reported that a vast palace complex has been discovered above Buzhou Mountain, perfect for the Demon Clan's territory. Dijuan shot to his feet. Let's go. Take me to see it. After nearly 100 years of searching, they finally had a lead. How could he not be excited? Following the great demon as they flew above Buzhou Mountain, Daijin's eyes lit up at the sight of the 33 heavenly palaces. From today, this heavenly palace belongs to the Demon Clan. Which tribe discovered it? I want to reward them handsomely. The great demon quickly replied, My lord, it was the treasure-hunting pig clan. Their numbers are few and their strength average, but when it comes to finding treasures, no one in the primordial world can match them. Dijuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. There's no need for material rewards. Hey, race, what you do? Send word, as long as I Dijuan live, the treasure-hunting pig clan will never face extinction. With that, he immediately sent for Taiyi, who was still out roaming. When Taiyi returned to the Sunstar and saw the sprawling palace complex, his mind began to churn with ideas. Upon meeting Dijuan, he spoke directly, Elder brother, now that we have such a magnificent headquarters, why don't we follow Dong Wangong's example and establish a proper force? I've even thought of a name. Let's call it the Demon Court. What do you think? Dijun mused for a moment. I have no objections, but we must first report this to Dao Ancestor Hongjun and see if he permits it. Tai nodded. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to Xiao Palace now. As his words fell, the two soared into the air, heading straight for the depths of chaos. After leaving the Primordial World, they hadn't flown long before Xiao Palace appeared before them. Dijun and Tai stopped at the palace gate, bowed slightly, and said in unison, "We pay our respects to Dao Ancestor Hongjun." Soon a voice descended from above. "What brings you two here?" The speaker was none other than Hongjun himself. Dijun stepped forward, cupping his hands in salute. "Reporting to the Dao Ancestor, my brother and I see that the Primordial World is in chaos, with all tribes refusing to submit to one another. We wish to establish the Demon Court to govern the myriad races of the Primordial World. We seek your approval." Hongjun, being the first being in the heavens and earth to achieve sainthood, knew full well that Dijun Tai and the demon clan under them were destined to be the protagonists of the next great catastrophe. He replied with a single indifferent word: "Approved." As that word landed in Dijun's ears, the anxious heart in his chest finally settled completely. "Thank you, Dao Ancestor. We shall take our leave." Dijun and Tai spoke in unison, bowed once more, and transformed into two streaks of light, shooting straight back toward the Primordial World. Upon returning to the Heavenly Palace, Dijun wasted no time. He immediately summoned all the top-tier experts of the Demon Clan to discuss the establishment of the Heavenly Court. Among those who came were the 10 legendary demon saints of later ages: Ji Mingying, Zhao Fei Danfei, Lianjiaoing Shangyang, Bai Zai Qin Yuan Ci Tai, and Guiche. In addition, there were countless demon kings of various ranks. Even at the Luo Golden Immortal level, there were several hundred. At the Tai Golden Immortal level, their numbers were too vast to count. After some deliberation, the group reached a decision: the Heavenly Palace would serve as the Demon Court's headquarters. Dijun produced the river chart and Luo book, while Tai brought out the Chaos Bell. Together, these two treasures would anchor the destiny of the Demon Clan. Dijun would be the Demon Emperor, and Tai the Demon Sovereign, also known as Dongwang. With matters settled, everyone gathered before the Heavenly Palace. Facing the myriad beings of the Primordial World, Dijun and Tai announced simultaneously, "By the Heavenly Dao. Today we, Dijun and Tai, formally establish the Demon Court in the 33 Heavenly Palaces above Buzhou Mountain. I, Dijun, shall serve as the Demon Emperor, and I, Tai, as the Eastern Sovereign. Using the Supreme Treasure Chaos Bell and the top-grade Innate Spiritual Treasure River Chart and Luo Book, we shall together stabilize the destiny of the Demon Court. We hereby proclaim to the Primordial World: the Demon Court is established." As the words faded, a golden dragon of fortune soared from above the Heavenly Palace, stretching millions of zhang in length, writhing and brandishing its claws as if proclaiming its own birth. Immediately after, a colossal wave of merit descended from the heavens, its sheer magnitude more than quintuple that which had accompanied the establishment of the Eastern King Father's Heavenly Court in ages past. This torrent of merit split into several portions. 2/10 fell upon Dijun and Tai, who instantly broke through to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. 2/10 landed on the mighty demon experts present, elevating their cultivation levels by a notch. 2/10 poured into the golden dragon of fortune behind them, solidifying its form. The remaining 4/10 scattered across the primordial land, descending upon countless demons. Thus the future behemoth of the Demon Court had barely established its foothold. And ever since Dijun and Tai founded the demon race, various demon clans began to band together, making hunting increasingly difficult for the Wu race. Within a grand hall somewhere in the primordial land, 10 burly men and 2 women sat in a circle deliberating on a matter. These 12 individuals were none other than the renowned 12 ancestral witches of later ages. In the Pangu Grand Hall, 12 colossal figures retracted their true forms and sat in a circle. Gong Gong was the first to speak, his voice rumbling like thunder. "Elder brother, now that Dijun and Tai have gathered all the demon clans under one banner, our younger ones can barely find a meal outside." Zhu Rong, with an even fiercer temper, slammed his palm on the ground. "Indeed, those 2 mongrel birds have even set up some demon court, clamoring to manage the primordial land on behalf of that old man Hongjun. Elder brother, think about it. This heaven and earth were split apart by our Father God's life. If anyone should rule, it ought to be us brothers. Let's just charge straight up Buzhou Mountain and chop those 3-legged crows to pieces." Hearing this, the others turned their gazes simultaneously to the figure seated in the center. It was a silhouette wrapped in a yellow pouch, its body crimson, like blazing flames, 6 feet firmly planted on the ground, and 4 wings folded against its back. Its faceless head tilted slightly, as if listening, or perhaps scheming. The entire hall fell silent. Dijiang, the leader of the 12 ancestral witches, spoke. "We are born from Father God's essence blood with innately formidable physical bodies. In this regard alone, we are already unmatched by those at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal. But the later tribesmen born from Father God's blood pool, though their bodies are also tough, at best reached the Golden Immortal level. Tai level 1s are rare, and not a single one has reached the great Luo level. If the demon race pins us down, those tribesmen won't be able to hold their ground. Won't they just be lambs to the slaughter? Shisher boomed loudly. So we just endure this, letting the demon race ride roughshod over us. The time ancestral which Zhu Juyin, who had always served as the Wu race's strategist, took over the conversation. Why don't we declare to the great Tao formally establish the Wu race and take charge of the primordial land on behalf of Father God? This heaven and earth were split open by Father God. If the great Tao acknowledges this, it should surely bestow a method to solve our problem of our descendants' insufficient strength. The other ancestral witches found this idea sound and wasted no more time. They rose and walked out of the Pango Hall with Dijiang standing at the forefront, his voice solemn. Great Tao above, we the 12 ancestral witches are born from the essence blood of Father God Pangu, and are his true lineage. Now taking the Pangu Grand Hall formed from Father God's head as our foundation, we establish the Wu race to manage the primordial land on his behalf. Great Tao, witness our oath. No sooner had these words fallen than dark clouds churned violently above the 9 heavens, sweeping in with oppressive thunderclouds. Within the thunderclouds, purple lightning bolts writhed, the most dreaded purple firmament divine thunder of the primordial world. It seemed as if the heavenly Tao intended to unleash boundless lightning and reduce the 12 ancestral witches to ashes. It made sense after all. The great Tao had long since retreated and ceased to interfere. Now the heavenly Tao ruled the primordial land. By bypassing the heavenly Tao and swearing directly to the great Tao, the 12 ancestral witches were openly slapping the heavenly Tao in the face. Hidden in the shadows, onlookers eager for drama gleefully gossiped. These 12 ancestral witches are practically courting death, not even respecting the heavenly Tao. Daring to defy the heavenly Tao, once the purple firmament divine thunder falls, they'll be annihilated without a trace. Hopefully the heavenly Tao will wipe out their entire Wu race clean. Speaking of which, what exactly are these 12 ancestral witches daring to call Pangu their father god? Before their taunts could finish, the tables turned. The next moment the thunderclouds dissipated completely, and the suffocating pressure vanished. The great Tao had manifested. After the great Tao's retreat, the heavenly Tao had taken charge. But ultimately the heavenly Tao operated under the great Tao. With the great Tao's appearance, the heavenly Tao could only slink away in shame. Since the calamity of the primordial beast, the great Tao had paid no heed to the affairs of the primordial land. Yet the 12 ancestral witches, as Pangus descendants bearing the merit of creation, managed to draw out the great Tao. As the great Tao manifested, the entire primordial land heard its response to the Wu race. A single word: granted. Immediately after, a swath of great Tao merit descended from the heavens, showering upon the Wu race. The eye of the great Tao swept over the 12 ancestral witches, then cast a glance toward the direction of Hao Yu. When its gaze fell upon Hao Yu, there seemed to be a hint of amusement in that eye. At that moment, Hao Yu was fiercely striving to break through to the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal, utterly oblivious, immersed in his arduous cultivation. With a single punch, Zhu Rong obliterated that great Luo cultivator, scattering his soul and leaving not a trace. Retracting his ancestral witch true form, he spat disdainfully. And I thought he was something. Couldn't even withstand one of my strikes. Useless. With that, he strode off to catch up with the other ancestral witches, and the group marched grandly into the Pangu Grand Hall. Inside, the hall contained its own world, a vast blood-red lake exuding a potent aura of life. This was the blood pool left by the great god Pangu, from which all ordinary Wu tribesmen were born. As the elder brother Dijiang spoke first, "Brothers, let me try the method granted by the great Tao." Chong Liang immediately stopped him. "Elder brother, let me do it. Though splitting essence blood can be recovered, it still affects one in the short term. Our Wu race has just been established. You need to conserve your energy to oversee the overall situation. We can't afford any mistakes now." Dijiang pondered for a moment, found his words reasonable, and nodded solemnly. "Very well, you do it. Stand by the blood pool, and it'll guide you." Chong Liang strode to the edge of the blood pool. "Elder brother, I'm ready. First, force out a drop of essence blood." Without hesitation, Chong Liang mobilized his qi and blood. A fist-sized mass of blood slowly emerged from his body, its surface shimmering with a faint golden light, occasionally crackling with arcs of lightning. "Wrap it with your qi and blood, place it into the blood pool, and let it gestate." Following the instructions, Chong Liang carefully controlled the mass of essence blood and submerged it into the pool. The ancestral witch Xian Ming then spoke. "Once it's born, how do we classify it? It can't be treated the same as ordinary Wu tribesmen, can it?" Dijiang thought for a moment. "Then let's call it a great Wu." From now on, anyone who cultivates to the Great Luo realm shall be promoted to Great Wu. Starting today, the Wu race will change its ways, no longer living so scattered, and adopt a tribal system. Each ancestral which will oversee a major tribe. As the Wu race was still deliberating, there were only about 100 years left before the Dao ancestor Hongjun's second sermon. Let's turn back to our protagonist. Golden lotuses surged around him, and 3 flowers bloomed atop his head. Upon closer inspection, those 3 flowers had actually opened to 12 grades. One must know that under the heavenly Dao 9 was the limit, while 12 represented perfection. Even the 3 flowers atop Dao ancestor Hongjun's head were only 11 grades. This indicated that as long as Hao Yu didn't meet an untimely end, his future achievements would surely surpass even the Dao ancestor. At this moment, Hao Yu's 3 flowers were gradually solidifying. Once they fully materialized, he would step into the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal, the end of the immortal path. Taking one more step beyond would transcend the immortal realm, entering the realm of the quasi-sage. The golden lotuses multiplied, drawing in all the primordial spiritual energy, within 10,000 li, forming a vortex of spiritual energy around him. The 3 flowers atop his head grew increasingly solid, finally reaching a critical point. At that moment, Hao Yu abruptly inhaled all the surrounding spiritual energy in one gulp, and the 3 flowers transformed from illusion to reality in an instant. He had succeeded. He had fully entered the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Hao Yu opened his eyes. Finally, the great Luo peak. Hongjun's sermon should be soon, right? He calculated on his fingers. Nearly 100 years remained. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Time to go. Rising, he walked out of the cave dwelling. With a surge of his peak, great Luo Golden Immortal power, he sealed the cave entrance. Even if it's just a temporary resting place, I won't let anyone else take it. Then, with a single thought spanning the horizon, he vanished without a trace. Whether it was the Dao ancestor Hongjun's first test for the crowd, or that he had relocated the Purple Firmament Palace, this time no one knew. After the multitude of mighty experts left the primordial land, they saw the Purple Firmament Palace, standing not far from the Primordial World. By the time Hao Yu arrived at the palace gates, the 3,000 guests had mostly assembled. Most were meditating in cultivation, with a few exceptions engaged in discussions on Dao. He calculated the time, found there was still some leeway before the sermon, so he found a corner to sit down and cultivate. In the primordial land, time flowed unnoticed, and soon the moment for the sermon arrived. The gates of the Purple Firmament Palace opened and Hao Yin and Yao Qi emerged. Please enter, everyone. Although the mighty experts were not slow this time, they were noticeably less urgent than the first. After all, during the first sermon, the Dao ancestor had stated that the seats would never change again, so there was naturally no need to rush. Once everyone was seated, Hongjun appeared silently on the high platform once more and spoke. The second sermon begins. This time I shall teach the path of the quasi-sage. If you have questions, you may raise them after the sermon. All the mighty experts below sat upright, afraid to miss. The Dao that can be spoken is not the eternal Dao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the origin of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. Thus, constantly without desire one observes its wonders, constantly with desire one observes its manifestations. These two emerge together but differ in name. Both are called profound. Profound and more profound, the gateway to all wonders. The Dao ancestor's sermon was indeed extraordinary. Golden lotuses bloomed across heaven and earth, and all the mighty experts were captivated. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years passed. Awake! Hongjun's gentle call roused everyone still immersed in the Dao rhythm. 3,000 years have passed. If you have any questions, you may speak now. Hao Yu was the first to clasp his hands. Teacher, may I ask, what is a quasi-sage? There was no such realm originally. But the path to sagehood was too arduous, so I deliberately created a transitional stage. Quasi-sage is the level above Great Luo and below sagehood. As soon as Hongjun finished speaking, Laozi pressed further. Master, how does one step into the quasi-sage realm? As I just said, quasi-sage is the stepping stone before attaining sagehood. And the paths to becoming a sage differ based on the method. As far as I know, there are 3 paths to enlightenment. The first is to attain enlightenment through power, also known as the path of laws. By cultivating a single law to its utmost limit and shattering the shackles of heaven and earth with the force of that law, one can achieve Hongyuan. In ancient times, the 3,000 chaos demons and Pangu followed this path. Unfortunately, all failed. Upon hearing that even Pangu had fallen on this path, the crowd's spirits dampened. Hongjun ignored their reaction and continued. The second path is to attain enlightenment by severing the 3 corpses. This is a method I created. By using a primordial spiritual treasure to sever the good corpse, evil corpse, and self corpse, and then unifying them, one can attain Hongyuan. These 3 corpses are essentially your avatars possessing their own intelligence, and capable of wielding spiritual treasures without ever betraying you. It was through this method that I became a sage. These words immediately stirred the assembly. If even Pangu couldn't succeed on the path of power, no one believed they could surpass him. But the path of severing the three corpses had a living example right before them. The Tao ancestor himself. Someone couldn't help but call out, "What about the third method?" Hongjun replied, "The third method is to become a sage through merit. By accumulating immense merit and gaining the recognition of the heavenly Tao, one can become a sage. Even someone with no cultivation at all can ascend instantly and become a sage on the spot. Of the three methods, the path of power is the strongest, but also the hardest. Severing the three corpses is the next best. Becoming a sage through merit is the weakest." Someone muttered below, "Since you can become a sage without cultivation, how exactly does one accumulate merit? How much is enough?" Hongjun glanced at the speaker, sneering inwardly. "If I knew what I tell you, I'd have farmed it myself long ago." His expression remained impassive as he addressed the assembly of great beings. Merit is a mysterious thing. It is a reward from the heavenly Tao bestowed upon those who make great contributions to the primordial world. As for exactly how to obtain it, even I am not certain. And as for those who possess true great merit, I have yet to see any. The great being who had spoken felt a sinking heart. Even the Tao ancestor doesn't know. This path won't be easy. Great beings like the three pure ones pondered silently. Since the strongest path is unattainable, they couldn't choose the weakest. Severing the three corpses was the true way. At that moment, Tongtian stepped forward and asked, "Tao ancestor, what exactly is a sage?" This question drew everyone's attention. Even Hao Yu only knew that sages were incredibly powerful, but the specifics had always been vague. The great beings below pricked up their ears, waiting for the answer. Hongjun looked at their eager faces and spoke slowly. "They can create heaven and earth, transform yin and yang, control the universe, and are not bound by time or space. They endure countless kalpas without perishing and remain unscathed even when entangled in karma. They share the lifespan of heaven and earth and coexist with the great Tao. They can see the past and future and can evolve the cycles of time and reincarnation. With a single thought, the heavenly Tao changes. They are beyond birth and death, transcendent over all things and subject to no constraints. Without becoming a sage, one is forever an ant. This is what it means to be a sage." As soon as Hongjun finished, the great beings below, despite their firm Tao hearts, couldn't help but gasp. After listening, Hao Yu's resolve only strengthened. With the Hongmeng Heavenly Scripture and the system, becoming a sage was no problem for him. Hongjun gave them no time to digest. "This sermon ends here. The next sermon will be in 10,000 years, and it will cover the path of Hanyuan." With those words, he vanished without a trace. The gates of Zhixiao Palace swung open, and the crowd understood it was time to leave. As the group exited Zhixiao Palace, Tai and Dijuan walked directly toward Nuwa and Fushi, cupping their hands in greeting. "Greetings, fellow cultivators." Fushi and Nuwa returned the greeting. "You two have stopped us, brothers and sister. Is there something you need?" Dijuan got straight to the point. "I would like to invite you both to join the demon court. If you are willing, I will offer you the position of demon saint, equal in status to us brothers. What say you?" Fushi pondered for a moment before replying. "We thank the demon emperor for his high regard. But this matter is no small decision. My sister and I need to think it over carefully. We will give you our answer later if that's acceptable." "Agreed. Then we shall take our leave, fellow cultivators." With that, Fushi led Nuwa away, returning to their Taoist field on Buzhou Mountain. Elsewhere, the three pure ones were making their way back when their hearts stirred, and they all stopped simultaneously. Laozi suddenly looked up toward Buzhou Mountain, his brow furrowing slightly. "There is something on that mountain calling to me." Yuanshi nodded. "I feel it too." Tongtian chimed in. "Coincidentally, so do I." "Then let us go together." "Agreed." 3 streaks of light shot into the sky, vanishing into the sea of clouds in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Hao Yu was deep in thought. After Hongjun's second sermon, the gourd vine on Buzhou Mountain should be sprouting about now. Such a treasure was too good to pass up. Perhaps he could snag a few. Just as he prepared to set off, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ding! System notification. The Chaos Gourd Vine is about to emerge. A new quest is now available. Quest 1, rush to Buzhou Mountain and claim all 7 gourds. Reward system refined versions of all gourds. Quest 2, claim the purple gourd. Reward evolution of the purple gourd into a primordial supreme treasure. Quest 3, establish a Taoist field for yourself. Reward an ordinary Tao palace." Hao Yu glanced at the options and chose the second without hesitation. 7 supreme grade primordial spiritual treasures combined were still no match for a single primordial supreme treasure. A Tao palace. He could build one himself. Why bother with a shoddy reward? With a surge of his magical power, he transformed into a streak of light and shot straight toward Buzhou Mountain. Upon arrival, he saw a large crowd gathered in the distance. Hao Yu knew instinctively that this was likely the location of the gourd vine. He flew over and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they weren't ripe yet. Scanning the crowd, he recognized mostly familiar faces from the sermons at Zhixiao Palace. The three pure ones stood together, Dijuan and Tai stood side by side. Nuwa and Fushi were close as Zenyuanzi and Hongjun were also there. What surprised Hao Yu most was that even Kuanpeng had arrived. He walked up to the three pure ones and cupped his hands in greeting. The three pure ones smiled and returned the gesture. You three have arrived quite early, Tong Tian said with a smile. On our way back to Kunlun, we sensed a spiritual treasure about to emerge on Buzhou Mountain 1 that seemed fated for us, so we decided to take a detour and have a look. Hao Yu chuckled as well. I had the same thought. I was worried there might be only one treasure and I'd have to compete with you. But seeing 7, we can each take one and still have some left. The group waited for nearly 2 years. Finally, one day the gourd vine burst forth with a radiant golden light, signaling that it was about to ripen. The atmosphere tensed instantly. Yuanshi stepped forward and declared in a deep voice, these 7 gourds, the 3 pure ones, and our fellow cultivator Hao Yu will each take one. Laozi and Tongtian stood behind him simultaneously, their gazes sweeping over the assembled crowd. Tai sneered, my elder brother Dijuan and I are the emperors of the demon race. Naturally 2 of these gourds should belong to us. The faces of the others instantly darkened. There were only 7 gourds in total, and these 2 groups were demanding 6, leaving just 1 for the rest of them to fight over. Who could tolerate that? Let me say something. A cultivator at the midstage of Great Luo Golden Immortal stepped forward, his voice overpowering the crowd. The 3 pure ones are the incarnations of Pangus, primordial spirit. Out of respect for Lord Pangu, we yield to them. But who does this Hao Yu think he is? Even if he had a seat at Zhixiao Palace, what right does he have to claim a gourd? And the demon clan, 2 juniors dare to reach out their hands. Tai's eyes turned cold, and he was about to strike down this insolent fool. But Hao Yu moved first. No one saw how he did it. The Godslayer's spear materialized out of thin air, its tip wrapped in the peak-level magical power of Great Luo, hurtling straight toward the speaker. The cultivator, caught off guard by Hao Yu's sudden attack, hastily activated his spiritual treasure to defend. Midstage Great Luo against peak stage. 1 thrust. Annihilated. He didn't even have time to scream. Hao Yu withdrew his spear, his aura still radiating pressure. Anyone else have objections? A dead silence fell over the area. No one dared to speak. Even the usually arrogant Tai stood there with narrowed eyes, saying nothing. Watching this, Tongshan's eyes were filled with undisguised longing. When would he be able to suppress a crowd of great beings with a single move like that? Hao Yu returned to the side of the 3 pure ones, stowing away the Godslayer's spear as if nothing had happened. Your methods are truly admirable, fellow cultivator. Tongtian leaned in. Judging by your cultivation level, I suspect you'll break through to quasi-sage by the time the next sermon at Zhixiao Palace begins. Laozi and Yuanshi nodded in agreement. Just lucky. Hao Yu smiled. You 3 are the true heirs of Pangu, blessed with profound fortune. Fellow cultivator Laozi, aren't you already at the late stage of Great Luo? Quasi-sage is not far off. 3 days passed in a flash. The 7 gourds on the vine began to ripen slowly. Hao Yu swept his gaze over them, the 3 pure ones, and I will each take one of these 7. The rest of you can fight over the remaining ones. With that, he fixed his gaze on the last gourd, ready to act. But the 7th purple gourd stubbornly refused to ripen. The first 6 had already turned a deep red, but this one was still green. Hao Yu waited. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. The gourd vine began to yellow, withering from the roots upward. The expressions of the great beings present shifted dramatically. At this rate, not only the 7th gourd, but even the 6 already ripe ones would be lost. Someone hastily channeled a stream of life essence. A green radiance seeped into the vine, and the withering paused for a moment. Then it continued its relentless decay. That life essence had vanished like a stone dropped into the sea, utterly useless. The crowd understood. This 7th gourd would likely never ripen. All eyes turned simultaneously to the remaining 6. Laozi was the first to step forward, reaching out to grasp the purple gold gourd. Eventually, this object was refined into a treasure known to all, the purple gold red calabash. When facing an enemy, one need only offer up the calabash and call the opponent's name. As soon as they respond, they are instantly drawn inside. Having an abundance of treasures, I later casually gave this calabash to my incarnation Taishang Laojuan specifically for storing pills. By the time of the journey to the west, it was stolen down to the mortal realm by the 2 boys Jin and Yin, and even the great sage equal to Heaven's son Wukong suffered greatly from it. If not for the protection of the plot, old sun would have long since dissolved into pus and blood on Mount Pingding. Yuanshi, Tianzuan moved second, scooping the purple-green calabash into his hand. His vast collection of treasures was like a mountain, and artifact refinement was his forte, so this calabash never appeared again afterward, its presence virtually non-existent. Tongtian chose the purple-yellow calabash, refining it into the water-fire calabash, within which he nurtured 2 water-fire cheilants. When it came to Hao Yu's turn, everyone assumed he would take the 4th purple-azure calabash. Who would have guessed that this fellow would reach directly for the last, not yet fully ripe purple-black calabash? As he tucked the purple-black one into his embrace, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 2nd task and obtaining the purple-black calabash. Refinement will now commence, elevating its quality directly to a primordial supreme treasure. This will take approximately 1 year. Please wait patiently. With that said, the system retreated into silence once more. On the scene, 3 calabashes remained: purple azure, purple white, and purple red. The surrounding great beings all fixed their gazes upon them, nearly lunging forward to snatch them. Hao Yu knew clearly that these 3 calabashes would ultimately belong to Nuwa Tai and Hongjun. Sure enough, Nuwa spoke first. She stepped forward, her tone neither humble nor arrogant. This purple azure calabash is fated to be mine, it should belong to me. As her words fell, the imposing aura of her latest stage, Luo Golden Immortal cultivation, pressed outward. A great being's lips moved as if to speak, but Fushi silently stood beside Nuwa, releasing the same latest stage Luo aura. That person immediately fell silent, and no one else dared to step forward. Seeing no opposition, Nuwa reached out and plucked the purple azure calabash. Later, this object was refined into the demon summoning banner capable of calling forth all demons under heaven. During the time of the investiture of the gods, Nuwa used this calabash to summon the 3 demons of Xianyuan to play King Zhou. As for Tai, with the help of Dijuan, he secured the purple-white calabash. Later, it was refined into the immortal slaying calabash and given to his nephew Luo Dao. After Tai's death, he sealed a wisp of his essence into the calabash. Luo Dao tempered it with leaf fire, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, day and night, seizing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and overturning the 5 elements. After great effort, he finally forged the immortal slaying flying blade. The flying blade began like yellow buds and white snow, gradually transforming into a thread of fine light hidden within that red calabash. Nurtured by Tai's essence, the flying blade grew over 3 zhang tall. From it emerged an object 7 inches in length, complete with a nose and eyes, its eyes capable of emitting white light. Wherever that white light shone, it could pin down the Newbie Palace, primordial spirit of humans, immortals, demons, ghosts, and monsters. As long as Luo uttered, "Please treasure, turn around," the flying blade would immobilize the target, leaving no escape, no matter their transformations. The white light spun atop the head like a wind wheel. After 1 or 2 rotations, the head would fall to the ground. Utterly domineering, Jin Yuanzi made the final move, and the purple-red calabash fell into the hands of Hongjun Daoren. He refined this calabash into his life-bound treasure, naming it the 99 soul-scattering calabash. When activated, it could dissolve bones, possessing no small power. But later, Hongjun lost his life over the primordial purple chi, and the calabash's whereabouts became unknown. Seeing the treasures all claimed, the surrounding crowd dispersed. No one spared another glance at the withered calabash vine. Hao Yu, however, knew clearly that this vine would later become Nuwa's key tool for creating humanity, with the 9 heavens, Shirong, buried beneath it. He stepped forward to collect the withered vine, then unearthed a small handful of golden glowing Shirong from the vine's roots, packing it all away. Nuwa had already sensed that the vine was connected to her future Dao and had intended to take it, only to find that Hao Yu had already claimed it. She gave a wry smile, said nothing more, and turned to leave with Fushi. This trip to Buzhou Mountain made Hao Yu the greatest victor. Afterward, he bid farewell to the 3 pure ones, and they each returned home. The 3 of them went into seclusion to prepare for breaking through to the quasi-sage realm, awaiting Hongjun's next sermon. Hao Yu flew through the air, pondering as he went, should he find a proper cave dwelling to settle in, or first break through his cultivation. After much thought, he decided to cultivate first. Once his strength rose, why worry about a place to stay? If he reached the heavenly Dao realm, he would even dare to seize Hongjun's Zixiao Palace. Following his memory, he returned to his old cave dwelling. The restrictions he had set at the entrance remained intact. He casually broke them and pushed the door open. 3,000 years had passed, yet nothing inside had changed, not even a speck of dust had settled. He sat cross-legged on the original stone platform, closed his eyes, and prepared to enter meditation. At his level, ordinary arduous cultivation was of little use. At the peak of Luo Golden Immortal, he was only 1 step away. Once his enlightenment was complete, he could step into quasi-sage. Hao Yu reviewed the contents of the Hongmeng Heavenly Scripture in his mind, then recalled the novels he had read back on Earth. According to the Heavenly Scripture, Heavenly Dao Sage and Hongyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal were essentially the same. A sage was merely granted a fruition by the Heavenly Dao, able to draw upon the world's power in the Primordial World with an inexhaustible flow of spiritual energy. But once outside the chaos, there was no difference between a sage and a Hongyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal. Nor was it, as legends said, that becoming a sage was a pitfall with one's neck in the Heavenly Dao's grip. The Heavenly Dao opened a shortcut for those with great merit, making it easier for them to step into Hongyuan. Since the Heavenly Dao offered convenience and asked for help in maintaining the world's order, what was wrong with that? The Hongmeng Heavenly Scripture listed the cultivation levels: Celestial, Immortal, True, Immortal, Golden, Immortal, Tai, Golden, Immortal, Dayuo, Golden, Immortal, Hongyuan, Dayuo, Golden, Immortal, also known as Sage, and beyond that Heavenly Dao realm and Great Dao realm. As for what lay beyond the Great Dao, the scripture was shrouded in mist, likely because his realm was too low to see it. While perusing the text, Hao Yu discovered that this inheritance had no quasi-sage realm at all. He knew that on Earth this was called Hongyuan Golden Immortal. Yes, you heard that right. There was no such cultivation stage. Previously, Elder Hongjun had personally stated that the quasi-sage realm was his own creation. This was no lie. Though it was unclear if the Heavenly Dao had aided behind the scenes, Hongjun was indeed the first being to step into this domain. Now two paths lay before Hao Yu. The first was to follow the route laid out in the Hongmeng Heavenly Scripture, charging directly from the peak of Dayuo Golden Immortal to Hongyuan. The second was to first break through to quasi-sage using Hongjun's method, then find a way to advance further. Both paths had their own difficulties. The Hongmeng Heavenly Scripture's method was stable, but in this world cultivating to Hongyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal would take an extremely long time. It was possible that by the time the investiture of the gods were ended, he would still be breaking through. The advantage was that he didn't need to grope in the dark. Following the method would guarantee success. If he took Hongjun's quasi-sage path, he could save considerable time. But the trouble was that he would have to integrate Hongjun's Dao into the Hongmeng Heavenly Scripture. He would also have to modify it himself, rewriting the entire cultivation path from Dayuo Golden Immortal to Hongyuan. The difficulty of this was daunting just to think about. What would happen after the modification, whether good or bad? No one could say. As for becoming a Heavenly Dao Sage, Hao Yu had never entertained the thought. To become a Heavenly Dao Sage, the first requirement was to possess the Primordial Purple Qi. Although he had secured a good seat in Xixiao Palace, he did not believe Hongjun would share the Primordial Purple Qi with him. The Heavenly Dao had long since fixed the number of sage positions in the world. Moreover, during the conflict between the Dao and the demon, Hongjun and Luo had shattered all spiritual veins in the West, destroying even the nascent innate treasures. Calculating this debt, Hongjun owed a massive karmic debt to the West. Originally, this debt was meant to be settled by Jian and Zhundi. This was why when these two brothers wailed, rolled on the ground, and made a scene in Xixiao Palace, Hongjun did nothing. If anyone else tried that, Hongjun would have scattered their ashes to the winds. But now, because of Hao Yu's interference, these two unfortunates hadn't even secured a good seat. The Primordial Purple Qi was even less likely to fall to Hao Yu. The path of the Heavenly Dao Sage is certainly closed to me, Hao Yu calculated in his mind. Only two paths remain. Either cultivate diligently according to the Hongmeng Heavenly Scripture, or study Hongjun's quasi-sage path. After a moment's deliberation he spoke, he'll take the quasi-sage path. With my comprehension and the Hongmeng's sacred body constitution, how could I fail to become a Hongyuan? With that he closed his eyes and began to recall the Tao that Hongjun had preached. He extracted each teaching piece by piece, cross-referencing and verifying them against the records in the Hongmeng Heavenly Scripture. This meditation lasted 3,000 years. Hao Yu's eyes snapped open. After 3,000 years of deduction, he had finally succeeded. He had forcibly fused cultivation through power and cultivation through the three corpses into the Hongmeng Heavenly Scripture. The path was this: first sever the three corpses, then using the properties of the Hongmeng Heavenly Scripture and the Hongmeng sacred body, have each corpse cultivate a different law. The cultivated laws would nourish the main body, while the main body itself would cultivate one more law. Thus he would command 4 laws. Then the main body along with the 3 corpses would together cultivate, through power, finally, merging the 3 corpses into one. Charging straight to the peak of Hongyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal, with even a chance to touch the threshold of the half-step Heavenly Dao realm. It sounded simple, but in 3,000 years he alone had created this method. Hongjun's 3 corpses method had a fatal flaw: the severed corpses could not cultivate on their own. Their cultivation depended entirely on the main body never surpassing it, and they couldn't even touch the edge of Hongyuan. But Hao Yu's 3 corpses were different. They could cultivate independently, attain Hu and Yuan, nourish the main body with their cultivation, and even inherit a portion of the Hongmeng's sacred Buddha's properties. Alright, it's time to sever the corpses. As soon as the words left his mouth, the system chimed in his mind. The host has independently modified the Hongmeng Heavenly Scripture, perfecting the cultivation system. Reward 1: acquired Merit Supreme Treasure, the Hongmeng Measuring Ruler, along with the 36 Heavenly Methods and the 72 Earthly Techniques. Ding! The purple-black calabash has been refined grade Primordial Supreme Treasure. It contains a small chaos world embodying the laws of time, space, and devouring. The flow of time within this small world is adjustable, aiding in cultivation. Please name the treasure. A light screen materialized before him with the calabash's image floating above and a row of input boxes below, identical to a naming interface in a game. Hao Yu's mouth twitched. System, were you made by a game company? This is too slapdash. The system ignored him entirely, coldly repeating, please name the treasure. Fine. Since it contains a small chaos world, I'll call it Chaos Gourd. The moment the words left his mouth, the characters instantly appeared in the input box on the light screen. The system's voice followed immediately. Ding! The Chaos Gourd has been successfully named and bound to the host, making it impossible for others to seize. The host has automatically completed its refinement. Enjoy your use. With that, the system fell silent. Hao Yu picked up the gourd, turning it over in his hands for a look. After the system binding, he had fully grasped the usage and capabilities of this treasure. The Chaos Gourd could not only accelerate time for cultivation within, but its chaotic spiritual energy was far gentler than that of the primal chaos itself, allowing even cultivators above the golden immortal level to endure it. There was another remarkable aspect of the Chaos Gourd. Given sufficient materials, it could continuously devour and advance on its own. Moreover, this advancement had no limit. Theoretically, with enough materials, it could even surpass the Chaos Supreme Treasures. It was also exceptionally effective for trapping enemies. As long as the target's cultivation had not reached the quasi-sage level, once drawn into the gourd, escape was impossible. System, bring up the panel. Name: Hao Yu. Gender: male. Race: human. Cultivation: peak of golden immortal. Technique: Hongmeng Heavenly Scripture. Divine abilities: A thought to the horizon, innate to Hongmeng Heavenly Scripture. Hongmeng True Body, innate to Hongmeng Saint Body. 36 Heavenly Techniques, 72 Earthly Techniques. Treasures: 12 grade World Purifying White Lotus, top grade. Innate Spiritual Treasure, Godslaying Spear, top grade. Innate Spiritual Treasure, Primordial Sword, upper grade. Innate Spiritual Treasure, Chaos Gourd. Innate Supreme Treasure, Hongmeng Ruler of Measure, Postnatal Supreme Treasure. System: space, Chaos Gourd, Vine, Withered, 9 Heavens Breath, Soil. In that case, I'll use the 12 grade World Purifying White Lotus to sever the good corpse. The Godslaying Spear for the evil corpse. The Chaos Gourd for the self corpse. With a shift of thought, he entered the Chaos Gourd to cultivate. He did not activate the time acceleration. That mechanism could only boost one's magical power, but what he needed now was to comprehend the laws and deeply understand himself. Time acceleration would not help. He entered the gourd solely because the chaotic spiritual energy within was far superior to innate spiritual energy. While Hao Yu was busy preparing to sever his corpses, the great powers of the primordial world were not idle either. Back when Hao Yu was comprehending the Hongmeng Heavenly Scripture, Dijuan and Tai, leveraging the immense fortune of the demon clan, had both broken through to the peak of golden immortal. They were merely a sliver of opportunity away from severing their corpses and entering the quasi-sage realm. After some deliberation, they decided they could not sever their corpses yet and chose to emerge from seclusion. They believed that the current fortune of the demon clan was insufficient to support their cultivation to the quasi-sage level. They needed to find a way to strengthen the clan's fortune. The fastest method was to recruit great powers who carried immense fortune themselves, merging their fortunes together for the most potent effect. After discussing, the two brothers immediately summoned a group of powerful demon clan members, prepared generous gifts, and headed straight for Mount Buzhou. Their target this time was to once again invite the siblings Fushi and Nuwa to join the demon clan. In truth, they had originally wanted to recruit Hao Yu. After all, on the summit of Mount Buzhou, Hao Yu had left a profound impression on the two brothers. His magical power and cultivation were simply unrivaled. Moreover, over 2,000 years ago, he was already at the peak of golden immortal. Who knew what level he had reached by now? Perhaps he had already severed his corpses and become a quasi-sage. Yet they ultimately chose Fushi and Nuwa for a simple reason. No one knew where Hao Yu was hiding. Hao Yu had never revealed his dwelling to any of the great powers in the primordial world. Besides, given his shabby cave, he was too embarrassed to mention it. Little did Hao Yu know his poverty had saved him from trouble. If Dijuan and Tai had actually come knocking, he would have had to find a way to refuse them, which would have been a waste of time. Not to mention the interruption to his cultivation. Of course, there was another reason they didn't seek Hao Yu. He was too close to the Three Pure Ones. In the Pangu Hall, the primordial heavenly lord of the Three Pure Ones despised those beasts with fur and feathers, and the same sentiment extended to Laozi and Tongtian, who held no fondness for the demon clan. Who knew if Hao Yu shared similar thoughts? Over at Mount Buzhou, Fushi and Nuwa had already cultivated to the late stage of Golden Immortal. The two were sitting at the entrance of their cave, chatting seemingly not in the midst of training. Some wondered why they weren't cultivating at such a critical time. It wasn't that they didn't want to, they couldn't. Sister, have you noticed a strange force constantly blocking us from breaking through? Brother, you feel it too. I thought it was just me. I sense something significant is about to happen, yet I cannot divine it. Even you can't divine it. It must be a major event. Their instincts were correct. The culprit was the Heavenly Dao. These siblings were the destined demon saints of the demon clan. With Dijuan and Tai making such a grand show of seeking them out, how could the Heavenly Dao allow them to hide away in cultivation? The major event Fushi sensed was precisely this. As the siblings spoke, a vast expanse of demonic clouds suddenly erupted from the direction of the demon court above Mount Buzhou. In the blink of an eye, the clouds descended before them. As they dissipated, several prominent figures emerged. Dijuan and Tai accompanied by the 10 demon gods. Greetings, fellow Taoists. What brings you all this way? Fushi stood up and smiled at Dijuan. Greetings, fellow Taoists. We have come to invite you both to join our demon court. Dijuan spoke. Just as Fushi was about to refuse, Dijuan added, fellow Taoists, don't rush to decline. Here are terms first. With that, he produced 2 top-grade, innate spiritual treasures. If you agree to join, we will offer you the positions of demon saints, second only to us brothers in rank. These treasures are a token of our sincerity. I know that fellow Taoist Fushi is skilled in divination. I will also lend you the Hichu and Luoshu for 3,000 years of study. What do you think? Fushi found the terms quite satisfactory. The demon emperor had humbled himself to invite them twice, and this time, he had brought such a grand entourage. He turned to look at Nuwa, who nodded in agreement. Dijuan observed this exchange, inwardly delighted, feeling confident of success, though he kept his expression neutral as he awaited Fux's reply. Seeing his sister's nod, Fushi knew she was willing to join the demon court. He cupped his hands toward Dijuan and said, with the 2 demon emperors making such a grand invitation, it would be ungrateful of us to refuse. After Fushi and Nuwa decided to join the heavenly court, 2 distinct streams of fortune surged into the sky. The fortune dragon of the demon clan coiled above them, followed closely by Nuwa's fortune. Under everyone's gaze, the 2 forces slowly merged. Dijuan and Tai watched the fortune golden dragon swell in size, their hearts brimming with joy. The fusion of fortunes was not a simple 1+1 equation. The interflow of the 2 forces would bring even greater benefits to their original owners. Yet they failed to notice that Nuwa's fortune did not fully integrate into the torrent of the demon clan's fortune. With a single thought, she could withdraw her fortune at any time. The reason was simple. Nuwa was a sage designated by the Heavenly Dao, while the demon clan were merely the protagonists of a tribulation. How could the Heavenly Dao allow the fortune of a sage to intertwine with that of the demon clan? If that happened, the demon clan's fortune would become overwhelmingly vast, and the tribulation would lose its balance. In any case, after Fushi and Nuwa joined the heavenly court, Fushi followed Dijuan and the others to the heavenly palace. Nuwa, however, claimed she preferred solitude and could not abide by the heavenly court's rules. She declined the demon saint hall arranged by Dijuan and chose to remain on Mount Buzhou to cultivate. The several fairy maidens Dijuan sent were also sent back by Nuwa. Several thousand years passed in the blink of an eye. Turning back to Hao Yu's side. Within the small world of the chaos, a figure sat cross-legged at the center. It was Hao Yu. Above his head floated 3 solidified lotus flowers. Upon closer inspection, the first 2 seemed almost alive. This was Hao Yu's unique method of severing the 3 corpses. He fused the benevolent thoughts, malevolent thoughts, and attachments he had comprehended into the 3 lotuses, turning the insubstantial into the substantial. Although it added an extra step compared to the ordinary method of corpse severing, it significantly reduced the difficulty. The ordinary method required comprehending the 3 thoughts, and then seizing the right moment to sever the 3 corpses. Once severed, the 3 lotuses above the head would vanish completely. But Hao Yu's method was different. The lotuses merged with the 3 corpses, and the 3 corpses in turn nourished the original body, meaning the flowers were not lost, and could continue to cultivate. Over the past 2,000 years, Hao Yu had only comprehended the benevolent and malevolent thoughts, fusing them with the lotuses. But the self, the concept of ego, remained elusive, causing him great frustration. Seeing that the time for Hongjun Deus's 3rd sermon was approaching, Hao Yu steeled himself. Forget it, he'll sever the good corpse and evil corpse first. Among the great powers, none should be faster than me. He produced the 12-grade world-purifying White Lotus and the God-slaying spear, using the aura of these treasures as blades. He shouted sever, twice. The first 2 lotuses above his head descended, transforming into 1 white and 1 black lotus. The 2 lotuses floated out simultaneously, one white and one black landing on the treasures suspended in the air. The white light merged into the 12-grade world-purifying White Lotus, while the black light sank into the god-slaying spear. As the lotuses settled, Hao Yu's cultivation directly broke through to the mid-quasi-sage stage. Immediately, the chaotic spiritual energy in the small world surged like a tsunami madly pouring into his body. The energy was so intense that it enveloped him completely. This uproar of spiritual energy infusion lasted over a year before finally subsiding. When his magical power was fully replenished, Hao Yu felt he could effortlessly crush 100 of his former selves. The difference between Quasi-Sage and Golden Immortal was immense. If Golden Immortal was the pinnacle of the immortal path, then Quasi-Sage was the starting point of sainthood. The two were not on the same level. A cultivator at the early Quasi-Sage stage could casually annihilate over a dozen Golden Immortals at their peak. Such was the gap. All beneath the sage were mere ants, and a Quasi-Sage at least bore the character sage. Turning back to the two lotuses, they continued to absorb spiritual energy, faintly showing signs of transformation. Hao Yu was in no hurry and simply sat down to wait. After a long while, both lotuses ceased absorption almost simultaneously. Hao Yu knew it was time for them to transform. The white lotus moved first. It transformed into a young man in a white Taoist robe with black hair casually draped behind his back and a faint smile on his lips. Seated on the 12-grade lotus pedestal, he addressed Hao Yu, "Greetings, original body." Then the black lotus changed as well. It became a middle-aged man in a black robe, his aura sharp, and his eyes carrying a chilling murderous intent. In his right hand, he held the god-slaying spear. He also spoke, "Greetings, original body." Hao Yu stood up and nodded to them. "We are one and no need for formalities." Subsequently, his good and evil incarnations followed Hao Yu out of the Chaos Gourd. Both avatars possessed the cultivation base of early-stage Quasi-Sage. The good incarnation had comprehended the law of purification from the 12-grade pure White Lotus, while the evil incarnation had grasped the law of slaughter from the god-slaying spear. At the Quasi-Sage stage, the cultivation of mana became secondary. The true core was the power of laws. Using mana to drive the laws was the correct path. However, the Chaos Gourd contained neither of these laws. They had to emerge and comprehend the laws within the vast Hongjun to continue their cultivation. As for Hao Yu himself, he could not comprehend the self-incarnation in the short term. Continued seclusion held little meaning, so he also came out. As soon as they emerged, the good and evil incarnations said to him, "We intend to find our own training grounds to cultivate. If the true body has matters, inform us at any time." All right. Hao Yu nodded in agreement. After all, these two avatars were essentially working for him, and their minds were connected. Even if they were far apart, he could sense their location with a single thought. The two avatars had already transformed into streaks of light, flying off in different directions. The training ground was left with only Hao Yu. He glanced around the empty cave dwelling, feeling somewhat disdainful. After all, he was now a mid-stage Quasi-Sage, a figure who ranked among the top few under the Tao ancestor in all of Hongjun. Living on such a nameless little hill would be too degrading if word got out. Moreover, ever since he had transmigrated to Hongjun, he had been focused entirely on cultivation and had never ventured out. Having made up his mind, Hao Yu decided to embark on a long journey to thoroughly explore the Hongjun world. Along the way, he would also seek a true paradise to establish a proper training ground. He acted without hesitation. Stepping out of the cave, he casually set up a mana barrier to conceal the entrance, then transformed into a streak of light, diving toward the vast land of Hongjun. After flying for a distance, he stopped midair and looked back. This place had been his first foothold when he arrived. He likely would never return. After a moment's thought, he smiled and waved his hand, directly dispelling the barrier at the cave entrance. Let it be left for someone destined. Next came the matter of selecting a location for his training ground. Legend spoke of the 3 immortal islands in the Eastern Sea. Penglai had already been claimed by Dong Wenggong, who had established the immortal court. The remaining Fangzhong and Yingzhou had yet to appear, presenting an opportunity to claim them first. Hao Yu decided seize Fangzhong and Yingzhou first, and after Dong Wenggong's downfall, take over Penglai as well. By then he should have attained the Hunyuan Dao. He could merge the 3 islands into one for his training ground. However, before the 3 immortal islands emerged, their heavenly secrets were hidden, and he could not determine their exact locations. He resolved not to worry too much. He would see as he went. If he truly couldn't find them, he would settle for a temporary place and seize a better one once Dong Wenggong was gone. Or he could simply find a way to hasten Dong Wenggong's end. With that thought, Hao Yu hesitated no longer. Channeling his mana, he flew unhurriedly toward the Eastern Sea. After all, the main purpose was exploration. There was no need to rush. With his Quasi-Sage strength, tearing through space to teleport directly was a matter of moments, but that would defeat the purpose. As he flew, he witnessed many sights. There were ordinary Wu and minor Yao demons quarreling fiercely over a piece of wild beast meat until they came to blows. The pitiful minor demon was surrounded and beaten by several Wu. Not only did it fail to claim the meat, but it became their snack instead. There was also a lone Wu encountering an encirclement of minor demons. After a desperate struggle, it ultimately met its end, perishing with its body and Dao destroyed. Hao Yu showed no reaction to these conflicts. The clashes between the Wu and Yao clans occurred daily. He held no fondness for either race. Given the legendary tales of later ages, he had never harbored a good impression of the Yao from the start. As for the Wu, aside from Empress Hoodoo, all the rest were muscle-brained fools who believed heaven is first, I am second, earth is third, making them utterly unlikable. With Hao Yu's current cultivation, even if a Yao god or a great Wu stood before him, it would be a matter of simply raising a finger, hardly worth his effort. Along the way, he wasn't merely idling. Whenever he spotted spiritual herbs, roots, or treasures by the roadside, regardless of grade, he unblinkingly stashed them all into his system space. The same went for materials suitable for artifact forging. He collected every one he saw. Don't ask why a dignified quasi-sage would bother with such trifles. To put it bluntly, he was poor. Impossibly poor. In theory, a figure of quasi-sage level who could walk sideways beneath the saints should never lack such mundane items. Yet Hao Yu was an exception. The 3,000 guests in the Zixiao Palace had all cultivated for 3 or 4 epochs before taking form. They had long traversed the Hongjun lands and possessed heaps of treasures. But Hao Yu, the system had thrown him into Hongjun, and in total he hadn't even spent 20,000 years there, nor had he ever properly explored it. Wasn't that absurd? A dignified quasi-sage who sometimes got lost. Who would believe it? What did Hao Yu have now? The 12th-grade pure White Lotus had been taken by the good incarnation. The god-slaying spear was taken by the evil incarnation. All he had left was a postnatal supreme treasure, the sky-measuring ruler, and a superior grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Hunyuan sword. He didn't even own a single defensive artifact. That was his entire collection. If Jane and Junie ever learned how poor Hao Yu was, they would probably jump for joy. Finally, someone poorer than them. Hao Yu continued his leisurely journey, stuffing everything into the system space. Several centuries passed in the blink of an eye, and he finally reached the shores of the Eastern Sea. How do I find Fangzhong and Yingzhou? He muttered with a frown. In theory, these two islands should be quite close to Luo Immortal Island. Yet for so many years the people of the Immortal Court had never discovered their traces. It seems these two islands aren't so easy to find. Just as he was thinking this, Hao Yu suddenly sensed mana fluctuations ahead, as if someone was fighting. Let's take a look. With a flicker of his form, he arrived near the battle scene in an instant. Before him, 2 golden flood dragons burst forth from the sea, with immense force lunging toward a beam of clear light and 4 streaks of colorful light. The 2 flood dragons intertwined in the air, and with each crossing, a phantom of a golden pair of scissors emerged. With a snap, the surrounding space was torn apart, revealing black fissures. The 4 streaks of colorful light darted up and down, desperately evading the dragon's assault. But they were clearly outmatched in speed, and the distance between them shrank. The clear light suddenly transformed into a man who shouted to the 3 colorful lights, "3 sisters, flee quickly. I'll hold them off." The 3 colorful lights also transformed into 3 women. The sea surface churned as 2 black flood dragons spiraled, sending water columns soaring into the sky. A man stood before the 3 women, his voice deep. "You go first, I'll hold them back." But none of the 3 women. One of them shook her head. "If we die, we die together. If we leave together." The other 2 nodded in agreement. "Brother, we won't go." "That's right, we will never abandon you alone." The man grew anxious. "Listen to me. These are 2 flood dragons. We simply cannot defeat them." With that, he stepped forward and charged at the 2 dragons. But the 3 women did not retreat. Instead, they drew their artifacts and followed closely behind. Their stance clearly indicated they were ready to fight to the death. Hao Yu, standing in the distant clouds, observed everything clearly. He saw through their origins at a glance. The man was a wisp of clear wind that had attained the Dao, now, at latest stage golden immortal. The 3 women were all incarnations of colorful clouds, 1 at latest stage golden immortal, and 2 at mid-stage golden immortal. The 2 flood dragons were also extraordinary. They were not true dragons, but incarnations of a spiritual treasure. If one could see that these 2 are originally one entity, there would be a way to subdue them, Hao Yu murmured to himself. But their realm is too low to perceive this. Even if they did, they couldn't capture it. This artifact has manifested its own spirit without an operator, and its power is at least at the Tai level. As expected, the 4 had just charged close when the 2 flood dragons spiraled, conjuring a black water tornado that exploded violently. The 4 were blasted away, crashing heavily into the cold seawater. The 2 dragons rose from the sea surface, soared into the sky, and then plunged downward with deadly intent, clearly aiming to annihilate them in these waters. On the sea, the four siblings supported each other, barely floating on the surface with pale faces. Hao Yu watched for a moment before finally recognizing them. Zhao Gongming. And the three Xiao? These four would later become prominent disciples under Tongtian Jiaozhu. Just as the dragons were about to strike, Hao Yu was about to intervene when the system's prompt rang in his mind. Ding, target detected in critical danger. Issuing mission. Mission 1, immediately subdue the golden dragon scissors and rescue Zhao Gongming and his siblings. Reward 1, superior grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Hongjun Golden Dipper, and 1 map of Yingzhou Island. Mission 2, subdue the golden dragon scissors after it kills the target. Reward, assist the host in refining the golden dragon scissors. Mission 3, destroy both the treasure and the people. Reward none. Hao Yu cursed inwardly, you wretched system, why issue a mission? I'll definitely choose 1. Ding, congratulations, host has chosen mission 1. Reward will be issued upon mission completion. All this, though lengthy to describe, occurred in a flash in Hao Yu's mind. His figure suddenly materialized in midair. The 2 flood dragons, which had been charging ferociously, seemed caught by an invisible hand suspended in midair, struggling in vain. He raised his hand and gently tapped the void with his fingertip. A thin beam of light shot forth, instantly striking the dragons. Immediately, the bodies of the 2 dragons were forcibly compressed by some force. Golden light exploded, condensing into a gleaming pair of scissors shimmering with a golden hue. Hao Yu reached out and grabbed the scissors, which settled firmly into his palm. Zhao Gongming and the others witnessed all of this. The 2 vicious dragons they had struggled so desperately against were subdued by this Taoist with a mere gesture. The moment the golden dragon scissors entered his hand, a voice sounded in Hao Yu's mind. Host, the mission is complete. Reward 1, top grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Chaos Golden Dipper, has been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. As the system's voice faded, Zhao Gongming and his companions, their bodies battered and bruised, struggled through the air to reach Hao Yu. They knelt in the void, saluting, "Thank you, senior, for saving us." Hao Yu nodded, using his divine power to lift them gently to their feet. As he turned to leave, Zhao Gongming prostrated himself even lower. "Senior, please accept us, your siblings, as disciples." Hao Yu was slightly taken aback. He knew of Zhao Gongming's future prominence as the outer disciple of the Heavenly Lord of the Way. Now this man wished to become his disciple. As he pondered whether to accept, the system chimed again. Detecting the host's dilemma over accepting disciples, a new mission is hereby issued. Option 1, accept only Zhao Gongming. Reward 24 calming sea pearls. Option 2, accept Zhao Gongming and the 3 Cloud Sisters. Reward, top grade, innate spiritual treasure, the 24 calming sea pearls, plus a mid-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the dragon binding rope. Option 3, refuse. Reward none. Hao Yu glanced at the rewards and didn't hesitate. I choose the second. Host selection confirmed. Rewards will be distributed upon mission completion. He looked down at Zhao Gongming and the others, a smile gracing his lips. What are your names? Though he already knew calling them out directly would be too strange. Zhao Gongming quickly replied, I am Zhao Gongming, who attained enlightenment from a wisp of clear wind. The elegant female immortal beside him added, I am Yunxiao, transformed from a purple cloud in the Primordial Chaos. I am Qiongxiao, attained enlightenment from a red cloud. I am Bixiao, attained enlightenment from an azure cloud. The other 2 eagerly announced their names. Hao Yu smiled at the 4. You share a destiny with me. Would you be willing to become my disciples? Zhao Gongming and the others who had already wished to become his disciples would never refuse such an opportunity. They were overjoyed. Even without such a desire, only a fool would refuse a powerhouse like him. The 3 Cloud Sisters quickly knelt with Zhao Gongming and said in unison, We are willing. Greetings, Master. From the moment they had taken form until now, the siblings had relied only on each other, navigating their path of cultivation with no one to guide them, but their own groping efforts, enduring countless falls to reach this day. Only they knew the bitterness of that journey. Now, with a great power suddenly appearing and willing to take them as disciples, how could their hearts not race with excitement? All right, rise. Hao Yu raised his hand and helped the 4 to their feet. May I ask for Master's title? Zhao Gongming inquired respectfully. Your Master's Dao name is Hao Yu. And what level of cultivation has Master reached? The youngest Bixiao, with her lively nature, couldn't help but ask curiously. Your Master is currently at the mid-stage of quasi-sage. Hao Yu clasped his hands behind his back, a hint of pride in his tone. Master, what is a quasi-sage? Bixiao looked utterly perplexed. Zhao Gongming, Yunxiao, and Qiongxiao all perked up their ears, waiting to hear. Hao Yu nearly stumbled at her words. But on second thought, it was understandable. The path of quasi-sage passed down by Hongjun had only been around for a few thousand years, known only to the 3,000 in the Purple Cloud Palace. Most of them were in secluded meditation. Even if someone had broken through to quasi-sage, who would bother coming to the Eastern Sea to explain to a bunch of beings what a quasi-sage was? A quasi-sage is a realm higher than the Grand Supreme Golden Immortal. It was pioneered by Dao ancestor Hongjun. In the Primordial Chaos today, those who have reached quasi-sage can be counted on one hand. Your master is one of them. As Hao Yu finished, Bixio's eyes sparkled as she stared at him in awe. The other three were no less impressed. Zhao Gongming thought to himself that he had merely sought a powerful master to provide a backing for his siblings. But he never expected to stumble into the tutelage of a top-tier powerhouse of the Primordial Chaos. Such incredible luck. Meanwhile, Hao Yu realized that the system had bestowed so many spiritual treasures not for him, but for him to give away. So he addressed Zhao Gongming and the others. I see you siblings lack proper spiritual treasures for protection. Your master happens to have a few on hand, so we'll give them to you. Zhao Gongming, these 24 calming sea pearls are a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Use them for your protection. Thank you, master. Zhao Gongming's voice trembled with excitement. He never expected that upon becoming a disciple his master would be so generous, gifting a top-grade innate spiritual treasure right away. Such a treasure was likely beyond even many great powers. Yunxiao, this Chaos Golden Dipper, is also a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Use it for your defense. Thank you, master. Yunxiao accepted the treasure, unable to hide her smile. Qiongxiao, the Golden Scissors Scarf, is for you a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. This Dragon Binding Robe is a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure for Bixiao. Hao Yu handed over the two treasures. Thank you, master. Qiongxiao and Bixiao quickly reached out to take them. Master, where do we go next? Zhao Gongming asked. Zhao Gongming turned his gaze to his master. Do you have a plan in mind? Bixiao blinked and followed up. Yes, master, you must have a direction, right? Hao Yu spoke slowly. Have you ever heard of the 3 Immortal Islands? Zhao Gongming was taken aback. The 3 Immortal Islands. Penglai, Yingzhou, and Fangzong. Penglai has already been occupied by the Eastern Prince who established a celestial court there. Yingzhou and Fangzong have yet to appear, and no one knows their location. Zhao Gongming shook his head. We searched the 4 seas, but found no trace. Hao Yu curled his lips. You're right, but not entirely. I know where Yingzhou is. Outwardly calm, he communicated with the system in his mind. Send me the location of Yingzhou. As soon as he spoke, a yellow arrow appeared before him, pointing in a specific direction. Hao Yu now had a clear plan. Come closer. Your master will put you inside a treasure for now. He'll release. He produced the Chaos Gourd. Use this time to refine the treasures I've given you. The 4 replied in unison, yes, master. With a wave of his hand, a beam of cyan light emerged from the Chaos Gourd, instantly drawing Zhao Gongming, Bixiao, Qiongxiao, and Yunxiao inside. The time flow within the gourd was accelerated to 100-fold. Hao Yu himself soared into the air, following the arrow's direction. Along the way, he deliberately slowed down to see if any spiritual treasures were emerging. But after flying for most of the day, he found nothing. After all, the sea was still the Dragon Clan's territory. Though the Dragon Clan had fallen, they were no pushovers. If any treasures existed, the Dragon Clan would have already plundered them. Hao Yu muttered to himself, he'll need to find an opportunity to explore the Dragon Clan's treasury. After flying for nearly 2 years, the arrow finally stopped pointing forward and aimed straight down. Hao Yu halted midair, looked down, and said, we've arrived. He shook the Chaos Gourd, and Zhao Gongming and the others tumbled out. Bixiao was the first to jump up, chattering excitedly. Master, what kind of treasure is this? The spiritual energy inside is far stronger than in our Primordial Chaos. That's a supreme innate treasure containing a small world within. You are absorbing chaotic spiritual energy, which is a grade higher than innate spiritual energy. Hao Yu explained slowly. You cultivated inside for over 200 years, while only a little over 2 years passed outside. Zhao Gongming looked around. Master, where is Yingzhou Island? Why can't I see anything? Hao Yu pointed at the empty sea before them. It's right here, concealed by a primordial great formation. Retreat to a distance. Your master will break the formation. The 4 quickly urged their divine power and flew dozens of miles back before stopping. Hao Yu, seeing they were steady, took out the Hongmeng measuring ruler. He poured vast amounts of divine power into the ruler, causing its light to surge. He raised his hand and struck fiercely at the void before him. Boom! The formation shattered. Zhao Gongming and the others from their distant vantage point watched the formation shatter like glass, their eyes filled with shock. In the next moment, a massive island materialized on the sea surface. Bixio's mouth fell open. This Qiongxiao was also stunned, so big. As for why he used brute force instead of finesse to break the formation, Hao Yu himself knew the reason. He didn't know any other method. Though he was aware that the Hongmeng Heaven Scripture contained countless mystical formations, he hadn't studied them seriously. For now, breaking the formation left him with only the simplest and crudest method, raw force. The formation collapsed with a thunderous roar. Zhao Gongming and the others immediately flew forward. Yunxiao, gazing at the island that had appeared, exclaimed, "Is this Yingzhou Island?" It looks truly beautiful. Indeed, this will be our future home. As Hao Yu spoke, he led them directly onto Yingzhou Island. He released his divine sense, instantly covering the entire immortal island. A tree at the island's center and a small orb of light immediately caught his attention. The next moment, they appeared before the orb. Hao Yu perceived and understood. This tiny orb was the island's core. Refining it would make the island recognize him as its master. He shifted his gaze to the nearby tree. 9 fruits hung from its branches. The flowers resembled lotuses. The fruits were like pearl pistils, and both flowers and fruits bore the innate runes for yellow center. Hao Yu recognized it at once. This must be the legendary yellow center plum, one of the 10 great spirits. Yinshao murmured softly. Bixio's eyes gleamed with longing. I've heard that eating one can directly ascend to the grand supreme realm. Hao Yu looked at the yellow center plum tree and waved his hand, causing the 9 fruits to fall neatly before him. He said to Zhao Gongming and the others, the yellow center plum is no ordinary spiritual fruit. One fruit will surely elevate you to grand supreme, golden immortal. There are 9 in total here. 1 for each of you. After I refine the island's core and establish our Dao field here, you can go into seclusion to refine these fruits. With that, he raised his hand, and 4 yellow center plums flew directly to Zhao Gongming and the others. The 4 were utterly stunned. Zhao Gongming was the first to recover his voice, barely containing his excitement. Master, are these really for us? How could he not be excited? He was currently stuck at the golden immortal realm, and suddenly a path to step into Grand Supreme appeared with no side effects. It was restrained enough that he didn't devour the fruit on the spot. The 3 Shao sisters also came to their senses. Though they said nothing, their eyes fixed upon Hao Yu in unison, brimming with anticipation. Would your master deceive you? Take them, for I speak no falsehoods. Hao Yu's tone was calm as he continued. In this primordial chaos, might makes right. You are still far too weak. Once Dao ancestor Hongjun completes his 3rd sermon, even Daoyuo cultivators will become commonplace, let alone you golden immortals. He paused, then instructed, guard the surroundings for me. I must refine the island's core, let no one disturb me. Rest assured, master. We shall not allow anyone to approach you. The 4 spoke in unison. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Hao Yu opened his eyes and exhaled a murky breath. As expected of a primeval great island. Even with my mid-stage quasi-sage cultivation, it took me over a year to refine it completely. The luminous orb before him had dissipated entirely. The entire island was now fully under his control. Just then a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully refining Yingzhou Island. Reward Primordial Chaos Supreme Treasure. Primordial Chaos Dao Palace sealed as a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure bound to host its grade growing with your cultivation stored in system space. Reward a set of island guarding arrays now fused with Yingzhou Island. As Hao Yu prepared to inspect his rewards, several uninvited guests arrived outside Yingzhou Island. 10 Li from Yingzhou Island, a young man in white robes hovered in midair, a pair of dragon horns atop his head. Beside him were 2 crab spirits the size of millstones, and behind him stood a dense host of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Clearly they were from the Dragon Palace. Your Highness, this is the island, said the crab spirit on the left. It wasn't here a few years ago, but it suddenly appeared during a recent patrol. This young man was Ao Tian, the 2nd son of the East Sea Dragon King. Well done. Ao Tian nodded. Once I take this island and report to my father, you shall be richly rewarded. Thank you, Your Highness. The 2 crab spirits quickly bowed. Come, let's have a look inside. With a wave of his hand, Ao Tian led his shrimp soldiers and crab generals charging toward Yingzhou Island. As they were about to set foot on the shore, several figures blocked their path. Zhao Gongming stood with his hands behind his back, gazing coldly at the newcomers. Gentlemen, what business brings you here? Before Ao Tian could speak, the crab spirit on the right leaped forward, pointing at Zhao Gongming. Open your dog eyes wide. This is His Highness Ao Tian, the 2nd Prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Today we have come to claim this newly emerged immortal island. Ao Tian nodded slightly, confirming the statement. Zhao Gongming's expression remained unchanged. This island is already occupied by my master. Please find another place and leave at once. Ridiculous. Ao Tian sneered. The East Sea is Dragon Clan territory. Anything that emerges from these waters belongs to us. Know your place and scram, or it'll reduce you to ashes in an instant. Zhao Gongming stood his ground. They'll say it again, this island is already taken by my master. If you don't retreat, don't blame me for using force. Before going into seclusion, Hao Yu had instructed that no matter what happened, he was not to be disturbed. How could Zhao Gongming face his master if he couldn't even protect the island? Zhao Gongming gripped his long sword, his aura surging. Dragon Prince Ao Tian stepped forward, his voice like thunder. Since you refuse to leave, let's settle this with our fists. With that, he transformed into a streak of light charging straight at Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming did not hesitate, rising into the air to meet him head on. Neither of them used any treasures. It was a purely physical clash of fists. The moment their fists collided, Zhao Gongming felt an overwhelming force surge through his arm, sending him hurtling downward like a broken kite, crashing toward Yingzhou Island. Ao Tian was already at the early stage Tai Golden Immortal, a full major realm above Zhao Gongming. This gap was no trivial matter. Between a Golden Immortal and a Tai Golden Immortal lay two different worlds. Coupled with the Dragon Clan's naturally formidable physical strength, it was no surprise that Zhao Gongming could not withstand the blow. The three Shao sisters saw Zhao Gongming knocked back and rushed forward to catch him. Then the three sisters drew the spiritual treasures Hao Yu had given them and charged at Ao Tian together. Zhao Gongming shouted in alarm, "Be careful, sisters. He's a Tai Golden Immortal. You can't defeat him." After yelling, he quickly suppressed the surging spiritual energy stirred by that punch and summoned his 24 fixed sea pearls, flying toward the aerial battle. Halfway there, he caught a glimpse of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals below, ready to swarm and aid their dragon prince. Zhao Gongming raised the fixed sea pearls and hurled them directly at the horde. These shrimp soldiers and crab generals, to put it politely, they were the Dragon Clan's army. To put it bluntly, they were cannon fodder. How could they withstand the power of the fixed sea pearls? With one strike, the several hundred shrimp soldiers and crab generals were silenced. Meanwhile, on the three Shao sisters' front, Ao Tian had also revealed his own spiritual treasure, a halberd, a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Yun Shao struck first, sending the Hunyuan Golden Dipper flying at him. Ao Tian swept his halberd horizontally and deflected it with ease. Then Qiangxiu's Golden Dragon Scissors attacked from behind, nearly striking Ao Tian. He spun around, shifting his body slightly to evade effortlessly. After dodging that blow, Ao Tian wasted no time. He channeled his magic power and charged straight at the youngest Bishao. The three Shao sisters were quick to react and fought back in unison. But even together, they were overwhelmed by Ao Tian alone. At this rate, after a few hundred more exchanges, the three sisters would surely falter. Having just dealt with the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, Zhao Gongming saw the situation and without a word soared up to join the fray. The 24 fixed sea pearls blazed with blinding light as they slammed down toward Ao Tian. Earlier, Ao Tian had held his own against the other treasures, but the fixed sea pearls strike partially breached his defenses, striking him solidly. This was the first time Ao Tian had been wounded in the battle. The fixed sea pearls could break through his defenses because the Dragon Clan was inseparable from seawater, and these pearls were their natural bane. With all 24 assembled, they formed a top-grade innate spiritual treasure several grades higher than Ao Tian's halberd. The combined pressure from multiple layers resulted in this effect. Hao Yu had been watching the battle from the start, and at this sight, a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Thus, with their combined efforts, Zhao Gongming and the others managed to suppress Ao Tian completely. After several hundred exchanges, Ao Tian was covered in wounds. Seeing he could not win, he revealed his true form, a 100 Zanglong white dragon. Once in his true form, Ao Tian did not linger to fight Zhao Gongming and the others. He lashed his tail to force them back, then transformed into a streak of white light and dove into the sea. Zhao Gongming watched as Ao Tian escaped, but he was injured and could not stop him. He could only support the three Shao sisters as they planned to return to the island to heal. But in the next instant, an invisible force enveloped them and they vanished. When they opened their eyes again, they stood before Hao Yu. Seeing their master, they breathed a sigh of relief. Hao Yu took one look at their condition and casually sent a stream of magic power into them. The moment it entered their bodies, their wounds healed completely. "Thank you, master." They bowed in unison. "Rise." When Ao Tian had tried to flee, Hao Yu had been tempted to stop him. But then he thought better of it. He had been looking for an excuse to visit the Dragon Clan's treasury, and this was the perfect pretext. So he let him go. At this thought, a faint smirk flickered across Hao Yu's lips before vanishing. "I have fully refined this island. The Dao Palace shall be built here." With that, Hao Yu led Zhao Gongming and the others into the sky and cast the Primordial Chaos Dao Palace, a system reward, directly onto the center of Yingzhou Island. A Dao Palace covering 3,000 square meters abruptly appeared. As they entered, they discovered a hidden world within. The interior of the palace was like a small universe stretching beyond the horizon. Yet with a mere thought, one could teleport to any location within the palace. The mysteries of space had been pushed to their limits. Just as Hao Yu was about to let Zhao Gongming and the others find their own quarters and refine the yellow middle plums, the island guarding array stirred. Someone was attacking it. Hao Yu swept his divine sense outward and saw a 5-clawed golden dragon at the latest stage Luo Golden Immortal, along with 3 early-stage Luo blue dragons fiercely assaulting the formation. Behind them followed a small white dragon at the early stage Tai Golden Immortal, the same Ao Tian who had fled earlier. They came quickly. I thought it would take a few more days. Hao Yu muttered to himself. Bi Xiao with her sharp ears heard him and blinked. Master, what came quickly? Nothing serious. Just that little dragon you beat up went home and called his elders. But no need to worry. At most they're just a few Dayu-level dragon whelps. I can handle them with ease. Come, let me show you something. With those words, without any visible movement, Hao Yu and the others were instantly standing outside the island. When Zhao Gongming and the others emerged, they saw several dragons fiercely attacking the protective array. Looking closely, the small white dragon at the rear was none other than Ao Tian, whom they had driven off earlier. Well, this guy dares to come back, and brought reinforcements. Xiong Xiao was the first to speak. Yin Xiao frowned. Look at the array those dragons are attacking. It wasn't here before. When did the island get such a grand formation? And we didn't notice a thing. Zhao Gongming added, Master's cultivation is unfathomable. He must have set it up in secret. As they murmured among themselves, Hao Yu had already reached the dragon group. He spoke slowly. You trespass on my domain and attack my island guarding array without cause. What is the meaning of this? They'll give you a way out. Leave now, and I'll let it slide. But if I have to act, you'll pay a price. The five-clawed golden dragon transformed into human form and coldly pointed at Zhao Gongming and the others. You have quite the nerve. My nephew came to this island earlier and was ganged up on and severely beaten. Shouldn't you be the one giving us an explanation? Hao Yu curled his lips into a contemptuous smile. This Yingzhou island was discovered by me. Your nephew came to pick a fight while I was refining the Great Isle and wounded several of my disciples. Before I even settled the score with your dragon clan, you dare to turn the blame on me. He paused, his gaze turning icy. But your words have reminded me. Hand over that little dragon behind you for me to deal with and compensate me with 5 top-grade innate spiritual treasures. Then I might spare your worthless lives. Otherwise all of you will die right here today. A smile still lingered on his face, but his words struck everyone as utterly incongruous with his seemingly amiable expression. The 5-clawed golden dragon erupted in fury. How dare you? Such insolence against my dragon clan. Today I'll take your life. With that he transformed into his true dragon form and charged at Hao Yu with blinding speed. Hao Yu didn't even bother to use any mystical power. He simply threw a punch, relying solely on the raw strength of his physical body. The next moment the 5-clawed golden dragon flew back even faster than he had charged forward, crashing into the sea and sending up a massive spray of water. Hao Yu's primordial sacred body was already monstrously powerful, and combined with the body-tempering effects inherent in the Primordial Heavenly Scripture, his physique had kept pace with his cultivation level. With these two factors stacked, Hao Yu now at the mid-stage quasi-sage realm could go toe-to-toe with a quasi-sage level ancestral, which using nothing but his physical might. Though the dragon clan boasted formidable bodies, they were utterly insignificant before him. After bursting out of the sea, the golden dragon shouted to the other 3 azure dragons, "Don't fight him alone. This guy is no pushover. Use your treasures against him." With that the golden dragon assumed his innate Dao form, wielding a sword radiating spiritual light. The lotus leaf sword, which upon closer inspection turned out to be a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. The 3 purple dragons wasted no time either, each drawing their own weapons. A purple lightning hammer, a tri-whirl ring, and a heavenly blade. All low-grade innate spiritual treasures. Together they activated their treasures and lunged at Hao Yu. In an instant a dazzling burst of treasure light erupted. But before the 4 artifacts could even touch Hao Yu, he merely waved his hand, and they all flew back in reverse. In the primordial wilderness, all beings beneath the sage realm were but ants. Yet for ordinary cultivators, a quasi-sage, bearing the character sage, was far beyond the reach of any golden immortal. Tired of dragging things out, Hao Yu activated his mid-stage quasi-sage cultivation, unleashing a pressure as vast as the ocean. Reaching into the void, he seized the 4 dragons' treasures, stowing them away in his system space. Then with a flash he appeared beside the 4 dragons, sealed their cultivation with a surge of his power, and hauled them, along with the little white dragon, back to the island. Meanwhile, Zhao Gongming and his 3 siblings watched, jaws nearly dropping to the floor. In their eyes, any one of those 4 dragons outside could have crushed them dozens of times over. Yet such fearsome dragons in the hands of their master were like toddlers learning to crawl, utterly powerless to fight back. They had known their master was formidable, but without a point of reference they had never truly grasped the extent of his power, relying solely on imagination. After witnessing this battle today, no, it wasn't a battle at all, just an adult playing with a child. They finally understood just how overwhelmingly strong Hao Yu was. And they also realized that being accepted as his disciples was nothing short of a gift from heaven. As they stood there stunned, Hao Yu had already returned to Yingzhou Island with the sealed dragons. Next I need to go to the East Sea Dragon Palace. You four find a place to stay in the Dao Palace and hurry up to refine the yellow middle plums I gave you. Break through to the Golden Immortal realm as soon as possible. The Golden Immortal stage is still too weak. Hao Yu's face was stern, his tone grave. Yes, master. The four nodded hastily, then transformed into streaks of light and flew away. The five-clawed golden dragon himself, a golden immortal, trembled inwardly upon hearing that Hao Yu possessed the legendary yellow middle plum's spiritual root and had given one to each of his four disciples. He was certain this mighty figure was an ancient monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years. After Zhao Gongming and the others left, Hao Yu, carrying the five dragons, including Ao Tian, turned into a beam of light and plunged into the East Sea. Before long, a nearly translucent crystal palace appeared before Hao Yu's eyes. Its materials were unknown, but it was opulent beyond measure. Though it couldn't compare to the Primordial Dao Palace, it was still an imposing sight in the East Sea. This was the East Sea Dragon Palace. Go tell your Dragon King that a wandering cultivator of the primordial wilderness has brought your second prince to the East Sea Dragon Palace for a visit. Have him come out to receive me personally, otherwise I'll barge in myself. Hao Yu stood at the palace gates addressing the two guards. The guards saw the second prince and the palace elder following behind him, heads bowed in silence. It was clear to anyone that this was no friendly visit. They quickly forced a smile. Please wait, senior. He'll go report to the Dragon King at once. With that, they turned and dashed into the palace. With his profound cultivation, Hao Yu had no fear of any tricks the East Sea Dragon Palace might pull, so he let them go. Report, the guard shouted as he burst into the main hall. At that moment, the East Sea Dragon King was lounging on his throne, enjoying a dance performance by clams. Hearing the shout, the Dragon King waved the clam's spirits away and frowned. What is it? If it's something trivial, I'll have you. This crab steamed alive. The guard, a large crab's spirit, trembled in fear. Your Majesty, there's a cultivator outside the palace. He's captured the Grand Elder and the second prince and sent me to report. He said. Said what? Spit it out. The Dragon King barked, suppressing his rage. The guard's face crumpled, his voice quivering. He said you must come out to greet him personally, or else he'll fight his way in. What audacity! The East Sea Dragon King slammed his palm down, shattering the table before him. Do they think our dragon clan is a soft persimmon anyone can squeeze? Guards! At his command, several shrimp and crab soldiers rushed in. At your service, your Majesty. Give us your... The Dragon King pointed at three of them. You three go to the East Sea abyss behind the palace. Use it to reach the North, South, and West Seas. Inform the other three Dragon Kings to gather all the strong warriors from their palaces and rush to my East Sea Dragon Palace immediately. Understood. The three soldiers sped off toward the abyss. The Dragon King then pointed at the remaining two. You two summon the second and third elders. Yes. Soon two middle-aged men with dragon horns and black robes strode in. Your Majesty, what's the matter? There's someone outside who's captured Tian'er and the Grand Elder. Now he's at our doorstep. How dare he? Where is he? Let's go out and capture him, rescue the Grand Elder and Tian'er, the second elder exclaimed. But the third elder raised a hand. Second brother, don't be rash. If he dares to come directly to our door, he must be prepared. We might not be able to take him down alone. The East Sea Dragon King nodded. That's what I thought. I've already sent word to the other three Dragon Kings. I called you here to accompany me outside and stall for time until they arrive with reinforcements. Alright, let's go see just which deity is so blind as to provoke our dragon clan. The second elder snorted coldly and strode out of the palace. Hao Yu emerged from the Dragon Palace to see a row of people standing at the entrance. Ao Jing stood at the front, head bowed, his cultivation completely sealed. Behind him were several Dragon Clan elders, all looking utterly disheveled. The second elder spotted Hao Yu and immediately leaped forward, pointing a finger at him. Who do you think you are? Release the prince and the Grand Elder at once. Before his words even faded, the second elder was sent flying. With a thunderous crash, he slammed into the palace gate, denting the door panel. Hao Yu dusted off his hands, though there was no dirt, and said coolly, I hate it when people point fingers at me. Next time I'll turn you into a dead dragon. The East Sea Dragon King's face darkened. Sir, you are far too arrogant. This is Dragon Clan territory. Aren't you afraid you won't leave the East Sea alive? If your Dragon Clan were still what it was before the Dragon Sea Calamity, I'd turn around and leave without a word. Hao Yu chuckled. But now you're nothing but scrap metal. Do you think I care? The East Sea Dragon King suppressed his fury and asked in a low voice, since you look down on my Dragon Clan, why capture my son and elder? How have they offended you? 2 years ago I found an island in the East Sea and was refining it. Hao Yu spoke slowly. Your precious son brought a bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals to snatch it. My disciples drove them off, and then he went crying to your elder for backup. I caught them and came to you. Is there a problem? The Dragon King's heart sank. He knew this wouldn't end easily. Gritting his teeth, he asked, Then what does Sir? 3 top-grade innate spiritual treasures, 2 mid-grade ones, and 10 portions of innate spiritual roots. Hao Yu grinned as he listed his demands. Hand them over, and I'll release them. Your Majesty, you can't agree to this. The second elder who had just been sent flying stumbled back, his face turning green. We'd rather fight to the death. The East Sea Dragon King lowered his voice. Your appetite is too great. Do you truly think my dragon clan fears you? Just as Hao Yu was about to respond, a voice rang out from the depths of the palace. Brother, the second elder is right. 3 figures emerged from the hall. The South Sea Dragon King, West Sea Dragon King, and North Sea Dragon King had all arrived. Hao Yu swept his gaze over them, his eyes narrowing slightly. All 4 Sea Dragon Kings were at the peak of the Golden Immortal realm. There were at least dozens of Golden Immortal level dragons present. Truly the protagonists of the last Great Tribulation. Even in decline, they still had deep reserves. At this sight, Hao Yu's mind began to churn. He had originally only wanted to plunder the Dragon Clan's treasury, but now he was no longer satisfied. He wanted to swallow the entire Dragon Clan whole. However, these 4 Dragon Kings couldn't be allowed to live. When the fighting started, he would kill them first. Seeing his 3 brothers arrive, the East Sea Dragon King's confidence surged back. He straightened his back and hardened his tone. If you release our elder and prince now, our Dragon Clan will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, once we capture you, I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces. Hao Yu, determined to subdue the Dragon Clan, refused to leave. He stood his ground and spoke calmly. If you have any tricks, bring them forth. As his words fell, a surge of magical power rippled through him, and his aura soared abruptly. The 4 Dragon Kings, seeing his stance, knew that today would not end peacefully. Exchanging glances, they, along with several elders at the late Great Luo stage, transformed into their dragon forms. Their colossal serpentine bodies coiled in midair, charging fiercely at Hao Yu. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings and the elders, now in their true forms, bore down with overwhelming pressure, as if intending to crush Hao Yu on the spot. But Hao Yu did not underestimate his foes. With a flip of his hand, a treasure appeared in his palm. A post-celestial merit supreme treasure he had kept and used, the Hongjun measuring ruler. The next moment, Hao Yu channeled his magical power into the measuring ruler and hurled it viciously at the dragon powerhouses. The might of the post-celestial merit supreme treasure combined with his mid-stage quasi-saint cultivation annihilated the leading 4 Sea Dragon Kings in a single blow, their souls scattering. The elders behind them fared no better, each severely wounded and collapsing to the ground. With that one move, most of the Dragon Clan's combat strength was utterly crippled. Among the survivors, the highest cultivation was merely the early Great Luo stage, incapable of stirring any trouble. It's over. The 4 Dragon Kings couldn't even withstand one of his moves. Is the Dragon Clan finished? I don't believe it. The Dragon Kings were so powerful. How could they die just like that? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Huh. A dragon at the Golden Immortal stage muttered, I don't believe it. Repeatedly, his eyes unfocused, his Dao heart shattered. He was on the verge of madness. Brother, will he kill us? I don't want to die. A young man in white robes, his eyes reddening, looked up at the golden-robed youth beside him, his face streaked with tears. The golden-robed youth said in a deep voice, the Dragon Kings are dead. We're probably next. Then let's flee. Leave the Dragon Palace. Flee where? The moment we step out, hell strike. So we just wait here to die? The young man's tears Don't be afraid, little brother. Perhaps a turning point will come. Hao Yu was about to speak, intending to command the remaining dragons to surrender. But at that moment, a earth-shattering roar erupted from beneath the Dragon Palace. Roar? The mere sound of it darkened Hao Yu's expression. From the power within the roar, the one acting was at least a quasi-saint powerhouse. Wondering which quasi-saint the Dragon Clan still had hidden, he saw a crimson dragon soar up from behind the Dragon Palace. It's the Candle Dragon Ancestor. The Ancestor is still alive. Several elder dragons recognized him instantly. Brother, the Ancestor isn't dead. We're saved. Yes, the Ancestor was a quasi-saint back then. Hell, surely kill that man and avenge the 4 Dragon Kings. The Candle Dragon shimmered and landed before Hao Yu, transforming into a middle-aged man. His face darkened. Fellow Taoist, you storm our dragon territory and slay our 4 Sea Dragon Kings. Do you think our clan has no one left? Hao Yu chuckled. I thought it was someone else. It's Senior Candle Dragon. But your cultivation has greatly diminished. Mid-stage quasi-saint, perhaps not even a match for a novice early-stage quasi-saint. What right have you to posture before me? The moment the Candle Dragon appeared, Hao Yu had already discerned his true state. Both were mid-stage quasi-saint, but the Candle Dragon's physical body had long decayed. The Dragon Clan's greatest asset was their physical strength, and with that crippled, most of his power was lost. To put it bluntly, the Candle Dragon was now weaker than an average quasi-saint, let alone someone like Hao Yu, who had cheated the system. The Candle Dragon knew well that he was no match for Hao Yu. But if he too fell, none of the remaining dragons would likely survive. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "Fellow Taoist, what must you do to spare my dragon clan?" Hao Yu did not beat around the bush. "Submit to me. Become my vassal clan." The moment the words left his mouth, the dragons below erupted in uproar. "Ancestor, don't agree. We'd rather fight to the death." "Exactly. Even if we surrender, hell enslave us to death. Better to go down fighting." The candle dragon's face turned ashen. "That is impossible. Our dragon clan is one of the 3 ancient tribes. Even if we have declined today, we will never bow to anyone." Hao Yu spoke unhurriedly. "What's so bad about submitting to me? The dragon clan once flourished, but look at you now, fallen beyond recognition, burdened with immense karmic sin. Your cultivation grows ever harder, and even you, candle dragon, are corroded day and night by karma, sapping your body and power. If this continues, sooner or later the dragon clan will be devoured by the primordial world until nothing remains." He paused, his voice deepening. "But if you follow me, I can help you resolve the karmic issue." The candle dragon fell silent, staking the entire dragon clan on one person. If he made a wrong step, he would be an eternal sinner. He stared at Hao Yu. "How will you resolve this karma? Countless eons have passed since the 3 tribes' war. Our clan has poured in resources and tried every method yet failed. What makes you so special?" Hao Yu answered bluntly, "I have my ways. I can let your dragon clan earn merit and use it to dissolve the karma. Why should I trust you? Do you have any other choice?" Hao Yu's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable pressure. "If you don't trust me, I can leave today. But the dragon clan's fate will be nothing but destruction. Trust me, and there is at least a glimmer of hope." The candle dragon lowered his head, brows furrowed, remaining silent for a long time. Seeing his hesitation, Hao Yu added, "The dragon clan is already in ruins. How much worse could it get? Besides, after submitting to me, I won't send you to your deaths or make you cannon fodder." "Fine. I, on behalf of the dragon clan, acknowledge you as our master. I hope you haven't deceived me. Otherwise, even if it costs me my life, I won't let you off." After a moment's deliberation, the candle dragon finally relented. "Good. Now swear a heavenly Tao oath." Hao Yu spoke calmly, though inwardly he was overjoyed. He kept his face utterly composed, maintaining his composure. The candle dragon nodded and asked, "May I ask your esteemed name?" "My apologies for the oversight. My Taoist name is Hao Yu." Hao Yu replied with perfect poise, showing no hint of embarrassment. The candle dragon paid it no mind and directly declared, "Heavenly Tao above, I, candle dragon, today lead the dragon clan to pledge allegiance to Taoist Hao Yu. From now on, the dragon clan enters his fold. Let the heavenly Tao bear witness." Hao Yu breathed a long sigh of relief, thinking to himself, finally managed to fool him. A real fight would have been troublesome. Indeed, everything Hao Yu had said about the dragon clan facing extinction was a fabrication to deceive the candle dragon. In later ages, though the dragon clan's fortunes were poor, they never faced annihilation. They eventually joined the heavenly court, managing rain and thunder, and still earned merit. Still, it wasn't entirely baseless. Hao Yu had many ways to have the dragon clan take over the task of summoning clouds and rain from the heavenly Tao, starting now. Once humanity emerged with his foreknowledge, earning merit would be a simple task. Finally managed to, "I could have beaten him in a fight, but winning by force wouldn't have had the same effect." Hao Yu muttered under his breath. "All right, take me to your dragon palace's treasure vault." Hao Yu said directly. In those days, the East Sea Dragon Palace was the original lair of the ancestral dragon, making it the richest among the 4 seas. The candle dragon paused for a moment, then quickly recovered. "Very well. This way, please." With that, he dismissed the others and led Hao Yu toward the treasure vault. Soon the two arrived at the entrance of the dragon palace's treasure vault. The great door was carved with 4 5-clawed true dragons, vivid and lifelike. The 4 dragons extended from the 4 corners of the door, their heads converging at the center. Just as Hao Yu raised his hand to blast the door open, the candle dragon stepped forward first. He struck out 4 streams of energy, landing on the 4 corners of the door, then formed a hand seal and shouted, "Open." Immediately, the 4 dragon carvings on the door blazed with light. The door first retracted about a foot, then lifted upward until it was fully open. The candle dragon explained, "This door was personally erected by my elder brother, the ancestral dragon. Even a peak quasi-saint powerhouse cannot force it open. If some fool tries to break it by brute force, they will trigger a defensive array. Even a latest-stage quasi-saint would leave their life here." Hao Yu felt a chill run down his spine and nodded. "If you hadn't stopped me, I would have tried to smash that thing. If I had, it would have taken some effort to escape. Though I wouldn't have died, it would have been rough." The candle dragon didn't respond, merely glanced at him and nodded slowly. Whether he agreed with Hao Yu's words or thought he was boasting was unclear. Then the candle dragon turned and walked deep into the vault without another word. Hao Yu quickly followed. Upon entering, he saw rows of post-celestial spiritual treasures at the outermost area. The deeper they went, the higher the grade of the items. But when he neared the end of the vault, he found that the best items were merely 2 mid-grade primordial spiritual treasures, not a single high-grade one in sight. Hao Yu was about to ask the Candle Dragon if they had come to the wrong place. How could the Ancestral Dragon's vault be so impoverished? When the Candle Dragon stopped before a wall, Hao Yu approached, words on the tip of his tongue, when the Candle Dragon formed a hand seal and sent a stream of magical power into the wall. What happened next stunned Hao Yu. That wall, which looked smooth and seamless without a single crack, split open from the middle and slid apart on. What shocked Hao Yu wasn't that the wall could open. He had swept it with his divine sense several times and never detected that it was hollow. He turned and stared at the Candle Dragon, speechless, his gaze piercing. The Candle Dragon seemed to understand his meaning and said, "This outer vault is merely an illusion. It's meant to fool anyone who might bypass the arrays and break through the main door. This inner layer contains the true wealth our dragon clan amassed when we ruled as the foremost of the scaled beings." Hao Yu nodded after listening. "I guessed as much. But that's not what I'm curious about." "Then what is I want to know why when I scanned this wall with my divine sense I couldn't sense any space behind it at all." The Candle Dragon replied with immense pride, "This was laid by our dragon clan's progenitor, the Ancestral Dragon. He mobilized the clan's fortune and secret arts, sparing no effort. The space within exists apart from the primordial world, isolated from all heavenly Dao power. Not even you, nor the Dao ancestor Hongjun himself, could detect it." Perhaps it was just Hao Yu being overly sensitive, but he couldn't shake the feeling that the Candle Dragon's words carried a hint of mockery beneath the pride. As if to say, "So, even you have your limits." Still, Hao Yu didn't take it to heart. After all, the entire dragon clan was now his. He nodded and said, "It's no wonder you were one of the 3 great clans that once dominated the primordial era. The dragon clan's heritage is truly extraordinary." By now Hao Yu had come to his senses, realizing he had been a bit too cocky. The power had come too quickly, making him underestimate the ultimers of the primordial era. Those who had survived that long were all shrewd as foxes. He quickly reined in his arrogance. Turning to the Candle Dragon, he asked, "Since the dragon clan has hidden such a treasury, the Phoenix and Shielan clans must have similar places, right? Somewhere even the heavenly Dao can't detect." The Candle Dragon pondered for a moment and replied, "I'm not entirely sure about that. But back then, although the Phoenix and Shielan didn't match the dragon clan's power, they weren't far behind. Creating a secret realm hidden from the heavenly Dao wouldn't have been difficult for them." Hao Yu nodded, finding the reasoning. If the dragon clan had a contingency plan, the other 2 primordial overlords surely did too. As they spoke, the 2 walked side by side through the entrance. The moment he crossed the threshold, Hao Yu was dumbfounded. He had always considered himself quite wealthy, holding 1 innate supreme treasure and 2 top-grade innate spiritual treasures, surely placing him in the upper echelons of the primordial era. But now, seeing this treasury with his own eyes for the first time, he felt utterly destitute. 2 mid-grade innate spiritual treasures were lying by the entrance, tossed aside like trash. Looking further, in mid-grade innate spiritual treasures were scattered everywhere, at least 1,000 of them. A little deeper, neatly arranged, were top-grade innate spiritual treasures, over 200 of them. In the very center lay several supreme-grade innate spiritual treasures. Floating above them was a single pearl. Hao Yu initially thought it was an innate supreme treasure that had never surfaced in later ages. Just as he was about to ask, the Candle Dragon spoke first. "That pearl has been with my elder brother Ancestral Dragon since his birth. He thought it was some treasure and kept it close. Later he tried every method but couldn't activate it. It couldn't be smashed, not even with supreme-grade spiritual treasures, so in the end it was left here to gather dust." The shock on Hao Yu's face wasn't because of the Candle Dragon's words. It was because of a sudden notification from the system. "Ding. Congratulations, host. According to the system's appraisal, the pearl before you is called the Primordial Pearl, and its rank is Primordial Supreme Treasure. It is the sole relic left behind after this world's primordial chaos shattered and transformed into chaos." "Ding. Congratulations, host. According to the system's appraisal, the pearl before you is called the Primordial Pearl, and its rank is Primordial Supreme Treasure. It is the sole relic left behind after this world's primordial chaos shattered and transformed into chaos." This time he had truly struck gold. Just taking this one item was a massive win. Hao Yu's heart surged with ecstasy. But recalling the Candle Dragon's words, his excitement cooled considerably. The Candle Dragon had mentioned that even Ancestral Dragon had exhausted himself trying to activate the Primordial Pearl without success. Hao Yu felt uncertain. "System," he asked inwardly, "can I use this thing?" "Ding. The host possesses the Primordial Sacred Body. No additional system assistance is needed if it can be used directly. The Primordial Sacred Body has this ability." "System, I absolutely love you." The system remained silent. Hao Yu dashed over, grabbed the Primordial Pearl, and instantly tossed it into the system space. "What do you want that thing for?" The Candle Dragon frowned. "No matter how high its rank, if it can't be used, it's just scrap metal. Scrap metal? Hao Yu curled his lips into a smirk. This single pearl is worth more than the entire rest of your treasury with plenty to spare. The candle dragon grew intrigued. What is it? Do you recognize it? No. Hao Yu wore a mysterious smile. But I know it's an ancient relic from the time of the Chaos Great World, at the very least a Chaos spiritual treasure. The latter part was of course a lie. Something survived the destruction of the Chaos Great World. Wasn't everything shattered? The candle dragon looked utterly puzzled. Who said that? Hao Yu shot him a sidelong glance. Isn't the creation jade disc in Dao ancestor Hongjun's possession a supreme treasure from Panga's era of chaos? Didn't it survive too? There was a hint of mockery in his eyes, as if looking at a provincial bumpkin. How is that the candle dragon's eyes widened. The creation jade disc is a chaos supreme treasure. He stopped mid-sentence, his voice shifting. Could it be that this thing is also a chaos supreme treasure? Perhaps. Hao Yu replied lightly, neither confirming nor denying. Maybe when chaos shattered it was lucky enough to be in a spot that wasn't affected. What do you think? When you put it that way, it's not unreasonable. The candle dragon nodded in agreement, but in his heart, he was almost certain it was a chaos supreme treasure. As for why Hao Yu was being secretive, the old fox understood instantly. Innocence is a crime when one possesses a treasure. A chaos supreme treasure would tempt even someone like Hongjun. Hao Yu deftly changed the subject. You said earlier that the Phoenix and Qilin clans were on par with the Dragon clan. That's right. The candle dragon nodded, though unsure why Hao Yu was asking. That's interesting. Hao Yu stroked his chin. Your Dragon clan fought 1 against 2. If the strength was equal, you should have been crushed. How did it end in mutual destruction? Originally, the Dragon clan had no chance of winning that battle. The candle dragon sighed. But not long after the fighting started, something went wrong on the Phoenix and Qilin sides. They turned on each other and started fighting among themselves. The battle grew more chaotic, eventually devolving into a 3-way free-for-all. Anyone who wasn't from their own clan was attacked, and even their subordinate forces were dragged in. When that battle ended, the 3 clans were nearly wiped out. The 3 clan leaders, Dragon Phoenix and Qilin, sacrificed themselves to the Heavenly Dao to dissipate the remaining calamity, or finally ending the war. From then on, the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans were utterly ruined, falling from their status as primordial overlords to their current state. The candle dragon's face was filled with dejection. Hao Yu knew full well Luo was likely behind the Phoenix and Qilin turning on each other. Otherwise, without those 3 overlords stepping down, he would never have had a chance to rise. What a pity, though. The battle between Dao and Demon ended with Hongjun's victory. The demon race never recovered, and now on the primordial earth not a trace of a demon is to be seen. Seeing the candle dragon's dejected look, Hao Yu immediately started dishing out encouragement. Don't look so glum. Now that the Dragon clan is with me, who knows? You might be even more glorious than in the old days. Perhaps. The candle dragon echoed Hao Yu's earlier words, but his tone was dripping with disbelief. Hao Yu caught it, but didn't mind. It was just an offhand promise, a bowl of chicken soup for the soul. But little did either of them imagine that this casual remark, which neither took seriously at the time, would one day bring the Dragon clan an extraordinary fortune. But that was a matter for the future. What Hao Yu was pondering now wasn't how to fulfill his Spirofemit pep talk, but rather, if the Dragon clan's single treasury was worth so much, wouldn't the Phoenix and Qilin clans, which were on par with the Dragons, have some surprises in their vaults too? The man had gotten addicted to scavenging. He hadn't even left the Dragon clan's treasury yet, and he was already eyeing the belongings of the other 2 clans. At that very moment, across the undying volcano and the Qilin clan's territory scattered throughout the primordial era, every Phoenix and Qilin felt a sudden chill in their hearts and inexplicably shivered. Hao Yu waved his hand casually, and a supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure in the form of a long spear flew into his grasp. As he gripped the shaft, the spear's name surfaced in his mind, Dragon God Spear. Then, with another gesture, 10 top-grade, innate spiritual treasures, and over 100 mid-grade, innate spiritual treasures flew over in unison. Candle Dragon, I'll just take this pearl, and these. Hao Yu turned to the Candle Dragon, and said. The Candle Dragon looked baffled. That's all you're taking? Should I empty the place? Hao Yu asked back. No. This is fine. The Candle Dragon waved his hands frantically, forcing a smile that was uglier than tears. Let's go then. With that, Hao Yu took the lead and strode out. The Candle Dragon followed closely behind. Once they were both outside, the treasury doors sealed shut again. No one would ever guess that this place was packed to the brim with spiritual treasures. After leaving the Dragon clan's treasury, Hao Yu said to the Candle Dragon, I'm off now. Pick 4 new Dragon Kings. Once you've chosen them, have them come to Ingzhou Island within 1,000 years. No sooner had he spoken than he channeled his magic power, transforming into a beam of light that vanished into the depths of the Dragon Palace. The Candle Dragon stood there staring at the direction Hao Yu had gone, frozen for a long time. He never imagined that his entire dragon clan would be sold off so cleanly. After a long silence, he finally shook his head and muttered softly, "Forget it. At this point there's no use." In his heart he wished he could grind those dragons who had led Hao Yu here into dust. But Ao Tian and the others had already been reduced to ashes by a casual wave of Hao Yu's hand when the Dragon Kings made their move. Not even a speck remained. Leaving the Dragon Palace, Hao Yu returned directly to the Primordial Dao Palace on Inzhou Island. With a light sweep of his divine sense, he saw that Zhao Gongming and the others had already gone into seclusion, diligently refining the yellow middle leaf fruits. Seeing his disciples so hard at work, Hao Yu couldn't help but nod with a smile. After all, everyone hopes their people will prove worthy. Zhao Gongming and the three Xia. They truly lacked nothing. They were respectful to their master, got along well with fellow disciples, were diligent in cultivation, and possessed top-tier talent. As the ancient legends showed, they possessed every good quality and gift a disciple should have. Hao Yu didn't disturb them. Instead, he turned and walked toward the main hall of the Primordial Dao Palace. That was where he usually rested and cultivated. Entering the hall, he looked up to see a solitary seat at the very top. Hao Yu knew it was his place. He settled into it, and only then did he realize that this Dao Palace was far from ordinary. When the system first delivered it, it didn't say much, let alone mention its purpose. But the moment Hao Yu sat upon it, his mind cleared considerably. He attempted to circulate the Hongjun Heavenly Scripture and found that even the speed of its operation had increased by a noticeable margin. After all, he was already a Hongjun sacred body, a constitution supreme across the myriad realms, and his cultivation speed far surpassed others. Now with the enhancement of the Hongjun Dao Palace, he could accelerate by an additional 10th. Do not underestimate this 10th on Hao Yu, it was already heaven-defying. Moreover, the Hongjun Dao Palace was still in a sealed state. As the seals gradually unraveled, its boost to Hao Yu's cultivation would grow increasingly formidable, allowing him to leave ordinary prodigies far behind. With less than 2,000 years until the third sermon at the Purple Cloud Palace, cultivation can wait. Hao Yu pondered for a moment and muttered to himself, "It's better to study the spells within the Hongjun Heavenly Scripture along with the 36 heavenly arts and 72 earthly arts rewarded by the system. Especially the 72 earthly arts. Those were Sun Wukong's signature skills in Journey to the West." But when he actually retrieved the 72 earthly arts, he realized he had been overly optimistic. The much-vaunted 72 earthly arts turned out to be nothing but a collection of petty tricks like immobilization, duplication, and weather manipulation, not even worth calling trivial. At his level, he had naturally mastered these abilities long ago. Hao Yu was so infuriated that he nearly threw them away. The Monkey King was hyped up so much, yet the 72 transformations were nothing special. With that thought, he casually flipped through the book on heavenly arts. He had no expectations, but to his surprise his eyes lit up. The contents of that book were great divine powers, at least 36 types clearly categorized. For instance, there was a technique called meddling with creation, which could create something from nothing, and even revive the dead. With sufficient cultivation, it was said one could mold new species like the goddess Nuwa. Inverting yin and yang was equally absurd. Turning heaven and earth into chaos, swapping the sun and moon, reversing day and night, and stirring the celestial fate into a complete mess. Shifting stars and exchanging dippers was even more ruthless, rearranging positions in the cosmos capable of killing enemies and saving allies with the power to arbitrarily adjust day and night. The ability returning heaven and reversing the sun could see through all realms, past events, present matters, and future occurrences. Nothing could escape its gaze. Summoning rain and calling wind. With a single word, a tempest would descend, transforming into blizzards or hailstorms that smashed heads, leaving victims either dead or severely wounded. Shaking mountains and quaking earth unleashed power akin to a great earthquake, causing the ground to tremble so violently that none could stand steady. As for the cloud somersault, once mastered, a single flip could cover 108,000 li. Parting rivers to form land, could cleave the waters of rivers, lakes, and seas, exposing dry ground for passage. Earth-skimming golden light allowed one to transform into a beam of light, darting hundreds of thousands of li in an instant, ideal for escape or pursuit. Churning rivers and stirring seas could throw entire bodies of water into chaos, leaving underwater demons dizzy and disoriented. Turning earth into steel was even more extraordinary. Soft ground would instantly harden into iron plates, rendering escape arts of certain sects useless. Great escape of the 5 elements enabled movement through earth, water, fire, and wind, making evasion effortless. 6 Jia Mystic Gates was a divination art, instantly revealing fortunes and misfortunes. Reversing knowledge of the future could penetrate past and future, exposing anyone's destiny. Wielding mountains and moving stones. With a flick of the finger, great mountains could be swayed and massive boulders shifted at will. The skill raising the dead and returning life could snatch the deceased from the clutches of the underworld, restoring flesh to bones and souls to their rightful place, bringing forth a living person anew. Flying body and trailing traces was even stranger. While the body remained on the ground, the soul could wander freely. 9 breaths and chi absorption was simple. After 9 breaths, all spiritual energy was converted into magical power, saving much arduous cultivation. Extracting primordial yang could secretly drain an enemy's yang energy, the very root of their life. Subduing dragons and taming tigers struck fear into dragons and tigers alike, with punches accompanied by the roar of dragons and the howl of tigers. Pushing mountains and filling seas involved moving mountains to fill oceans, leveling everything in its path. Pointing at stone to turn it to gold was straightforward. A mere gesture turned ordinary rocks into gold. Standing upright without a shadow was the most remarkable. The user had no physical form, rendering all attacks ineffective. Hao Yu spent several centuries thoroughly studying all these divine powers. The technique embryonic transformation and shape-shifting could turn one into an infant or an old man, altering facial features and physique, at will, completely reinventing oneself from the ground up. Expanding and shrinking at will was even more thrilling. Grow large or small as desired, with strength scaling accordingly. At higher levels, one could lift the entire sky or shrink to the size of a needle, impossible to find. The art blooming flowers in an instant released a flurry of peach blossoms. Anyone touched would sprout colorful flowers instantly, draining their vital essence dry. After the flowers withered, a celestial peach would form, extending the eater's lifespan, while the unfortunate victim vanished without a trace. Wandering spirit and riding chi allowed flight on chi, with the soul roaming far and wide while the body remained elsewhere. This was a teleportation skill. Seeing through walls and caves. With eyes closed and chi concentrated, it felt like a sharp sword cleaving the void before one, like looking into a mirror or a flash of sword light. Returning wind and reversing fire could deflect incoming winds and suppress raging flames. Mastering the 5 thunders was divided into 5 types: heavenly thunder for tribulations and subduing demons, earth thunder for summoning rain or clearing skies, governing terrestrial matters, a water thunder for drawing rain to alleviate disasters, divine thunder as the 5-element thunder for slaughter, and social thunder for demolishing temples and altars without needing approval. Diving into the abyss and shrinking the earth was a technique for burrowing through the ground, covering 10,000 li in the blink of an eye. Flying sand and rolling stones filled the air with sand and sent stones tumbling with winds as sharp as blades. Carrying mountains and crossing seas. Clasping Mount Tai under one arm, while crossing the boundless sea, bearing a weight of 1,000 jun, yet still traversing vast waters. Scattering beans to form soldiers. Tossing beans transformed them into warriors. These were celestial soldiers, not mortal ones, and their power depended entirely on the caster's skill. Nailing the head with 7 arrows was a celestial treasure shaped like a bow, an arrow used with a straw effigy, and a 7-arrow script to kill from afar. Among the 36 divine powers, only a few were useful to him. Still, they were far superior to the 72 earthly arts. In the years that followed, Hao Yu immersed himself in mastering these spells and techniques. 600 years passed in a flash. One day, 4 beams of light flew from the direction of the East Sea Dragon Palace, landing before Yingzhou Island. As the light dispersed, 4 figures emerged. They were the newly appointed 4 Sea Dragon Kings: Ao Guang of the East Sea, Ao Ming of the South Sea, Ao Run of the West Sea, and Ao Shun of the North Sea. The Candle Dragon ancestors sent us here. This should be the place, said Ao Guang, glancing at the others. Ao Ming added, according to the ancestor, it's correct. Then let's go in. Ao Run suggested. Ao Guang quickly waved his hand. No? The Supreme One's domain must have a protective island array. Even if not, barging in would be highly disrespectful. Ao Shun nodded. The eldest brother is right. Perhaps we should announce ourselves outside the island and request an audience with the Supreme One. Agreed. Let's call out together. The 4 straightened their robes, lined up, bowed toward Yingzhou Island, and channeled their magical power, shouting in unison. We are the 4 Sea Dragon Kings sent by Lord Candle Dragon to pay respects to the Supreme Hao Yu. We request permission to enter the island for an audience. Hao Yu, who was in cultivation, heard the commotion and awakened from his meditative state. He swept his divine sense first, checking on Zhao Gongming's situation. Only Zhao Gongming had broken through to the Great Luo realm, while the 3 Shao sisters remained in seclusion. Hao Yu directly transmitted a message to Zhao Gongming. 4 people have arrived outside the island. The newly appointed 4 Sea Dragon Kings. Go and bring them here. Zhao Gongming, without dwelling on why the Dragon Kings had come to Yingzhou, immediately replied, Yes, ma'am. As he walked toward the island's edge, a thought crossed his mind. Master said newly appointed Dragon Kings. How does he know they're new? What happened to the old ones? Then he recalled that when they were refining the fruits, Hao Yu had indeed visited the East Sea Dragon Palace. A suspicion arose in Zhao Gongming's mind. Could Master have wiped out all the 4 Sea Dragon Kings? Though his thoughts were chaotic, his pace never slowed. Soon he stood before the 4 Sea Dragon Kings. As a great Luo Golden Immortal, he sensed that all 4 dragons were also at the early Great Luo stage. He mused inwardly, the esteemed dragon clan ruling the 4 seas, and their kings are only at early Great Luo. Is the clan so depleted? In truth, it was not the dragon clan's fault. Centuries ago, when Hao Yu attacked the dragon clan, he had slain the previous 4 Sea Dragon Kings and gravely wounded the elders of the 4 seas, who had yet to recover. The remaining dragons had impure bloodlines and were unworthy of the throne. These 4 kings were the ones with the purest bloodlines and highest cultivation that the Candle Dragon could select from the 4 Sea Dragon clans. Zhao Gongming approached them and asked, Master said the 4 Sea Dragon Kings were outside the island. Are you the ones? Ao Guang, the apparent leader, stepped forward and cupped his hands. So you are the Supreme One's esteemed disciple. We are indeed the newly appointed 4 Sea Dragon Kings. May I ask your name, Taoist friend? I am Zhao Gongming, the senior disciple under Master. Greetings, Taoist friend Zhao Gongming, said Ao Guang. Could you trouble us to enter the island and pay respects to the Supreme One? Zhao Gongming nodded. I am here on Master's orders to escort you. Follow closely and do not stray. The island's grand array is no trifle. If you wander off, you'll be in for a rough time. With that, he turned and led the way. Hearing this, the 4 Dragon Kings inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness they hadn't forced their way in, or they'd likely be dead by now. They quickly followed Zhao Gongming, not daring to fall a single step behind. Soon they arrived at the entrance of the Hongmeng Dao Palace. He led them to the main hall, stopped, and said, Please wait here while I inform Master. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings quickly replied, Thank you for your trouble, Taoist friend. You're welcome. Zhao Gongming then turned and entered the hall. Before Hao Yu, he bowed and reported, Master, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings have been brought and are waiting outside. Hao Yu hummed in acknowledgement, Go and bring them in. Yes. Zhao Gongming bowed slightly, stepped back a few paces, then turned and walked out. At the door, he said to the 4 Dragon Kings who were still waiting, Taoist friends, the Master summons you. Follow me. Having said that, he led the 4 into the great hall. Master, the 4 Dragon Kings of the 4 seas have arrived. Zhao Gongming stood aside awaiting Hao Yu's command. Ao Guang of the East Sea, Ao Ming of the South Sea, Ao Run of the West Sea, and Ao Shun of the North Sea, pay homage to the Supreme One. Ao Guang and the others immediately bowed in reverence upon seeing Hao Yu. Rise. Hao Yu swept his gaze over them, his tone indifferent. Do the 4 of you know why Zhulong sent you to my Yingzhou Island? Ao Guang pondered for a moment, then raised his head to answer. Over 600 years ago, our dragon clan submitted to your excellency. The former dragon kings all fell in battle, and we 4 have only recently taken over the clan. So Ancestor Zhulong instructed us to report to your excellency. That's part of it. But the main reason is that there are some matters I need you to handle. What are your excellency's commands? We are willing to lend our strength. The 4 dragon kings exchanged glances and spoke in unison. It's not for me, but for yourselves. After speaking, Hao Yu closed his eyes, leaving them to ponder his words. The 4 dragon kings exchanged another series of glances, yet still failed to comprehend. Ao Guang, as the eldest, had to speak up. Your excellency, we are dull-witted and truly cannot fathom your meaning. In the previous Culpa, your dragon clan was one of the protagonists of the world, yet you incurred a massive karmic debt from the Heavenly Dao, which is why the clan has declined. In the end, your clan guarded the 4 seas for generations, offsetting some of that karmic debt. But the dragon clan's fortune is still severely corroded by it, making cultivation difficult. Is that not so? Your excellency speaks truly. Therefore, I have summoned you to offer the dragon clan a path to earn merit. The merit may not be great, but it will be enduring. Hearing this, the 4 dragon kings' hearts brightened. They asked further, Please enlighten us, your excellency. At present, the Heavenly Dao itself handles the tasks of summoning clouds and rain in the primordial world. Your dragon clan possesses this innate ability. Why not take over this duty from the Heavenly Dao? By sharing its burdens, you will naturally earn merit. Don't overthink it. If I say it can be done, then it can be done. Hao Yu's tone was casual, as if chatting about household matters. Just because no one has done it before doesn't mean it's impossible. Besides, if you don't act now, you might lose the chance later. These words were spoken from the heart. Hongjun was about to deliver his 3rd sermon, after which he would immediately merge with the Dao to complete the Heavenly Dao. By then, the duty of governing clouds and rain would surely be left to the future Heavenly Emperor Hao Yin. But the 4 Sea Dragon clan had already submitted to Hao Yu. How could Hao Yin willingly cede such authority? The current Heavenly Dao is still somewhat incomplete. If you provide rain and clouds on its behalf, you will be helping to mend its flaws, and it will naturally be willing to grant you the authority. But once the Heavenly Dao is fully repaired, obtaining this authority will not be so easy. The dragon kings below looked at each other, their faces full of confusion. Noticing their bewilderment, Hao Yu simply waved his hand. You don't need to understand everything. Just remember one thing. The Dragon Clan is now under my banner, and I would never harm my own people. The 4 dragon kings exchanged glances and slowly nodded. These words made sense. The Dragon Clan had already hitched their fate to Hao Yu's chariot. Their strength was his strength. He had no reason to undermine his own power. Having understood this, Ao Guang directly asked, Your Excellency, what exactly should we do? Since there was no turning back, it was better to charge forward. No matter what, it couldn't be worse than their current predicament. Good, your choice is sound. A faint smile curled at the corner of Hao Yu's mouth. Once you return to the Dragon Palace, swear an oath to heaven declaring your willingness to govern clouds and reign on behalf of the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao will naturally consent and grant you the authority. This move alone will ensure the Dragon Clan's eternal prosperity. Thank you for your guidance, Your Excellency. We will follow your instructions as soon as we return. Oh, and one more thing. Tell Zhulong that this is just the beginning. There will be many more opportunities to earn merit in the future. Tell him to be patient. The 4 dragon kings bowed in unison with clasped hands. Yes, Your Excellency. We will relay your words to Ancestor Zhulong without missing a single syllable. After speaking, they bowed once more. We shall take our leave now. Hao Yu nodded. Yes, go ahead. He then turned to Zhao Gongming beside him. Gongming, see them out. As you command. Zhao Gongming stepped forward, made a respectful bow, then gestured to Ao Guang and the others. Taoist friends, this way please. Ao Guang quickly returned the courtesy. We trouble you, Taoist friend. You're too kind. Follow me, Zhao Gongming said, stepping out of the hall, first leading them along the stone path. After escorting the 4 dragon kings off Yingzhou Island, Zhao Gongming returned to the main hall. Master, I have safely seen the 4 dragon kings off Yingzhou Island. Good, well done. Go and cultivate. But Zhao Gongming did not move. He stood there, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something, only to swallow his words. Hao Yu glanced up, noticing the hesitation on Zhao Gongming's face, and spoke. Gongming, is there something else? Zhao Gongming quickly bowed. Master, there is a question I am unsure whether to ask. Hao Yu chuckled. Let me guess. Are you wondering why I gave the path to earn merit to the Dragon Clan instead of letting you and your siblings do it? Zhao Gongming lowered his head. Precisely. Don't be nervous. The fact that you thought of this shows you've used your mind. Hao Yu waved his hand. But the task of governing clouds and rain is not suitable for you. As for me, I have little interest in such meager merit. He paused, then continued. First, there are only 4 of you disciples. You simply cannot cover the needs of the entire primordial world. Second, this task is time-consuming and yields pitifully little merit. But the Dragon Clan is different. They have many dragons and are in dire need of merit. Besides, they have already submitted to me. Giving them this assignment is no great matter. Zhao Gongming's eyes lit up after hearing this. So that's it. I understand. Don't worry. In the future, I will arrange a great opportunity for merit for you and your siblings. Hao Yu's tone was relaxed. All right, now that your doubts are resolved, go and cultivate. After the Dao Ancestor's 3rd sermon ends, I will return and give you 4 some personal instruction. Zhao Gongming, filled with joy, bowed respectfully. Thank you, Master. I shall take my leave. He then stepped back and exited the hall. Hao Yu watched his retreating figure and gently shook his head. Zhao Gongming was good in every way, but far too serious, always unable to relax in his presence. Meanwhile, after leaving Yingzhou Island, Ao Guang and the others flew back to the East Sea Dragon Palace and went directly to Zhulong's cultivation chamber. Upon arrival, they found Zhulong already waiting for them. How did it go? What did the Supreme One say? Zhulong asked immediately upon seeing them. They recounted Hao Yu's words verbatim, using the Dragon Clan's innate ability to govern clouds and rain to seize authority from the Heavenly Dao and earn merit in the process. The more Zhulong listened, the more excited he became, silently congratulating himself on having chosen the right master. This single matter could ensure the Dragon Clan's survival through endless culpas while also earning merit. Why had he never thought of this before? Did the Supreme One have any other instructions? Zhulong pressed for. Ao Guang quickly replied. The Supreme One said this is just the beginning. There will be many more opportunities to earn merit, and he will call upon our Dragon Clan when the time comes. Zhulong's heart surged with joy upon hearing this. It seemed the Dragon Clan's revival was truly within reach. Very well. Go and swear the oath before the Heavenly Dao. From today onward, our Dragon Clan will devote itself to governing clouds and rain for the primordial world, slowly erasing our karmic debt. As the Ancestor commands. Zhulong accompanied the 4 dragon kings out of the palace and onto the East Sea. He nodded to them, and in the next moment the 4 dragon kings transformed into their true forms, spiraling and soaring above the sea. The 4 colossal dragons roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Heavenly Dao above. We the Dragon Clan in the name of the 4 Dragon Kings representing the entire clan relying on our innate ability to govern clouds and reign hereby request authority from the Heavenly Dao to bring blessings to the Primordial World. May the Heavenly Dao grant our wish. As the words faded, a thunderous boom erupted between heaven and earth. The sound seemed to explode right beside their ears, terrifyingly close, yet also surging from all directions, its source impossible to pinpoint. Then a light blazed forth from the void. As it appeared, it scattered into countless rays descending directly onto every member of the 4C Dragon Clan. Immediately after, a mass of golden merit light appeared, splitting into 3 portions. About 1/10 of the merit drifted toward Hongjun Island. Another 4/10 divided into 5 shares, landing atop the 4 Dragon Kings and the Ancestor. The remaining merit exploded outward, showering upon every dragon who had accepted the Heavenly Dao's authority. Seeing this, a faint smile curled at the corner of Zhulong's mouth. The Heavenly Dao had given its assent. All right, the matter is settled. Let's return, he said to Ao Guang, and the others then vanished from the sea surface in a flash. The 4 Dragon Kings did not linger either, sinking back into the East Sea. As for Hao Yu, the moment that 1/10 of the merit drifted above Hongjun Island, he knew the Dragon Clan had followed his instructions. But Hao Yu did not hastily absorb the merit into his body. He merely raised his hand and casually coiled the golden mass of merit away. Others, upon obtaining merit, would eagerly integrate it into their cultivation. For ordinary cultivators, merit was indeed the supreme shortcut to advancement. But Hao Yu's path of cultivation was different. Allowing merit to enter his body would only contaminate his spiritual power, making it less pure. So he planned to accumulate it first, and once enough had gathered, he might forge a merit-based Dharma treasure. After that, he gave no further thought to the Dragon Clan's affairs. Closing his eyes, he sank back into cultivation. Time in the primordial world flowed swiftly, disappearing without a trace. When Hao Yu opened his eyes from cultivation, less than a year remained until the 3rd sermon at Zhixiao Palace. Fortunately, his cultivation was now formidable enough. With the power of a quasi-sage, tearing through space was as easy as child's play. Otherwise, he might not have made it in time for that sermon. Upon awakening, Hao Yu calculated with his fingers and realized there was less than a year left. Without delay, he rose and stepped out of the Hongmeng Dao Palace. Raising his hand, he tore open the space before him, creating a rift, and vanished into it with a flicker. Within the torn space, chaotic currents surged wildly, and on the other side, streams of primordial chaos clashed violently. Any cultivator below the golden immortal realm lacking a reliable defensive artifact would find only death within, not even ashes remaining. The moment Hao Yu entered, the rift shrank back at a visible pace, and within a few breaths it had completely closed and disappeared. As for Hao Yu himself, he traversed the spatial rift, as if walking on level ground, utterly ignoring the turbulent currents. In the span of a few flashes, he reached the rift's exit. He stepped out and stood upon the square outside the Zhixiao Palace. Within the great hall, many cultivators had already gathered. Hao Yu swept his gaze across them and recognized quite a few familiar faces. The 3 pure ones, Fuxi and Yuhua Dijuan and Tai Xinyuanzi and Hongjun, and even the 2 thick-skinned ones, Jane and Zhuni, were all present. The moment he stepped inside, Dijuan and Tai immediately approached him. Dijuan cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, fellow Taoist. My brother and I wish to invite you to join our Yaoding and bestow upon you the title of Yaoxing. Would you grant us this honor?" Hao Yu refused without a second thought. The Yao clan was destined to fall, and that went without saying. Given their deeds against the human race, the only reason he hadn't wiped them out already was out of respect for the grand momentum of heaven and earth. "Join the Yao clan. Dream on," he casually replied. "Thank you both for your generous offer, but I am too used to my freedom to involve myself in any faction. You should seek others instead." With that, he moved to bypass them. Tai flashed in front of him, blocking his path, his tone shifting. "My brother and I invite you to join the Yao clan as a courtesy. Don't refuse a kindness. Agree obediently, and you'll receive the position of Yaoxing, second only to us two and above all other Yao. If you're ungrateful, don't blame my chaos bell for being indiscriminate." Hao Yu didn't even lift his eyelids, snorting, "Oh, I'd like to see what you can do to me." Tai's face darkened. "Since you're so ungrateful, don't blame me." With those words, his mana erupted violently. The oppressive aura of an initial stage quasi-sage burst forth, pressing down upon Hao Yu like a tidal wave, intending to crush him to the ground. Indeed, it was the initial stage of quasi-sage. Over the past few millennia, bolstered by the surging Yao clan's fortune after Fuxi and Nuwa joined, both Dijuan and Tai had severed their good corpse and stepped into the threshold of quasi-sage. Yet almost simultaneously, Hao Yu released the aura of a mid-stage quasi-sage. That pressure surged forth instantly, annihilating Tai's oppression. The 3 pure ones who had initially intended to step forward and assist immediately halted upon witnessing this. Taiyi's expression shifted, realizing that in terms of cultivation, he was no match for Hao Yu. He flickered, creating distance, and simultaneously summoned the Chaos Bell. Pouring his mana into it, he hurled it at Hao Yu. The Chaos Bell hurtled forward with the full force of an initial stage quasi-sage, but before it could reach him, a Hongmeng measuring ruler had already appeared in Hao Yu's hand. He swung it casually, his mana surging. A dull thud echoed as the Chaos Bell's attack was instantly neutralized. The bell itself sent flying backward. Yet the Hongmeng measuring ruler's strike pierced through the precious bell and landed squarely on Taiyi. Taiyi hastily mobilized his mana for defense, but it was futile. He was sent crashing to the ground, unable to rise for a long time. Hao Yu, having landed this blow, had no intention of pulling back. He lunged directly at Taiyi. Midway, he casually grabbed the Hongmeng measuring ruler, which had just sent the Chaos Bell flying back into his hand. His aura rose steadily, his killing intent fully unleashed. Clearly, he intended to take this opportunity to permanently eliminate Taiyi. Seeing this, Daijin's heart sank. He wanted to intervene, but it was too late. He could only pray that heaven would show mercy and create some unforeseen event. Whether heaven truly heard his plea or not, just as Hao Yu's attack was about to land on Taiyi, an invisible force suddenly interposed itself, firmly halting Hao Yu in his tracks. Hao Yu frowned, instantly understanding. Hongjun had intervened. This teacher clearly had no intention of letting him kill the future protagonist of the world just yet. Hao Yu didn't press the matter. He decisively withdrew the measuring ruler and turned to walk toward the three pure ones nearby. As for Taiyi, he was still frozen in place, his mind filled with the near-fatal strike, as if his soul had been frightened away, unable to recover for a long time. That blow had brought him to the very threshold of death. Shortly after Hao Yu stopped the doors of the Zixiao Palace, Hao Yin and Yao Qi emerged from within, standing at the entrance, and stated expressionlessly, "The master decrees no dueling before the Zixiao Palace." Having said that, the two stood silently at the door, not uttering another word. Hao Yu, as if he hadn't even noticed Taiyi, still lying dazed on the ground, walked straight up to the three pure ones, and cupped his hands. "Greetings, fellow Taoists. Congratulations to you all for finally stepping into the quasi-sage realm. Indeed, after nearly 10,000 years of cultivation relying on their profound fortune, the three pure ones had finally broken through, becoming great beings of the quasi-sage stage." The three pure ones quickly returned the greeting. Laozi's voice was unhurried. "Fellow Taoist, you flatter us. Our meager cultivation is no match for yours, already a mid-stage quasi-sage expert." On the other side, Dijuan hurried over and helped the weak-kneed Taiyi up from the ground. After a long while, Taiyi finally regained his senses and retrieved the Chaos Bell. A fire of resentment burned within him, and he secretly harbored a grudge against Hao Yu for humiliating him so thoroughly in front of everyone and nearly taking his life. Yet it never occurred to him that if he hadn't been the one to provoke the conflict, would Hao Yu have struck so ruthlessly. After another moment, Hao Yin spoke, his voice carrying across the entire assembly. "The master's third sermon is about to begin. Please enter swiftly." Hearing this, Hao Yu turned to the three pure ones and made a gesture of invitation. "Fellow Taoists, please." After Hao Yu and the others entered the Zixiao Palace, Dijuan and Taiyi followed silently behind. Once everyone was seated, they noticed many vacant spots in the hall. Besides some individuals, several seats, and needless to say, over these 10,000 years, the great beings of the primordial world had been locked in conflict, and many had already fallen. Just as everyone was silently mourning the fallen greats, for a brief second, Hongjun appeared silently on the high platform above. During the first two sermons, Hao Yu had never seen how Hongjun arrived. Now, as a mid-stage quasi-sage, he had been watching the platform ever since he entered. Yet even so, he still couldn't discern how Hongjun had materialized, as if he had been sitting there all along. The only thing he could sense was that Hongjun's aura was even heavier than before, a pressure akin to the heavenly Tao itself descending. The moment Ancestor Hongjun's figure appeared, all the great beings in attendance straightened up like children awaiting a lesson, not daring to breathe too loudly. The Ancestor's gaze slowly swept over each person. Others might not have noticed, but Hao Yu keenly perceived that Hongjun's eyes lingered on him for an entire breath. Is this old man going to settle old scores with me now? I can't beat him. Maybe I should yield first. Thoughts churned in Hao Yu's mind, but his expression remained impassive. Fortunately, Hongjun quickly averted his gaze. Alright, it seems he's not pursuing this now. But he's definitely marked me. He'll need to keep a low profile from now on. Hao Yu breathed a silent sigh of relief, calculating inwardly. In truth, Hongjun was also puzzled. What was the origin of this young man? Even with my current cultivation, I cannot see through his roots. There is no trace of anything before the great Luo realm, as if he appeared out of thin air in the primordial world. More absurdly, in less than 20,000 years, he has surged from just entering the golden immortal realm to mid-stage quasi-sage. His method of severing the three corpses seems different from my path as well. Perhaps he could become a stroke of fortune for me in the future. Hongjun swept his gaze over everyone present, and finally spoke. This is the third sermon, and I will thoroughly elucidate the path to sainthood. It is also the last lasting 3,000 years just like before. With that he began to speak on his own. Though heaven and earth are vast, their transformations are balanced. Though the myriad things are numerous, the root of governance is one. Though the multitude of people is great, the one who truly rules is singular. The foundation of a ruler lies in virtue, ultimately returning to the heavenly Tao. Therefore the sages who governed the world in ancient times relied on non-action, simply following the virtue of heaven. The Tao it embraces and sustains all things vast and boundless. For a noble person to comprehend it, they must purge all distracting thoughts from their mind. Acting with a mind of non-action is called heaven. Speaking with an attitude of non-action is called virtue. Loving all beings and bestowing grace is called benevolence. Unifying what is different is called greatness. Acting without seeking novelty is called tolerance. Holding myriad diverse things in the heart is called wealth. The Tao when still is like an abyss clear to the bottom. Gold and stone without the Tao cannot produce sound when struck. Yet even if gold and stone themselves can sound, if not struck they will not ring on their own. Among all things in this world, who can truly articulate the principles of the Tao? The moment the ancestor spoke, the entire Zixiao palace transformed. Golden lotuses sprouted beneath their feet, and purple qi surged in the air, winding around each great being like living entities flowing in circles. Among those present, only Hao Yu could keep pace with Hongjun's sermon. The three pure ones and newbie could only barely grasp a portion. Those still at the great Luo realm were utterly bewildered, their minds blank and eyes glazed. What was he talking about? They couldn't understand a thing. Hongjun paid no heed to whether the audience understood and continued speaking on his own. His voice was not loud, yet it rolled through the hall like muffled thunder. The heavenly Tao operates without stagnation, thus all things are born. The imperial Tao operates without stagnation, thus the world submits. The saintly Tao operates without stagnation, thus the four seas obey. Those who understand the heavenly Tao and comprehend the saintly Tao have a mind that is empty and still, all things occurring naturally. The stillness of a sage is not deliberately sought, it is that the myriad things cannot disturb his heart. When water is still, it can reflect the beard and eyebrows of a person with clarity. When its surface is level, it is as precise as a plumb line, and artisans take this as their standard. If still water can achieve such power, how much more so the spirit of man? The heart of a sage when still becomes the mirror of heaven and earth, the reflection of all things. Emptiness, stillness, tranquility, detachment, and non-action. These are the root of heaven and earth, and the ultimate of virtue and the Tao. The sage rests here. In rest he becomes empty, in emptiness he becomes full, in fullness he attains order. Emptiness leads to stillness, stillness leads to motion, motion allows him to obtain what he seeks. Stillness is non-action. Non-action means entrusting tasks to those who are suited for them. Non-action brings joy, for the joyful sorrow cannot find them, and their lifespan is extended. Emptiness, stillness, tranquility, detachment, and non-action. These are the foundation of all things. He who understands this principle and faces south shall be Yao as a sovereign. He who understands it and faces north shall be Shun as a minister. When in a position of authority, this becomes the virtue of the Son of Heaven. When in a lowly station, this is the path of the sage. Retiring to the mountains and wandering through rivers and seas, even the wild men of the hills will submit to you. Emerging to govern the world, you shall achieve fame and glory, and all under heaven will unite under you. In stillness one becomes a sage, when motion one becomes a king. Non-action is honored, and simplicity reaches a point where nothing in the world can rival your beauty. To understand the virtue of heaven and earth is to grasp the fundamental root and be in harmony with the heavenly Tao. Only then can one harmonize the world and be in harmony with humanity. Harmony with humanity is called human joy. Harmony with heaven is called heavenly joy. He who understands heavenly joy lives in accordance with the Tao of heaven, and in death returns to nature. In stillness he shares virtue with Yin, in motion he walks alongside Yang. He who understands heavenly joy incurs no resentment from heaven, no blame from others, no burden from the myriad things, and no reproach from ghosts and spirits. In motion he is like heaven, in stillness he is like earth. With a settled heart he can govern all under heaven. Ghosts and spirits do not disturb him, his soul is not wearied. With his heart at peace, all things submit to him. Extending the heart of emptiness and stillness to heaven and earth, penetrating all things. This is heavenly joy. Heavenly joy is what the sage's heart uses to nourish the world. 3,000 autumns passed in the blink of an eye. The great figures immersed in the profound sounds of the great Tao had yet to come to their senses when Tao ancestor Hongjun ceased his discourse. Normally, it would be time to awaken the assembly, but Hongjun noticed that Hao Yu was still immersed in a state of enlightenment, so he did not rush to speak. After all, Hao Yu was a future ally he had taken a liking to, and a little special treatment was not out of the question. After dawdling for over 2 more years, Hao Yu slowly opened his eyes. Seeing him awake, Hongjun breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the matter of merging with the Heavenly Dao could not be delayed any longer. If this young man had not woken up, he would have had no choice but to forcibly rouse him. Hao Yu swept his gaze around, and found that those who had awakened early were all stuck at the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, having never even touched the threshold of sainthood. As for those who had stepped into the quasi-sage level, most were still lost in meditation. But others did not receive Hao Yu's treatment. Even the few disciples Hongjun had taken on were merely going through the motions for the Heavenly Dao. How could they truly receive special favor? Hongjun simply spoke out, calling everyone back to their senses. The third discourse ends here. Shortly, I will merge with the Heavenly Dao. From now on, unless a great calamity manifests, I will not appear. If you have questions, ask them now, and I will answer each one for you. Laozi was the first to speak. Dao Ancestor, what conditions are required to become a saint? To become a saint, one must use the Hongming Purple Qi to communicate with the Heavenly Dao. Hongjun's tone was calm. The crowd of great beings below was stunned. Hongming Purple Qi. We have never even heard of such a thing. Yuanshi quickly pressed on. Dao Ancestor, where can one obtain the Hongming Purple Qi? Who is qualified to become a saint? Heaven and earth were originally meant to produce 9 saints, but the Heavenly Dao values completeness. The emergence of the 9th saint would bring about the destruction of the world, so there can only be 8. I have already taken 1 seat, leaving 7 more saints to be born. There were originally 8 strands of Hongming Purple Qi. I used 1 when I became a saint, and the remaining 7 are still in my possession. As Hongjun spoke, he turned his palm over and 7 strands of purple qi floated out, suspended before him, his face expressionless. It was the first time the crowd had seen what the Hongming Purple Qi looked like. A group of them knelt down in unison, pleading, "We beg the Dao Ancestor to show mercy and bestow this Hongming Purple Qi upon us, granting us the opportunity to become saints." Hongjun swept his gaze over them and slowly spoke. "According to the will of the Heavenly Dao, 6 saints are to emerge from my sect." With that, his gaze fell upon the 3 pure ones. You 3 are the incarnations of the primordial spirit of Pangu, bearing the merit of creation, and thus can become saints. From this day forth you shall be my direct disciples. Before his words had even faded, Hongjun waved his hand, and 3 beams of purple light shot out, directly entering the bodies of the 3 pure ones. The 3 pure ones were overjoyed on the spot, and kowtowed in worship. "Many thanks, Master." Hongjun waved his hand. "Just call me teacher." "Yes, teacher." The 3 pure ones bowed again in reverence. The eyes of the other great beings nearly popped out of their sockets. 3 saintly seats had vanished in an instant. Who could remain calm? But Hongjun paid them no heed. His gaze shifted to Nuwa, and he said, "Nuwa, you will perform a great deed of merit in the future, and can also become a saint. You are also counted as my direct disciple." A strand of Hongming Purple Qi detached and landed directly on Nuwa. Those around her finally understood that this thing essentially meant a secure seat of sainthood. In an instant, the gazes of the many great beings toward Kuanpeng were a mix of 3 parts mockery, 3 parts sympathy, and the rest pure schadenfreude. Kuanpeng was nearly bursting with rage, his eyes fixed like nails on Hongjun. If it were not for the fact that they were still in the Zixiao Palace before the Dao Ancestor, he would have likely lunged at Hongjun to fight to the death. Hongjun remained unaware, but Xinyuanzi standing beside him saw it all, and shook his head inwardly. "This time my old friend has forged a death feud with Kuanpeng. Nevertheless, I will do everything in my power to protect him." After finishing with Nuwa, Hongjun turned to look at Jane and Juanti, and said, "Jane, Juanti, you 2 may become saints." With that, 2 strands of Hongming Purple Qi were tossed over. Those below saw that Jane had neither kowtowed nor knelt, yet still received the Hongming Purple Qi, which meant that the strand still in the Dao Ancestor's hand might yet belong to them. For a moment, everyone's minds began to stir with hope. Jane and Juanti, upon hearing that they could become saints, were beaming with joy. But after the Hongming Purple Qi landed on them, they did not hear the Dao Ancestor say he would take them as disciples as he had done before, and the 2 immediately panicked. Before anyone else could react, Juani fell to his knees with a thud and wailed, "Teacher, we 2 brothers have always lived in the desolate lands of the West. Since our birth we have relied on no one. We beg the teacher to show compassion and take us as disciples." Upon hearing this, everyone present was displeased. "You have already received the Hongming Purple Qi, and the Dao Ancestor himself said you 2 can become saints. Why are you still here playing the pitiful victim? What about us who have not even caught a glimpse of the Purple Qi?" Hongjun had long since calculated this. He had originally planned to use these 2 fools to repay the karmic debt he owed to the West. Now that they were asking him on their own, he would go along with the flow and reluctantly accept them. So he said to the two, "You brothers may become my nominal disciples." Hearing it was only nominal, Zhuanyi wanted to argue further, but Jane behind him pulled him back and dragged him to kowtow to Hongjun. "Many thanks, teacher." At this, except for Hao Yu, all the other great beings fell to their knees in unison, shouting, "We beg the teacher to show mercy and take us as disciples." Hongjun merely swept a cold gaze over them and said, "You have no karmic affinity with me as master and disciple. Do not force it." The next moment, Hongjun's perpetually cold face suddenly revealed a hint of a smile. He turned to look at Hao Yu, who was closest to him. "Hao Yu, are you willing to become my disciple?" Hao Yu's mind was a bit dazed. How could Hongjun possibly want to take him as a disciple? It would be good enough if he didn't destroy him. Just as he was hesitating, the system chimed. Ding. Host is requested to take Hongjun as your master. Why, oi. Ding. It will bring the host only benefits and no harm. Moreover, after taking him as your master, you will be Hongjun's only disciple. Only. Are you kidding me? Hasn't Hongjun already accepted 6? The system prompt sounded again. Those are merely saints that Hongjun accepted on behalf of the Heavenly Dao in his capacity as the Dao ancestor. In essence, they are workers for the Heavenly Dao with little personal connection to him. When he asked you just now, he said, "Are you willing to become my disciple, not the Dao ancestor's disciple?" Hao Yu frowned. Then why did he single me out? Because your innate talent is unparalleled in the entire universe. Coupled with your immense potential for change, you might one day help Hongjun break free from the control of the Heavenly Dao. What's in it for me? Hongjun can grant you special privileges in the Primordial World and help you conceal your activities from the Heavenly Dao's perception. Hao Yu pondered for a moment and then grinned. Sounds like a good deal. I was going to fight the Heavenly Dao to the end anyway. It seems old man Hongjun isn't as bad as later legends make him out to be. These thoughts raced through his mind in the blink of an eye. Hao Yu looked up, his voice clear and decisive. "Disciple is willing. I pay my respects to you, master." When the great beings present heard Hao Yu address Hongjun as master, they muttered to themselves, "The Dao ancestor just said not to call him master. This kid must not have listened carefully. He's about to be scolded." But to everyone's surprise, Hongjun acknowledged the title. Upon reflection, it made sense. The 3 pure ones and the others were merely disciples that the Heavenly Dao had ordered Hongjun to accept on its behalf, and they themselves were still in the dark. Hao Yu was the disciple personally chosen by Hongjun, naturally different from the rest. Hongjun spoke. "I accept you as my disciple, but I cannot give you the Hongmeng Purple Chi. You are not fated to become a saint. Do you understand?" Hao Yu nodded. Disciple understands. He knew exactly why Hongjun would not give it. Even if it were given, he would not use it. The Hongmeng Purple Chi was essentially a pass for the Heavenly Dao's own people. Using it would mean being bound by it. Hao Yu was destined to sever ties with the Heavenly Dao in the future. He would never fall into that trap. When the others heard that Hao Yu was out of the running, their eyes lit up again. They had thought the last strand of Hongmeng Purple Chi was hopeless, but now the opportunity had returned. A crowd knelt down in unison. "We beg the Dao ancestor to bestow the final strand of Hongmeng Purple Chi upon us." Hongjun shook his head. "The last saint has no fixed destiny. Whoever is destined shall obtain it. Let the Hongmeng Purple Chi seek its own fated one." As his words fell, the Hongmeng Purple Chi floating before him transformed into a streak of light and flew toward the assembly of great beings. The Hongmeng Purple Chi circled above the Zhixiao Palace. Everyone below held their breath, their eyes fixed on that purple light. If not for the Dao ancestors present, someone would likely have made a move already. The Purple Chi circled above the heads of those great figures, originally drifting toward Hao Yu, but Hongjun subtly manipulated it, causing it to veer off and plunge directly into Hongyun's embrace. At that moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the Purple Chi, and no one noticed Hongjun's subtle maneuver. Hongyun was dazed by this unexpected windfall, not even managing a word of thanks. Jin Yuanzi hurriedly reminded him to express gratitude to the Dao ancestor, but the man blurted out, "I'm not his pet, and besides, I'll become a sage myself one day. There's no need for all this kowtowing. Moreover, the Purple Chi chose me of its own accord. It wasn't personally handed over by the Dao ancestor. Why should I thank him?" Hongyun sat not far from Hao Yu, and his words to Jin Yuanzi were heard clearly by Hao Yu. Hao Yu muttered to himself, "This Hongyun really has a death wish. He's barely obtained a strand of Purple Chi, and he's already this arrogant. If he truly became a sage, the entire Primordial World would bow to his will alone. He deserves to die." Kuanping, having been pushed from his seat by Hongyun, glared with reddened eyes. Jealousy and fury etched across his face. He itched to charge forward, slay Hongyun, and seize the Purple Chi. The sage positions were distributed, and the Purple Chi had been sent out. Hao Yu knew it was time for the treasures to be divided. Sure enough, Hongjun continued, "Before attaining the Dao, I collected some spiritual treasures. Now that I am about to merge with the Dao, they are of no use to me. I will take this opportunity to distribute them among you. Laozi, you are the eldest of the 3 pure ones and the foremost disciple of my Xinmin sect. After I merge with the Dao, Xinmin will be under your governance. This Taiji diagram is formed from the axe blade of the Pangu axe after it shattered. It is inherently capable of defending against all things, stabilizing wind, fire, water, and earth, and can also suppress fortune. I bestow it upon you. Additionally, I give you this Lidi Yinhua banner. With a wave of his hand, the Taiji diagram and the Lidi Yinhua banner flew toward Laozi, landing in his grasp. Laozi quickly received the 2 treasures and bowed to Hongjun. Thank you, master. Hongjun merely nodded, then turned to Yuanshi. Yuanshi, you are my second disciple. This Pangu banner is also a supreme innate treasure formed from the axe edge of the shattered Pangu axe. It possesses immense power capable of cleaving chaos, evolving earth, fire, wind, and water, and even creating the world. It can also suppress fortune. I bestow it upon you. And this Wuji Xinghuang flag is a defensive divine artifact. Take them both. As he spoke, the Pangu banner and the Wuji Xinghuang flag fell into Yuanshi's hands. Yuanshi also bowed. Thank you for the generous gift, master. Hongjun turned to Tongtian, his tone growing heavier. You are impetuous by nature, inherently fond of conflict, and your aura of slaughter is too strong. These 4 immortal slaying swords and the formation diagram were seized from Luoho back in the day. Though their grade is merely top-tier innate spiritual treasures, once the immortal slaying formation is set, it requires the combined might of 4 sages to break it. It is unparalleled as the foremost killing formation in the primordial world. Take them, but remember, do not rely on them to commit acts that defy heaven. With that, Hongjun waved his hand, and 4 swords dripping with murderous intent along with the formation diagram drifted toward Tongtian. Initially, Tongtian felt a twinge of disappointment upon learning that his treasures were inferior to the supreme innate treasures of his 2 elder brothers. But when he heard Hongjun say that even 4 sages could not overcome the formation once set, his face lit up with joy. He quickly kowtowed in gratitude and gathered up the immortal slaying swords and the formation diagram. The great cultivators present all changed expression. At most, there were only 8 sages in the primordial world. The Dao ancestor Hongjun would certainly not enter the fray himself. Of the remaining 7, the 3 pure ones alone occupied 3 seats. That left only 4 other sages. Who would dare provoke the 3 pure ones? Everyone inwardly calculated from this day forth it was best to keep a distance from the 3 pure ones, especially that Tongtian. As a tide of thoughts churned below, Hongjun's gaze fell upon Nuwa. He spoke, Nuwa, you have a great merit to accomplish in the future. You must have treasures to protect yourself. As his words faded, Hongjun flicked his finger, and a red orb and a scroll descended from the void before Nuwa. Hongjun continued, this red embroidered ball will prove useful in the future. I bestow it upon you. This scroll is the map of mountains and rivers. Within it resides a self-contained world capable of nurturing all things and even trapping sages. Both are top-tier innate spiritual treasures. Contemplate them well yourself. Nuwa quickly accepted the treasures and bowed her head. Thank you for the gift, master. Then Hongjun looked at Hao Yu. You are my personally accepted disciple. Though you cannot become a sage, you have your own path to walk. Here I have a 12-grade extinguishing world Black Lotus, sharing the same origin as your 12-grade purifying world White Lotus. Also, this Qianquan cauldron can transform post-heaven objects into pre-heaven ones, useful for artifact refining. Both are top-tier innate spiritual treasures. Additionally, there is a dragon pearl which fell into my hands after the ancestor dragon's death. I give it all to you. Hao Yu bowed respectfully. Thank you, master, for your gracious gift. Hongjun nodded, a smile tugging at his lips. At this point, all the great cultivators present understood clearly. Hongjun was essentially handing out benefits to his disciples with nothing to do with outsiders. After bestowing the treasures upon Hao Yu, Hongjun closed his eyes again to rest. Jane and Junie watched this scene, their hearts burning with anxiety. Among Hongjun's disciples, they were the poorest, yet they had not received a single treasure. Looking at the 3 pure ones, Nuwa and Hao Yu, who all had either supreme innate treasures or top-tier innate spiritual treasures, they were green with envy. Thus Jane and Junti put their heads together and resorted to their old tricks, bemoaning their poverty, making a fuss, and refusing to leave. The 2 prostrated themselves on the ground again, letting out a wail from their throats as they kowtowed and cried, the West has nothing, we are destitute. My senior brother and I, since the moment we took form, have had but a single companion spiritual treasure to our names. We beseech the master to take pity on the West and bestow a few more treasures. Hongjun, unwilling to waste words with them, casually pulled out a golden lotus and a small flag, tossing them into their arms. This 12-grade merit golden lotus and the Qinglian Bao's flag are yours. Thank you for the gift, master. Jane and Junti took them and saw that each had only one item, a slight disappointment in their hearts. But they dared not show any discontent on their faces, quickly kowtowing in thanks and stowing the treasures away. Hongjun then spoke. I am about to merge with the Tao. The spiritual treasures I gathered while traversing the Primordial World are all placed on the treasure allocating cliff outside the Zixiao Palace. Go and take them yourselves. Afterward, return to your own domains. With those words, his figure vanished from the high platform. The great cultivators in the hall who had thought treasures were beyond their reach were filled with ecstasy upon hearing this. No sooner had Hongjun's form dissipated than they transformed into streaks of light, vying to rush out of the Zixiao Palace. Everyone knew Hongjun had made it clear, take them yourselves. In other words, first come, first served. Hao Yu had already sensed what was coming when Hongjun tossed treasures to Jin and Juani. The next act was the treasure allocating cliff. The instant Hongjun disappeared without a word, Hao Yu transformed into a streak of light and shot out first. As he dashed out, the three pure ones followed closely behind. When they reached the treasure allocating cliff and saw the dazzling array of spiritual treasures piled up like a mountain, the great cultivators were filled with awe and amazement. The Tao ancestors' wealth was truly immense. Hao Yu wasted no time. Channeling his magical power, his divine sense enveloped the entire treasure allocating cliff. With a grand sweep of his hand, streams of magical energy lashed out, reeling in the spiritual treasures. The three pure ones were not to be outdone. They too unleashed their magical power, coiling it around the treasures. Of course, not all spiritual treasures could be claimed by them. Some treasures at most were lifted a few feet off the ground by the magical energy, only to somersault and fall back onto the cliff with a thud, stubbornly refusing to leave with anyone. Hao Yu and the others did not dwell on it, knowing these were not meant for them, and only took what they could carry. If there were no restrictions, those at the front would have emptied the treasure allocating cliff, leaving nothing for those behind. Soon Yuhua, the wretched pair Jin, and Juani Tai Dijuan, and other great cultivators arrived in a rush, madly scooping up the treasures. Like Hao Yu and the three pure ones, they took some while the remaining treasures still ignored them. One by one, the later cultivators arrived, each snatching a few treasures. Some were unlucky enough to be unable to lift a single spiritual treasure, such as the old Taoist. The great figures who had obtained their treasures gradually dispersed. The remaining treasures transformed into beams of light, shooting off into the mountains and rivers of the primordial world, waiting for fated individuals to discover them and make a name for themselves in the world. Thus concluded the treasure allocating banquet, leaving only the 3,000 guests of the Zixiao Palace and the bare treasure allocating cliff. Most wore smiles, but a few frowned, their hearts filled with frustration, such as the Taoist Ronding, who had not obtained a single treasure. If anyone profited the most, it was undoubtedly Hao Yu and the three pure ones. The four of them had swept away the majority of the spiritual treasures from the cliff, leaving those who arrived later to pick over the scraps. Whether you had gained anything or not, the treasure allocating cliff was now empty. Reluctance was futile. Some turned and left with joy, others departed with dark faces. At that moment, a thought flickered through Hao Yu's mind. From the Primordial World stories he had read before, it was said that the treasure allocating cliff itself was a fine item. Seeing everyone gradually leave, he channeled his magical power and enveloped the cliff. In a moment, the massive stone cliff began to shrink, growing smaller and smaller until it landed in Hao Yu's palm, becoming a miniature version of the treasure allocating cliff. He casually tossed it into his system space and then vanished in a flash of light. This move left the remaining great cultivators baffled. They had never thought that broken rock was anything special. Suddenly, a great cultivator shouted, "I understand." "What do you understand?" someone pressed. "Think about it. Could a cliff that bore the pressure of tens of thousands of spiritual treasures be an ordinary object?" The crowd suddenly realized the truth and sighed in admiration, as expected of the Tao ancestor's disciple. "We are no match for him." Without lingering further, they all transformed into streaks of light and flew toward the primordial world. After leaving, Hao Yu did not return to the primordial world, but instead flew back toward the Zixiao Palace. At the palace gate, he saw Hao Yin standing guard. Seeing him approach, Hao Yin spoke. "Senior brother has arrived. The master said that if you came, you may enter directly." With that, he pushed open the great doors. Hao Yu nodded and stepped inside. Entering the Zixiao Palace, he saw Hongjun seated on the teaching platform, looking at him with a smile. As he drew near, Hongjun said, "I knew you would come back. Do you know why among all your fellow disciples I alone did not give you the Hongming purple chi? This disciple understands. The others were all accepted as disciples by the master on behalf of the heavenly Tao, but I alone was personally taken in by you." "Yes, but that is only one reason. Another reason, which I only understood after attaining sainthood, is that achieving sainthood through the primordial violet chi means accepting the path that the heavenly Tao has laid out for you. Once you fall out of favor with the heavenly Tao, your saintly status can be revoked at any time. Hongjun gazed at the figure before him, a hint of understanding in his tone. Judging by your current cultivation level, it seems you intend to walk the path of proving the Tao through sheer power. Hao Yu nodded in response. Indeed, master, that is my intention. Very well. Then today I shall impart to you my insights into the 3,000 great Taos accumulated over these years. I hope they may help you avoid some detours. Before his voice faded, Hongjun raised his hand and sent a streak of light directly into Hao Yu's brow. Within that radiance was the true essence of the 3,000 great Taos which Hongjun had comprehended through the Jade Dye of creation and the Heavenly Tao. Hao Yu's face brimmed with delight. Thank you, master, for imparting this wisdom. His excitement was understandable. Hongjun's insights alone could shorten his journey to proving the Tao by tens of thousands of years. Perhaps even before Nuwa he could step into the realm of the Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal. Alright, this is all the help I can offer you. Now I am about to merge with the Tao. You should prepare to leave. Yes. Hao Yu gave his verbal assent, yet he remained rooted to the spot, unmoving. Seeing this, Hongjun said no more, merely shaking his head. He then summoned the Jade Dye of creation and began to communicate with the Heavenly Tao. In an instant, an unimaginable pressure descended, engulfing the entire Zixiao Palace. Hao Yu understood clearly that the true source of this pressure was 100 times more formidable than what emanated from Hongjun himself. It was the will of the Heavenly Tao. Yet the moment this pressure touched Hao Yu, it recoiled, as if sentient, vanishing as though it had never existed. But Hao Yu could distinctly sense the Heavenly Tao still lingering in the vicinity, not having departed. Immediately after, Hongjun transformed into a beam of light soaring towards the zenith of the Zixiao Palace. The 3,000 heavenly Tao laws manifested simultaneously, shifting from ethereal to tangible, intertwining and weaving together until they coalesced into distinct rules. A careful count revealed exactly 49 of them. At that moment, the light that was Hongjun evolved into a brand new rule, flying straight towards those 49 rules. In the blink of an eye, it had completely merged. The next instant, a voice resonated from the void, thundering across the entire primordial world. It was the voice of Patriarch Hongjun, yet the one speaking might no longer be Hongjun himself. The great Tao has 50 paths. Heaven's evolution uses 49, and one is left to escape. Hence the heavenly Tao is incomplete, and the primordial world is not whole. I, Hongjun, pity the myriad beings of heaven and earth, and cannot bear the Tao's imperfection. Now I shall merge my being with the Tao to complete it. From now on, the heavenly Tao is Hongjun, but Hongjun is not the heavenly Tao. Henceforth, until a great tribulation arises, Hongjun shall not appear. Upon hearing this, all beings in the primordial world knelt and cried out in unison, the Patriarch is merciful. Ordinary cultivators might have felt little stir, but those who had received the primordial violet chi harbored their own secret calculations. With Hongjun merging with the Tao and remaining hidden until a great tribulation, once they attained sainthood, they would be the most powerful beings in the primordial world. At this thought, who could not be excited? Especially the Western cultivators Jin and Junti, whose smiles were so wide they could hardly close their mouths. Meanwhile, Hao Yu remained in the Zixiao Palace, having witnessed the entire process of Hongjun's Tao fusion without missing a single detail. Every nuance of the heavenly Tao's evolution was etched clearly into his mind. This gain was far greater than all three of Hongjun's sermons combined. Not long after Hongjun's voice had spread across the primordial world, his figure suddenly reappeared on the dais. Hongjun looked at Hao Yu expressionlessly, his voice drifting over lightly. The fusion is complete. It is time for you to leave. As soon as he spoke, his form vanished from the dais. Immediately, an invisible force thrust Hao Yu out of the Zixiao Palace. By the time he regained his senses, he was standing in the square outside. In that moment when Hongjun appeared, Hao Yu had sensed it. The Patriarch's power after merging with the Tao was so profound it was beyond his ability to fathom. This time Hongjun released not a shred of pressure, and even the transcendent aura befitting a saint was utterly concealed. He stood there like an unremarkable old man. One must understand that upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, the innate aura one develops cannot be hidden. Especially at higher realms, the accumulated pressure over the years has long seeped into one's very bones, not something that can be retracted at will. For example, even if an ordinary person could not tell Hao Yu was a quasi-saint, a single glance would reveal that he was no common mortal. Such was the aura Hao Yu had cultivated over years of practice. After being expelled, Hao Yu did not linger at the gate. He bowed deeply towards the Zixiao Palace, then turned and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the distance under the watchful gaze of the heavenly court. No sooner had he left than Hongjun reappeared on the preaching platform. This time his face no longer bore that icy expression, instead a faint smile played on his lips. His gaze followed the direction Hao Yu had taken, as if his eyes could pierce through countless worlds to see Hao Yu himself. In truth, he could. Hongjun murmured to himself as if speaking to himself or to an unseen entity. I never imagined that this disciple I took on a whim would have such an extraordinary background. Had I not merged with the Tao, I would never have known his true origins. I wonder if it ever comes to a confrontation whether I could match him or if he would hold back out of consideration for my identity. After saying this, the smile on his face gradually faded, returning to that impassive mask. Without another word, he vanished from the spot, the next moment gone to an unknown place. As for Hao Yu, after leaving the Zixiao Palace, he returned to his Yingzhou Island. With a sweep of his divine sense, he found Zhao Gongming and the others still in cultivation. The three Xiao had broken through to the early stage of Luo Golden Immortal, and Zhao Gongming had reached the peak of the early Luo stage, poised to enter the mid-stage within, at most, 1,000 years. Hao Yu observed this and nodded with satisfaction. A master is naturally pleased when his disciples are diligent. Originally, he had planned to give these 4 disciples private lessons after returning from the 3rd sermon. But as they were currently in secluded cultivation and Hao Yu himself had gained unexpected insights from his trip to the Zixiao Palace, he now needed to go into seclusion to digest them. By the time he emerged from seclusion, he would at least be at the late quasi-saint stage. Hao Yu mused to himself, by the time I emerge, the 4 of them should be about ready. Then I will give them their lectures. For now I must first sever my self-entity. With this thought, he appeared directly in the main hall. Seating himself, he raised his hand and sealed the entire hall with his Dharma power, lest the 3 Xiao disturb him upon emerging from their seclusion. Hao Yu sat cross-legged and began to peruse the Tao insights Hongjun had transmitted to him. Upon examination, he understood the situation. Hongjun was truly the chosen spokesperson of the heavenly Tao, having touched upon nearly all of the 3,000 great Taos, though his comprehension of some was deep and of others shallow. The shallowest, the law of destruction, had reached the mid-quasi-saint level, while his most adept, the law of immortality, had directly soared to the late Hunyuan Luo Golden Immortal stage. But these insights could only serve as reference for Hao Yu. He could not copy them directly, for these were paths Hongjun had already trodden. If he blindly followed, he would at best reach Hongjun's endpoint, never able to catch up, let alone surpass, the heavenly Tao. Thus he first distributed these insights to his good entity and evil entity before beginning his own contemplation. With the foundation from Hongjun's 3rd sermon and these insights into the laws, it took less than 1,000 years for Hao Yu to touch the threshold of severing an entity. One day he abruptly opened his eyes from cultivation and reached out to retrieve the Primordial Chaos gourd. Of the 3 flowers blooming atop his head, only one remained. He urged the gourd's aura to transform into a blade and struck at the root of the lotus. A crisp sound of snapping was heard, and the lotus fell. The falling petals transformed into a beam of light drifting above the Primordial Chaos gourd and began to frantically absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. As this lotus was originally rooted in the Primordial Chaos gourd, it could draw chaotic spiritual energy from the gourd, so it took only a year for it to materialize into a form. During the process of absorbing energy, the flower's color gradually turned purple, as if to match the gourd. Suddenly the lotus ceased absorption and began to spin in midair. Hao Yu knew at once that it was about to take shape. Indeed, the next moment the lotus burst open, transforming into a Taoist clad in a purple robe with features identical to Hao Yu's. The Taoist lightly beckoned to the Primordial Chaos gourd, and it flew into his hand. He bowed to Hao Yu. "Greetings, fellow Taoist." Hao Yu smiled slightly. "You and I are one, and no need for such formality. Do you have a name?" Hao Yu asked. "I have taken form through the Primordial Chaos gourd. Call me Primordial Chaos Taoist. Do you intend to cultivate within the Hongming Dao Palace, or find another place?" "The good and evil entities have both departed. I shall stay within this palace." "Very well. Find a place to settle and cultivate." "Good." With that, the Primordial Chaos Taoist flickered and vanished from the hall. Hao Yu closed his eyes again to stabilize his cultivation. Over 100 years passed before he opened them. After more than a century in seclusion, my cultivation has finally stabilized at the late quasi-saint stage. Feeling the flow of Dharma power within him, Hao Yu murmured, "Next I must thoroughly comprehend the laws to step into the peak quasi-saint stage. Once all 3 avatars reach this level, I can attempt to break through to the Hunyuan realm." He swept his divine sense, and sensed that Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiao had already emerged from seclusion. "All of you come to the Hongming Great Hall." Hearing the transmission, the 4 exchanged glances. "The master is calling us," Zhao Gongming said. Yin Xiao nodded. "I heard it too. I wonder what it is about. Let us hurry over and not keep the master waiting." Before long, the 4 appeared in the hall and knelt in unison. "Greetings, master." Zhao Gongming spoke first. "Master, do you have important instructions for us?" Bi Xiao quickly added, "Yes, whatever it is, we siblings will ensure it is done." Hao Yu waved his hand. "I called you here for no other reason. Since you became my disciples, I have never properly taught you anything. I have been somewhat remiss as a master. Yunxiao said gravely. Being accepted as a disciple by our master is already a blessing of the highest order. If not for our master, my siblings and I would have perished long ago on the Eastern Sea. We would never have achieved what we have today. Being able to cultivate to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm is entirely a gift from our master's grace. How dare I ask for more? There's no need to be so tense, Hao Yu said. I've just emerged from seclusion with some insights. Seeing that your cultivation hasn't advanced, I thought I would give you a lecture and guide you on the path of the great Luo. The four disciples chorused their congratulations. We congratulate our master on his further advancement. All right, sit down. Hao Yu waved his hand, and a cushion appeared before each of the four. Yes. The four adjusted their robes and sat upright. Hao Yu began his discourse. The great Tao is formless, yet it gives birth to heaven and earth. The great Tao is without emotion, yet it governs the sun and moon. The great Tao is nameless, yet it nurtures all things. There were no earth-shattering phenomena like those of Patriarch Hongjun's lectures, but the entire hall was filled with a dense aura of the laws. His voice remained within the Hongming Dao Palace, not a trace leaking out. Zhao Gongming and the other three were spellbound. About 50 years later, the aura around Zhao Gongming suddenly surged uncontrollably, bursting forth completely. He instinctively drew the surrounding spiritual energy towards himself, forming a vortex of qi. Hao Yu knew this was a breakthrough and immediately moved him aside. Zhao Gongming's breakthrough was insignificant to Hao Yu, but the spiritual energy fluctuations it stirred would disturb the three Xia sisters who were still listening to the sermon. After settling Zhao Gongming, Hao Yu diverted his attention to draw a vast amount of spiritual energy for him to absorb. The sermon continued. Hao Yu's voice was not loud, but every word was clear, striking the heart like a hammer. When heaven and earth were first formed, chaos reigned undivided. The sun and moon hid their radiance, and the cosmos was one. Only when the pure and the turbid separated did all things reveal their form. The reason heaven and earth endure so long is that they do not exist for themselves. But sentient beings are stubborn, trapped in the concepts of self, others, the multitude of beings, and the span of life. They give rise to greed, fear, and anxiety, and thus cannot last. Celestial phenomena have no fixed rules. The great Tao has no name. Let go of attachments to self, others, beings, and life, and you will see the light. Walk the righteous path, cultivate the original heart. Heaven and earth are rooted in the fundamental. Motion and stillness both lie within the earth. The heart of heaven and earth is hidden here. Thus there is neither true substance nor true emptiness. Heaven and earth follow their natural course, not deliberately doing or creating anything. All things cannot exist simultaneously, that is why they are imperfect. Another 10 years passed in a flash. One day a faint cracking sound was heard. The spiritual energy around Zhao Gongming suddenly dispersed, and his aura surged dramatically. He had reached the midstage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Hao Yu observed this and nodded to himself. This sermon lasted a full century. After it ended, the three Xia sisters were all on the verge of a breakthrough. With just a few decades of seclusion, they could step into the midstage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The four knelt together. We thank our master for explaining the great Tao to us. No need for such formality, rise. Hao Yu extended his hand in a gesture of support, and the four were lifted by an invisible force. Yunxiao spoke. Listening to our master's sermon, I have gained some insights, and can already feel the threshold of the midstage great Luo Golden Immortal. I humbly request to retire for seclusion. Me too, Xiongxiao and Bixiao echoed. Very well, go back then. Strive to break through as soon as possible. Thank you, master. The three figures flickered and vanished from the hall. Only Hao Yu and Zhao Gongming remained in the hall. I thank my master for diverting his attention during the sermon to gather spiritual energy for me, aiding my breakthrough. Zhao Gongming bowed in thanks again. Gongming, since I have accepted you as my disciple, these are all things I should do. There's no need to be so polite. Hao Yu raised his hand and helped him up. You are now at the midstage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. It's time for you to travel through the primordial continent. After the three Xia sisters break through, the four of you can go together. All right, you may take your leave now. As you command, master. Zhao Gongming bowed respectfully, then vanished from the hall. Just as Hao Yu finished instructing his four disciples, chaos had already erupted across the primordial continent. The Wu and Yao tribes bickered daily, each finding the other disagreeable. But what truly unsettled the great powers was the matter of the Hongmeng purple qi. Deep in the northern, Si Kunpeng brooded in his lair, growing more resentful by the moment. He felt he had lost face in the Zixiao Palace, all because of that fellow Hongjun. If not for Hongjun, how could he have been neglected by the saint? He hadn't even secured a nominal discipleship, let alone a strand of Hongmeng purple qi. Yet that Hongjun, who didn't even have a seat, somehow obtained a strand of Hongmeng purple qi. Why? Kunpeng ground his teeth in hatred. He dared not trouble Patriarch Hongjun, so he naturally pinned all the blame on Hongyun. Becoming a saint required the Hongmeng Purple Qi, but the three pure ones Nuo Jane and Juani. None of them could he afford to provoke or defeat. After much thought, the only one he could target was that Hongyun who had caused him such disgrace. Kunpeng hesitated no longer. He burst forth from the northern sea, transforming into his true form. With a mighty beat of his enormous wings, a gale howled as he charged straight toward the inland of the primordial continent. Above the 33rd heaven in the great hall of the Yao court, Dijuan and Tai had used their power to block the heavenly secrets. They sat facing each other, both wearing grim expressions. After all, they hadn't obtained a single strand of Hongmeng Purple Qi. If they wanted to become saints, what choice did they have but to seize it? Elder brother, Tai frowned. Patriarch Hongjun has merged with the Tao and no longer concerns himself with the affairs of the primordial continent. From now on, it will be the era of the saints. But we don't have a single strand of Hongmeng Purple Qi between us. Will we forever be trampled under the saints' feet? Dijuan was silent for a moment, his gaze turning cold. I've been thinking about this too, he said. We didn't get the Hongmeng Purple Qi at the Zhixiao Palace. If we want to become saints, there's only one path left. Tai was taken aback. What path? Seize it. Dijuan's single word was heavy, as if he had already made up his mind. Tai's mind was slow. It took him a while to react. Seize it from whom? Hongyun. Dijuan's voice carried a murderous intent. Tai was even more confused. Hongyun only has one strand of Hongmeng Purple Qi. Even if we seize it, only one of us can become a saint. Why not go after the three pure ones, or Jane and Juani? Dijuan looked at his simple-minded brother and explained patiently. The three pure ones are the Patriarch's direct disciples. Jane and Juanti may only be nominal disciples, but they shamelessly begged the Patriarch to accept them. In the end, they are all under Patriarch Hongjun's tutelage. If we go after them, wouldn't that be slapping the Patriarch in the face? He paused, his eyes growing sharper. Hongyun is different. When the Patriarch gave him the Hongmeng Purple Qi, he neither said he could become a saint nor accepted him as a disciple. So he is the only one we can make a move on. After Dijuan finished speaking, Tai still couldn't understand. Didn't Patriarch Hongjun say that after merging with the Tao, he would not appear unless a great tribulation occurred? So why should we fear him? Dijuan sighed, looking at his brother. That's what he said, but who can be sure it's true? What if he was just speaking in passing? Even if he truly doesn't interfere, if he emerges from seclusion later and decides to settle old scores, can we withstand it? Tai was silent for a moment before replying. According to what you say, elder brother, we can only keep a close watch on Hongyun. But if we seize it, there will only be one strand of Hongmeng Purple Qi. Let you have it, elder brother. The chance to become a saint is yours. Dijuan was taken aback, a hint of surprise in his eyes. You don't want to become a saint? Who doesn't? Tai smiled. In all the primordial continent, who doesn't want to become a saint? But since only one of us can achieve it, let it be you, elder brother. You are my brother and the Yao Emperor. Leading our Yao race further as a saint is far better than what I could do. Dijuan's heart warmed at these words. He patted Tai on the shoulder. Good brother, rest assured. After I become a saint, no one in the primordial continent will dare to harm a single hair on your head. Though the brothers' words were about scheming against others, the bond between them was genuine. With that said, Dijuan raised his hand and dispelled the hall's restrictions, calling out, "Summon the guards." Soon a figure strode in quickly from outside the hall and bowed. Your subordinate greets the Yao Emperor and the Yao Sovereign. What are your orders, your majesties? Invite the 10 great Yao saints to come here for a council. Dijuan commanded. Yes, your subordinate will take his leave. Go. The man bowed once more and retreated, still bent over. After all, Dijuan and Tai were the sovereigns of the Yao race. They couldn't handle everything personally. For tasks like this, they could assign them to their subordinates and simply oversee the final outcome. Before long, the 10 great Yao gods had all arrived at the Great Hall. Dijuan recounted the matter he had discussed with Tai to everyone. None objected, all nodded in agreement. Next came the planning. Bei's the most intelligent among the Yao spoke. Since we intend to seize Hongyun's Hongmeng Purple Qi, Hongyun himself will likely anticipate it. Right now he is either in the Fire Cloud Cave or at Xinyuan's Wuzhuang Temple. We only need to keep a close watch on these two places. The moment Hongyun appears, report back immediately, and our army will press forward. It will be foolproof. Dijuan nodded. Bei's speaks sense. Bei's added another point. There is one more thing. We are not the only ones targeting Hongyun. The great powers of the primordial continent. Who doesn't want to become a saint? None will miss this opportunity. So we must act swiftly, we cannot afford to delay. Dijuan said in a deep voice, don't waste any more time. Send people to keep a tight watch immediately. Issue orders throughout the Yao court for everyone to be fully alert, ready to march at a moment's notice and sweep across the primordial continent. As you command. The 10 great Yao gods responded in unison, turned, and exited the hall. At the same time on Penglai Island a similar drama was unfolding in the Immortal Court. Dong Weigong, appointed by the Patriarch as the foremost male immortal of the primordial continent, had not even caught a glimpse of the Hongmeng purple chi. How could he not be anxious? He would have to find a way out for himself. And it wasn't just these two factions. The scattered cultivators from the Zixiao Palace were likely all eyeing the strand of Hongmeng purple chi in Hongyun's possession. After all, that thing was the key to becoming a saint. Who could resist its allure? But where was Hongyun at this moment? In Xinyuan's Wuzhuang temple, happily munching on ginseng fruits. You heard that right. He still had the appetite to eat, completely oblivious to the great calamity about to befall. At that moment Jin Yuanzi approached and sat down across from Hongyun, letting out a sigh. Old friend Hongyun, now that you hold the primordial purple chi, the mighty beings of the primordial world will never let this rest. In my opinion, you should enter seclusion at once. Comprehend the primordial purple chi fully and achieve sainthood as soon as possible. That is the true path. Unexpectedly Hongyun grew displeased upon hearing this. Jin Yuanzi, is it because I ate a few of your fruits? If you begrudge it, just say so. If you don't want me to eat them, fine. But don't make up such lies to scare me. Jin Yuanzi grew anxious. It's not about the fruits. Given our bond, you could devour every fruit on that tree, and I wouldn't utter a word. I'm truly worried about you. Enough. Say no more. Hongyun waved his hand dismissively. How could possessing the primordial purple chi bring me danger? This is a treasure for achieving sainthood. Throughout the entire primordial world, besides Dao ancestor Hongjun, only 7 individuals can become saints. Others would curry my favor, not harm me. Old friend, you overthink things. By the end his expression was tinged with pride, as if he had already attained sainthood. Jin Yuanzi's frustration was palpable. Old friend, think it through. The Dao ancestor did not accept you as his disciple, nor did he personally declare you would become a saint. Among those who attended the lectures at Zixiao Palace, almost none received the primordial purple chi. Do you think they can remain indifferent? And what about Kuanping? He once had a seat in Zixiao Palace, but you ruined it. That is equivalent to snatching away his chance for sainthood. Can he not hold a grudge? At this very moment those mighty beings might already be scheming in secret to seize your primordial purple chi. Why do you not take this seriously at all? Hongyun, after listening, still believed Jin Yuanzi was overthinking. He said nonchalantly, fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi, you truly worry too much. Although I was not accepted as a disciple by the Dao ancestor, this primordial purple chi was personally bestowed upon me by him. It chose me of its own accord, meaning it has no affinity with others. Therefore I believe they will not come to seize it. It was never meant to belong to them. Jin Yuanzi, upon hearing Hongyun's naive words, was at a loss for a response. He had already said all that could be said. Finally he sighed. One must not harbor harmful intentions, but one must not lack a defensive heart either. I advise you not to leave my Wuzhuang temple for the time being. Within this temple the Earth Book guides the way, connecting the Earth veins for hundreds of thousands of miles to form a defensive formation. Anyone who wishes to breach it must consider whether they can withstand the karmic consequences of destroying the Earth veins. Cultivate peacefully within the temple. Until you achieve sainthood, I will ensure your safety. Hongyun grinned. Alright, I understand. Though I think this is mostly unnecessary, thank you. When I become a saint, I will not forget your kindness. Jin Yuanzi merely shook his head and said no more. He stood up and left, his expression suggesting that Hongyun had completely exasperated him. While Jin Yuanzi was advising, Hongyun, scouts dispatched by various factions, as well as rogue cultivators of the primordial world, had all gathered at the entrance of the Huayun cave. After all, everyone understood clearly, having obtained the primordial purple chi, Hongyun would surely be hiding in his cave abode, cultivating in hopes of breaking through to sainthood. Who could have imagined that this fellow hadn't stayed at his own home, but instead had gone to freeload at another's, too lazy even to cultivate? Outside the Huayun cave a group of mighty beings stood face to face, somewhat embarrassed. Yet reflecting on it, they were all there for the same purpose, so none could mock another. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Then someone spoke up. I imagine everyone here has the same goal. Let us join forces to break the prohibitions of the Huayun cave and capture Hongyun. As for the primordial purple chi, each will rely on their own abilities. Whoever seizes it, it shall be theirs. What say you? The crowd nodded in agreement. Agreed. The scouts of the Demon Court and the Immortal Court secretly transmitted the news back to their respective strongholds. At the Demon Court, the scout reported directly to the demon god Baizhe. Baizhe dared not delay, hastening to the main hall to inform Dijun and Tai. Upon hearing the news, Dijun immediately summoned all the mighty beings of the Demon Court, preparing to descend to the mortal realm. At the Immortal Court, the situation was similar. Upon receiving the message, Dong Wanggong summoned all cultivators above the Luo level, clearly intending to deploy all his forces to seize the primordial purple chi. Returning to the Huayun cave. After everyone agreed with the Taoist proposal, they channeled their magical power together, and blasted the Hongjun cave. With the combined strike of a group of mighty beings, the prohibitions set by Hongjun were as fragile as paper, shattered instantly with overwhelming force. But when the prohibitions crumbled, the crowd did not see Hongjun's figure. They immediately understood Hongjun was not at home. Another person spoke. Since Hongjun is not here, there is no need to waste time. Let us disperse. With Hongjun absent, no one could do anything. He carried the primordial purple chi, which prevented anyone from divining his whereabouts. Thus they all dispersed. Outside Wuzhuang Temple, the atmosphere was as taut as a stretched string. The scouts of the Immortal Court and the Demon Court had already relayed the information. After discussing, they concluded that since Hongjun was not at the Hongjun cave, he must be hiding in Zhen Yuanzi's lair. At the Demon Court, Jun and Tai Yi, both Quasi-Saint-level powerhouses, tore open the void and led hundreds of Luo golden immortals in a grand procession toward Wuzhuang Temple. At the Immortal Court, Dong Wang Gong, unwilling to be outdone, led all his Luo golden immortals in an attack. Unfortunately, his forces were inferior. He barely had 100 Luo realm cultivators. Most of the mighty beings who had been stationed outside the Hongjun cave truly returned to their abodes. However, some quick-witted ones slapped their thighs. Hongjun and Zhen Yuanzi were sworn brothers. If he wasn't at home, where else could he be? Thus they turned and headed for Wuzhuang Temple. Inside the temple, Hongjun had just finished eating a fruit and was contemplating entering seclusion. Strangely, the prohibitions at his Hongjun cave had been completely dismantled, yet he remained utterly unaware. Zhen Yuanzi sat in his room, watching Hongjun's retreating figure as he prepared to cultivate a fatherly smile on his face. At that moment, a large group of mighty beings had already reached the outskirts of Wuzhuang Temple. The surrounding area instantly became as bustling as a market. For the first time, the Immortal Court and the Demon Court clashed heated. Dong Wang Gong, still oblivious to the situation, stepped forward and declared, "I am the personally appointed leader of all male immortals in the Primordial World, the Immortal Emperor of the Immortal Court. This primordial purple chi rightfully belongs to me. They'll give you a chance. Join my Immortal Court now. Once I become a saint, everyone shall benefit. If you refuse, I will annihilate you all." Someone from the crowd retorted, "You were appointed by the Dao Ancestor, yes. Then why didn't he bestow the primordial purple chi directly upon you? Clearly you are not the destined one, and you still try to recruit us into your Immortal Court. Dream on." "Exactly. We rogue cultivators have traversed the heavens and earth for countless eons. Do you think we'll become your lackeys just because of your words? Wishful thinking." Jun watched from the side, a cold sneer in his heart. Dong Wang Gong, this fool, still hasn't grasped the situation. How many take his title as leader of male immortals seriously? He's still arrogantly offending everyone. Since Hongjun won't emerge anytime soon, I might as well take this opportunity to wipe out him and his Immortal Court. With a shift in thought, Jun stepped forward and addressed Dong Wang Gong. "Dong Wang Gong, the Dao Ancestor appointed you as the leader of male immortals to govern the Primordial World. Instead, you've used this title to plunder and kill, causing great suffering among the beings of the Primordial World. Today, my Demon Court, even at the risk of incurring the Dao Ancestor's wrath, will rid the Primordial World of this scourge." A Luo golden immortal from Dong Wang Gong's side leaped forward, pointing at Jun and cursing, "How dare you? Jun, you show such disrespect to the Immortal Emperor. Are you not afraid of the Dao Ancestor striking you down with divine lightning?" As Jun's words fell, Tai Yi sneered and stepped forward. "How amusing. Do you truly think my Demon Court fears you? Your Immortal Court has committed countless atrocities. Who in the Primordial World does not despise you? If the Dao Ancestor knew, he might even praise us for a job well done." His tone was arrogant, his gaze filled with contempt. Jun raised a hand to stop Tai Yi, his eyes sweeping over all the mighty beings present. "Enough idle talk. Hongjun is still in Wuzhuang Temple, which is far from here. Even if we fight until the heavens collapse, those two won't notice. Fellow rogue cultivators, join my Demon Court today. First, destroy Dong Wang Gong. As for the primordial purple chi, each shall rely on their own abilities." As he spoke, his magical power surged, and the Hichu and Luoshu instantly appeared above his head, radiating brilliant light. "Agreed." From the crowd, someone responded first. Then a majority of the rogue cultivators nodded in agreement. The reason was simple. Ever since Dong Wang Gong established the Immortal Court, he had bullied others with his numerical superiority, offending many throughout the Primordial World. Now that Jun was taking the lead, they were naturally eager to join in. However, some did not wish to be involved in this muddy water, and quietly retreated millions of miles away, clearly choosing to watch. Jun wasted no more words. He coldly shouted, "Kill." Instantly, hundreds of Luo from the demon race unleashed their spiritual treasures, their magical power soaring as they charged toward the Immortal Court's ranks. From the crowd, someone shouted, "Destroy the Immortal Court. Restore peace to the Primordial World. The Demon Court is the legitimate power." What is the Immortal Court but nothing? Seeing the Demon Court charge, the rogue cultivators hesitated, no longer unleashing their artifacts and following closely behind. On the Immortal Court side, with 300 to 400 Luo and several hundred rogue cultivators, the sheer numbers alone were overwhelming. Before the battle even began, the morale of the Immortal Court had already faltered. Yet no one fled. Dong Wang Gong gritted his teeth, raised his dragon head staff, and shouted, "My Immortal Court was personally appointed by the Dao Ancestor, the legitimate power of the Primordial World. Follow me and slaughter these traitors." He knew full well Dijun had come for him today. Retreat meant certain death. Fighting might carve a path to survival. With that, he took the lead, charging toward the Demon Court's ranks. His Immortal Court followers, moved by his courage, surged with emotion and unleashed their spiritual treasures, roaring as they followed. From Dijun's command to the clash of forces, only a few breaths had passed. The two forces collided, instantly erupting into chaos. A powerful demon struck out with his palm, obliterating an Immortal Court cultivator's soul. But the next moment, a spear pierced through his demonic body from behind. With a tremor of the spear, the demonic cultivator's Dharma body shattered, dissolving into specks of starlight in the air. The battlefield was in utter chaos, with no regard for cost. A gravely wounded cultivator on the verge of death suddenly bit his tongue, burned his vital blood, and charged at his opponent. His arms locked around the enemy's body as he let out a roar, blood erupting from his entire form like a fountain, his eyes wild with bloodshot fury. Then came a thunderous explosion. He burst into a cloud of blood mist, the shockwave hurling everyone nearby into the air. By this point, both sides had long lost all reason. The ground for miles around was soaked through with blood, sticky underfoot. Dong Wang Gong was under siege from Dijun and Tai Yi. The combined assault left him no room to counter, forcing him to barely fend them off with his dragonhead staff. Anyone could see that within 100 exchanges, Dong Wang Gong would fall. True to expectation, he didn't last long. Tai Yi seized the moment, the chaos bell wrapped in full force, crashing down upon him. Though Dong Wang Gong was also at the early quasi-sage stage, this strike sent his spiritual treasure flying from his grasp, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Tai Yi gave him no chance to recover. Without even recalling the chaos bell, he channeled his magical power into his fist and charged forward, landing a punch. That fist carried the full might of an early quasi-sage. With his spiritual treasure lost, and his body wounded, Dong Wang Gong was utterly defenseless and had to endure the blow with his bare flesh. After 2 consecutive heavy strikes, Dong Wang Gong crashed to the ground, unable even to rise. Seeing this, Tai Yi halted and summoned the chaos bell back into his hand. Once the chaos bell was in his grasp, Tai Yi channeled his magical power again and slammed it ruthlessly down at Dong Wang Gong on the ground. This blow annihilated the already breathless Dong Wang Gong into ashes, without even a scream escaping his lips. By then, the great battle on both sides was nearly over. The Immortal Court had lost without a doubt, and utterly. Including Dong Wang Gong, every great Luo Golden Immortal of the Immortal Court had perished. The Demon Court had also lost dozens of great Luo, and the scattered cultivators had dozens dead as well. After this battle, the Immortal Court became a thing of the past in the primordial wilderness. Dijun surveyed the battlefield, confirmed that not a single member of the Immortal Court remained, then summoned Ji Ming and Jiaoying. "You two take 30 great Luo, return to the 33 heavens, muster the demon soldiers, and head straight to Plunlai Island. Uproot the Immortal Court entirely. As you command." The two acknowledged and immediately gathered 30 great Luo Golden Immortals, heading straight toward the 33 heavenly palaces. Meanwhile, in the 5 villages, Temple Zhan Yuanzi and Hongjun also sensed this great battle. Normally, such a distant conflict would be beyond their perception, but as both sides fought to the death, unleashing massive techniques, and several great Luo sacrificing themselves to drag others down, the commotion was so immense that tremors could be felt millions of miles away. Seeing this, Zhan Yuanzi turned to Hongjun and said, "Old friend, I believe these people are mostly after you." Hongjun waved his hand dismissively, his tone utterly carefree. "You're overthinking it. They probably just happened to fight here. Look at the scale of it. If they were after me, why would they be fighting among themselves?" Zhan Yuanzi wanted to say more, but Hongjun cut him off. "Enough, don't say any more. I'm going to cultivate." With that, he turned and walked toward the cultivation chamber. Zhan Yuanzi watched his retreating figure, swallowing the warning that had risen to his lips. Once Hongjun was far away, he silently took out the earth book and reinforced the barriers around the 5 villages temple, fearing any mishap. On the other side, Dijun had already landed. He clearly sensed the spiritual energy of the earth veins converging toward the 5 villages temple. He immediately realized the battle just now had likely alerted Zhan Yuanzi. So he feigned in order to gather the experts of the Demon Court, putting on a show of retreating. But in truth he led his men in a wide loop and secretly returned to lurk near the Five Villages temple. Seeing the demon court leave, other great cultivators began to ponder. Some thought Hongjun must have already discovered them, so staying was futile, and they simply withdrew. Others, having witnessed the chaotic battle and weighed their own strength, knew they had no hope of seizing the primordial purple chi and left as well. But a few like Dijun circled back and concealed themselves in the shadows. Cunning old foxes like Kuan Peng and Ming, he had never shown themselves from the start, always hidden in deeper corners. The number of experts secretly gathered around the Five Villages temple was staggering, nearly capturing every notable figure in the primordial wilderness. Why didn't anyone simply break the formation and charge in as they had done at Firecloud Cave? The reason was simple. Everyone present was at least a great Luo Golden Immortal, and all could see that the temple's formation was connected to the earth veins stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles. Forcing an entry would not only destroy these earth veins, but also cause catastrophe millions of miles away. Ordinary cultivators lacked the power to break the formation, and even those who could wouldn't dare bear the immense karmic sin of destroying the earth veins. So everyone could only wait in vain. Several hundred years passed. One day Hongjun awoke from his seclusion. He hadn't broken through, but an indescribable will forcefully pulled him out of his cultivation state. It felt as if a persistent voice in his subconscious urged him to wander the lands of the primordial wilderness. He knew deep down that staying behind closed doors to cultivate would never make him a saint. Only by venturing out could he truly cross that threshold. Hongjun pushed open the door, intending to bid farewell to Zhen Yuanzi and set out on a journey. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, Zhen Yuanzi sensed something amiss. He appeared before Hongjun in a flash and asked directly, "Old friend, why have you emerged from seclusion? Have you made progress in your cultivation?" Hongjun shook his head, a hint of resignation in his voice. "It's not that I don't want to stay in seclusion, but continuing, I plan to travel across the primordial wilderness. Perhaps a journey will reveal the key to a breakthrough." Zhen Yuanzi frowned deeply, his face full of worry. "I still urge you to reconsider. You carry the primordial purple chi. It's the living key to becoming a saint. I fear that once you leave, trouble will come. You think too ill of everyone." Hongjun waved his hand with a smile. "Those people from the demon court hundreds of years ago, didn't you say they were after me? And what happened? They destroyed the immortal court and left. Cultivators in the primordial wilderness still follow some rules. Besides, I haven't returned to Firecloud Cave in millennia, so I must go back for a visit." Zhen Yuanzi opened his mouth, but could say nothing more. He had advised and warned as much as he could. Hongjun had made up his mind, and he couldn't forcibly keep him in the Five Villages temple. Finally, he could only sigh, "Be careful on the road. If you truly encounter trouble, hurry back to me. Within the Five Villages temple, I can still protect you." "I understand." Hongjun nodded, clasped his hands in salute, then turned and flew out of the temple. Zhen Yuanzi stood in place, watching the figure fade into the distance, his eyes heavy with solemnity. Outside the Five Villages temple, the great cultivators who had long been lying in ambush held their breath. No one dared to make a move at the temple's gate. After centuries of waiting, none wanted to fail at the last moment. Hongjun flew beyond the temple's domain and traveled north for hundreds of thousands of miles. Suddenly, a fierce aura rapidly approached from behind. "Hongjun, hand over the primordial purple chi, and it'll spare your wretched life." The voice thundered. Hongjun turned back, his pupils contracting sharply. It was the same great cultivator he had seen in the previous battle. Without a word, he spun around and dashed back toward the Five Villages temple. In an instant, everything became clear. Zhen Yuanzi was right. These people had been after the primordial purple chi from the very start. Their earlier mutual slaughter was likely just internal strife. But as he turned, figures began to emerge one after another from the void ahead. One by one, they blocked his retreat. Forced to stop, Hongjun swept his gaze over the crowd and said in a deep voice, "I have no enmity with any of you fellow Taoists. Why do you block my path today?" Dijun spoke first, his tone cold. "Hongjun, hand over the primordial purple chi. The demon court can guarantee your life. Dream on." Hongjun let out a cold laugh. "Even if I die, I won't give it to you. This primordial purple chi was personally bestowed by the Dao ancestor. Dare you seize it? Are you not afraid of his wrath?" His first words were aimed at Dijun, but the latter part was spoken louder, throwing out the name Hongjun. Everyone present would have to weigh the consequences. Hongjun sneered, scanning the ravenous crowd around him. Just as he parted his lips to speak, someone beat him to it with a taunt. "Hongjun, are you still dreaming?" The Dao ancestor made it clear back, "Then this final primordial purple chi has no destined owner. Whoever is capable can claim it. Whoever kills you today is the fated one." A scattered cultivator at the early quasi-sage stage shouted, his face full of disdain. Dong Huangtai, he stepped out from the demon court's ranks, his gaze falling on Hongjun, his tone still somewhat polite. "Hongjun, hand over the primordial purple chi, and the demon court will ensure your safety." My brother's word is binding. Hongjun was about to retort when a streak of bloodlight suddenly tore through the void, hurtling straight for his face. The great cultivators were still watching each other warily. No one expected anyone to strike so directly under such circumstances. Minghe, you seek death. Dijun instantly recognized the bloodlight as Minghe Dao Ren, an old acquaintance from the Purple Cloud Palace lectures, and immediately ordered the demon court gods stop him. But none of the demon gods rushed forward. Who among those who had reached great Luo Golden Immortal was not shrewd? Who would charge to their death? Besides Ming, he was a quasi-sage, a direct confrontation would yield no advantage. Instead, they simultaneously channeled their magical power and unleashed a wave of attacks toward Minghe. No matter how reckless Minghe was, he couldn't withstand a combined strike from hundreds of great Luo Golden Immortals, so he quickly dodged aside. This evasion put distance between him and Hongjun, robbing him of any chance for a sneak attack. Just as the demon god's assault landed, a dark figure shot out from the shadows like lightning. Kunpeng. Seizing the moment while everyone was still reeling, he exploited his absolute speed advantage, darting straight to Hongjun and reaching out to grab him. Hongyun's mind exploded with panic as he recalled Zhun Yuan's words. That Kunpeng lost his saint seat because of you. How could he not hate you? These people before him with whom he had no prior grudges now all wanted him dead for the primordial purple chi. If he fell into the hands of Kunpeng, who already bore a grudge, the outcome was unthinkable. He hastily summoned his innate spiritual treasure, the primordial dust whisk, and hurled it at Kunpeng. Though hurried and lacking in force, it struck Kunpeng, who was caught off guard, causing a momentary pause in his movements. In that instant of hesitation, all the mighty beings present reacted. Taiyi's fiery temper flared, and without a word, he summoned the Chaos Bell and hurled it fiercely at Kunpeng. Kunpeng reacted swiftly, sidestepping to evade the direct impact, though he was grazed by the aftershock. Yet a supreme innate treasure was still a supreme innate treasure. Coupled with Taiyi's strike fueled by the wrath of a quasi-saint at the initial stage, even the glancing blow sent Kunpeng hurtling through the air. Though Kunpeng was not severely wounded, he was thrown back to roughly the same level as the others. Seeing him evade, Taiyi did not press further and silently withdrew the Chaos Bell. After all, the paramount concern at this moment was the Hongming Purple Chi. There would be other opportunities to deal with Kunpeng, but if the Hongming Purple Chi were lost today, it would vanish forever. Taiyi understood the priorities well. After the unscrupulous ambushes by Minghe and Kunpeng, the others dared not remain idle any longer. Dijun immediately commanded, "All demon gods of the demon court, hear my order. Seize Hongjun. Whoever claims the Hongming Purple Chi shall be rewarded with a top-grade innate treasure. As the saying goes, generous rewards bring forth brave warriors." Since Hongjun imparted the method of beheading the three corpses, innate treasures in the primordial world had become scarce, leaving many Daluo Golden Immortals to make do with acquired treasures. Now merely taking the Hongming Purple Chi from Hongjun could earn them a top-grade innate treasure, a prize second only to a supreme innate treasure. One must know that Dijun, as the Demon Emperor, possessed only a top-grade innate treasure as his own bonded artifact. With such a comparison, the demon gods of the demon court felt as if they had been infused with Pangus essence. Despite knowing Hongjun was a quasi-saint, these Daluo cultivators charged recklessly forward. Seeing this, the other rogue cultivators of the primordial world hesitated no longer and surged forward with the demon court. After all, everyone had come to seize the Hongming Purple Chi. Any further delay would let the demon court monopolize it entirely. Hongjun, seeing this, immediately channeled his mana and unleashed his treasure to strike at the crowd. Kunpeng, renowned for his speed, arrived first, reaching Hongjun before anyone else. Gripping his sharp sword, he slashed at Hongjun. This sword was a high-grade innate treasure, one of the few fine artifacts Kunpeng had acquired at the Dividing Treasure Cliff. Now driven by Kunpeng's quasi-saint initial stage cultivation, the sword tore through the void wherever it passed, revealing the dark nothingness within. As Kunpeng's terrifying sword chi descended, Hongjun waved his hand, and the floating innate whisk before him rose to meet it. The collision shook the heavens and earth for dozens of miles. The void shattered, and the ground cracked. Then the sword chi dissipated, and the whisk was repelled. The shockwave from the clash sent dozens of Daluo Golden Immortals flying. Quasi-saint level beings already stood at the pinnacle of the primordial world. Had this battle not occurred in such a remote place, countless lives would have been affected. The exchange ended in a draw. Kunpeng showed no intention of stopping, gripping his long sword as he continued his assault on Hongjun. Minghe, Taiyi, and Dijun, all quasi-saints, also converged tightly surrounding Hongjun. With several top-tier powerhouses attacking simultaneously, even with treasures like the 99 soul-scattering gourd, Hongjun could not withstand the onslaught. He was forced to retreat, barely managing to parry. Fortunately, these individuals harbored ulterior motives and distrusted one another. As the battle raged, it devolved into a chaotic melee among Quasi-Saints. Realizing he could not hold out, Hongjun reverted to his original form and burst through the encirclement. After fleeing for over 10 miles, he resumed his human form covered in wounds and with chaotic aura. He shouted at his pursuers, "Even if I were willing to give it, there is only one Hongmeng Purple Chi. With so many of you, to whom should I give it?" Hongjun was indeed a peculiar figure. If one called him foolish, he still attempted to sow discord, making these mighty beings fight among themselves. If one called him clever, he had been as naive as a student back at Wuzhuang Temple. Dijuan laughed upon hearing this. "Hongjun, even at this point you still think to incite internal strife among us." He turned to the others and said, "Let's eliminate Hongjun first, then each can vie for the prize by their own skill." Agreed. Agreed, the assembled powerhouses nodded. Seeing his scheme of division fail, Hongjun knew this matter could not end peacefully. He summoned the 99 soul-scattering gourd, and a vast yellow sandstorm arose, changing the color of the heavens and earth. Once the yellow sand spread, the Luo golden immortals could not withstand it. Some had their cultivation realms drop, while others perished outright. However, its effect on the Quasi-Saints was far less severe. Dijuan and Kunpeng charged through the yellow sand. The moment they clashed, Hongjun was sent flying. Without its master's control, the gourd ceased its assault, and the sand dissipated. That treasure just hung in midair motionless. Meanwhile, at Wuzhuang Temple, Xinyuanzi felt an unshakable unease, sensing that Hongjun's journey was fraught with peril. He grabbed the earth book and flew outward. Back on the battlefield after being struck down, Hongjun knew he could not. Gritting his teeth, he shouted toward Wuzhuang Temple, "Old friend Xinyuanzi, I regret not heeding your words." Then, without using any artifact, he burned his essence, blood channeled all his mana, and charged at Dijuan and the others. Xinyuanzi was racing desperately when he heard Hongjun's mana-infused roar from afar. He clenched his jaw and pushed his speed to the limit. Seeing Hongjun's stance, Dijuan's expression shifted sharply, and he barked, "Damn it! He's going to stop him." He immediately mobilized his mana to interrupt Hongjun's assault, but someone moved faster. Mingi had somehow already positioned himself beside Hongjun, his two top-grade innate treasures Yuan-Tu and Abi gleaming coldly, untouched by karmic consequences. Without hesitation, he raised his sword and struck Hongjun. Offering no defense, Hongjun's body was cleaved in two by the blow. As his flesh was torn apart, Hongjun's nascent soul emerged, preparing to flee. But Kunpeng blocked his path in the next instant. With a cold expression, Kunpeng raised his hand and struck down upon Hongjun's nascent soul. Though Hongjun was a Quasi-Saint, the nascent soul was always the most vulnerable part of a cultivator. Weakened by the brutal battle and facing another Quasi-Saint, his soul was instantly shattered by Kunpeng's blow. From that moment, Hongjun the Taoist became nothing but a memory of the primordial world. Only a strand of Hongmeng Purple Chi remained floating where his soul had perished. All these events, from Ming's sword strike to Kunpeng's dispersion of Hongyun's soul, occurred in less than a single breath. Xinyuanzi arrived just in time to witness the scene clearly. He felt as though he were being torn apart, and in his grief and fury he roared, "No!" Without a moment's delay, he channeled all his mana, drove the earth book, and hurled it fiercely at Kunpeng. Having just annihilated Hongjun, Kunpeng reached for the floating Hongmeng Purple Chi. But as he moved, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura rushing at him from behind. His instincts told him that if he didn't dodge, he would either die or be completely incapacitated. Kunpeng wasted not a fraction of a second, immediately dodging to the side. The moment he moved, the earth book came crashing down, imbued with Xinyuanzi's full hatred. Where it passed, space shattered and the void trembled. Because Kunpeng had dodged in time, the strike landed directly on the Hongmeng Purple Chi before him. Upon contact with the earth book, the Purple Chi offered no resistance and shattered on the spot, breaking into 8 fragments, 3 large and 5 small, a total of 8 shards of Hongmeng Purple Chi. These 8 shards then plunged into the void rift opened by the earth book, vanishing without a trace. The mighty beings present, seeing this, were left utterly helpless. Some transformed into streaks of light and fled, others tore open space and escaped, all departing the scene. The Hongmeng Purple Chi had been shattered and had entered the void. No one knew where it had gone. To clash with Xinyuanzi, a Quasi-Saint wielding the earth book over something that no longer existed, was clearly a losing proposition. Kunpeng and Mingi, sensing the dire situation, quickly fled. Both knew they were implicated in Hongyun's death. Xinyuanzi's expression made it clear he would not let the matter rest. Without another word, they tore open spatial rifts with all their might, escaping toward their own lairs. But Xinyuanzi had no intention of letting them go. Having missed his first strike, he remained unfazed. He recalled the earth book and in passing swept up the 99 soul-scattering gourd and the innate whisk left behind by Hongjun. Then, tearing through the void, he pursued Kunpeng's direction. Kunpeng was crafty. He reasoned that if Xinyuanzi wanted to settle accounts, he would head straight for the North Sea. Though the North Sea was his birthplace, he held little affection for it. The place was desolate, and he wouldn't mind. He could simply cast the North Sea aside to appease Xinyuanzi's anger. Along the way, he hid in a random mountain range. If I can't win, I hide. That was his principle. Going head-to-head with Xinyuanzi would be suicide. But he never expected that his hiding trick in the eyes of Xinyuanzi, who wielded the Earth Book, was as obvious as hiding in plain sight. Xinyuanzi arrived, took one look, and instantly knew where Kunpeng was hiding. He raised his hand and unleashed a stream of mana. Hidden in the mountains, Kunpeng saw the commotion and knew he had been exposed. He quickly summoned his sharp sword and slashed downward at Xinyuanzi's incoming attack. The strike dispersed Xinyuanzi's mana. Xinyuanzi was not surprised. He hadn't expected that blow to harm Kunpeng, it was merely to flush him out. Seeing Kunpeng appear, Xinyuanzi immediately activated the Earth Book and charged at him. Kunpeng did not hesitate, hurling his sharp sword forward. In an instant, a top-grade innate treasure and a high-grade innate treasure collided. The two treasures separated upon impact, then clashed again in a tangled battle. Simultaneously, Kunpeng and Xinyuanzi's physical bodies collided. For quasi-saint-level beings, even raw physical strength placed them at the pinnacle of the primordial world. Each punch and palm strike carried terrifying power. An ordinary Duo Golden Immortal struck by such a blow would suffer severe injury at best or be blasted away at worst. The moment they clashed, the battle became a stalemate. After a while, Xinyuanzi gradually gained the upper hand. Kunpeng knew in his heart that in terms of cultivation, he was no match for Xinyuanzi. Moreover, his spiritual treasure was a tier lower than Xinyuanzi's Earth Book. So while fighting, he maneuvered towards the Nether Sea. After being dragged out by Xinyuanzi, Kunpeng realized that unless he hid in the void forever, Xinyuanzi's eyes and ears were everywhere on the primordial land. But hiding in the void was not a long-term solution. Evading detection indefinitely was utterly unrealistic. Kunpeng mused that it would be better to simply flee into the North Nether Sea. Although that place was deathly still, ordinary cultivators could not penetrate its depths. As he fought and retreated, sensing he was near the North Nether, he unleashed all the Tao principles he had comprehended at the quasi-sage realm. This eruption of principle power was so sudden that Xinyuanzi, caught completely off guard, was thrown, and seizing this gap, Kunpeng hastily retreated, simultaneously reaching out to recall his flying sword, which had been thoroughly suppressed by the Earth Book. Without a word, he charged towards the North Nether. Xinyuanzi reacted swiftly, immediately recalling the Earth Book and giving relentless pursuit. The two soon arrived at the borders of the North Nether. As if returning home, Kunpeng manifested his true form, a colossal Kun that blotted out the sky, and plunged into the Nether Sea. When Xinyuanzi reached the shore, he saw Kunpeng already submerged and stamped his feet in fury. The Nether Sea's cold energy was so intense that even a quasi-sage would find their soul numbed and their physical body damaged. This was why the North Nether had always been considered a barren wasteland. Only a mighty life form born from the Nether Sea, like Kunpeng, could thrive within. Helpless Xinyuanzi could only vent his anger by wildly attacking the sky above the North Nether before finally departing in resentment. Hidden in the Nether Sea, Kunpeng breathed a sigh of relief only after seeing him leave. The struggle for the primordial purple chi had thus come to a complete end. Because of Red Cloud's downfall, a mortal enmity was forged between Xinyuanzi and the Demon Clan. Later, during the war between the Sorcerer and Demon clans in the Primordial Land, when the Demon clan slaughtered the Human clan, Xinyuanzi intervened to protect the human lineage. Grateful, the Human clan revered him, which led to his title of the Earthly Immortal Ancestor. While this was partly due to Xinyuanzi's kindness, his grudge against the Demon clan played a significant role. After leaving the Nether Sea, Xinyuanzi visited the Blood Sea, but Sage Hichu refused to see him. Xinyuanzi knew Hichu was hiding within the Blood Sea, but as he would not emerge, he was utterly helpless. This Nether Blood Sea was formed from the filthy blood of Pangu, the primordial god, and was even more perilous than the North Nether. Seeing that Hichu was determined not to show himself, Xinyuanzi could only leave in frustration. The consequence of this incident was that later, whenever Hichu roamed the primordial land, Xinyuanzi would attack him on sight, even neglecting his own important affairs. In the primordial land, conflict never ceased. Battles raged every moment, unstoppable. This was the unyielding law of the primordial world. While that great battle had concluded, our protagonist Hao Yu was still immersed in the state of imparting teachings to Zhao Gongming and the others. Indeed, Hao Yu had completely forgotten about the struggle among the mighty figures for Red Cloud's primordial purple chi after Hongjun's third sermon. Six-eared macaque knelt on the ground, thumping his head heavily. Hao Yu waved his hand casually, and a jet-black staff materialized before Six Ears. The staff was engraved with profound patterns, faintly radiating an awe-inspiring aura of a congenital spiritual treasure. This is the Primordial Chaos wish-fulfilling staff your master seized at the treasure-dividing cliff. A top-grade congenital spiritual treasure. It can change length and thickness at your will. Six-eared macaque received it with both hands. The moment the staff touched his palms it felt as if it were a part of him. He wielded it with vigor and grace. The evil corpse watched with envy, generous as ever been Zun. Giving away such a treasure so easily. Hao Yu shot him an annoyed glare. The disciple you took is also my disciple, isn't he? The evil corpse chuckled, leaning in to whisper then. Shouldn't the master give a little more as a welcome gift? Like some protective elixirs? Hao Yu ignored him and turned to look at Six Ears. The macaque stood tall, leaning on his staff, his eyes brimming with excitement and gratitude. Disciple, from now on you shall be called. Hao Yu paused mid-sentence. Do you have a name? Six-eared macaque was taken aback and shook his head. What name would a monkey have? Ever since he awakened his intelligence, he had always been called that monkey demon or Six Ears. No one had ever asked his name. The evil corpse interjected. When I took him in, I never thought about a name. Calling him Six Ears is quite smooth. Hao Yu pondered for a moment. Six Ears is merely your congenital trait. It cannot serve as a name. Your master will give you one. Six-eared macaque looked on with eager anticipation, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Hao Yu. You are of the six-eared macaque clan, born with the ability to hear all sounds, perceive all things, and know past and future. From now on you shall be called Tongming, Tongming, Tongming. 6 Ears repeated the name, finding it increasingly pleasing. He grinned, showing all his monkey teeth. Thank you, master, for bestowing this name. The evil corpse patted 6 Ears on the shoulder. Tongming, not bad. It sounds much more imposing than that, 6 Ears. Hao Yu instructed. Tongming, first train with your uncle master for a while to stabilize your cultivation. When the 3 Shaos emerge from seclusion, you will go down the mountain together to gain experience. 6-eared macaque nodded eagerly, clutching the Primordial Chaos wish-fulfilling staff, as if he could not bear to part with it. The evil corpse pulled 6 Ears along. Come, come, let your master take you to test the power of this treasure. Hao Yu watched their retreating figures, his gaze turning slightly solemn. What he did not tell 6 Ears was that the future of this monkey was far beyond mere Tai Golden Immortal. If 6-eared macaque's innate divine ability were fully developed, he could even eavesdrop on the Dao ancestors' sermons. And now this heaven-defying monkey had become a disciple under his sect. No one could have foreseen what happened next. When 6 Ears Tongming was testing his staff with the evil corpse, a single blow collapsed half of the back mountain. The evil corpse was so angry he jumped and cursed. You wasteful brat. That was my cave dwelling. 6 Ears stood pitifully on the ruins. Unclemaster, I didn't mean to. The evil corpse, not on purpose. You did it on purpose. Watching from afar, Hao Yu shook his head, but a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. This master and disciple pair was likely to turn the primordial land upside down. 6-eared macaque accepted the treasure with both hands, and quickly knelt to kowtow. Thank you, master, for the gift. Hao Yu nodded slightly at him. Then he transmitted a voice message to Zhao Gongming. Gongming, come to the main hall. Before the words had faded, less than a breath later, Zhao Gongming was already standing in the hall. Greetings, master. Gongming, this is the evil corpse incarnation I have severed. Hao Yu gestured towards the evil corpse. Zhao Gongming immediately bowed. Gongming pays respects to master. The evil corpse waved a hand. Rise. He mused inwardly that Zhao Gongming's reputation was indeed well-deserved. No wonder he would become the god of wealth in later ages. 6 Ears, this is your senior brother Zhao Gongming. Why do you not pay your respects? The evil corpse turned to 6-eared macaque. 6 Ears quickly stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, senior brother. Hao Yu then said to Zhao Gongming. This is your master's new disciple, also your junior brother. Take him to find a place to settle. As you command. Zhao Gongming turned to 6-eared macaque. Junior brother, no need to be formal. Follow me. Since you have joined our master's sect, we are family. You have 3 senior sisters above you, but they are all in secluded cultivation now. Once they emerge from seclusion, I will introduce you. Saying this, Zhao Gongming led 6-eared macaque out of the main hall. After the two had gone far, the evil corpse looked at Hao Yu. Ben Zun, why did you summon me this time? What do you think of Zhao Gongming? Hao Yu's face bore a hint of pride. He is indeed excellent. But since you took Zhao Gongming, the 3 Shaos must have also become your disciples. Correct. But Zhao Gongming's cultivation level seems off. The evil corpse frowned. According to the original trajectory, he and the 3 Shaos should be at most at the Tai Golden Immortal level, now similar to 6 Ears. Later, when taken as disciples by Tong Tian, they were only at the late Daoyuo stage by the time of the deification war. It seems you obtained something good on Yingzhou Island. His puzzled expression gradually turned into certainty. Look at this. Hao Yu produced a yellow plum fruit. A yellow plum. Did you find it on the island? Was that tree outside the yellow plum fruit tree? The evil corpse was somewhat surprised. No wonder he had not recognized it. After the fruit of such a spiritual root as the yellow plum was picked, the entire tree looked like an ordinary one. Although one could tell it was no common tree, who would think it was one of the 10 great primordial spiritual roots. How many fruits are left? The yellow plum bore 9 fruits in total. Zhao Gongming and the 3 Shaos each ate 1. I ate 1, leaving 4. What do you want to ask for 1 for 6 years? Exactly. Hao Yu glanced at the evil corpse, the corners of his mouth curling up. Even if you hadn't asked, I would have given him 1. 6 years is after all, my disciple. The evil corpse did not respond, but turned serious. Let's talk business first. Did you call me back because of Zhao Gongming and the others? What happened to them? Nothing major. All 4 have stepped into the Luo Golden Immortal realm. When the 3 Shaos emerge from seclusion within at most 100 years, they will stabilize at the mid-Luo stage. I want them to go out and explore the primordial land. Hao Yu paused, then continued. But after Master Hongjun's sermon, quasi-sage cultivators will surely spring up like bamboo shoots after rain. I fear something might happen to them, so I called you back to follow them secretly and act as their guardian. Hearing this, the evil corpse grinned. Just that. Don't worry, leave it to me. I have now attained the Dao through principles and have reached the peak of the mid-quasi-sage stage, about to break into the late stage. With the god-slaying spear in hand, there are few in this primordial land who can stand against me. But he suddenly stopped smiling, his eyes lighting up in surprise. Wait, you just called Hongjun master. You have become his disciple. Yes. After the 3rd sermon, he took me in. The evil corpse was incredulous. How could he accept you? What about the primordial purple chi? Did he give it to you? Hao Yu rolled his eyes. You wish. I'm just his private disciple, not chosen by the heavenly Dao. How could the primordial purple chi ever fall to me? Then, is there a difference between the two? A huge one. Hao Yu recounted the entire process of taking Hongjun as his master, and how he differed from other registered disciples, explaining it all from beginning to end to his evil avatar. After listening, the evil avatar was stunned. No wonder you suddenly had so many insights into the great Dao a while back. So it was Hongjun who taught you. I never imagined the relationship between the later saints and the heavenly Dao was like this. Then if we make a move against the heavenly Dao in the future, we'll have to help Hongjun break free from it. Right? But it's no big deal. We'll eventually leave the primordial world sooner or later and explore other realms. Someone has to watch over this primordial world. We can't just go off on a trip and come back to find our home destroyed. The evil avatar nodded and extended his hand. Fine. Give me the yellow middle Li. They'll deliver it to 6-eared. Once the 3 Xia sisters leave seclusion, they'll secretly follow them into the primordial world. He added, oh, and give me 1 more. I want to taste this top 10 spiritual root myself. After all, we're one and the same. You won't be stingy, will you? Hao Yu chuckled, reached into his bosom, and pulled out 2 fruits, handing them over. The evil avatar took them, turned around, and strode out of the hall with large steps. Hao Yu called out to stop him and asked, have you given yourself a name? I have. It's Haochen. What didn't I tell you? The evil avatar, now to be called Haochen, turned his head around. Hao Yu rolled his eyes. If you told me, would I be asking? Honestly, he muttered to himself, what a lousy name. I was thinking of giving you one like Godslayer Daoist. Now that would have been majestic. All that effort wasted. All right. Get lost. Hao Yu waved his hand. Haochen, utterly bewildered, turned and left. In that instant, he had clearly sensed a wave of intense disdain from Hao Yu, though he had no idea what he had done. If Haochen had known that Hao Yu asked about his name, intending to give him one, and had already prepared it, who knows what he would have thought. Haochen left the hall and headed straight for the lodging Zhao Gongming had arranged for the 6-eared macaque. When he entered, Zhao Gongming was already gone. Upon seeing Haochen, the 6-eared macaque immediately knelt and kowtowed. Greetings, master. Rise. No need for such formalities. Haochen reached out and helped 6-eared up. Then he took out a yellow middle leaf fruit and handed it over. This is a gift from your master Hao Yu. It's one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots of the primordial world, the yellow middle leaf. Consume it and refine it, and you will ascend directly to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. 6-eared took the fruit, first bowed to Haochen, then turned toward the main hall where Hao Yu was and paid his respects. Thank you for the generous gift, master. In the main hall, Hao Yu saw this scene, smiled faintly and nodded. After giving the fruit to 6-eared, 6-eared immediately entered seclusion to begin refining the yellow middle leaf. Hao Yu, however, did not rush to cultivate. Instead, he began to deduce the celestial mechanisms to see what major events had recently occurred in the primordial world. The reason he suddenly cared about the commotion in the primordial world was that he recalled something. Not long after Hongjun's 3rd sermon ended, Red Cloud met with misfortune over the primordial purple chi. And with Red Cloud's downfall, the immortal court could not hold out much longer. The key point was that Hao Yu had long set his sights on Penglai Island of the immortal court. The moment he made this calculation, he nearly startled himself. Over the years, while he was busy preaching the outside world, had already turned upside down. At the Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Longevity, a group of great powers had been locked in a chaotic battle over the primordial purple chi. Red Cloud had been utterly defeated, losing even his life. Jin Yuanzi, however, was ruthless. He shattered the primordial purple chi into fragments. The Immortal Court suffered an even worse fate. Before they could even make a move against Red Cloud, the Demon Court had already annihilated them. Currently, the ownership of Penlai Island had fallen into the hands of the Demon Court, guarded by merely a single great Luo Golden Immortal leading a few Tai cultivators and a host of minor demons. Hao Yu immediately made the decision to seize Penlai back. He was a man of action. Without delay, he summoned Haochen, who had just left, and laid out his plan. Haochen naturally had no objections. However, after a moment's thought, Haochen offered a suggestion. The Demon Court only sent a great Luo Golden Immortal to guard it. Wouldn't it be beneath us to act personally? After all, we are disciples of Hongjun. If word gets out that we're bullying the weak, it won't sound good. Hao Yu immediately caught on. You mean let Zhao Gongming handle it? He makes the move while we watch from behind. It'll also be a chance to train him. Exactly. That's what I mean. Hao Yu thought it over and found it quite reasonable. Alright, let's do it. The two quickly reached an agreement and immediately sent a sound transmission to Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming had just returned to his own territory and hadn't even settled down when he was summoned by these two senior masters. Upon arrival, Haochen spoke first. Gongming, do you know of Penlai Island? Yes, master. Penlai, Yingzhou, and Fangzong are collectively known as the three Immortal Islands. But Penlai used to be the territory of Dongwangong of the Immortal Court. Zhao Gongming answered honestly. Haochen smiled. You're half right. Zhao Gongming looked confused. Penlai indeed belonged to Dongwangong in the past, but the Immortal Court is no more and Dongwangong is dead. Now it's the Demon Court's territory. Zhao Gongming still didn't understand. Master, what does that have to do with us? Hao Yu took over. We plan to take Penlai and merge it with Yingzhou. But there's only a great Luo Golden Immortal guarding it. We want you to come along and take him down yourself. Consider it a test for you. Are you willing? Zhao Gongming immediately nodded. To share my master's burden is an honor I seek. Alright, let's go. In the span of a few words, the three transformed into streaks of light and shot straight toward Penlai. With cultivations at least at the mid-stage great Luo Golden Immortal level, their speed was tremendous. In no time, they arrived above Penlai Island. Since they came to seize territory, they made no attempt to hide. They unleashed their auras fully. The moment they arrived, the great Luo Golden Immortal on the island sensed them. A blinding ray of light suddenly shot out from the depths of Penlai Island, arriving before the three in the blink of an eye and stopping midair. The light dissipated 100 meters away, revealing a demonic great Luo with Tiger Clan features, the patterns on his forehead clearly visible. The great Luo sized them up and asked, fellow Taoists, what business do you have on my Penlai Island? Zhao Gongming stepped forward, his voice low but dripping with arrogance. We're taking this island. If you know what's good for you, get lost and keep your life. If we have to make a move, not even your ashes will remain. Hearing this, the great Luo Golden Immortal's face darkened. Penlai is now under the Demon Court's jurisdiction. Are you not afraid of incurring the wrath of the Demon Emperor? If Emperors Dijuan and Tai arrive, can you bear the consequences? Haochen sneered, his tone even more aggressive. Don't try to intimidate us with Dijuan and Tai. Even if they came in person, we wouldn't bat an eye. They'll ask you once, will you leave on your own, or will we have to take the island by force? The great Luo Golden Immortal gritted his teeth and stood his ground. Retreat. Dream on. If you want Penlai, you'll have to step over my corpse. Seeing this, Zhao Gongming knew further talk was pointless. He stepped forward. Then leave your life behind. Before he even finished speaking, the calming sea pearl had already flown from his hand, hurtling straight toward the demonic great Luo with overwhelming force. The moment the pearl was unleashed, its spiritual pressure exploded, startling the minor demons on the island who were watching the commotion. A group of minor demons looked up at the sky, completely unconcerned, chatting and laughing among themselves. Where did this clueless fool come from, daring to fight our boss with a bunch of broken rocks? Exactly. Hasn't he heard that our boss is a bona fide demon god of the Demon Court, a mid-stage great Luo Golden Immortal? I bet he won't last 10 moves. 10 moves? You're too generous. I bet the boss subdues him in one. Right. 1 move. Seeing Zhao Gongming attack, without warning, the demonic great Luo's expression turned grim. He dared not underestimate his opponent and quickly channeled his mana to counter. With a flick of his hand, he produced a green glowing low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Qingfeng sword, and slashed it toward the 24 calming sea pearls. A blade of azure green sword light shot from the edge, cutting straight toward the pearls. The sword light collided with the calming sea pearls, locking in stalemate for but a blink. Unfortunately, the calming sea pearl was a top-grade innate spiritual treasure and Zhao Gongming, a mid-stage great Luo Golden Immortal, was driving it with full force. How could a mere low-grade treasure and its sword aura withstand it? The sword light shattered on the spot, disintegrating into nothing. The calming sea pearl, with an overwhelming momentum, crashed directly into the Demon King. The Demon King had never expected his attack to be neutralized in an instant. His face changed color. He hurriedly infused his mana into the Qingfeng sword, gripping the hilt tightly as he met the Pearl Hedon. But after the calming sea pearl was launched, no further mana was supplied to it. Coupled with the fact that this mid-stage great Luo cultivator's cultivation could not fully unleash the true power of a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Although the pearl had neutralized the sword light, and still appeared formidable as it approached the Demon King, it was already spent. The Demon King struck with all his might, and the calming sea pearl was sent flying back. Seeing their leader repelled, the minor demons below panicked and began shouting in chaos. How is this possible? How could the boss be pushed back? It must be that the demon god wasn't serious and let that guy exploit a loophole. Exactly. That cultivator is shameless, ambushing the demon god. The demons below were still making excuses for their leader, but the Demon King's heart was already trembling. Though he had just blocked Zhao Gongming's strike, his opponent had merely used a casual move, while he had exerted every ounce of his strength just to barely withstand it. After this exchange, the great Luo understood clearly. The man before him was not someone he could handle. He calculated inwardly, the one fighting me looks like a junior, yet with a single casual move I have to fight for my life. As for the other two beside him, I can't fathom their depth at all. One is probably his master, and though the other's origins are unclear, anyone standing with them is certainly no ordinary figure. The ones calling the shots are likely those two. With this thought, the Demon King retreated after finishing that move. Seeing him back off, Zhao Gongming didn't pursue. He halted, raised his hand to recall the calming sea pearl, and fixed his gaze on the opponent. The Demon King steadied himself midair and called out to Hao Yu and the others, "My demon court has two demon emperors, Dijuan and Tai, both at the early quasi-saint stage and about to break through to the mid-stage. The demon saints Fuxi and Nuwa are also at the early quasi-saint stage, and beneath them are several hundred great Luo Golden Immortals. Are you all truly unafraid of provoking the demon court's wrath? We have said it before," Hao Yu said indifferently. "Even if Dijun and Tai came in person, we wouldn't." Hearing Hao Yu's words, the great Luo finally understood that these people were not reckless newcomers from some obscure corner. They truly feared not the might of the demon court. He gritted his teeth and uttered, "Fine, since that's the case, Penglai Island is yours today. But don't regret it when the demon court's army presses down on you in the future." With that, he abandoned the lesser demons on Penglai Island, his form flickering as he transformed into a streak of light, darting toward the 33rd Heaven Palace. Hao Yu and his companions paid him no further heed, their gazes all falling back upon Penglai Island. Seeing their demon god flee in panic, the myriad demons on the island were plunged into wailing despair. A few bold lesser demons, noticing that Hao Yu and the others hadn't stopped their leader, assumed they only coveted territory and not their lives, and immediately transformed into streaks of light to flee. When the leader had fled, staying meant certain death, gambling on escape might grant survival. How could Zhao Gongming tolerate such petty creatures scurrying before his eyes? As his magical powers surged, the calming sea pearl suddenly soared into the air. The 24 pearls shot forth in an instant, chasing in different directions. Before the fleeing demons could get far, they were each smashed into bloody mist. Not a single one of the hundreds of demons was left alive. Retrieving the pearl, Zhao Gongming strode through the void to stand before Hao Yu and Hao Chun, bowing respectfully. "Please, master, proceed to Penglai Immortal Island." Hao Yu and Hao Chun nodded and said, "Good." The three descended together onto the island. The remaining demons on Penglai, seeing Zhao Gongming, trembled so violently their legs gave way. Not only had their leader been driven off in disgrace, but those brothers who had tried to flee had been brutally slain right before their eyes. Comrades who had been drinking, boasting, and dividing spoils just yesterday were gone in an instant. Who wouldn't shudder at the sight of this grim reaper? The moment Hao Yu's foot touched the ground of Penglai, the system's chime echoed in his mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the hidden quest. Occupy Penglai Immortal Island. Reward Hongjun Island coordinate location. Reward 3 Immortal Islands fusion secret art. Reward island protecting formation range expanded to cover the merged 3 islands, effective immediately upon fusion. Reward Hongmeng Dao Palace's first seal lifted, upgraded to a primordial innate treasure, granted immediately upon fusion." As the system's voice faded, silence returned. Hao Yu's heart blossomed with joy. Setting aside everything else, the mere fact that the Hongmeng Dao Palace had ascended to a primordial innate treasure was an immense fortune. Even Laozi and Yuanshi each possessed only one such treasure. Now he had 2 in his grasp, and they could still be elevated further. Yet Hao Yu did not rush to refine the islands. First, the core location was not easy to find. Second, although the demon god had fled, he would undoubtedly report to Dijun and Tai Yi. Given Tai Yi's impetuous nature, he would surely come seeking trouble. Hao Qin's cultivation had now reached the mid-stage of quasi-sage. If only Dijun and Tai Yi came, he could still handle them. But if Nuwa and Fushi also got involved, he would truly be unable to withstand it. He had no favorable impression of Nuwa, yet she was still his nominal senior sister. Moreover, Nuwa was the first among the destined 6 saints, a decree firmly set by the heavenly Tao. He dared not truly harm her. Even considering merely wounding her severely required weighing the consequences. If something went awry with her delaying the emergence of the other saints, even Patriarch Hongjun could not protect him. So if Nuwa did come, he would first have to see if she would show face. If she refused, he would have no choice but to restrain her, ensuring she could not sabotage his plans. Meanwhile, the demon god of the great Luo realm fled back to the demon court in disgrace. As soon as he entered, he ran into a demon god with whom he usually had good relations. Seeing his state, the other asked, "Didn't His Majesty send you to Penglai Island?" We were all envious. What a cushy assignment. Why are you back? The Tiger Clan great Luo's face twisted in bitterness. Cushy. I was beaten back. Beaten back. The demon god was startled. Could it be remnants of the immortal court? Impossible. After the great battle at Mount Longevity, weren't all the immortal court's great powers destroyed? Besides, with your cultivation, who could defeat you? It wasn't the immortal court. It was 3 cultivators I've never seen before. The tiger demon shook his head. One was at the same level as me, mid-stage great Luo Golden Immortal. The other 2. I couldn't fathom their depths, at least peak great Luo Golden Immortal. The demon god's expression changed. Then hurry and come with me to see their majesties. That's the only way. The tiger demon nodded. The 2 rushed to the demon court's grand hall. Inside, Dijun, Tai Yi, Baizhe, and Fushi were discussing the demon clan's next moves. Seeing them burst in, Dijun frowned. What is it? The tiger demon's voice trembled. Your Majesty, Penglai Island has been lost. What? Tai Yi was the first to explode. Lost? Who dares touch our demon clan's territory? Could it be those barbarians of the Wu clan? How outrageous. I'll go settle this with them right now. He made to charge out. Dijun quickied and swift-handed grabbed him. Calm down, let him finish first. Then he turned to the tiger demon. Speak. Who seized Penglai? Was it the Wu clan? The tiger demon quickly waved his hands. Your Majesty, I don't know who they are, but I am certain they are not from the Wu clan. Dijun's gaze darkened. What makes you so sure? There were 3 of them. One was at the same mid-stage great Luo Golden Immortal level as me, and the other 2. I couldn't fathom their depths. The pressure they gave off was like facing your Majesties. That great Luo Golden Immortal used magical power to drive a cluster of pearls straight at me. I barely managed to withstand it with all my might. Later I invoked your Majesty's names and the demon court's prestige to make them back down, but they simply didn't care. The leader even said that even if your Majesty went in person, you would have to bow your head in submission. Finally, he told me to bring a message. Penglai belongs to them from now on, and no one from the demon court should set foot there again. The tiger demon's embellished words reached Dijun and Tai Yi's ears. Tai Yi erupted on the spot. The aura of a quasi-sage at the early stage exploded, crushing the great Luo Golden Immortals present to the ground. If Hao Yu had been there, he would have seen that Tai Yi was already at the peak of early-stage quasi-sage. With just 3 to 5 years in seclusion, slaying his evil corpse and stepping into mid-stage quasi-sage would be effortless. Ever since they annihilated the immortal court, the demon court had absorbed all its fortune. At its zenith, now propelled by this fortune, Dijun and Tai Yi's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Tai Yi sneered. How interesting. When Dong Wangong was still alive, why didn't he seize Penglai? Now that the immortal court is destroyed, he pops up. What does he think? The demon court is an easy target? Dijun, usually composed, could no longer suppress his fury. He released his aura. Bold indeed to ride roughshod over the demon court. Baizhe stepped forward against the pressure. Your Majesties, please calm your anger. Allow me to speak. Dijun and Tai Yi retracted their auras. The others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Baizhe addressed Dijun. In my view, they have miscalculated. The demon court just destroyed the immortal court and fought several hard battles over the Hongmeng Purple Chi. They think we are weakened and your Majesty's wounded. Moreover, Penglai Island is not a critical territory for us who hold the 33rd Heaven Palace. That's why they dare to speak so arrogantly. If your Majesties personally descend with overwhelming force, Penglai Island will be returned willingly. Dijun and Tai Yi exchanged glances, finding Baizhe's reasoning sound. Tai Yi asked, so by your logic their strength isn't much. Then what difference does it make if my brother and I go? Can't you 10 demon saints along with the demon gods and troops handle them? Baizhe spoke solemnly. Your Majesty, this cannot be rushed. Since they dared to come, they must be prepared. According to that Demon King, 2 of them are at the quasi-sage level. If we act rashly, we might not capture them. Furthermore, Your Majesty's personal intervention would be an opportunity to show the myriad races of the primordial world that even with the immortal courts fall, the demon clan's core remains unshaken. Dijun pondered this and found it reasonable. He nodded. Fine, do as you say. Summon all 10 demon saints and muster 1,000,000 demon soldiers. Once assembled, march directly on Penglai. After Dijun and Tai Yi finished their discussion, Bai Zhe accepted the command and left the hall. He first sought out the other 9 demon saints, visiting each in turn. At each stop he said little, only telling them to follow. Once all were gathered, Bai Zhe gave a rough account of Hao Yu's affair. The 9 demon saints erupted. At the height of the demon court's power, someone dared to provoke them. Could this be? Absolutely not. Since they had come to trample on their faces, why show mercy? Annihilate them. Ji Ming spoke first. What are we waiting for? Let's each muster our troops and report back to the 2 demon emperors. The other demon saints nodded in agreement. The 10 transformed into streaks of light, each going to assemble their forces. Before long, Ying Zhao was the first to appear outside the hall, where Dijun and Tai Yi were followed in succession by Ji Ming, Fei Dan Fei, Lin Jiuing Shangyang, Bai Zhe Qin Yuan Ci Tai, and Gui Che. Once all 10 had arrived, they exchanged glances and strode into the grand hall together. Inside, Dijun and Tai Yi sat on the main seats awaiting them. In truth, Dijun had sensed Ying Zhao's arrival earlier, but since not everyone had gathered, he kept Tai Yi seated. The 10 demon saints, seeing the 2, hurried forward and bowed. Greetings, Your Majesties. Dijun gave a slight nod. At his signal, they turned to Tai Yi. Greetings, Eastern Emperor. Tai Yi waved his hand. Enough with the formalities. Are all assembled? Gui Che stepped half a pace forward and replied, Eastern Emperor, the 1,000,000 demon soldiers are fully assembled on the first heaven, ready to depart at any moment. Good. Tai Yi slammed his hand on the armrest and rose to his feet. Let's go now. March on, Penglai. Let that ignorant fool taste the might of my Eastern Emperor Bell, and let all beings in the primordial world see the true power of our demon court. With that single strike, the entire chair, including its armrest, shattered into fragments that scattered across the floor. The demons under Bai Zhe's command shuddered violently, inexplicably feeling a pang of pity for the one who dared to seize Penglai. Even Dijun couldn't help but twitch his lips at the sight, likely lamenting the damage to his throne and calculating the cost of repairs. But at that moment he had no time to dwell on such trivialities. He rose abruptly and commanded the 10 demon saints, let's go. Well, muster troops at the first heaven and march straight to Penglai. As you command, Your Majesty. The 10 demon saints saluted in unison. In the next instant, Dijun, Tai Fushi and the 10 demon saints transformed into streaks of light, hurtling toward the first heaven. In the blink of an eye, the great demons descended upon their destination. Before them stretched an ocean of demon soldiers and generals arrayed in formation, awaiting their arrival. Gazing upon their vast host, a swell of pride rose within them. Why? Because among this 1,000,000-strong army, the weakest were true immortals, while the highest had reached the midstage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Such a force was a formidable threat anywhere in the primordial world. Even more impressive was that this was merely a hastily assembled army of the demon court. Its awe-inspiring scale explained the barely concealed smugness on their faces. In an instant, the 13 great demons materialized and stood upon the high platform. The demon soldiers and generals below raised their heads, their gazes locking onto the platform. Standing there were Dijun, Tai and Fushi, 3 early-stage quasi-saints, alongside the 10 demon saints, each a pinnacle great Luo Golden Immortal. Their collective aura dominated the entire assembly. Only when they stood atop the platform and looked down did they truly grasp the might of their demon court. From the sky, they could see the general scope, but the edges were always visible. Now on the platform, without using their magical power, they could not even see the end of the multitude. As far as the eye could see, there were only heads, each bearing the mark of its own tribe. A modern person standing here would likely question their sanity. Why? Because in the demon army, chickens standing next to rabbits was considered normal. After all, no one expected you to count heads and legs to solve arithmetic problems. Although they retained their tribal features after transformation, they all possessed the innate Tao body with 1 head and 2 legs. What was truly absurd was a sheep standing among a pack of wolves, an eagle emerging from a pile of rats, and a pig brazenly squeezed in among lions. The formation of the primordial world's demon race utterly defied modern biology. It seemed anything was possible. Then Dijun infused his voice with magical power and addressed the crowd. Do you know why I have summoned you here today? His voice was not loud, but with his cultivation, every word was clearly heard by every demon present. In the next second, the assembly roared in unison, we do not know. Please enlighten us, Your Majesty. Dijun immediately understood that Bai Zhe and the others had not explained the purpose when gathering the troops. He then explained, "Some time ago Dongwangong brought the Immortal Court to provoke our demon court. I led the army and annihilated the entire Immortal Court, and Penglai Island fell into our hands. But the demon god I sent to garrison it was driven away, and Penglai Island has fallen into someone else's hands. Fellow demon brethren, what do you think we should do about this? March on Penglai. Destroy the usurpers. Retake Penglai." A demon general in the army shouted at the top of his lungs. Immediately, the million-strong demon army roared in unison, "March on Penglai. Destroy the usurpers. March on Penglai. Destroy the usurpers." The earth-shaking cries echoed in waves. Dijun raised his hand and pressed down, signaling for silence. "Everyone, I share your sentiments. That is why I had the 10 demon saints gather you here. This is not about a mere Penglai Island. Our mission has two objectives: first, to slay the invaders and avenge our fallen demon kin. Second, to show the entire primordial world the might of our demon court, so that no stray cat or dog dares to trample upon us. Those who wish to challenge the demon court should first consider whether they can bear the consequences. Remember, I founded the demon race to protect all brothers who cultivate from beasts and spirits." Hearing this, the demons below were fired up with passion. The demon emperor himself regarded them as brothers. Even if it was just lip service, it was enough to warm their hearts. Someone immediately shouted their willingness to give their all for the glory of the demon court. Seeing their high morale, Dijun waved his hand and declared, "Then now we march on Penglai. Move out." At Dijun's command, the demon soldiers below swiftly prepared their gear. As the leader, Dijun naturally took the forefront. He took a step forward, activated his magical power, and slowly descended toward the lower realm. Close behind were Dongwang Tai and the demon saints. Clouds materialized beneath the feet of the demon soldiers, carrying them as they descended, flying straight toward Penglai Island. On Penglai Island at that moment, Hao Yu knew that Dijun and Tai would surely be unable to restrain themselves and would come sooner or later. Although he could not yet refine Penglai, he was not entirely powerless. After all, the core of Penglai had not yet been obtained. After its previous master Dongwangong fell, the core of Penglai had automatically flown back to the island and merged with it. A simple sweep with divine sense would not reveal its location. The discovery of Yingzhou Island's core was pure luck, where the 10 innate spiritual roots were spiritual energy naturally gathered, and the core would drift toward that concentration. On Penglai Island, the once abundant innate spiritual roots and treasures had long been squandered by that wasteful Dongwangong. Thus, the exact location of the core was now uncertain. Hao Yu and his companions had to search patch by patch. If a quasi-saint specializing in spatial laws were here, they could pinpoint it in an instant. While Hao Yu was busy with this, the demon army had already approached the vicinity of Penglai Island. The moment Dijun and Tai appeared, Hao Yu and Hao Chen sensed their presence. "You keep searching. The two of us will go meet them." With these words, Hao Yu and Hao Chen transformed into streaks of light and shot out of Penglai Island. As Dijun led the army to a halt near Penglai, he saw 2 beams of light erupt from the island. Tai's first thought was that these two had seen the demon army and were trying to flee. He was about to intercept them when he realized the streaks of light were heading directly toward them. Tai quietly withdrew the magical power he had just gathered. In his view, the other party had likely seen the overwhelming demon army and wisely come to surrender. As for the possibility of them seeking a confrontation, Tai never entertained the thought. He did not believe that with the demon army present, anyone in the primordial world would dare to challenge them except for those reckless barbarians of the witch race. It would be as absurd as someone single-handedly charging into the demon court to pick a fight with Tai amidst billions of demons. Even the witch ancestors had never done something so foolish. As for that Hao Yu who had once beaten him to a pulp, Tai conveniently forgot about that. Besides, even if Hao Yu did come, so what? After destroying the immortal court, the demon court had absorbed its fortune. He and Dijun had received immense empowerment, and their cultivation had soared. Although they had not yet severed their evil corpse to reach the mid-quasi-saint stage, they now stood at the very pinnacle of the early quasi-saint realm. If a fight broke out, they might not necessarily lose. Hao Yu and Hao Chen halted before the demon army. The light around them dissipated, revealing their true forms. When Dijun saw the two, his heart skipped a beat. As a quasi-saint who had severed one corpse, he immediately recognized that the figure beside Hao Yu was his evil corpse. The aura of an evil corpse was entirely different from that of a good corpse. This confirmed Dijun's suspicion. Hao Yu was definitely a mid-stage quasi-saint and not far from the late. Naive Dijun never imagined that only a few hundred years after the Dao ancestor sermon someone could have reached the late quasi-saint stage. So, he was destined for a great misfortune today. Dijun mused that Hao Yu seemed to be only at the mid-stage quasi-saint level. Both he and Tai were top-tier early quasi-saints wielding the chaos bell and the Hichu Luoshu capable of challenging mid-stage quasi-saints without fear. Now with the added fortune of the entire demon race, the two of them working together could crush even the mighty. Moreover, even if Hao Yu had severed both his good and evil corpses, those two avatars would at most be early-stage quasi-saints, hardly worth mentioning. Daijin's reasoning was not unreasonable. Under Hongjun's method of severing corpses, the three corpses could not cultivate on their own. How could Dijuan imagine that Hao Yu could surpass Hongjun's system? Furthermore, across the entire primordial world aside from the Dao ancestor, Hongjun himself, the strongest were mid-stage quasi-saints. By Daijin's estimation, for Hao Yu to have reached this level, he must have devoted his entire life to cultivation, leaving no time for anything else. But then he reconsidered. No, this old Daoist Hao Yu was a personally accepted disciple of the Dao ancestor Hongjun. Although he had not obtained the opportunity for sainthood, his status was still higher than that of Jane and Juandi. Moreover, he was on good terms with the three pure ones. Killing him would cause too much trouble. It would be better to imprison him for tens of thousands of years to teach him a lesson. This way the demon court's face would be saved without utterly offending him. Dijuan nodded to himself, satisfied with the plan. He stared at Hao Yu, increasingly convinced that this man was sent by the heavenly Dao to vex him, his brother, and the demon court. If it had been any other great power besides the three pure ones, Nuo Jian or Juandi, he would not have wasted words and would have directly attacked and slain them. The three pure ones were holed up in Kunlun Mountain, a place far superior to Penglai Island. They would never come here. Nuo was a reclusive demon saint of the demon court, and Fux's sister. She would not bother with this. Jane and Juandi had their eyes only on the western continent, and would not come here. With all future saints excluded, the demon court, with its current power and influence, had nothing to fear. But the one who came was Hao Yu, and that was a headache. They could not kill him after all. His master Hongjun hung over all beings in the primordial world. Yet they could not ignore him either. Where would the demon court's face be? If they hurt the morale of their demon gods who would fight for the demon court in the future, they had to fight, and they had to win. They just needed to find a way to let Hao Yu lose gracefully, saving face for everyone. Having calculated thus, Dijuan secretly transmitted a sound to Tai and all the demon gods. He would step forward first to negotiate with Hao Yu, who would surely refuse. While he was speaking, they should quietly circulate their magical power. When the talks collapsed, they would strike directly by surprise, catching him off guard. Then everyone would attack together, subduing him within 100 moves. They should hold back their strength so as not to kill him. Hao Yu saw through all of Daijin's little schemes. He understood perfectly well, but his face betrayed nothing. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled into a faint, incomprehensible smile. Beside him, Haochen caught sight of this expression, frowned, and transmitted a message. What's wrong with you? Smiling so strangely. Nothing. I just find Dijuan quite interesting. Interesting how? Do tell. Hao Yu then recounted verbatim the content of Daijin's transmission to the other demon gods. After hearing this, Haochen couldn't help but chuckle, replying via transmission. Is he afraid? Well, lose face. With his meager assets, even if all 10 demon gods plus him and Tai attack together, they think they can destroy us too. Is he overestimating himself? Perhaps he's brimming with confidence after devouring the celestial court's fortune. Hao Yu replied indifferently. Haochen's eyes lit up. He looked at Dijuan, who was approaching, and his tone suddenly turned resolute. Since they're so arrogant, it'll show them the immensity of heaven and earth. He'll take care of them all within 20 moves. No rush. Hao Yu shook his head. I have a better idea. Let's play along with their script. Let them think they're about to succeed. When they believe everything is settled, then we'll take them all in one fell swoop. Haochen was thoroughly amused, his transmission laced with laughter. You really are unconventional, my original self. Less flattery. We are one. You could have thought of it too. Dijuan is coming. This exchange, though seemingly lengthy, lasted but an instant. The speed of thought for a golden immortal was already unimaginably fast, surpassing the countless thoughts an ordinary cultivator might have in a lifetime. Let alone beings at the quasi-saint level like Hao Yu and Haochen. A dozen breaths were enough for them to complete 3 rounds of conversation. As Hao Yu's words faded, Dijuan had already stepped forward through the air, standing steadily in midair. He dared not stray too far from Tai. In case Hao Yu suddenly turned hostile, he couldn't withstand it alone. And if he were too far from Tai in a real fight, Tai wouldn't be able to reach him in time to help. Dijuan halted in midair, his gaze fixed on Hao Yu, his tone laced with pressure. Fellow Daoist Hao Yu, this Penglai Island was originally seized by our demon clan's celestial court from the immortal court. Even if we brought this before Patriarch Hongjun, we would be in the right. Wise up, take your people, and leave, return the island. Haochen immediately interjected, his face full of disdain. Dijuan, you say this island was taken from you. Do you have proof? Proof. Dijuan sneered. The golden immortal who previously guarded this island is now under my command. He is my witness. Oh please. Haochen waved his hand dismissively. He's a man of your demon court. Colluding to fabricate false testimony would be a trivial matter for you. Oh please. Hao Chen grinned cheekily at Dijuan. Your demon court people as witnesses? Only a fool would believe that. You've probably already conspired to frame us. These words showed not a shred of respect for the Quasi-Saint powerhouse. You. Dijuan's face turned livid with rage. He pointed at Hao Chen and cursed, in all my insensitating form, I have never seen such a shameless wretch as you. Flattery, flattery. Hao Chen even made a mock bow. Dijuan was utterly speechless. What could he do against such a brazen character? If he continued arguing, he'd be angered to death before any fight even began. He turned to Hao Yu, fellow Taoist, I advise you to wise up and leave. If we truly fight, not only will it harm our friendship, but if you lose, wouldn't that disgrace Patriarch Hongjun? Think it over. Hao Yu's expression was calm. Spare me the nonsense. Leave? Impossible. If you want this island, you'll have to prove your worth on the battlefield. As for victory or defeat, that's not yet certain. Don't forget what happened outside Zishao Palace. At these words, Tai behind Dijuan exploded with fury. He strode forward and bellowed at Hao Yu. Do you think I'm still the same as I was back then? Even if I face you alone today, you might not be able to defeat me. As he spoke, the Eastern Emperor bell had already appeared in his palm, seemingly ready to strike. Dijuan turned and glared at him. Only then did Tai grit his teeth and retract his artifact reigning in his aura. Dijuan then looked back at Hao Yu, his tone softening slightly. Before Zishao Palace, Tai indeed lost to you. But we brothers haven't been idle all these years. His words may be rash, but they hold truth. If we two join forces, you may not come out ahead. Consider it again. Hao Yu shouted coldly, spare me the nonsense. No one can avoid this battle today. Penglai Island's ownership will be decided by our strength. Before his words had even faded, the 10 demon gods opposite, as Dijuan had previously instructed, simultaneously activated their magical power and blasted it fiercely toward him. At the same time, Fushi also lunged at Hao Chen, intending to hold him back. But Hao Yu and Hao Chen had long anticipated this move. The attack launched by the 10 demon gods, having gathered power in secret, was naturally devastating. In the blink of an eye, it was about to strike Hao Yu. Yet just as the attack was about to make contact with his body, a transparent shield of magical power abruptly materialized an inch before Hao Yu. In less than a tenth of an instant after the shield appeared, the attack of the 10 demon gods slammed into it. This scene was witnessed by no one except Hao Yu and Hao Chen themselves, and thus remained unknown. In the eyes of Dijuan and his group, Hao Yu simply stood there stiffly, either overconfident or utterly unresponsive, not even bothering to defend himself. Then the attack collided with the shield and exploded instantly. From Dijuan's perspective, Hao Yu had taken the hit squarely, and joy immediately appeared on every face. From Hao Yu's view, the torrent of magical power crashed against the barrier before him, sending up a blaze of fire and clouds of dust. But in reality, the barrier didn't even ripple. All the unleashed force was firmly blocked outside. Hao Yu, standing behind the barrier, was completely unharmed. The attack had no effect on him whatsoever. However, to play along with the act they had agreed upon, Hao Yu deliberately rumpled his clothes and used a bit of magical power to force a trace of blood to the corner of his mouth. He then took a step back. At that moment, Hao Chen, who was locked in a fierce battle with Fushi, also forced Fushi back, with a single move creating a gap of about a li. He turned his head toward Hao Yu, his face filled with worry. In the primordial wilderness, there was no such notion as smoke means no injury. Seeing Hao Chen's expression, the demons were overjoyed. After all, as the evil avatar, Hao Chen had some understanding of his original self's true strength. Even he had lost confidence in Hao Yu, so this blow must have been severe. Little did they know, everything they saw was deliberately acted out by Hao Chen. After a moment, the smoke cleared. Hao Yu reappeared before the crowd. Everyone looked him over, but could not detect any change in him. Seeing this, Hao Chen's face lit up with joy, as if he had finally breathed a sigh of relief. The other demon gods had been poised to attack the moment he appeared, but seeing that their ambush hadn't even scratched his skin, their spirits deflated. Only then did they understand Hao Yu hadn't dodged or defended because he hadn't reacted in time, but because there was simply no need. Their attacks couldn't harm him in the slightest. The group of demons silently suppressed their magical power. Dijuan kept his eyes fixed on Hao Yu and suddenly noticed that his position seemed to have shifted slightly, as if he had moved back half a step. Looking more closely, he saw an almost invisible trail of blood at the corner of Hao Yu's mouth, and his robes were somewhat wrinkled. Piecing these clues together, Dijuan concluded that Hao Yu had indeed suffered from the sneak attack. He just didn't know how severe the injury was. The next second, Hao Yu spoke, and his words directly confirmed Dijuan's suspicions, leading Dijuan to believe that Hao Yu's stubborn refusal to defend meant he was seriously hurt. Hao Yu stood his ground, his voice neither loud nor low. You can't even scratch me with a sneak attack. What claim do you have to this Penglai Island? By rights for trespassing on my territory, I should slaughter you all. However, when my master patriarch Hongjun preached in the primordial wilderness, he was compassionate. As his disciple, I should follow his example, remembering that heaven values life. You have cultivated hard to reach your current state. I will let today's offense slide. Now get lost. These words left Tai feeling something was off even before others reacted. What was going on? This wasn't his usual style. Had becoming the patriarch's disciple changed his nature? Back at the Zixiao Palace entrance, he had been overbearing and ruthless, ready to kill, without a second thought. Now he was being so lenient. As Tai pondered, Dijun had also reached the same conclusion. He immediately decided that Hao Yu was bluffing, putting on a brave face to scare them away. Dijun shouted to the demon gods, "Don't be fooled. He's definitely injured and is just trying to intimidate us. Attack together and capture him." At Dijun's command, the 10 demon gods and the golden immortals in the army all revealed their spiritual treasures and lunged at Hao Yu. After all, Dijun was the lord of the demon court, and a peak early stage quasi saint. Oh, no one doubted his words. Dijun and Tai followed closely behind, one wielding the river chart and Luo book, the other brandishing the Eastern Emperor bell, charging into battle. Ever since Hao Yu had knocked their spiritual treasures flying at Zixiao Palace, the two had learned their lesson. They must never throw their treasures at Hao Yu again. If their artifacts were deflected again, they would be left without their best weapons and would be at Hao Yu's mercy. Seeing the demon clan swarm toward him, Hao Yu was secretly pleased. This was exactly what he wanted. Instead of revealing his most powerful weapon, the Hongming measuring ruler, he brought out a superior grade, innate spiritual treasure previously given to him by the system, the Hunyuan sword. Hao Yu raised the divine sword, swept a glance back at Dijun and Tai, a gaze as cold as a blade gone in a flash. Without a word, he turned and charged straight into the midst of the demon horde. His posture suggested he had long since abandoned any hope of survival, with no intention of returning alive. Though the glance was brief, Dijun caught it from behind the demon army. Clearly Hao Yu intended for him to see it. Dijun felt more reassured. Hao Yu's state was surely on the verge of collapse. He grinned, exerted force with his feet, and slew even faster. By his side, Tai, he was momentarily stunned by Dijun's sudden burst of speed, but quickly followed without a word. The two arrived ahead of the others and collided head-on with Hao Yu. Seeing them approach, Hao Yu gritted his teeth and swung the Hunyuan sword at them. At least in Dijun's eyes, the strike seemed to be a full-powered effort. The sword clashed against the Hichu Luoshu and the Donghuang bell with a deafening roar. The impact sent sound waves spreading over 10,000 miles. The explosion of three forces unleashed a shockwave that flung several golden immortals who were hastening from afar, dozens of miles away. Even those behind were somewhat affected. Afterward, Hao Yu, Dijun, and Tai were each repelled, retreating in 3 different directions. Hao Yu retreated less than 10 steps, while Dijun and Tai fell back about 15 steps. Judging by this first clash, it seemed Hao Yu had the upper hand, with Dijun and Tai at a disadvantage. But in the moment of impact, Dijun and Tai sensed that Hao Yu's sword lacked any follow-through. Both felt a surge of joy, convinced of victory. At that moment, the 10 demon saints and other golden immortals had surrounded Hao Yu. Dozens of innate spirit treasures rained down upon him. He appeared truly on the brink of collapse, as if all his momentum was broken. On the other side, Hao Chun, who was locked in combat with Fu Shi, he appeared truly on the brink of collapse, as if all his momentum was broken. On the other side, Hao Chun, who was locked in combat with Fu Shi, sighed inwardly at the sight. If he hadn't known this was an act, if he hadn't been aware of Hao Yu's true power, capable of annihilating even twice as many foes, he might have believed it himself. With acting skills like that, if he were an actor in modern times, it would be a great loss to the film industry. His performance would overshadow countless young stars, and even earn the respect of seasoned veterans. Hao Chun didn't idle either. With a flick of his wrist, the Godslayer spear thrust at Fu Shi like a dragon, clearly intending to force him back and rush to Hao Yu's aid. Fu Shi naturally saw through his plan, but Hao Chun's sudden surge of power left him momentarily unable to. While Fu Shi was overwhelming Hao Chun, his good corpse suddenly stepped out from behind him, wielding a medium-grade innate spirit treasure longsword. The Fu Shi Qin used to sever this good corpse was a top-grade innate spirit treasure and remained in Fu Zai's main boat's hands. After all, not everyone was like Hao Yu, who had a mountain of high-grade treasures and looked down on lower ones. The good corpse immediately joined forces with Fu Shi, pincer attacking Hao Chun, who had been holding back. Instantly, he was overwhelmed. His earlier frantic act of rushing to support had been solely for Dijun and Fu Zai's benefit. He had never intended to actually help anyone. But the act had to be complete. As Hao Chun was gradually suppressed by Fu Shi, he shouted, "Fu Shi, my true self and your sister Nuwa are fellow disciples under the same master. By that logic, we're practically family. Now that one of our own is surrounded, not only do you refuse to help, but you stop me from going." Fu Shi paused briefly, then continued attacking with an expressionless face, saying, It's true that Ui and Yuhua are all disciples of the Dao ancestor, but now we serve different masters. No one can be blamed. You want to claim Peng Lai, so naturally, I must help the demon court take it back. Don't worry about Hao Yu. He's a Dao ancestor. Even if he loses, the demon emperor won't kill him. At most imprison him for 10,000 years. Once this matter is settled, she will personally come to apologize. With that he fell silent, but attacked with increasing ferocity, clearly aiming to finish off Hao Chen quickly. Hao Chen only replied with 2 words, "How annoying." Then he spun the Godslayer's spear like an impenetrable wall. The two sides fought for nearly half a day, and Di Jun grew increasingly uneasy. At this time the sky curtain had not yet been established. The sun was the solar star itself. The flow of time in the primordial world was akin to the heavenly realm in the saying one day in heaven, a year on earth. Based on Hao Yu's state during their first encounter, he should have been captured long ago. Yet they had fought for so long with dozens of near captures. Each time, he slipped away at the last moment. Once or twice could be luck, but dozens of times over half a day was no coincidence. Caught up in the heat of battle, Di Jun hadn't noticed, but now calmer, he finally understood. He suddenly bellowed, "All demon soldiers retreat immediately. Leave the battlefield." The demon soldiers and generals who felt they were about to capture Hao Yu were all stunned. But the demon emperor's command was absolute, and they all withdrew. Tai Yi also stopped and flashed back to Di Jun's side frowning. "Brother, why the sudden halt? We were about to win." Di Jun stared at him and said deliberately, "Haven't you realized? He's been toying with you?" Tai Yi turned his gaze to Hao Yu. After a group of them had besieged him for so long, even after the 10 demon saints ambushed him, his clothes were only slightly wrinkled. "So he's been playing us all along. For what? Maybe he was just bored. But one thing's clear, he never took us seriously." Di Jun stared at Hao Yu, his face dark as a storm cloud. The words seemed meant for Tai, yet also a mutter to himself. Seeing Di Jun order a retreat, Hao Yu immediately realized the ruse was exposed. He called out to Hao Chun, who was still entangled with Fu Shi, "All right, stop pretending. They've seen through it." "So soon?" Hao Chun sighed, "How boring." The moment he spoke, his aura exploded. The Godslayer's spear gleamed with cold light as he struck directly at Fu Zai's good corpse. Fu Zai's good corpse hadn't expected Hao Chun to be holding back. Caught off guard, the spear tip arrived in an instant. With a single thrust, the good corpse shattered and dissipated into the air. Fu Zai's main body tried to intervene, but was too late. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura instantly wilting. Hao Chen's strike had completely obliterated Fu Zai's good corpse. Since the 3 corpses are linked to the main body, destroying the good corpse wouldn't kill the main body, but it would inflict severe injury. The other demons witnessed everything, but none dared to act. The reason was simple: there was no time. Besides, Hao Yu was watching them like a hawk. Who would dare move? After destroying the good corpse with one spear strike, Hao Chen didn't stop. He turned the spear and swept it toward Fu Zai's main body. Fu Shi could only hastily raise the Fu Shi Qin to block. But with his good corpse destroyed and his body injured, how could he withstand Hao Chen's full-powered strike with a top-grade innate spirit treasure? When the two treasures collided, there was no earth-shattering sound. The Fu Shi Qin was sent flying along with Fu Shi himself, crashing backward. As he flew past Di Jun, his speed didn't diminish. Di Jun reached out, channeling his power, and halted Fu Zai's retreat, pinning him in place. Hao Chun, who had sent Fu Shi flying, was completely unscathed. He put away the Godslayer's spear and flew to Hao Yu's side, a smile still on his lips. He turned to Hao Yu and complained, "That fight was utterly unsatisfying. Holding back, afraid he'd see through me. No fun at all. All right then, let's fight decisively. If possible, it's best to take out Di Jun and Tai Yi's good corpses too, to avoid future trouble." After all, Di Jun and Tai Yi were the protagonists of the Sorcerer Demon Tribulation. The Heavenly Dao wouldn't allow them to be completely destroyed now. But destroying only their good corpses would be much easier. A destroyed good corpse could be recondensed with time and effort, but if the person truly died, that was the end. Hao Chen mused that the Heavenly Dao probably wouldn't intervene. With that thought, he gripped the Godslayer spear again, licked the corner of his mouth, and his eyes turned murderous. But just as he was about to strike, Di Jun stepped forward and spoke to Hao Yu. "Daoist Hao Yu, we know we are no match for you. How about we cede Peng Lai Immortal Island to you? We only ask that you spare our lives." "Bah? This Peng Lai Island was ours first. What do you mean by cede?" Hao Chen immediately retorted with disdain. He added another jab. "Weren't you boasting earlier, saying you'd take us down in 100 moves? Now that you know you can't win, you want to just walk away? Nothing in this world comes that cheap. Then what do you want?" Tai Yi asked with a grim face. "Simple. Hand over 2 top-grade innate spirit treasures and 10 high-grade ones, and he'll let you scram right now." Hao Chun made an exorbitant demand. "Absolutely not. The entire demon court doesn't have that many top-grade innate spirit treasures. Name another condition." Di Jun frowned deeply. "Then I'm out of ideas. I gave you a way out, but you refused. Now you'll have to fight us properly. Maybe if I'm in a good mood later, I'll let you go. Hao Chun wore a smug grin. You. Tai Yi was so enraged, he could only stutter, unable to form words. Finally Hao Yu spoke. Since you refuse to hand over the treasures, let's skip the nonsense and fight. I've played along long enough. Now it's time for a real battle. As he spoke, the Hongming measuring ruler appeared in his hand. With a swing of the measuring ruler, he charged directly at Dijun. Hao Chun didn't hesitate, either twirling the Godslayer spear and following suit. Seeing this, Dijun and Tai Yi no longer hesitated and summoned all the demon gods and saints to join the fray. The Hichu Luoshu and Dongwang Bell in their hands blazed with dazzling light once more. The next moment the two sides clashed fiercely again. But this time the situation was entirely different. There was no stalemate, not even a brief pause. The combined force of Hao Yu and Hao Chun instantly sent the Hichu Luoshu Dongwang Bell Dijun and Tai Yi flying backward. Then the momentum continued, sweeping toward the demon army behind. Along the way, every demonic beast that stood in their path was obliterated into oblivion, not even a speck of dust remaining. The spiritual light jointly unleashed by Hao Yu and Hao Chun crashed fiercely into the demonic ranks, instantly taking down over a dozen great Luo golden immortals, even leaving Dijun and Tai Yi wounded. Several of the so-called 10 demon saints were heavily injured, barely able to stand. All told, this wave had wiped out at least 3/5 of the combat strength the demon court had brought. Even if they stopped now, those creatures would need a millennium to recover once they returned to their lairs. But the question was, would Hao Yu and Hao Chun let them slip away? Of course not. So their misfortune continued. After the spiritual treasures scattered the demonic horde, the two casually recalled their artifacts, ready for another round. Daijin's eyelid twitched as he roared at the demons behind him. Stop fighting. Run. Flee with all your might back to the demon court. Hearing their lord's command, the demons didn't hesitate, channeling their Dharma power and bolting toward the demon court with all their might. But how could Hao Yu and Hao Chun let them escape so easily? Not a chance. The two quasi-sages flicked their wrists and hurled their spiritual treasures once more. One supreme grade innate spiritual treasure and one post-heaven merit supreme treasure, imbued with the power of two quasi-sages, smashed into the throng of great Luo golden immortals and lesser demons, slicing through them like a hot knife through butter. None could withstand even a single blow. Seeing this, Dijun and Tai Yi's faces darkened. They quickly recalled their own spiritual treasures and lunged together at Hao Yu, hoping to stall him and buy their subordinates time to escape. To be honest, Dijun and Tai Yi were indeed commendable leaders. Not everyone would charge to the front lines at the brink of death, letting their underlings flee first. It was precisely because of this that the 10 demon saints genuinely submitted to the demon court, regarding it as their true home. This was also the root reason why Fuxi later on refused to heed even the words of the sage Nuwa, stubbornly joining the war of Wu and Yao, ultimately perishing in that great calamity. The leadership style of Dijun and Tai Yi was such that after their fall, surviving demon saints like Baizhe remained steadfastly loyal to the demon court, guarding Daijin's sole surviving offspring, Luya. Unfortunately, Luya failed to live up to expectations. Otherwise, with a shrewd strategist like Baizhe and the backing of several quasi-level demon saints, he could have accomplished great things. Even if he couldn't match the current demon court, he wouldn't have let the demon race be so brutally suppressed, nearly facing extinction. But that is a tale for another time. The present was what mattered. Dijun and Tai Yi had unleashed their full power, bolstered by their innate spiritual treasures, forcing even Hao Yu to be cautious. Yet Hao Yu didn't recall the primordial ruler's ruler. Instead, he drew the chaos sword from his person. As for Hao Chun, he somehow produced a precious sword. A closer look revealed it to be the supreme grade innate spiritual treasure lotus leaf sword seized earlier from the dragon clan elder on Yingzhou Island. The chaos sword wasn't among the best on the dividing treasure cliff. Amidst the myriad innate spiritual treasures scattered across the mountain, mid-grade ones made up over half, with low-grade ones occupying 3/4 of the remainder. There were few high-grade ones and none at the supreme grade. So the chaos sword was already considered notable. A few years later, innate spiritual treasures would either be destroyed or lost to some forgotten corner. By the time of the investiture of the gods and journey to the west, even post-heaven spiritual treasures were rare, with most wielding immortal or spiritual artifacts. As soon as Hao Yu and Hao Chun revealed their treasures, Dijun and Tai Yi struck. Each wielding a divine sword, the two charged. Hao Yu faced Tai Yi, while Hao Chun locked onto Dijun. Fuxi was the only other quasi-sage present besides Dijun and Tai Yi. Seeing the situation, he quickly summoned the Fuxi Qin and hurled it fiercely at the two spiritual treasures flying toward the demons. The two unmanned artifacts struck by his full-force blow didn't fly away. They merely shuddered and continued pursuing the fleeing demons. But their speed had noticeably slowed. Seeing this tactic work, Fuxi, despite his injuries, struck relentlessly blow after blow. After about 10 breaths bereft of their master's spiritual power, the god-slaying spear and the primordial ruler's ruler gradually faltered. With Fushi constantly interfering, the two spiritual treasures finally halted midair, hovering motionless. By then, few of the million demon soldiers and generals the demon court had originally brought remained. At least several dozen ordinary Great Luo Golden Immortals had fallen. Those below Great Luo were beyond counting. Strangely, whether due to skill or the protection of the heavenly Dao, none of the 10 demon saints, also Great Luo Golden Immortals, had died, only slightly wounded. The demon army was essentially finished. The demons flew back, with Fushi following, appearing on the first heaven. The 10 demon saints looked back and saw that fewer than 1 in 100 of the million demon soldiers remained. This was only because Hao Yu hadn't deliberately slaughtered them, otherwise none would have escaped. With the army gone, Dijuan and Tai couldn't break free. The two together couldn't even defeat Hao Yu alone, and now there was Haochen, even more formidable. How could they continue fighting? Dijuan and Tai could have released their good corpses to join the fray. But having witnessed Haochen destroy Fux's good corpse, they knew that at best their good corpses could only buy them a moment. After a quick consultation, they decided to stall a bit longer, then summon their good corpses to cover their escape. Seeing the two still holding back their good corpses, Haochen grew furious. He raised his sword and sent Dijuan flying with a single strike, then reached out with 5 fingers. The nearby god-slaying spear hummed and turned into a dark light, landing in his palm. He furiously channeled his Dharma power into the spear, shook it, and thrust it directly at Dijuan's chest. Dijuan tried to block, but it was too late. Tai, pinned down by Hao Yu, couldn't even catch his breath, let alone help. If that spear struck true, Dijuan would either die on the spot or be crippled, losing all strength. Just as the spear tip was about to touch Dijuan, a terrifying force descended from the heavens, freezing Haochen in place. Not only him, but Tai and Hao Yu were also instantly immobilized. Then Tai, who had been locked in battle with Hao Yu, appeared beside Dijuan in the blink of an eye. As soon as they regained movement, both thought simultaneously kill Hao Yu and Haochen while they were still frozen. But a voice exploded in their minds: leave now. Don't even think of killing them. Dijuan and Tai were both startled. Earlier at the Purple Cloud Palace gate, when Hao Yu was about to kill Tai, he had been inexplicably frozen too. At the time, they suspected someone was backing them, but didn't know who. Now it seemed to be the owner of this voice. The two exchanged a glance, grabbed their spiritual treasures without a word, and bolted toward the demon court. The owner of this voice had saved them. Strictly speaking, had saved Tai twice. Since the entity bore no ill will, its words were worth heeding. Moreover, being able to casually immobilize someone of Hao Yu's caliber, such power was beyond their reach. Dijuan's mind raced, and without further hesitation, he and Tai flew straight to the heavenly court. The moment that force descended, Hao Yu understood. It was the heavenly Dao acting. It had been the same at the Purple Cloud Palace gate. Last time Hongjun had acted personally. This time, it was likely the heavenly Dao operating through Hongjun. As soon as Dijuan and Tai re-entered the demon court's territory, the restraints on Hao Yu and Haochen were lifted. Hao Yu took a deep breath, channeled his Dharma power into his throat, and shouted toward the 33 heavens: Dijuan, Tai, send someone to deliver the innate spiritual treasures to Punlai Island. Otherwise, I'll pay a visit to your demon court myself. Hearing this, Dijuan, still fleeing, staggered so violently he nearly lost control of his Dharma power. His face turned green with rage. But recalling Hao Yu's combat prowess, even the entire demon court might not prevail, and victory would come at a devastating cost. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed his anger and continued flying back. The heavenly court wasn't the only opponent in the primordial wilderness. The Wu tribe was eyeing the demons hungrily. The demon court couldn't afford to let Hao Yu wreak havoc here. They had no choice but to choke down their pride. Dijuan paused mid-step and sent a telepathic message to Hao Yu: the treasures you demand will be delivered to Punlai. From now on, we'll keep our distance. Is this deal satisfactory? Hearing Dijuan's words, Hao Yu's lips curled into a faint smile, and he said not another word. Seeing that Hao Yu ceased his attack, Dijuan understood. It was tacit agreement. He wasted no more time and flew toward the demon court. As for Hao Yu, after receiving Dijuan's telepathic message, he swept his gaze around and then returned to Punlai Island with Haochen. The moment Hao Yu left, all the great powers in the primordial wilderness who had been secretly observing this battle were shaken to their core. No one had expected Hao Yu to be so overwhelmingly strong. These mighty beings had taken notice of this battle solely because the demon court's expedition had caused such a commotion. Following Baize's advice, Dijuan and Tai had sought to display the demon court's might through this campaign, making the expedition known to all in the primordial wilderness. At the time, everyone believed the demon court's victory was certain. 2 quasi-sigil-level demon emperors plus over 100 great Luo golden immortals. Such a formation was top tier across the entire primordial wilderness. The only force that could rival it was the Wu tribe. Few others stood a chance. And with an opponent no one had heard of daring to secretly seize Penglai, wasn't that suicide? In their eyes, Hao Yu was just some bumpkin from a forgotten corner, utterly ignorant of the demon court's grandeur, foolish enough to snatch food from a tiger's mouth. If you thought about it, even the former immortal court had been no match for this demon army. Hao Yu hadn't dared to make a peep back, then proving his strength was inferior to the immortal court's. So the conclusion was clear. Hao Yu was no match for the demon court. Some even thought that upon seeing the demon army bearing down, he might fall to his knees and beg for mercy. At the start of the battle, Hao Yu's performance against the demons had indeed matched the great power's guesses. He was utterly suppressed by the demon court, with no power to retaliate. Some even felt a pang of pity for Hao Yu, having arduously cultivated to the Quasi Saint realm only to meet his end here. A truly grievous waste. Yet who could have foreseen the dramatic twist in the tale? Hao Yu had utterly decimated the demon clan's force, though none knew why Dijuan and Tai ultimately escaped. Hao Yu's ferocity was indelibly etched into the minds of every great power present. The moment the battle concluded, these mighty beings withdrew their prying gazes and hastened to caution their juniors. Never under any circumstances provoke this harbinger of doom. Should anyone offend him, they must never claim kinship, lest they bring calamity upon their own house. Hao Yu raised his hand, and with a surge of mana, ethereal visages of himself and Hongjun materialized in the air. Though utterly bewildered, the assembled juniors committed those faces to memory, vowing silently, should they ever encounter these two, they would flee, without a second thought, never daring to draw near. Among the Wu clan, the ancestral witches beheld the battle's outcome, with faces wreathed in smiles. Jerome was the first to slap his thigh and roar, "Ha! This brother is after my own heart. I've long loathed those two birdmen. That three-legged bald chicken wielding the chaos bell forged from Father God's broken axe, I couldn't best him. If not for that, I'd have pummeled him long ago. Seeing them get their comeuppance today is pure bliss." With that he bellowed toward the hall, "My minions! By my decree the Wu clan shall cease all labor today. A grand celebration. Slay more of the demon clan, and we shall feast on great chunks of meat and guzzle wine from giant bowls." Otu, witnessing Hao Yu's initial suppression, furrowed her brow, an inexplicable pang of concern twisting in her heart. She even entertained a strange notion. Should she rush to the East Sea to aid him? But with her elder brothers present, she forcibly suppressed the impulse. Only when she realized Hao Yu was merely toying with the two golden crows did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yet upon reflection, she found his actions utterly reckless, causing her undue worry for no reason. She herself could not fathom why. In the hundreds of millennia since her transformation, such feelings had never stirred within her. Dijiang swept his gaze across the assembly and declared in a grave tone, "This man possesses terrifying combat prowess. We must befriend him at all costs, never make an enemy of him. Even if we cannot win him to our side, we must ensure he never becomes our foe." Meanwhile, back on Penglai Island, the moment Hao Yu and Hongjun alighted, Zhao Gongming materialized before them and knelt with a thud. "This disciple pays homage to Master." Hao Yu nodded and reached out to lift him up. Zhao Gongming continued, "Master, why did you not take this disciple along for the battle? Had it not been for the barrier Master laid upon the island, I would have rushed out to assist you both." Hao Yu smiled. "Gongming, it was precisely to prevent your recklessness that I set that barrier. With your current cultivation, a mere shockwave from that melee would have annihilated you. That is why I confined you to the island." Zhao Gongming lowered his head. "This disciple understands." Hao Yu glanced at him and grunted in acknowledgement. Hongjun interjected, "Have you found the core of Penglai Island?" Zhao Gongming shook his head. "This disciple is incompetent, I have not yet found it." Hongjun said unhurriedly, "No matter. It is not your fault. The core of such a grand island is naturally deeply hidden, and after the Eastern Prince excavated it, once it has grown even more wary, choosing a place none would suspect to conceal itself. It is normal not to find it for a while. Take your time." As Hao Yu led the search for the core at the Buzhou Mountain Dao Field, Nuwa, though in secluded cultivation, had learned of the events outside Penglai Island. She heard that Hao Yu had not only dispersed Fux's good avatar, but had nearly slain Fushi himself outside Penglai Island. Nuwa gnashed her teeth in fury. "That villain Hao Yu. I had thought since he lacked the fortune to become a saint, I would look after him out of respect for teacher Hongjun. Now it seems I need not spare his dignity. Once I become a saint, I will make an example of him, to avenge my elder brother. By then teacher Hongjun would not turn against me, a true saint, for the sake of a fallen junior who never even touched the saintly seat, would he yet? Even if teacher were to blame, once I am a saint, what have I to fear?" As his sister, did she care why Fushi had gone to Penglai Island? All that mattered was that the debt was recorded, she would settle it with Hao Yu after achieving sainthood. For now she was no match for him. Little did Hao Yu know that far away at Buzhou Mountain Yuhua, with whom he had no connection, had already inscribed a grudge in her ledger, because Fushi had come to provoke him, and he had merely retaliated, awaiting the day to settle the score. He remained on Penglai Island scouring the mountains with Haochen and Zhao Gongming for the stubbornly concealed core. After over half a year of searching, turning the island nearly upside down, Zhao Gongming finally discovered something in an underground cavern. It appeared to be made of light, round, and smooth like a sphere. Zhao Gongming recognized it instantly. It was identical to the one Hao Yu had refined on Yingzhou Island. Without a word, he grabbed the core and flew toward Hao Yu, transmitting his voice as he went, "Master, I have found it." His voice carried a hint of elation. The very moment Zhao Gongming discovered the luminous core, the demon court, as if watching their every move, dispatched an envoy to Penglai Island. A white-robed Taoist bearing a refined demeanor drifted down from the 33rd heaven and halted at the island's periphery. He subtly mustered his mana and called out toward the island. "I am Baizhe, one of the 10 great demon saints under the demon court. By decree of the demon court, I have come to apologize for the incident half a year ago. I humbly request an audience with Senior Hao Yu." Hao Yu, now at the late Quasi Saint stage, was regarded as a senior figure by a Daluo Golden Immortal like Baizhe, even if Dijuan and the others perceived him as a mid-stage Quasi Saint with extraordinary combat prowess. Consider the later Randang Daoren, one of the 3,000 guests of Xixiao Palace, who unashamedly became a disciple of Yuanshi, then defected to Jin and Jundi. After the previous clash, Dijuan Tai and the 10 demon saints were all wounded. Baizhe was the least injured when, in truth, he had merely been grazed by the residual energy of the spiritual treasure Hao Yu had hurled at the end, almost unscathed. Had Tai not kept an eye on him during the battle, he might have suspected Baizhe had already slipped away. How else could he have escaped with just a scratch? Half a year later, Baize's wound had long healed. Dijuan dispatched him with compensation for Hao Yu. Just as Zhao Gongming handed the luminous sphere to Hao Yu, a voice laced with mana drifted into their ears. Hao Yu looked up, glanced beyond the island, and turned to Haochen. "What impeccable timing. Do you think Dijuan has been secretly watching us?" The moment Gongming finds the core, the demon court's envoy arrives. Huh. Coincidence or not, Dijuan and Tai lack that ability. Haochen's final words were tinged with unmistakable pride. "I know it's a coincidence, just making an observation," Hao Yu replied. "Come on, let's go see." "You go ahead if they called for you. Why should I bother?" Haochen pursed his lips. "You? Fine, I'll go. But don't expect a share of the innate spiritual treasures the demon clan compensates with." Hao Yu chuckled. Haochen suddenly recalled how he had demanded a large number of innate spiritual treasures earlier. Though he knew the demon court wouldn't give all, he could still get something. He quickly changed his tune. "No, no, no. Together. Together." With that, he dragged Zhao Gongming toward the island's edge. Hao Yu pocketed the core and followed. Outside the island, Zhao Gongming stood behind them. Hao Yu spoke. "Baizhe, I remember you. You were among those who came to Penglai half a year ago." Baizhe forced a smile and explained, "The last incident was a misunderstanding. This junior has come specifically today to discuss compensation. But I heard that the grand expedition of your demon court was your idea." Haochen stared at Baizhe with a faint mocking smile. Baize's smile froze. He had devised the plan, led the charge, and fled back like a beaten cur. Now he had to come and negotiate reparations. A herd of 1,000 alpacas stampeded through his mind. But he dared not admit it before Haochen. He waved his hands frantically. "No, no, no. What Senior has heard are all rumors. I never proposed such a scheme." "Oh, then dare you swear a heavenly Dao oath?" Haochen's face was full of mischief. Hao Yu burst out laughing and scolded. "You're the one who scared him. Every wound on Baizhe was from the residual energy of your Godslayer spear. How can you blame me?" "Is that so? I don't recall." Haochen raised an eyebrow. "Even if I did strike him, it's your fault. After all, I'm just a part of you." He then burst into laughter. After laughing, he seemed to remember something and turned back to Hao Yu. "At least half of the spiritual treasures we get today are mine." Before the words faded, he was already flying back toward Penglai Island. Hao Yu smiled helplessly and followed with Zhao Gongming. Back on the island, Hao Yu pushed the dozen or so innate spiritual treasures in front of Haochen. "Take these all. Share some with your good and self-avatars later. Don't hog everything." I know. Haochen casually stowed away the 15 treasures, his tone dismissive. Whether he had listened was anyone's guess. Then he glanced at Zhao Gongming nearby and tossed a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure to him. "I didn't give you a meeting gift earlier, not because I'm stingy, but because I was truly broke. Don't despise it." Zhao Gongming was too startled to catch the treasure and knelt again. "This disciple dare not." "Enough, get up." Hao Yu waved his hand, and the treasure landed steadily in Zhao Gongming's grasp. "Since he gave it to you, accept it graciously." Then his tone shifted. "No need to be so formal with me and Haochen. You are our disciple, not a subordinate. Relax and stop kneeling at every turn." Zhao Gongming nodded. "This disciple will remember." Hao Yu spoke again. That's enough for now. I'm going to refine this island's core. You two guard me, and ensure no one interrupts. Alright, go ahead. Well, stand watch. Hongjun dropped his playful demeanor, his expression turning serious. Though he had been joking moments ago, he was reliable when it came to important matters. Zhao Gongming also patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured, Hongjun, and I will guard this place well. Not even a mosquito shall get through. Good, I'll leave it to you then. I estimate it will take about a year or so to fully refine it, how you said. With that, he casually carved out a crude cave dwelling on a nearby small mountain, even more shabby than the cave he had lived in before. After making the arrangements, he vanished inside and began his seclusion to refine the island's core. Meanwhile, Baizé had already returned to the demon court after delivering the gifts. Transforming into a streak of light, he flew back to the demon court in the blink of an eye. Without even pausing at the heavenly gate, he rushed straight toward the hall where Dijuan and Tai were. Only when he reached the hall's entrance did he slow his pace. Straightening his collar, he said to the demon guard at the door, "Go inform the two sovereigns that I have returned from Palai Island and request an audience on urgent matters." The demon guard saluted him with a fist and palm gesture. "Please wait a moment, Lord Demon Saint. I shall report at once." With that, the guard turned and ran into the hall. Inside the hall, Dijuan and Tai were sitting awaiting news. Seeing the guard enter and kneel, they heard him say, "Your subjects pay respects to the two sovereigns. Rise." Is Baizé back? Dijuan immediately sat up straight and asked, "Yes, Your Majesty. It is Lord Demon Saint Baizé. He says he has returned from Punlai Island and wishes to request an audience with the two sovereigns. Summon him at once." Tai waved a hand. "Yes." The guard withdrew. Once the guard was far off, Tai looked at Dijuan. "Brother, do you think that Hao Yu will accept our apology gift? We gave far less than what he demanded." Dijuan frowned. "I'm not sure either. But if he accepts it, it means the matter is settled. Baizé has returned. There's no use speculating here. Let's hear what he has to say." The guard exited the hall and bowed to Baizé. "The Demon Emperor requests your presence." Baizé nodded and strode inside. Upon entering the hall, he knelt and saluted. "Your subject Baizé pays homage to the two sovereigns." Dijuan quickly rose from his seat and personally went to support Baizé. "Beloved minister, no need for such formalities. Rise." He then asked, "How did your mission go?" Baizé stood up and replied, "Your Majesty, that Taoist Hao Yu accepted the innate spirit treasure we offered and said the matter is settled." "That's good. However, he also said that if such a thing happens a second time, it won't be resolved so easily." As I expected." Dijuan's expression darkened. "I have already ordered that no demon clan member is to provoke Hao Yu. Let him have his moment until we achieve sainthood. Once I become a saint, he will be the first I eliminate." Baizé's eyes lit up. "Your Majesty has a way to become a saint. Would you be willing to share it with your humble subject?" Dijuan and Tai exchanged a glance, then nodded. "There's no harm in telling you, as it's hardly a secret. Tai and I intend to take the third path mentioned by Tao ancestor Hongjun, achieving sainthood through merit." Baizé pressed further. "Has Your Majesty found a method to amass great merit?" "After much deliberation, I've observed the current state of the Primordial World. Various factions claim territories by sheer force, with might making right and no rules in place. If our demon court can unify the entire Primordial World through the demon clan's own strength, Heaven's Tao will surely bestow a vast amount of destiny energy. At that point, Tai and I might truly be able to attain sainthood through it." As Dijuan spoke, his face was filled with rapture. "Indeed, Your Majesty's reasoning is sound. Following this path, the two sovereigns may indeed step through the threshold of sainthood." Baizé grew excited as well. "But the problem now is that our tasks will only become heavier. The Dragon Clan has already submitted to Hao Yu, so winning them over is out of the question. This means our mission cannot end well. This time the Demon Court has suffered a grievous loss. Itai, the 10 Demon Saints, and even Fushi the Demon Saint. All of us are wounded. 1,000,000 demon soldiers marched forth in full force, and less than 1 in 10 returned alive. Since its founding, the Demon Court has never endured such a heavy defeat." As Dijuan spoke, the image of those 1,000,000 demon soldiers flashed through his mind. How they had been effortlessly swept away, without even making a ripple. The thought made his heart ache even more. Dijuan then turned to Baizé, his tone sincere. "Among those who went, you were the least injured. Go and heal yourself properly first. Once you've recovered, I'll task you with leading troops to recruit all the minor factions, small tribes, and wandering cultivators in the Primordial World into the Demon Court. When I, Tai, and the other Demon Saints have fully healed, we will strike at the major powers. The entire Demon Court will be mobilized for battle, aiming to unify the Primordial World as quickly as possible." As Dijuan spoke these words, Tai beside him also fixed his gaze on Baizé without moving. The implication was clear. They were entrusting the Demon Clan's authority to Baizé. "Your subject will not disappoint the trust of the two sovereigns." Though Baizé felt some reluctance under their intense stares, he had no choice but to steel himself and accept the task, his eyes even reddening slightly. With that, Bai Zhe turned and walked out of the hall under the watchful gaze of Dijuan and Tai, making his way back to his Demon Saint Palace. Once inside, he activated the mountain protecting formation and began his seclusion to heal. The Demon Emperor had spoken so plainly, and he had accepted publicly. Now there was no other choice but to heal quickly and eliminate all the minor forces in the Primordial World before Dijuan and Tai emerged from seclusion. He couldn't afford to let Dijuan think he was inefficient. The entire demon court was now nursing its wounds behind closed doors, so we shall leave that for now. As for Hao Yu, after entering his refining state, he emerged from seclusion in just half a year. The moment he emerged, the spiritual energy of the entire Panlai Island surged toward him, swirling around him. All the flora on the island bent slightly in his direction, as if welcoming their new master. This signified that Panlai Island now belonged wholly to Hao Yu. The commotion of Hao Yu's emergence was so great that it immediately alerted Hao Chen and Zhao Gongming nearby. Your master has emerged from seclusion. Master has emerged from seclusion. They both turned to each other and said the same thing almost simultaneously. Then without a word they both looked toward the cave where Hao Yu had been in seclusion. At the cave entrance, spiritual mist billowed as Hao Yu stepped out, treading upon spiritual energy, so dense it was almost tangible. Wherever he passed, the grass, trees, and even scattered stones bowed low as if paying homage. Seeing this spectacle, Hao Chen immediately ran over with a grin. Quite the grand entrance. Was it like this on Yingzhou Island too? It wasn't like this when I refined Yingzhou. Hao Yu shook his head. Then what's going on? Did you orchestrate this yourself? Hao Chen asked, surprised. What are you thinking? We share the same origin. Don't you know my character? Hao Yu rolled his eyes. Hard to say. We've been apart so long, you might have picked up some strange habits over the years, Hao Chen muttered under his breath. But the other two present were either a quasi-sage or a great Luo Golden Immortal, so even that low murmur was as clear as if whispered directly into their ears. Zhao Gongming chimed in. Perhaps it's because when Dong Wenggong was in charge, he mistreated Panlai Island. The place is full of sentient spirits that grew tired of him. Now that they have a new master, they're simply overjoyed. Gongming has a sharp mind, unlike you who's as dull as a fool, Hao Yu said, shooting a sideways glance at Hao Chen. Insult me all you want. Insulting me is insulting yourself. Do as you please, Hao Chen shrugged. Hao Yu was momentarily speechless. He had indeed forgotten that point. Enough, no more dawdling. I've already located Hongjun Island. Let's go now to avoid any unnecessary complications. All said, the group flew out of Panlai Island and hovered in midair. Hao Yu raised his hand and waved, and a transparent barrier materialized out of thin air, instantly enveloping the entire island. This barrier would take even a quasi-sage some effort to break through. Let's go, Hao Yu said. Then in his mind, he silently commanded, system, show me the direction to Hongjun Island. The system remained silent, but painted a golden arrow before his eyes. Hao Yu flew in the direction of the arrow, with Hao Chen and Zhao Gongming following closely behind. After flying for over half a year, Hao Yu suddenly stopped staring at the churning sea before him. We've arrived. Hao Chen didn't even bother asking why he couldn't see anything. From the experience of finding Yingzhou Island, Zhao Gongming already knew that Hongjun Island was likely hidden in the void by a formation. Zhao Gongming turned and said, Master, shall we blast open the island's protective formation together? Hao Yu's reaction caught him off guard. Hao Yu shook his head. No need. Let's step back and let Hao Chen handle it. With that, he pulled Zhao Gongming back nearly a mile, clearly making room. Hao Chen muttered to himself, fine, I'll do it. I guess I'm just destined to be the laborer. Before his words had even faded, the god-slaying spear was already in his hand. The next moment, he casually swept his spear across the void before him. The spear light shot out, seemingly headed for the distance, but as it passed through the space ahead, it suddenly collided with a layer of green light. That light curtain appeared out of nowhere with no warning at all, only manifesting when the spear light reached it. The two collided with a thunderous roar. When the commotion subsided, Hao Chen's attack had shattered into nothing. As for the light curtain, several clear cracks were visible on its surface. With that single strike, Hongjun Island's protective formation was nearly broken. Seeing that one blow hadn't completely destroyed it, Hao Chen raised his spear for another horizontal sweep, aimed directly at the already battered barrier. This time the barrier couldn't hold. There was no loud noise upon impact. The spear light simply passed straight through the barrier, and the green light was torn to shreds in an instant. The spear light didn't stop after piercing the barrier. It continued onward, eventually striking a small island whose distance from Hongjun Island was unknown. In an instant, the island shattered into pieces and vanished from the primordial world without a trace. The moment the barrier disappeared, a colossal island materialized before Hao Yu and the other two. The island was covered with spirit roots, and the innate spiritual energy was so dense, it was almost tangible. It truly lived up to its reputation as one of the 3 immortal islands, far surpassing Panlai Island. As soon as the island emerged, Hao Yu had already landed on it with Zhao Gongming. Hao Yu, who had opened the island himself, found that they had beaten him to it before he even set foot on it. Without a word, he instantly flashed beside them and stood quietly at Hao Yu's side. Hao Yu spoke, "Since Hongjun Island has illuminated, we must hasten to find its core and refine it." Hao Yu and Zhao Gongming nodded in agreement. The trio embarked on another search for the core. Perhaps fortune favored them, or perhaps because Hongjun Island had never before revealed itself, the core was scarcely concealed. In merely 3 days, Hao Yu unearthed it. Summoning Hao Yu and Zhao Gongming, he declared his intention to enter seclusion to refine the core, commanding them to stand guard outside. With that, he found a spot, sat down, and began to concentrate on refining Hongjun Island. At that very moment, upon Buzhou Mountain, Yuhua found herself unable to calm her heart for cultivation. A persistent voice echoed in her mind, urging her to leave her seclusion and journey across the primordial continent. At this time, Yuhua's cultivation had only just reached the early quasi-sage stage. According to the original trajectory of the primordial era, such a feeling would have been natural, but it should not have arisen for tens of thousands of years. Though this journey would not immediately lead her to sainthood, for cultivators of that age, 10,000 years was but a fleeting moment. Her premature urge was entirely due to Hao Yu, a variable that had spurred the demon court to launch their conquest of the primordial continent and ambition for universal dominion far earlier. Thus, the entire pace of the primordial era accelerated. The time of the six saints' emergence was consequently brought forward. Far away in the eastern sea, Hao Yu remained oblivious that his single action had set the primordial era into overdrive. Even had he known, he would not have cared. After all, even the earliest Saint Yuhua would still require tens of thousands of years. And enduring those millennia, he had the confidence to bring himself and his 3 incarnations to mastery of their laws, directly attaining the realm of the Hongyuan Daiyuo Golden Immortal. Simultaneously, deep within the northern sea, Kunpeng was also assailed by a strange voice in his mind, advising him to abandon his northern lair and explore the primordial continent. Initially, he dismissed it, but the thought took root, refusing to be shaken. As days turned into months, the compulsion only grew stronger. Unable to resist, Kunpeng finally flew out from the northern sea. Leaving his nest, he instinctively along his journey, he witnessed many minor tribes, all ostensibly of the Yao race, yet locked in fierce conflict, unable to comprehend each other's speech. A notion suddenly blossomed in his mind, to create a universal written language. Initially just a fleeting thought, it grew increasingly insistent over time. As for Hao Yu, after half a year of secluded refinement, Hongjun Island was completely his. All 3 celestial islands were now under his control. With Fangzong refined, he immediately retrieved the method for merging the 3 islands previously rewarded by the system. He discovered that merging them was not difficult once all 3 were refined. Emerging from seclusion, he called out to Hao Yu, "Fangzong is done. Now I will fuse the 3 celestial islands. Return to Yingzhou Island." As the words left his lips, Hao Yu tore through space and vanished. Hao Yu without delay followed with. Upon returning to Yingzhou Island, the 3 Shaos and the 6-eared macaque had already emerged from their seclusion. Hao Yu glanced at them and said, "Your emergence is timely, it saves me from waiting." His tone then turned grave. "Prepare yourselves, or what follows will be momentous." As he spoke, a dazzling radiance burst from within him. 3 lights of distinct colors, the cores of the 3 celestial islands. The moment the cores materialized, Yingzhou Island began to tremble violently. The ground quaked beneath their feet, stunning everyone. Though but a small island in the primordial era, its actual size dwarfed Earth by over 10,000 times. To even attempt to move such a colossus was inconceivable. Moreover, Yingzhou was a nexus of the eastern sea's fortune. Any shift would affect the very terrain of heaven and earth. The burden of such karmic consequence alone deterred any from daring to touch it. Yet now the entire island was shuddering. Nor was Yingzhou alone. Far away, Penglai and Fangzhong Islands also began to shake violently, as if trying to tear themselves from the sea. Hao Yu dared such an act not out of reckless courage, but because he was not only the master of Yingzhou, but also possessed the primordial pearl. This artifact could automatically obscure the celestial mechanisms, concealing even the heavenly Dao from perceiving what transpired here. As for the previous incident with Dijuan and Tai being intercepted by the heavenly Dao, it was solely because those 2 were at a critical juncture in the next great tribulation, and the heavenly Dao kept them under constant surveillance. All were stunned by the sudden upheaval. In their moment of bewilderment, Hao Yu's mana surged violently, and the disturbance on Yingzhou Island intensified. A strange sensation of weightlessness arose from beneath their feet, as if the entire island was slowly ascending. This was no illusion. Had anyone observed from outside the island, they would have witnessed a breathtaking sight. The vast, boundless Yingzhou celestial island lifted inch by inch from the sea by an invisible force. Water cascaded from the island's base and countless rocks and sediment plunged into the ocean, sending up massive sprays. Yet the cataclysm that should have spread for tens of thousands of li was strangely contained, swirling only around the island's perimeter, not a trace leaking outward. Simultaneously, Penglai and Hongjun were undergoing the same transformation. After about a quarter of an hour, the three celestial islands were completely detached from the sea, hovering in midair, facing each other from afar. Three colossal voids were left on the surface of the eastern sea, but the surrounding waters did not rush in, as if forcibly held back by some power. Then, as if drawn by an irresistible attraction, Penglai and Hongjun began to fly swiftly toward Hongjun. Though Hao Yu suppressed the spectacle, preventing a major commotion, the movement of such behemoths across the sky was visible even to the blind. The Eastern Sea Dragon clan soon sensed the anomaly. The new Dragon King Aowang personally ventured out to investigate and discovered the two celestial islands heading toward Hongjun. He surmised that this was likely another grand undertaking by Hao Yu. Upon arriving at Hongjun and seeing the islands suspended in midair, Aowang's conviction was confirmed. Without further delay, he returned to the Dragon Palace. Since it involved Hao Yu, the Dragon Clan would offer full support. Even if they could not assist, they must not cause trouble. Why had the Dragon Clan not noticed the changes on Hongjun earlier? Aowang knew well that since their submission to Hao Yu, all dragon subordinates had been ordered away from the vicinity of Hongjun Island, forbidden to linger. Thus, even if Hongjun Island were to suddenly explode, the Dragon Clan would not learn of it for a considerable time. The distance between the three islands was immense. Despite their swift flight, 3 full years passed, and those on Hongjun had yet to glimpse the other two islands. During these 3 years, though Hao Yu had reached the late quasi-sage stage and possessed profound mana, sustaining the suspension of the 3 celestial islands had drained him his power, nearly exhausted. Hongjun, seeing Hao Yu falter, transformed into a streak of light, without a word, and plunged into Hao Yu's body, briefly merging with him. It should be noted that Hongjun was already at the peak of the mid-quasi-sage stage, a mere step away from the late stage. His previous battle with Dijuan and the others had deepened his understanding of the laws. Thus, when Hao Yu began the fusion of the islands, Hongjun left Hongjun to find a place nearby for secluded cultivation and breakthrough. In just over a year, he succeeded officially entering the late quasi-sage stage. He then spent another half-year fully stabilizing his realm before returning to Hongjun Island. At that time, Hao Yu had not yet completed the island fusion, leading to the scene half a year later, when Hao Yu's mana faltered. Hongjun merged with him temporarily. After the fusion, Hao Yu was not only replenished with mana, but also appeared significantly stronger. Hao Yu himself was already a late quasi-sage, though his power was nearly depleted, his foundation remained solid. Merging with another late quasi-sage, while not enough to break through to a higher realm, undoubtedly made him stronger than before. This was another difference between Hao Yu's method of severing the 3 corpses and that passed down by Hongjun. The 3 corpses could merge with the main body at any time, without any side effects, directly enhancing the main body's strength. Unlike the 3 corpses of other quasi-sages, which appeared to merge with the main body, but were never truly integrated, merely parasitizing the host temporarily. Hao Yu had long foreseen the fusion of the 3 islands. After absorbing Hongjun, he seemed to activate a cheat, directly channeling mana to forcibly accelerate the movement of Penglai and Hongjun. Those 2 islands had already drifted for 3 years. Now within a few days they appeared near Hongjun. Drifting to the borders of Hongjun, the 2 islands halted, suspended in midair. Hao Yu raised his hands and formed a hand seal that no one could decipher. Even Hongjun narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. The next moment, several streams of mana shot from Hao Yu's fingertips, plunging into the 3 islands. Then the 3 islands began to slowly draw together. First their edges made contact, followed by the terrain adjusting itself. The uneven surfaces fit together like puzzle pieces, seamlessly interlocking. Spiritual energy began to flow, and the auras of the 3 islands intermingled. The entire process dragged on for a month before they were fully fused into one. The Hongming Dao Palace, originally on Hongjun Island, inexplicably relocated to the very center of the new island. No one knew when it had moved. With the 3 islands united, the next step was to set it down. It could not remain suspended in midair forever. Though powerful, Hao Yu's mana was not inexhaustible. With a sweep of his hand, a force directly evacuated the seawater beneath the new island. Then he controlled the island to descend slowly. The displaced seawater coalesced into a sphere hovering beside the island. When the island landed, whether due to the tolerance of the world's laws or the residual energy left by Hao Yu, the new island perfectly aligned with the vein patterns of the eastern sea's seabed. Logically, the work should have ended there. But Hao Yu did not stop. He separated Hongjun from his body. Each of them took 1 sphere of seawater and flew toward the original locations of Penglai and Hongjun. Arriving at the sites, they saw 2 massive pits left behind. A faint barrier of mana surrounded the pit walls, holding back the external seawater. The two of them cast the seawater into the pits and withdrew the mana. Then they tore open space and stepped. Almost simultaneously, two fissures tore open in the sky above the new island. Hao Yu and Hao Chen stepped out one after the other. As soon as they landed, they saw Zhao Gongming and the others already waiting below. The two exchanged a glance and descended together. The group hurried forward to bow. Greetings, masters. Naturally, Zhao Gongming and the six-eared macaque needed no introduction. The three Cloud Sisters had met Hao Chen before, and Zhao Gongming had mentioned a few things to them. So the three sisters understood in their hearts that Hao Chen was the incarnation of their master's evil thoughts severed from his true self. Hao Chen nodded to them, but Hao Yu turned his gaze toward the island steel not far away. The others followed his line of sight. That island steel towered higher than all of them combined, yet where the island's name should have been carved it was now pristine and empty, not a single character left. Hao Yu understood in his heart that this was because the great island had just been fused together. The former name was now obsolete. He hadn't yet thought of a new name, so the steel remained blank. This island is a union of three immortal isles in the Eastern Sea. How about calling it the Three Immortals Island? What do you all think? Hao Yu pondered for a moment, then turned to look at the people behind him. Hao Chen immediately put on a serious expression. I think it works. Simple, yet not lacking in class. Needless to say, only Hao Chen could utter such a modern-sounding remark. Zhao Gongming and the others naturally wouldn't contradict their master. They all nodded as master commanded. Seeing no objections, Hao Yu turned and raised his voice. Very well then. This newly formed island shall be called the Three Immortals Island. As his words fell, a muffled roar suddenly exploded in midair. The sky changed color in an instant. Dark clouds surged from all directions, pressing in densely, as if gathering into a thunderstorm. Yet the next moment, as if the heavens had changed their mind, those black clouds dissipated in a rush, leaving the sky above pristine and clear, not a single wisp of cloud in sight. Immediately after, on the island steel before their eyes, three large characters materialized out of thin air. These characters were inscribed with Dao runes. Even if one were illiterate, a single glance sufficed to recognize them. Three Immortals Island. It turned out that after Hao Yu's shout, the concealing power of the Primordial Chaos Pearl had automatically withdrawn. This was akin to actively greeting the heavenly Dao, shattering the barrier that veiled the celestial secrets. The act of merging the Three Immortals Island was itself not sanctioned by the heavenly Dao. Hao Yu had secretly used the Primordial Chaos Pearl to deceive the heavens and piece the three islands together, and now he had the audacity to proclaim it aloud. It was practically taunting the heavenly Dao to its face. It was a wonder the heavenly Dao didn't strike him down with thunderbolts. In truth, Hao Yu regretted his words the moment they left his mouth. His tongue was too quick. He should have waited and found a more roundabout way to speak. But words were like spilled water, impossible to retrieve. He could only steel himself and await the heaven. He was about to tell Zhao Gongming and the others to withdraw from the Three Immortals Island to avoid the thunder tribulation when he saw the rolling thunderclouds above suddenly disperse. Then Hao Yu sensed a foreign power, one not belonging to the heavenly Dao, descend directly and carve the three characters Three Immortals Island onto the island steel. What followed was the scene they all witnessed together. The more Hao Yu thought about it, the more perplexed he became. Who in the primordial era could defy the heavenly Dao? Even if Hongjun could temporarily hold back that power, Hao Yu clearly sensed that it wasn't Hongjun's magic. What was even more bizarre was that those characters were written with Dao runes. Could it be the Great Dao itself? But I don't even know the Great Dao. How could I have any connection with it? Why would the Great Dao help me? Hao Yu muttered to himself in confusion. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him, and he asked quietly, "System, was that you're doing?" The system ignored him completely. While this question would have to wait, he could investigate it later when his cultivation was higher. Hao Yu set the matter aside for now, turned to the group, and said, "Let's go. Return to the hall first." With that he strode off. Seeing him leave, the others quickly followed. Entering the grand hall, Hao Yu took the main seat, with Hao Chen beside him. Zhao Gongming, the three Cloud Sisters, and the six-eared macaque stood below in orderly fashion. Hao Yu studied them for a moment, recalling the training plan he had mentioned before, and spoke. "You are all now great Luo Golden Immortals, which means you have some real skill in the Primordial World. I propose that you go out and temper yourselves across the primordial lands. What do you think?" "We are willing," the five answered in unison. Zhao Gongming and the six-eared macaque showed little reaction. Zhao Gongming had been out with Hao Yu and Hao Chen before, so he already knew about the training. The six-eared macaque had been following Hao Chen and hadn't been on Yingzhou Island long, so he wasn't particularly excited either. But the three Cloud Sisters were different. Ever since Hao Yu first came to the Eastern Sea and took them as disciples, the three sisters had never left Yingzhou Island. Bai Xiao, with her lively nature, had been stifled for too long. Her eyes lit up at the prospect of going out. Even Yun Xiao, usually the most composed, couldn't hide the joy on her face. Seeing their reactions, Hao Yu wasn't surprised at all. He nodded and said, all right. I've already equipped you with protective artifacts before, so I won't give you any this time. External artifacts are ultimately just tools, relying on them too much does no good. I have a few transmission talismans here, take one each. If you encounter a danger you truly cannot withstand, crush it, and I will intervene. But remember, once I step in your training is over. Understood. Understood. The 5 answered in unison. Hao Yu added, once you're out, follow your senior brother Zhao Gongming in all matters. He looked at the 3 Cloud Sisters and the 6-eared macaque. Have you all got that? After hearing Hao Yu's instructions, the 3 sisters and the macaque replied together, understood, master. Rest assured, Hao Yu turned his gaze to Zhao Gongming. On this journey your junior brothers and sisters are entirely in your care. However you lead them out you must bring them back, not one missing. Zhao Gongming clasped his fists. I accept the command. I will never fail master's trust. I vow to bring my junior siblings back safely. Good. A smile spread across Hao Yu's face. Suddenly he thought of something and added, I have some acquaintance with the 3 pure ones on Mount Kunlun. When you reach the primordial lands, pay them a visit on my behalf. These 3 innate spiritual treasures shall serve as a greeting gift. With that Hao Yu flipped his hand and 3 top-grade, innate spiritual treasures shimmering with spiritual light appeared in his palm, which he offered to Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming reached out and accepted them solemnly. I have noted it. I will see it done. All right, go back and prepare, then set out. Hao Yu waved his hand. I take my leave. The group bowed to Hao Yu and Hao Chun beside him, then turned and left the grand hall. Once Zhao Gongming and the others had completely vanished, Hao Yu turned to Hao Chun, who was sitting nearby. In the days ahead, these children will require your careful attention. Hao Chun smiled. What's this talk of careful attention? They are my disciples too. I will naturally look after them. Good. Hao Yu nodded. Go with them. I will enter seclusion soon to prepare for breaking through to the peak of Quasi-Sage. By the time you return, I should be close to attaining the Tao. Hearing this, Hao Chun's smile deepened. Then I congratulate the original body here. Once our 3 corpses are reunited, we can begin the path to enlightenment. By then we might be the first to become saints in the primordial era, since Nuwa is still far from creating humanity. But Hao Yu shook his head, his expression turning serious. Don't say that. With all the commotion we've caused, we might prompt Nuwa to attain sainthood earlier. Her path to sainthood doesn't rely on accumulating power. As long as the opportunity arises, she can naturally create the human race and take that step. Opportunity comes when the heavenly Tao wills it. After Nuwa, the 3 pure ones Jane and Zhuanti will also become saints in succession. He paused, his gaze growing heavy. For now we are on good terms with the 3 pure ones and have taken refuge under Hongjun. But in the future even the 3 pure ones will turn against one another, let alone what they might do to us. As for Nuwa, last time we injured Fushi, and she is notoriously petty. She will not let the matter rest. Therefore we must secure our saintly seats before those 6 attain sainthood. The smile on Hao Chun's face slowly faded. After hearing these words, his expression also turned stern, and he nodded heavily. I understand. By then Zhao Gongming and the others had finished their preparations. The 5 brothers and sisters gathered together and walked out of the Primordial Chaos Dao Palace. Hao Chun looked at their figures and said, I'm off then. Go. As the words fell, Hao Chun's figure vanished from the hall. Meanwhile, Zhao Gongming and the others had left the Dao Palace and were gathered together discussing their destination. Zhao Gongming said to the 6-eared macaque, Junior brother 6-eared. The 3 senior brothers had been in the Eastern Sea since their transformation and had never set foot on the primordial continent, so they naturally had no idea where to go. The 6-eared macaque took over. The primordial lands are vast, there are plenty of places to go. However, there are 2 places you must avoid. Yun Shao pressed, which 2? The 6-eared macaque replied, to answer the senior sister, one is the ancestral land of the Wu clan, and the other is the western lands. Qiong Shao frowned. Why? Is there a reason? The 6-eared macaque explained. In the Wu clan's territory they treat their ancestral land as a forbidden zone, and the clansmen are extremely domineering. The 12 ancestral Wus are all at the quasi-sage level. Their strength is terrifying. If we barge and they won't even bother to speak, they'll attack directly. With our current abilities we can't defeat them. Bai Shao asked curiously, what about the west? Are there people as unreasonable as the Wu clan there? The 6-eared macaque shook his head, not exactly. Then why can't we go? The western lands are home to, according to Master Hao Chun, they once competed with Master Hao Yu for seats at the Purple Cloud Palace, and were later accepted by Grandmaster Hongjun as nominal disciples. They are now quasi-sages as well. Zhao Gongming was puzzled. Then aren't they also Grandmaster Hongjun's disciples, making them our uncles? Why can't we go to the west? The 6-eared macaque lowered his voice. These 2 uncles have a rather poor reputation in the primordial world. Why? That western land is far more barren than our eastern lands. Those 2 uncles who rule there are always sneaking over to the east to plunder treasures and convert living beings. No matter what it was, they'd seize it with a single word. It is fated for the West. Most of the beings they converted were forcibly enslaved. All the immortals of the East despised them, so at least they still showed some restraint in the East. But if we were to go to the West, wouldn't we just be delivering ourselves to their doorstep? With all the spiritual treasures we carry, that would be more than enough reason for them to detain us. Besides, our master doesn't have a good relationship with them either. As Luo spoke about Jane and Zhuanti, he grew more and more animated, unable to stop. Zhao Gongming's heart sank. Then the Western lands are even more dangerous than the ancestral lands of the witch clan. Exactly. Luo's face was solemn. Bixiao muttered softly, but why has master never mentioned this to us? Could he have forgotten? Zhao Gongming's face stiffened, his tone carrying a hint of severity. Don't speak nonsense. Master must have his reasons for not telling us. Perhaps this is a trial he has arranged, and we simply haven't grasped it. Even as he said this, he secretly wondered. Maybe Hao Yu really had just forgotten to bring it up. Just as Luo was spinning his tales about Jane and Zhuanti, the two men deep in seclusion on Mount Sumeru both let out a resounding sneeze at the same time. Zhuanti frowned. Brother, could someone be scheming against us behind our backs? At their level of cultivation, a sneeze was no mere coincidence. A cold or fever, that was out of the question. As for the idea that someone might be thinking of them, Zhuanti didn't even consider it. Though they were thick-skinned, they still had that much self-awareness. The beings of the primordial world fled from them, so who would be idle enough to dwell on them? Jane was sitting cross-legged in meditation. Hearing this, he opened his eyes, his face expressionless. Don't overthink it. We are now just a step below sainthood, and we will become saints soon enough. What reckless fool would dare scheme against us? The most important thing now is to focus on seclusion and cultivation to achieve sainthood as soon as possible. Once we become saints, why worry about not being able to strengthen the West? Zhuanti nodded, understood. With that, he closed his eyes again and returned to his meditative state. Meanwhile, Haochen, after leaving Hao Yu, quietly crept near the group and concealed himself within the void. He happened upon Zhao Gongming and the others discussing the primordial world, so he lingered to listen for a while. As he listened, he found it rather amusing. The earlier talk was normal enough, but once they brought up Jane and Zhuanti, Haochen nearly burst out laughing from within the void. He had only mentioned it in passing back, then never expecting Luo to remember it, and apparently he had added quite a bit of his own embellishments. After finishing his scolding of Bixiao, Zhao Gongming turned to the others and said, "Let's head to Mount Kunlun first and pay our respects to the three uncles." All right. The others had no objections and nodded in agreement. Zhao Gongming then asked Luo, "Junior brother Luo, do you know the way to Mount Kunlun?" Luo puffed out his chest, looking immensely proud. "Of course I do. I wandered the primordial world in my early days and went there." His demeanor radiated pride in his vast experience. Bixiao's eyes lit up. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Yunxiao deliberately put on a stern face and shot her a glare. Always so impatient. Bored of the island, already. Bixiao tugged at her sleeve, playfully coaxing, "Not at all. I just want to get master's task done as soon as—" Yunxiao saw right through her sister's intentions and said lightly, "I think you're just eager to leave the three immortals' island and run wild outside." Bixiao, caught red-handed, showed no shame and instead grinned cheekily. "Big sister, don't you want to get out and explore too?" Yunxiao didn't reply, merely giving her a quiet look. That look made Bixiao shrink her neck and wisely fall silent. Zhao Gongming clapped his hands nearby and said with a smile, "All right, let's set off now." The others nodded in unison. In the next instant, 5 streaks of light shot up into the sky, heading straight out of the island. Seeing this, Haochen followed without a second word. After leaving the three immortals' island, the group sped directly toward the primordial continent. Throughout the journey, the sea, usually fraught with danger, was eerily silent. It was as if the eastern sea, normally so perilous, had suddenly become calm and placid. This was hardly surprising. Zhao Gongming and the other 4 were all at the level of greater golden immortals. Across the entire primordial world, quasi-sages were the true pinnacle, but in the eastern sea there were hardly any quasi-sages to be found. The ferocious beasts of the sea, sensing their overwhelming aura from afar, had already fled far away. Naturally, no one was foolish enough to provoke them. Before long, the group reached the edge of the continent and stopped. The reason was simple. Once on the primordial continent, their goal was clear: to visit the 3 pure ones on Mount Kunlun. Zhao Gongming, as the senior brother and leader of this expedition, was the natural guide. The problem was Zhao Gongming had no idea how to get to Mount Kunlun, so they had no choice but to stop. Zhao Gongming cupped his hands toward the 6-eared macaque and said, "I don't know the way to Mount Kunlun. They'll have to trouble you, junior brother, to lead the way." The 6-eared macaque grinned, "No problem." Then he asked curiously, "Brother, why didn't you divine the location of Mount Kunlun yourself?" Zhao Gongming shook his head with a wry smile. "I tried, but I felt blocked by some force I couldn't calculate it. I suspect the three uncles have set up prohibitions on the mountain, hiding the entire Mount Kunlun. The six-eared macaque suddenly understood, so that's it. I thought you had just forgotten, brother. Yunxiao interjected at this point. But since the three uncles have concealed Mount Kunlun, clearly not wanting to be disturbed, will they receive us if we go? Zhao Gongming sighed. We have to go even if they want to see us, we can't just not try. Let's get there first and see. Yunxiao nodded. I suppose that's all we can do. Zhao Gongming waved at the six-eared macaque. Let's go. Right away, brother. With that, the six-eared macaque transformed into a streak of light and shot toward Mount Kunlun. The other four quickly followed. But this journey wasn't as smooth as the one across the Eastern Sea. Both the witch and demon clans were fearless and their strength was formidable. Any minor demon you picked might have several greater golden immortals backing it, or even a quasi-saint lurking in the shadows. Zhao Gongming and his companions, unfamiliar with the land, had no experience. They boldly flew over the territories of several races without any attempt at concealment. Some races, either too weak to challenge them or too easygoing to bother, didn't stop them. But this time they happened to fly right over the lair of the demon Saint Phaeton. After Phaeton became a demon saint of the demon court, his clan, the Fei Yu clan, basked in his glory, their status soaring. Naturally, the clan members grew arrogant. They had established a strict rule: no one was allowed to fly over their territory. Since the Fei Yu clan's domain was the sky, they enforced this rule with particular severity. New to the primordial world, Zhao Gongming and his group knew nothing of this. They flew straight through the Fei Yu clan's airspace. Just then someone below looked up and spotted them. Oh no, someone's flying over our heads. Ordinary minor demons paid it no mind, but the clan's elders were alarmed. This rule was their own making, and anyone daring to break it was slapping them in the face. However, the elders didn't dare rush into a fight. They first needed to see who it was. If it was a powerhouse like Dijuan or someone Phaeton had warned them never to provoke, wouldn't they be courting death? Zhao Gongming and his group weren't flying fast. By the time the elders heard the news and rushed out, they hadn't yet left the territory. Seeing that they were all greater golden immortals, the elders weren't particularly intimidated. The Fei Yu clan itself had 7 greater golden immortals, with the Grand Elder at the late stage of greater golden immortals, second only to the demon Saint Phaeton. A closer look revealed that none of these faces were familiar. One elder spoke up. They're probably bumpkins from some backwater, ignorant of the rules, out for a stroll. Let's ask first, just in case they have backing. I heard that in the Eastern Sea some ruthless character wounded both emperors and the 10 demon saints. Best not to stir up trouble for the clan recently. A mid-league-looking elder stepped forward. Old 7, you're too timid. That incident with the emperors happened in the Eastern Sea. This is the Hongming continent. Besides, what's there to fear from a few minor greater golden immortals? Second brother, that's true, but caution never hurts. The middle-aged man called Old 7 lowered his voice to warn. Old 7 has a point. Maybe we should stop them and ask what's going on. The leader weighed the options, and that's what we should do. They'll go block them first. If we dawdle any longer, they'll fly out of sight. With luck, we might even snag a few spiritual treasures. With that, an elder at the mid-stage of greater golden immortal shot straight towards Zhao Gongming's group. Big brother, second brothers already made his move. Let's follow. The cultivator addressed as Big Brother nodded in acknowledgement. In an instant, the group ascended together and gave chase. Zhao Gongming and his companions were flying along peacefully, when suddenly a mid-stage greater golden immortal cultivator leaped ahead, blocking their path. The 6-eared macaque in the lead reacted swiftly, halting abruptly. Seeing him stop, Zhao Gongming and the others quickly reined in their momentum, hovering in midair. The cultivator, seeing them stop, snorted with his nostrils flared. Where are you from? Don't you know this is the territory of Phaeton, the demon saint of the demon court? Who gave you permission to fly here? This is our first time traveling through the primordial world. We're not familiar with the rules. Please forgive our transgression. Zhao Gongming first cupped his hands toward the man, then asked, May I ask how I should address you? And why is flying forbidden in these skies? I am the second elder of the Fei Yu clan. This land belongs to us, and we make the rules. I say no flying, so no flying. The elder spoke with an air of arrogance, his chin practically tilting skyward. After the great god Pangu split heaven and earth, the primordial wilderness was originally shared by all living beings. You never erected a sign declaring it your airspace, nor did anyone inform us that flying was forbidden here. Yunxiao interjected, her tone neither servile nor overbearing. This is the homeland of Phaeton, the Yaoding's Yaosheng. Anyone passing through here must walk on foot to show respect to the Yaoding and the Yaosheng. Just then a voice suddenly emerged from behind Zhao Gongming and his companions. Turning around, they saw another group of Fei Yu clan members arriving. With a brief probe, he sensed 2 at the late Daluo stage, 3 at the early Daluo stage, and 1 late Daluo stage, reinforcing them, including the one blocking their path. That made 7 in total. Fifth brother is right. You all should pass on foot. That is the proper courtesy toward the Yao clan, said the cultivator who had just spoken, one who had recently reached the early Daoyuo stage. We are not members of the Yao clan. Why should we show them respect? Bi Xiao could no longer hold back. She stepped forward, her voice rising sharply. If you are not Yao, then you should respect the Yaoding even more. Without the Yaoding, you would still be suffering under the Xiangguo's celestial court. We lived perfectly fine before the Yaoding existed, and I never saw such absurd no-flee rules. Xiong Xiao, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, her voice barely containing her fury. Deep in the void, Haochen watched the scene unfold, muttering to himself. Zhao Gongming sure talks a lot. Why waste words? Just attack and be done with it. After all, he was taught by this venerable one, but he still lacks decisiveness. Look at Luer's temperament. Much more to my liking. If I hadn't told him to listen to Zhao Gongming, his staff would have been swinging by now, not babbling endlessly. Luo Immortal clenched his fists, every muscle in his body taut. It seemed that at the slightest provocation, he would hurl a punch at the nearby Feiyu clan elder. I sent you out to train so you could fight, not to argue. Why waste your saliva? As if Haochen's words had truly reached Zhao Gongming, he suddenly spoke. Do you think we are newcomers to the primordial wilderness, easy to bully, and want to step on us? That's not my intention. But you have violated our clan's rules, and an explanation is due. Very well, I won't make things difficult for you. The 5 of you leave 2 primordial spiritual treasures, and this matter is settled. Otherwise, when we take action ourselves, your lives will not be spared. Enough talk, let's fight. Zhao Gongming bellowed. In truth, he could have invoked Hao Yu's name to intimidate. After all, Hao Yu had recently subdued the 10 great Yaoxing, a fact known to nearly all major powers in the primordial wilderness. Zhao Gongming didn't believe the 10 great Yaoxing would fail to warn their clansmen not to provoke Hao Yu again. But Zhao Gongming refused. They were out to train. If they solved everything by invoking Hao Yu's name, what kind of training would that be? Besides, he was confident they could handle these opponents. The opposing side had 1 late Daoyuo, 3 mid Daoyuo, and 3 early Daoyuo. He and the Sanshao were all mid Daoyuo, while Luer was early Daoyuo. Crucially, he and Yunxiao possessed top-grade primordial spiritual treasures, rare even in the primordial wilderness. With their power, they could even defeat ordinary late Daoyuo cultivators. Even if they encountered a peak Daoyuo, they could escape safely. After weighing the odds, Zhao Gongming saw no chance of the enemy winning. As for the Feiyu clan members below the Daoyuo stage, he dismissed them entirely. In a battle between Daoyuo-level cultivators, those beneath could not intervene. The mere shockwaves from the fight could annihilate cultivators at the Tai stage. The moment Zhao Gongming's words fell, Luo Immortal, who had been itching for action, threw a punch at the nearest Feiyu clan's second elder, a mid-Daoyuo cultivator. The second elder never expected that Zhao Gongming, who had been speaking calmly and seemingly trying to reason, would suddenly turn hostile and attack. When Luo Immortal's punch landed, he was completely caught off guard, taking the full force of the blow. Puffed! A spray of green blood erupted, and the second elder was sent flying backward, crashing into a mountain wall dozens of miles away with a thunderous boom. Luo Immortal knew well that this punch had done its work. He didn't pursue to deliver a finishing blow. With a flick of his wrist, the Hongjun Rui staff materialized in his palm. A treasured gift from Hao Yu, perfect for dealing with the Feiyu clan's early Daoyuo elders. Almost at the same moment, Luo struck, the other 4 also moved. Zhao Gongming locked onto the Feiyu clan's great elder. That man was the only late Daoyuo Jingxian present, the backbone of their group. Zhao Gongming flickered and appeared directly before him. The 24 Dinghai Shenju orbited around him, each radiating the terrifying aura unique to top-grade primordial spiritual treasures. On the other side, Yunxiao intercepted the remaining 2 mid-Daoyuo Jinxian, aside from the second elder, who had been knocked away by Luo. The Hunyuan Jindo hung before her, light swirling. The 2 tried to charge past to rescue the second elder, but she firmly blocked their path. Xiong Xiao had already produced the golden dragon scissors. She made straight for the injured second elder, clearly intending to strike, while the iron was hot, and kill him in one blow. The youngest Bi Xiao, seeing that all the mid-Daoyuo experts had been claimed by her sisters, grumbled in frustration. She wielded a mid-grade primordial spiritual treasure sword, and flew toward Luo, taking 2 early Daoyuo elders as her opponents. This sword was a gift from Haochen. Previously, Hao Yu had given Bi Xiao a binding dragon rope, but it was useless in a direct confrontation, so she had switched to this blade. Strangely enough, whether by oversight or otherwise, Hao Yu had never provided Bi Xiao with another high-grade spiritual treasure suited for direct combat. Thus, among the siblings, Bi Xiao was considered the poorest. But this poverty was only relative to their own group. To outsiders, possessing 2 mid-grade primordial spiritual treasures was already incredibly wealthy. A glance at their enemies made this clear. The late Daoyuo cultivator, facing Zhao Gongming, wielded only a low-grade primordial spiritual treasure, a painted halberd. The other elders fared even worse, using only acquired spiritual treasures. As the two sides confronted each other, Xiao had already reached the second elder. The golden dragon scissors with overwhelming force struck directly at the injured second elder. He hastily summoned his own spiritual treasure to defend. But he was only at the mid-Daluo stage like Xiao and had already sustained internal injuries from Luo's punch. Now defending in haste with a mere high-grade acquired spiritual treasure, how could he possibly withstand Qiangxiu's attack? The two treasures clashed. In an instant, the second elder's spiritual treasure shattered like tofu before the golden dragon scissors cut into its spiritual light, crumbling. The high-grade acquired spiritual treasure exploded into fragments, but the golden dragon scissors didn't pause for a moment, its edge bearing down on the second elder. The second elder tried to dodge, but it was too late. The pressure of the top-grade primordial spiritual treasure pinned him in place. He could only endure the blow, and if he couldn't, his life would end there. The great elder was about to intervene, but Zhao Gongming's spiritual power pressed down on him. The 24 Dinghai Shinju blazed like silver moonlight, and behind him it seemed as if 24 worlds revolved. Zhao Gongming pressed his hand downward and roared suppress. A thunderous roar like a flood bursting from a dam echoed through the void. The power of the 24 Dinghai Shinju surged like giant waves, instantly crushing the great elder, who couldn't lift his head. At the same time, the golden dragon scissors fell upon the second elder. With a crack, he was severed at the waist. His soul had no time to escape and was utterly annihilated. Xiao withdrew the golden dragon scissors, didn't linger, and flew back to Yangxiu's side. Zhao Gongming temporarily suppressed the great elder. Seeing the second elder dead, he waved his hand, and the Dinghai Shinju linked into a chain, orbited him once, then shot toward the Daluo Jingxian. The pressure on the great elder suddenly lessened. He grabbed his painted halberd, trying to deflect the Dinghai Shinju. But how easily could a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure be blocked? With all his strength, he managed to knock away 6 pearls, but by the 7th, he could no longer hold out, his body trembling from the impact. The 8th, 9th, and 10th struck in succession. By the 11th, the painted halberd was jarred from his grasp and flew away. With his spiritual treasure lost, the great elder was no match for Zhao Gongming. The following Dinghai Shinju battered him relentlessly, nearly beating him to death. Blood sprayed from his mouth, his aura in chaos, and he swayed unsteadily. Yet a late Daluo cultivator was still a late Daluo. Even in this state, he hadn't completely lost his combat capability. He was sent flying hundreds of miles, but managed to stabilize himself. Reaching out, the flying painted halberd returned to his hand. Zhao Gongming showed no intention of stopping and pressed his attack toward the Feiyu clan elder. The elder had no desire for a death match. He fended off Zhao Gongming's assault while retreating toward the outing. Yunxiao, facing 2 mid-Daluo Jingxian alone, showed no sign of strain. She hurled the Hunyuan Jindo upward. Golden light exploded like a sun bursting in her palm. The golden gourd slowly rotated and dense runes emerged in the surrounding space, as if alive, scattering in all directions, sealing the entire area. In the blink of an eye, the sky darkened and fierce winds howled, a spectacle that could tear the heavens apart. The 2 Daluo Jingxian were thrown into chaos, forced to dodge desperately, without a moment to breathe. But an observer standing at a distance would notice a strange phenomenon. This overwhelming power was confined to a small area, as if trapped under a transparent dome. From outside, it looked like a beautiful landscape painting of the frontier. Yet the 2 Daluo trapped inside could hardly appreciate the view. Every killing move within was aimed at their lives. They had no mind to admire any scenery. Just as the 2 were flustered and on the verge of collapse, Xiao had already dealt with the second elder. She withdrew her hand and flew directly to Yangxiu's side. Xiao glanced into the Hunyuan Golden Dough and saw the 2 great Luo cultivators still struggling desperately. Though their defeat was inevitable, she found their demise too slow. She decided to lend them a hand and send them on their way sooner. Without a word, she tossed the golden scissors into the vessel. Once inside, the golden scissors were like a wolf charging into a flock of sheep, hacking fiercely at the 2. The 2 were already struggling to defend themselves, and this completely shattered their rhythm. With a single clash, the golden scissors let out a crisp snap, cutting one of them in half at the waist. That person didn't even have time to scream. Without the support of their spiritual power, the wind swept their body into ashes, leaving not a trace behind. Only 2 working together could barely fend off Yangxiu's attacks. Now that one was dead, all the pressure fell on the remaining cultivator. How could he withstand it? After a few exchanges, he followed his companion's fate. The golden scissors and the Hunyuan Golden Dough each flew back to their owners. The battle here was completely over. All 3 great Luo mid-stage elders of the Winged Feather clan had perished here. Turning to look at Zhao Gongming's side, the fight was in full swing. That great Luo latest elder was being suppressed by Zhao Gongming. Though he could still barely hold on, any keen observer could see he was already looking for an opportunity to flee. As for Bixiao and Luer, there was even less suspense. Bixiao, being a great Luo mid-stage cultivator, could handle 2 early-stage underlings as easily as drinking water. Seeing this, Yunxiao and Xiongxiao wasted no time and flew directly toward Zhao Gongming. The 3 of them surrounded the great Luo latest-stage elder. That elder could occasionally counterattack against Zhao Gongming. But once Yunxiao and Xiongxiao joined the fray, his pressure multiplied several times over. Yunxiao wielded a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, and Qiangxiu's was also a high-grade one. When the 2 treasures struck together, the elder couldn't even defend, let alone counterattack. After only a few exchanges, the calming sea pearl smashed down, subduing this great Luo latest-stage elder. Zhao Gongming's first great Luo golden immortal kill was thus claimed. Just as the situation here settled, Bixiao's side also finished. Luo Macaque killed 1, and Bixiao personally dealt with 2. All the Winged Feather Clan elders who came to cause trouble were utterly annihilated. Now among the entire Winged Feather Clan, the only formidable figure left was Phaeton. The rest were all insignificant small fries not worth mentioning. The Winged Feather Clan had suffered a great loss this time. They had tried to take a bite, but instead they lost all their top combat strength. For a long time afterward, with all their elders dead, the Winged Feather Clan became thoroughly subdued and reluctantly ceded many territories. If not for Phaeton, one of the 10 demon saints of the demon court, propping them up, it would have been more than just ceding territory. The surrounding tribes, long accustomed to bullying them, would have seized the chance to trample them. Of course, that was a story for later. Zhao Gongming, after killing that elder, casually took the only innate spiritual treasure on his person. Yunxiao approached and asked senior brother, should we wipe out the Winged Feather Clan as well? Zhao Gongming waved his hand, no need. Those lesser demons below have no enmity with us. Setting aside the risk of attracting Phaeton, the karmic burden isn't worth our involvement. Xiongxiao, hearing Zhao Gongming's intention to spare the Winged Feather Clan, said no more and replied, very well, let's call Bixiao and Luo and leave this place. Zhao Gongming nodded. As his words fell, Bixiao and Luo Macaque had already arrived beside them. Luo spoke as soon as he landed, senior brother, why not annihilate this Winged Feather Clan entirely to avoid future trouble? Zhao Gongming shook his head, forget it. He then repeated the reasoning to Luo. Bixiao pouted and muttered, senior brother, you worry too much. What's so significant about their karma? Zhao Gongming turned to her and said seriously, I don't fear karma, but Master's instructions remain unfulfilled. Moreover, if we truly draw Phaeton here, we are no match for him. We would have to ask Master to intervene, and our training would end prematurely. Do you think that's acceptable? If you have no objections, we can destroy the Winged Feather Clan right now. Bixiao immediately shrank her neck and softened her tone then. Let's leave quickly. What if Phaeton really comes? Seeing Bixiao yield, Zhao Gongming turned to Luo Macaque, junior brother, lead the way. Luo cupped his hands, yes, senior brother. Let's go. With that, the group left directly from above the Winged Feather Clan. The clan members felt a mix of emotions. Earlier, several elders had tried to stop them and were swiftly defeated. They had thought their turn was next. But just as they were in anxious suspense, the group simply left. Amid their grief and anger, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After leaving the Winged Feather Clan's territory, Zhao Gongming and his companions encountered no further troubles. Flying onward, they soon approached Mount Kunlun. When they were still a few li away, Zhao Gongming suddenly said to Luo Macaque, through telepathy, junior brother, halt. Luo Macaque asked no questions and obediently replied yes. He then descended. Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xia followed suit and landed. Once steady, Zhao Gongming looked at the other 4 and said, we are here to visit the 3 uncles. For the remaining path, let us walk. That is fitting. They all nodded. Let's go. Zhao Gongming stepped forward. But before he had taken a few steps, an invisible force suddenly blocked him. Zhao Gongming had not sensed any barrier beforehand. Only upon collision did he realize. This must be the barrier that had previously eluded his calculations. He had no intention of forcing his way through. Not only was it laid by the 3 pure ones, but the fact that he couldn't sense it before contact proved he couldn't break it alone. Fortunately, Zhao Gongming was wise. This barrier was personally set by Tongtian Jiaozhu, the most skilled in formations among the 3 pure ones. If he recklessly tampered with it, the hidden killing moves would likely give him a harsh lesson, and he might even need to trouble Haochen, who was watching from the shadows, to rescue him. Blocked, Zhao Gongming was not angered. He silently stepped back. Yunxiao, seeing this, quickly asked, senior brother, what's wrong? There's a barrier ahead, we cannot pass. Zhao Gongming explained. Bixiao frowned, what do we do? Go back just like that. Let me try calling out first. Zhao Gongming then turned toward Mount Kunlun, bowed respectfully, and spoke in a clear voice infused with spiritual power, I, Zhao Gongming, disciple of Hao Yu Daozuan, come by Master's order to pay respects to the 3 uncles. My master said he shares a good rapport with you and wishes for you to appear. After speaking, he bowed deeply toward Mount Kunlun. The 4 behind him also bent in salute. Before long a voice emerged from Mount Kunlun carrying a tone of authority. Nephews, no need for such formality. Rise. Zhao Gongming and the others felt a subtle surge of spiritual energy gently lifting their bodies. The force did not dissipate, but as if conscious enveloped them completely. In the next moment the scenery shifted, and they stood inside a grand hall. At the main seat before them sat three. One had white hair, one appeared middle-aged, and the third looked no more than 20 or 30. An uninformed observer might mistake them for 3 generations of a family. But Zhao Gongming and his companions knew well that these were the 3 pure ones. They immediately knelt and paid homage. We pay respects to the 3 uncles. May you soon attain Hunyuan and live as long as heaven and earth. Rise. A faint voice echoed through the hall devoid of emotion. It was Laozi seated in the middle who cultivated the way of non-action. The group quickly stood. The middle-aged Taoist examined them and spoke. What has your master been busy with? Why didn't he come himself, sending you instead? His tone carried a hint of displeasure. It was Yuanshi. He always valued propriety, and Hao Yu's absence struck him as a lack of respect for the 3 pure ones. If Zhao Gongming couldn't provide a good reason, this grievance would linger in his heart. In truth, Yuanshi couldn't be entirely blamed. Pangus, 3 pure ones were formed from his primordial spirit, split into 3 each, inheriting different talents. Laozi specialized in alchemy, Yuanshi in artifact forging, and Tongtian in formations. As fragments of the primordial spirit, each had a degree of stubbornness. Though cultivation over the years had mended much, their core natures were hard to change. Each had their flaws. If united, they might resemble a normal person. Zhao Gongming sensed Yuanshi's displeasure, and his heart skipped a beat. He would face trouble if he didn't explain clearly. He quickly bowed again to answer. The uncle, my master Hao Yu, seeing the demon clan destroy the immortal court some days ago, withdrew Penglai Island. But the demon clan insisted Penglai was their territory, and Dijuan and Tai led the 10 demon saints and 1,000,000 demon soldiers to besiege him, aiming to destroy both master and the island. Fortunately, master's profound cultivation repelled the demon court's forces. On the battlefield, Zhao Gongming suddenly sensed an opportunity for breakthrough and immediately went into seclusion. Before secluding, he specifically called me and said that the 3 uncles are among his few close friends in the primordial wilderness, and he had long promised to visit. But missing this breakthrough opportunity could mean waiting indefinitely. Since he couldn't break his promise, he entrusted me with 3 treasures to come in his stead. He also instructed me to explain clearly to the 3 uncles, asking them not to take offense. With that, Zhao Gongming presented the 3 spiritual treasures Hao Yu had given him, bowed deeply, and offered them with spiritual energy. Enough. Nephew, no need for such ceremony. Rise quickly. As soon as the words were spoken, Zhao Gongming felt a gentle force lift him entirely. As the power withdrew, it also swept away the 3 treasures he had been holding. Yuanshi Tianzuan caught the divine treasures, his countenance immediately darkening. What a brazen demon court, daring to bully us brothers. Truly courting death. Once we brothers attain sainthood, we must go to the demon court and seek justice for junior brother Hao Yu. Indeed. Tongtian, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. His temperament was always straightforward, and his words startled everyone. The demon race understands nothing of the heavenly mandate. They bully and dominate the primordial wilderness as they please, and now they dare provoke those under the Tao ancestors' tutelage. They truly have a death wish. One day I will make their entire race crumble in an instant. After speaking, Tongtian suddenly thought of something and turned to ask Zhao Gongming. You said junior brother Hao Yu is breaking through. Has he reached the stage of severing his ego? Latest stage quasi-saint. Zhao Gongming nodded. To answer you, uncle master, it should be so. Tongtian slapped his thigh, his face full of emotion. I never imagined junior brother Hao Yu has already advanced so far ahead of us. It seems that disturbance from the demons actually benefited him. I almost wish the demon race would make trouble at Kunlun Mountain too. Perhaps I might gain sudden enlightenment of the great Tao and break through directly. Neither Laozi nor Yuanshi paid him any heed. Tongtian didn't mind and chuckled to himself. Zhao Gongming quickly interjected. The 3 uncle masters are the true lineage of Pangu. Why rely on the demon race to comprehend the great Tao? I believe the 3 uncle masters will soon sever their egos and step into the late quasi-saint stage. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi Tianzan's face immediately broke into a smile. Then I shall borrow your auspicious words, nephew. He had always valued face and cared most about his identity as the true lineage of Pangu. Zhao Gongming's words struck a chord, praising both his heritage and his superiority. Yuanshi Tianzuan grew increasingly fond of this young man. By our master's command, we came especially to pay respects to the 3 uncle masters. Seeing your excellent countenances today, your breakthroughs in cultivation are imminent. Since that is so, we shall not disturb you further, and will take our leave with our junior siblings. Zhao Gongming bowed slightly to the 3 pure ones. Very well, you may go. Another day we three will surely visit Hao Yu's Dao field. We take our leave. May the three uncle masters attain the Dao soon, and live as long as heaven and earth. They all bowed in unison. The three pure ones merely nodded without further words. As Zhao Gongming and his group exited the great hall, the scene before them instantly transformed. They were back outside the barrier from before. Elder brother, we've completed the task master assigned. Where to next? Do you have any ideas? Bi Xiao turned to look at Zhao Gongming. How would I know? We're all the same. It's our first time on the primordial wilderness continent. For such matters perhaps we should ask Luo. Zhao Gongming's gaze fell on the six-eared macaque. Junior brother Luo, what do you think? Luo lowered his head in thought. Elder brother, how about we go see Mount Buzhou? It is the spine of the great god Pangu transformed, the foremost divine mountain of the primordial wilderness, the center of all heaven and earth. Since the creation of the world, it has held up the sky. I have always wanted to see it, and now is the perfect chance. All right, then Mount Buzhou it is. Zhao Gongming made the decision, then asked, but you've never been there. Do you know where Mount Buzhou is? Elder brother, as the foremost divine mountain, Mount Buzhou has its own power. No matter where you are, if you silently recite its name in your heart, you can sense its location. So that's how it is. Truly worthy of being the pillar holding up the sky. Just this alone sets it apart from all other famous mountains. Xiong Xiao exclaimed in awe, then asked, but since this mountain is so divine, hasn't anyone claimed it as their Dao field? Senior sister, you wouldn't know this. Mount Buzhou is used to hold up the sky. It holds a special place in the hearts of all beings in the primordial wilderness. Moreover, the pressure on the mountain is too intense. Ordinary creatures cannot survive there, let alone cultivate. I heard from Master that only Uncle Master Nua's Dao field is at the foot of the mountain, and that is because Nua herself was born from Mount Buzhou. Understood. Then let us set off now, Zhao Gongming said. The group nodded and flew together toward the direction of Mount Buzhou. Shortly after Zhao Gongming and his group departed, the three pure ones did not rush into seclusion. They sat together and discussed the juniors they had just met. Elder brother, what do you think of Hao Yu's disciples? Yuanshi looked at Laozi. They are courteous, disciplined, and their cultivation is not poor. Such disciples are indeed enviable. Laozi said slowly. Zhao Gongming suddenly frowned and muttered softly. I always feel that I have an inexplicable bond with that Zhao Gongming and the three fairies. On hearing this, Tong Tian immediately retorted, stop that. The four of them are already senior brother Hao Yu's people. Even if there is a bond, it's hopeless. Don't even think about poaching from senior brother. Yuanshi rolled his eyes. I know that perfectly well. I don't need you to meddle. Tongshan's face darkened and he was about to retort when Laozi suddenly interrupted. Enough, both of you. Can you argue over such a trivial matter? With all this free time, you might as well go into seclusion and improve your cultivation. With these words, Laozi vanished from his seat. Yuanshi and Tong Tian exchanged a glance. Seeing that Laozi had left, they lost interest in bickering and dissipated their figures as well. Their discussion ended abruptly. Nevertheless, the visit of Zhao Gongming and his group intensified Tongshan's existing desire to take on disciples. However, as he was only at the mid-stage quasi-saint level, his strength had not yet reached that point, so he did not act hastily. He planned to formally open his gates to disciples once he attained sainthood. But after meeting Zhao Gongming and the others, Tongshan's standards for disciples had clearly risen significantly. Although he still advocated teaching without discrimination, he was not as hands-off with his disciples as later legends suggested. Thus, the future grand assembly of 10,000 immortals under the Jie sect would carry even greater true weight. Of course, these are matters for later and need not be discussed now. Meanwhile, after leaving Kunlun, Zhao Gongming and his group headed straight for the divine Mount Buzhou. Along the way, whenever they encountered demon beasts bullying other creatures, they would descend from the clouds and help the weak resolve their troubles. Unfortunately for the demons, all their great powers were in seclusion and no one could stop them. A great demon at the mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal level, displeased with Zhao Gongming's actions, came to provoke them. He was instantly slain by Luo with a single strike of his staff. From then on, no demon dared to court death. The other beings of the primordial wilderness were naturally grateful to them. Not only did no one cause trouble, but some even gave them a nickname. The bane of demons, the champions of justice. Thus their fame quickly spread across the entire primordial wilderness. After traveling for about 3 or 4 years practicing chivalry, along the way a towering mountain suddenly appeared before them, piercing the heavens. Compared to this mountain, Kunlun Mountain seemed utterly insignificant in height. This was the foremost divine mountain of the primordial wilderness, Buzhou. Was Kunlun Mountain small? Not at all, it was unimaginably vast. As one of the most renowned immortal mountains in the primordial wilderness, its area was at least tens of thousands of times that of Earth, perhaps even more. That it seemed dwarfed before Mount Buzhou only showed how colossal Buzhou truly was. Upon seeing Mount Buzhou, the group immediately sped toward it. But as the saying goes, a mountain in sight is a long ride away. Even though they were great Luo golden immortals, flying there took them nearly a full year. The sheer size of Mount Buzhou was evident from this alone. After finally reaching the foot of the mountain, they happened to run into Nuwa, who was just about to go out for a stroll. Nuwa had been unable to calm her mind during her recent seclusion. She felt something was inexplicably pulling at her. She sensed that the opportunity to attain the Tao lay somewhere on the primordial wilderness continent, and she would not become a saint without venturing out. But who was Nuwa? The ultimate homebody of the primordial wilderness. She refused to believe this feeling was a sudden inspiration. Someone was definitely behind it, trying to lure her out. She made up her mind to defy this will. She stubbornly stayed holed up in her cave, waiting to see who would break first. Unexpectedly, the will not only failed to fade, but grew stronger by the day. No matter what she did, her first thought was always just go out first. Finally, one day, Nuwa could no longer endure. Fine, you win. I surrender. They'll go out all right. With these words, she left her cave, planning to take a walk outside Mount Buzhou. Strangely, the moment she stepped out, her mind cleared and the will vanished. Nuwa thought about it and considered going back in. But as soon as her left foot crossed the threshold, that will clung to her like a stubborn plaster. Do I absolutely have to be outside? Fine. They'll go out. She turned away angrily. Sure enough, once she left the cave, the will disappeared. Nuwa did not look back. She knew that if she returned, that annoying will would surely flare up again. Once I become a saint, he'll find out who you are and harass you every day, making sure you never have peace. She spat out a fierce threat. The moment she finished speaking, a thunderous roar echoed overhead. A bolt of lightning exploded above Nuwa. Just kidding. Don't take it to heart. After saying this, she cautiously looked up at the sky again. Seeing no more lightning gathering above, she muttered under her breath, so petty. With cultivation as high as yours, you still come to torment a weak woman like me. You can't even take a joke. Nuwa still thought some great power was playing tricks on her. Little did she know that the one causing all this was the so-called emotionless and impartial heavenly Tao. It's all because of this damn will that I can't cultivate. She sighed softly. This means getting revenge for my brother will be delayed even longer. Well, it doesn't really matter. Hao Yu won't become a saint anyway. Whenever I step into that realm, I can still go after. Nuwa murmured to herself, her tone light. With that, she walked out of Mount Buzhou. But as fate would have it, at that very moment, Zhao Gongming and his group had just arrived at the mountain's base. As Nuwa came out, she encountered them face to face. Who are you people? What business do you have at the foot of Mount Buzhou? Nuwa scanned them, her tone indifferent and her gaze casual, clearly not taking them seriously. It was only natural after all. Nuwa had already reached the quasi saint level of cultivation. Why would she care about a few mere golden immortals? At that moment, Hongjun, hidden in the void behind Zhao Gongming and the others, immediately darkened his expression upon seeing Nuwa's face. Wasn't Nuwa supposed to be a recluse? Wasn't she supposed to leave her dojo and create humanity on the primordial land only on the eve of attaining sainthood? Why has she come out early? By my calculations, it's still far too soon for her to create humanity. Hongjun grumbled inwardly, but he had no time to ponder why Nuwa had emerged ahead of schedule. The problem was grave. Just a few days ago, they had beaten Fushi, even obliterating his good avatar. Nuwa must have known about it by now. With Nuwa's petty temperament, if she discovered that Zhao Gongming and the others were his disciples, those fellows would be in for a world of trouble. Now Hongjun could only hope that Zhao Gongming and the rest would be smart enough not to reveal their master's identity. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to intervene, and once he did, their journey of trials would come to an abrupt end. Unfortunately, Hongjun had clearly overestimated Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming cupped his fists and said, "May I ask, Senior, are you Ant Master Nuwa?" Upon hearing this, Hongjun slapped his own face and dragged his hand down from his forehead. He cursed inwardly. It's over. This brat is always like this. He spills his lineage the moment he opens his mouth. He'll have to teach them all a lesson when we get back. When you're out in the world, you need to wear multiple disguises. Don't be foolish enough to reveal everything. I am Nuwa. Who are you? Whose disciple are you? Why do you call me Ant Master? Nuwa's demeanor shifted from its earlier nonchalance to a serious gaze. This junior is Zhao Gongming, disciple of the venerable Hao Yu. Zhao Gongming answered honestly. You are Hao Yu's disciple. Then the rest of them are also Hao Yu's disciples. Nuwa's words were phrased as a question, but her tone was already certain. Yes, Ant Master, that's right. Zhao Gongming nodded in affirmation. Then I suppose I should thank that will. If not for it, I wouldn't have run into you all. He'll take some interest from you first. Ant Master, what do you mean by that? Zhao Gongming frowned, utterly bewildered. Fine, I'll let you die with clarity. A few days ago, your master scattered my elder brother Fux's good avatar on Panlai Island. I can't touch him yet, but dealing with you little ones is more than enough. They'll collect a bit of the debt today and settle the full account with Hao Yu another day. Nuwa's voice turned icy, and her killing intent was undisguised. This Aunt Master Nuwa, although Master destroyed Uncle Master Fux's good avatar, they were the ones who came to Penglai Island looking for trouble. Nuwa was momentarily taken aback by these words, then replied stubbornly, I don't care about that. Even if it was my brother who went there, Hao Yu, considering— Nuwa was momentarily taken aback by these words, then replied stubbornly, I don't care about that. Even if it was my brother who went there, Hao Yu, considering our bond as fellow disciples, should have let him off. Why did he have to destroy the good avatar? Didn't he know it would harm his foundation? Aunt Master, your words are utterly unreasonable. Xiong Xiao widened her eyes in shock. She had never imagined that a mighty Quasi Saint could be so willfully stubborn in front of her juniors. Enough, spare me the nonsense. No matter what you say today, nothing will change. Nuwa was too weary to argue further. Perhaps in her eyes these juniors weren't even worth the breath it took to speak. No sooner had she spoken than she made her move. A divine artifact materialized in her palm. The map of mountains and rivers, a supreme-grade primordial spiritual treasure. In the next instant the map flew out, descending toward Zhao Gongming and the others. The moment it left her hand, it expanded countless times over. The map manifested boundless mountains and rivers. When Zhao Gongming and his companions looked up, they saw within it all the famous peaks and great waters they had encountered on their journey. It was as if the entire primordial land had been absorbed into the map's cosmos. Of course that wasn't true. The map of mountains and rivers merely projected the terrain of the primordial land. Even if Nuwa became a saint, she couldn't contain the entire primordial land within it. Yet even as a mere projection, the map carried a sliver of the primordial world's power. How vast was the primordial land? With her current cultivation, Nuwa couldn't fully unleash even that trace of power. But despite these limitations, this single strike was beyond what Zhao Gongming and the others could withstand. Once the map of mountains and rivers left Nuwa, it hovered directly above them. In an instant it expanded to cover millions of zhong in every direction, sealing off all avenues of escape. The only way for them to break free was to tear through this seal with raw strength. But Nuwa knew perfectly well, so she sat there calmly waiting to stuff Zhao Gongming and the rest into the map and imprison them for a while. That's right, just imprison them. Though Nuwa was domineering, she didn't truly intend to kill them. She merely wanted to hold them captive to use as leverage in future negotiations with Hao Yu. Zhao Gongming knew well that with their strength, breaking through a supreme-grade, primordial spiritual treasure activated by Nuwa was nothing short of a fool's dream. But they couldn't just stand there waiting to die. They had to fight just in case luck was on their side. With a thought, the calming sea pearl floated before him. This time, instead of throwing them out one by one as usual, he fused all 24 pearls into one, unleashing the supreme-grade, primordial spiritual treasure's full power. The other four, seeing this, each brought out their own ultimate treasures. Zhao Gongming transmitted his voice. Stay close to me, focus your strength on a single point, and smash hard. Let's see if we can break through. They said nothing, only nodded silently. The next moment, Zhao Gongming gave a signal, and the calming sea pearl before him shot toward the sky. But this time, after releasing the pearl, he didn't stand still and watch as before. Instead, he followed, immediately charging straight toward the map of mountains and rivers. The three Xia and the six-eared macaque didn't hesitate either. They drove their treasures to strike the same spot, their footsteps keeping pace with Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming's plan was simple. Using his mid-stage golden immortal cultivation at full power, aided by his junior siblings, he would try to challenge the supreme-grade primordial spiritual treasure activated by Nuwa. Haochen, hiding in the void, had been ready to lend a hand. But seeing this, he paused, wanting to see just how far Zhao Gongming and the others could go. Someone might ask, was Nuwa just going to watch them struggle without intervening? Nuwa was supremely confident. She simply didn't believe that a few golden immortals could slip through her fingers. Even if they did manage to break out, it didn't matter. She could always catch them again. So like Haochen, she was purely curious to see how much of a stir Zhao Gongming's group could create. In the next instant, led by the calming sea pearl, 5 primordial spiritual treasures slammed into the map of mountains and rivers. At the moment of impact, there was no earth-shattering sound. Only Zhao Gongming's treasures being flung back. But they didn't lose heart. They channeled their spiritual energy into the artifacts and struck again. After 3 or 4 such attempts, the seemingly impenetrable map of mountains and rivers, which covered millions of li, was finally cracked open. That crack within the million-sofli expanse was as thin as a thread. But to Zhao Gongming and his companions, it was wide enough to save their lives. Without a word, they accelerated and dashed toward the crack. As they flew, they retrieved their artifacts. It might sound long-winded, but from the moment Zhao Gongming launched their treasures to their escape from the map of mountains and rivers, only a breath's time had passed. Standing in the distance, Haochen was inwardly surprised to see that these fellows had actually managed to break free from Nuwa's grasp. Though they hadn't fled far yet, only just slipped out of the map. For a few golden immortals, this feat was enough to earn some respect. He had already drawn the god-slaying spear. Because Hao Chen knew that now that Zhao Gongming and the others had escaped, Niwa wouldn't just sit idly by. She would strike again, and this time it would be far more ruthless. These boys couldn't withstand the next round. He had to step in personally and stop Niwa. As expected, seeing Zhao Gongming and the others emerge from her map of mountains and rivers, Niwa's expression finally turned a shade more serious. Earlier, when she had deployed the map of mountains and rivers, she had only meant to trap them, not exerting much real effort. But since they had the skill to break out of the map, it proved they had some real ability. So now she would stop holding back. Niwa flipped her wrist, withdrawing the map of mountains and rivers. Then she unleashed the other treasure bestowed by the Dao ancestor Hongjun, the red embroidered ball. The red embroidered ball wasn't an offensive treasure per se, but as a high-grade primordial spiritual treasure activated by a Quasi Saint like Niwa, its power was terrifying. For Zhao Gongming and the others, it was unstoppable. The moment the ball left her hand, it grew with the wind. In the blink of an eye, its diameter expanded to dozens of li, hurtling down toward Zhao Gongming's group. If that hit struck true, Zhao Gongming and the others would either die or be crippled. Seeing the danger, Zhao Gongming immediately pulled out the communication talisman Hao Yu had given him before their departure, ready to crush it and call for help. But the next second, he put the talisman away, because just as the red embroidered ball was about to land on them, the surrounding void suddenly rippled like water. A spear shot through the air straight toward the red embroidered ball, which was dozens of li in diameter. The next moment, the two artifacts, so vastly different in size, collided. Logic dictated that the spear should have been crushed by the ball, but instead the spear forcefully knocked the red embroidered ball, that massive sphere many times its size, flying back. The ball rebounded with even greater speed than it had come, threatening to strike Niwa herself. But the ball was, after all, her artifact. In the instant before impact, it shrank back to its original form and landed gently in her palm. Niwa didn't attack again. Instead, she demanded sharply, "Who goes there?" As soon as the words faded, a rift tore through the void beside where the spear had just appeared. A handsome man in black robes stepped out from within. He reached into the air and grabbed, and the floating spear instantly flew back into his hand. Niwa understood at once that it was this man who had just intercepted her strike. She glared at him, her tone hostile. "Who are you? Why do you interfere with my affairs?" The black-robed man replied calmly, "My name is Hao Chen. I am Hao Yu's evil corpse." Zhao Gongming and the others quickly bowed. "Greetings, master." Hao Chen nodded. "Rise. You have done well." Indeed, the one who had been hidden in the void all along was Hao Chen. The spear in his hand was none other than the ultimate innate spiritual treasure, the Godslayer spear. Niwa's eyes widened as she demanded, "So it was you who scattered my elder brother's good corpse and gravely wounded him?" "None other than I. My brother is clearly no match for you. Why did you strike so heavily? Could you not have shown leniency for the sake of Hao Yu and I being fellow disciples of the same sect?" Niwa's face darkened as she spoke each word deliberately. Hao Chen chuckled. "Show leniency? Huh. I have already held back. Otherwise he would have died on the spot. How could he have had the fortune to return to the demon court?" He paused, then continued. "Furthermore, when your elder brother Fushi joined forces with Dijuan and Tai, they did not consider showing us mercy for the sake of our shared sect. If my true self and I had been weaker at that time, and I had been scattered by Fushi or Hao Yu slain by them, would you, for the sake of our sect ties, have sought justice against your brother and the demon court?" Niwa opened her mouth, but said nothing. She did not know how to respond. If she said yes, not even she would believe it, let alone Hao Chen. If she said no, then her current argument, that she and Hao Yu were both disciples of Hongjun, would be utterly undermined. Even as a woman capable of sophistry, she could not bring herself to utter those words. Hao Chen saw through her thoughts, and without waiting for her answer continued, "Of course you wouldn't. Because he is your own blood brother. To you the suffering of others means nothing, but you cannot bear even a scratch to those you cherish. At that moment we were stronger, so we repelled the demons. But what if the tables had turned, and we were the weaker ones? If we had been besieged by the demons on the verge, and I, cornered by Fushi, had scattered his good corpse at the cost of my own annihilation, would you still deem Fushi in the wrong? You would not. You would merely say it was a matter of serving different masters, that our deaths were deserved, and you might even blame us for not resigning ourselves to fate without resistance. Because our resistance caused your brother harm. After all, we only lost our lives while your brother lost a good corpse that would take millennia to restore. Tell me, am I right?" Hao Chen stood in midair staring down at Niwa. She was rendered speechless under his gaze, for in her heart, that was exactly what she thought. "Niwa, let this matter end here. I will not settle scores with you, nor will I hold it against you. But I hope you can also put this behind you. Otherwise, even if you are a sage chosen by the heavenly Tao, I will make you pay the price, without mercy." Having said this, Hao Chen turned to leave with Zhao Gongming and the others, ignoring Niwa's reaction. But then, as if recalling something, he looked back at her. I know you and Fushi have little interest in power. I advise you to withdraw from the demon court as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if you become a sage and are protected by the heavenly Dao, you may escape great calamity, but Fushi will certainly not survive this catastrophe. You had best persuade him lest regret comes too late. He paused, allowing Yuhua a moment to ponder. Then he added, that is all I have to say. Think it over carefully. With these words, Hongjun waved his hand, swept up Zhao Gongming, and the others tore open space and vanished. Yuhua watched the direction of their departure, but did not attempt to stop them. For one, she knew she was no match for Hongjun, and saw no point in humiliating herself. For another, she was still mulling over Hongjun's words, and had no mind to intercept them. In truth, from the very beginning, Yuhua had never wished to join the demon court. As a primordial being, she was fundamentally different from the later-born demons. Yet for fuck's sake, she had followed him into the demon court, and even accepted the title of demon saint. Even after joining, she had never set foot in the demon court, remaining instead at her dojo on Mount Buzhou. Therefore, if Yuhua wished to leave the demon court, it would not be difficult. But persuading Fushi to leave as well was a different matter entirely. Setting aside whether Fushi himself would agree, their combined strength was no match for the demon court. If the demon court refused to release them, they would have no recourse. After much deliberation, Yuhua concluded that she must first attain sainthood as quickly as possible. Once she became a sage, she could naturally extract Fushi from the demon court. Even if Fushi refused to leave, she was confident in her ability to protect him with her sage powers. Yuhua was still too naive at this point, unaware of what lay ahead. Had she seen the script in advance, she would not have been able to smile. But that is a tale for another time. The thought that she could only take real action after becoming a sage reignited her determination, and her resolve to venture into the primordial wilderness only grew stronger. Previously, she had believed that some mighty will was suppressing her, preventing her from acting rashly. Now, however, it was her own firm decision to go. Without further delay, Yuhua set off on foot toward the outer reaches of Mount Buzhou. Yes, on foot. She did not tear through space or even ride clouds, as she simply walked. Yet each step carried her several miles, employing the technique of reducing the earth to an inch, devouring the distance beneath her feet effortlessly. For now, we set aside Yuhua's journey to seek fortune in the primordial wilderness. On the other side, Hongjun led Zhao Gongming and the others far from the bounds of Mount Buzhou. They traveled until they reached a small peak roughly 1,000,000 miles from Mount Buzhou's border. There the space in midair suddenly tore open like cloth. From the rift emerged the black-robed man Hongjun. He stepped out, casually waved his hand, and Zhao Gongming and the others materialized, landing on the ground. As soon as they landed, they bowed respectfully to Hongjun. Thank you, master, for saving us. No need for such formality. Rise. Hongjun raised a hand to help them up and added, in truth, your ordeal ultimately stems from Hao Yu, and if not for us, Yuhua would not have targeted you. Master. Bixiao hesitated before asking, there is a question I wish to pose, if I may. You want to ask how I suddenly appeared to save you? Hongjun glanced at her, his tone calm. Exactly. Bixiao did not hold back, nodding directly. I saw that senior brother Zhao did not crush the transmission talisman you gave him. How then did you know we were in danger and arrive so timely? Because from the moment you left the 3 immortal islands, I have been following you all along. Seeing her frankness, Hongjun did not mince words and revealed the truth. They were all stunned. They had assumed that Hongjun had happened to pass by Mount Buzhou on some errand and chanced upon their fight with Yuhua. They never expected he had been tailing them the entire time. I decided on this trial for you right after my lecture ended. I informed Zhao Gongming of it then. Seeing them still dumbfounded, Hongjun added lightly. The 3 Xiaos immediately turned to Zhao Gongming in unison. Senior brother, is that true? Zhao Gongming did not deny it, nodding. Yes, master told me long ago. Then why didn't you tell us earlier? Xiao stared at him, her face full of grievance. It's not that I didn't want to, but when master told me you were all in seclusion. By the time you emerged, we were sent out of the sect almost immediately. When did I have the chance to mention it? Zhao Gongming spread his hands helplessly. Bixiao looked up puzzled and stared at Hongjun. But what does that have to do with you following us? Of course it did. I had been cultivating in the primordial wilderness and took in lure there. When master summoned me back, it was right after he had finished his lecture and conceived the idea of sending you out for trials. So Zhao Gongming learned of your trial before I did. He worried that none of you had ever been to the primordial wilderness, so he asked me to return and watch over you in secret. Hongjun laid out the entire reason for Hao Yu summoning him. So that's how it is. The group finally understood. Yes, you should have set out much earlier. But after I brought Luo back, I gave him a yellow middle plum to refine, which caused some delay. Luo felt even more embarrassed. It was because of him that they had come to Mount Buzhou and encountered Yuhua. Now, hearing Hongjun say that his matter had delayed Zhao Gongming and the others, he quickly apologized to Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiaos. Senior brother, senior sisters, I'm truly sorry. It's my fault for holding everyone up. It's nothing. Such a small matter doesn't matter, we're fellow disciples. Nor was it entirely Luo's fault. Later we spent considerable time subduing Plunglai. Enough, let's not dwell on that. Now do you wish to continue exploring the primordial wilderness, or would you rather return? Hongjun, fearing they might have reservations, added, if you choose to continue your trials, I will return to the 3 immortal islands, and no longer accompany you. I choose to continue the trial. As soon as Hongjun finished, Zhao Gongming stepped forward. And what about the rest of you? Hongjun nodded at Zhao Gongming, then looked at the other 4. They exchanged glances and replied in unison, we also wish to stay and train. We're not ready to return yet, we want to continue honing ourselves out here. Each of them expressed their intent. Very well. I will not force you. Continue on your own path. I will take my leave now. With these words, he raised his hand to tear open the space beside him, ready to return directly. The next moment, a magnificent voice suddenly resounded through the heavens and earth. I am the Northern Dark Kunpeng Taoist. Today I establish 999 characters of the Yao script to enlighten the myriad demons of the primordial wilderness. Because the various demon tribes cannot communicate in speech, their bloodline inheritances are scattered, their arts are lost, and they do not comprehend the heavenly Tao. After years of painstaking deduction, I have finally completed this script, which shall henceforth serve as the foundation for transmitting the Tao to the demon race. Ever since that strange will as eerie as Nuwas had suddenly drilled into his divine, Si Kunpeng had not chosen to hide at home and wait for it to vanish on its own. He reasoned that no matter who it was, if they could silently stuff information into his mind, they were certainly not someone he could afford to provoke. Thus Kunpeng followed that intent and left the Nether Sea. Along the way he encountered many demon tribes who had not even fully mastered the art of transformation. Some had already reached the golden immortal level, yet once they assumed their innate Tao bodies they still bore racial traits. This was fundamentally wrong. The first batch of beings born at the dawn of heaven and earth possessed complete transformation methods within their inheritances. After all, the innate Tao body was the form of the great god Pangu, the most perfect of all. All beings in the primordial wilderness desired to take that form, for it allowed a better understanding of the heavenly Taoist principles. But later the beings born after, generation by generation, their bloodlines weakened, and even the most basic inheritances became incomplete. Seeing this, Kunpeng suddenly understood in his heart. His opportunity lay right here. He was to teach all the demon tribes in the primordial wilderness. At first he was quite excited, going to several places to instruct some lesser demons. But he quickly realized this method wouldn't work. How vast was the primordial wilderness? It was utterly boundless. If Kunpeng had to teach them one by one, he would exhaust himself to death and still not finish. Moreover, it would only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. So Kunpeng began to ponder if there was a way to fundamentally solve this problem all at once. After several years of struggle, he finally came up with an idea: writing. At that time the primordial wilderness had virtually no written language. There were only the great Tao sacred scripts and the heavenly Tao divine scripts, but those two things were impossible for anyone to write. Everyone relied solely on oral transmission and Tao lectures. Teaching a few disciples was fine, but lecturing the entire primordial wilderness, it was utterly unfeasible. Not to mention whether you could achieve it, or the saying that the Tao should not be lightly passed on. The mere thought of forming karmic ties with all beings in the primordial wilderness was a burden no cultivator could bear. Even when Tao ancestor Hongjun lectured, he used a chaotic sieve to filter out 99% of the beings who wished to attend. After setting the direction for creating the script, Kunpeng fell into deep thought again. After some days, a flash of light seemed to strike his divine sea, and then thoughts gushed forth like a spring. The entire process of creating the characters proceeded with unbelievable smoothness. Kunpeng only felt that white light in his mind guiding him on what to do. Images flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern, and the rules of heaven and earth clashed within his mind. Tossed about back and forth, he became completely dazed. In his stupor, one rune after another emerged in his divine sea. Though his mind was unclear, he knew these were the characters he needed to create. Then he wrote out each rune from his mind using his demonic power. As the last character was completed, all 999 characters lit up simultaneously, their radiance tinged with a hint of demonic aura. Kunpeng abruptly woke from that dazed state, looked up at the array of demon scripts in the sky, and felt a surge of excitement and pride in his heart. He shouted loudly at the characters in the sky. I, the Northern Dark Kunpeng Taoist, see that our demon tribes in the primordial wilderness cannot communicate, argue endlessly, and the legacies of our ancestors rely solely on bloodline transmission, lost when gone, not even understanding what the heavenly Tao is. After years of deliberation, I have finally created 999 characters today to teach our demon race. Henceforth we shall use these to pass down knowledge, and this shall be called the Yao script. As soon as these words were spoken, the heavenly Tao immediately broadcast them throughout the primordial wilderness. Kunpeng's voice resounded across heaven and earth, startling all the great figures in the primordial wilderness. Over in the heavenly court, the recuperating Dijuan and Tai both heard it. The brothers exchanged a knowing glance, their thoughts aligning perfectly. They must recruit Kunpeng into the demon court. The three pure ones, Nuwa, Jane, Juni, Mingi, all of them fixed their gazes on Kunpeng. Over at the western mount, 10,000 longevity Xinyuanzi, upon hearing this commotion, couldn't sit still. He grabbed the earth book and wanted to rush over to deal with Kunpeng. But upon second thought, he pulled back and sat down obediently. The moment Kunpeng finished speaking, a mass of merit gathered in the sky. No one could see where it came from. It all piled up above Kunpeng's head. The merit condensed for a while and then stopped growing. Then it split into 4 parts, 1 large and 3 small. The largest portion took 40%, and the remaining 60% was divided equally, each getting 20%. After the division, the largest mass crashed directly onto Kunpeng's head, and he absorbed it instantly. With this absorption, his aura surged upward, and he seemed on the verge of slashing out his second corpse. Of the remaining 3 portions, 1 flew straight toward the direction of the demon court. Upon reaching the demon court, that light split into 2 strands, one drilled into the foreheads of Dijuan and Tai, and the other merged with the entire demon race's fortune. The final portion transformed into golden light, scattering across the lands of the primordial wilderness and falling onto every single demon. Seeing this, Hao Chen muttered inwardly, finally it's here. Nuwa's attainment of the Tao should be just a few days away. He casually drew a line, and a crack in space opened. He vanished without a trace. All that remained on the spot were Zhao Gongming and the others, still standing there stunned. All right, let's just keep wandering around. We'll go wherever we end up, Zhao Gongming said to the 4 people beside him. The 3 Xia and Luer nodded in agreement. The group then flew southward. They had originally planned to visit the foot of Mount Buzhou since they had just arrived there and hadn't seen enough. But now, recalling the impression Nuwa had left on them, they dared not turn back. By this time, the commotion caused by Kunpeng's creation of the script in the primordial wilderness was gradually. Some low-level cultivators were still discussing the matter, but most of the great powers paid it little heed, at most sighing in admiration. Kunpeng, that old fellow, had vanished for so long, and then emerged with such a grand spectacle. Yet a few great powers were extremely concerned about this matter. They were the leaders of the demon race and the masters of the demon court, the brothers Dijuan and Tai. As the head of the demon race, with someone now seeking to enlighten all demons, how could Dijuan sit still? He and Tai set aside their current affairs and emerged from seclusion directly. Dijuan casually summoned a lesser demon and ordered, "Go summon the 10 demon saints. Tell them no matter what they're doing, stop immediately. Get to the Lingxiao Hall as fast as possible. There are important matters to discuss." That lesser demon dared not delay. He quickly bowed and accepted the order. "As you command." Then he turned and ran out. In truth, those demon saints were not dullards who spent all their time in secluded meditation. Kunpeng's grand display had long been sensed by them. The demon saint palaces were adjacent, so as soon as trouble arose, they gathered at Bei's place to discuss things first. Bei gave them an idea: don't dawdle here, go straight to the Lingxiao Hall. The others also knew in their hearts that they would have to go to the Lingxiao Hall eventually. But why had they come to Bei's first? Wasn't it to be somewhat prepared before going, so they wouldn't be completely in the... After all, everyone knew that with such a major incident, Dijuan would never pretend not to see it. He would definitely summon them. Bei saw through their schemes like a mirror, but he didn't call them out, only saying they would discuss it at the Lingxiao Hall. After all, how to handle Kunpeng's matter depended on Dijuan's will, with Tai sitting beside him. Whether their words carried weight was up to the 2 emperors. If they listened, fine. If not, they might even be accused of meddling. So before the messenger demon sent by Dijuan arrived, the group had already set out together for the demon court's council hall. They indeed encountered the messenger demon on the way. Seeing them, the lesser demon was startled, but dared not show disrespect. He was far beneath their status. He quickly bowed and said, "Greetings to the demon saints. The demon emperor commands you to proceed to the Lingxiao Hall for council." The demon saints exchanged glances, their eyes conveying the same thought. "Here it comes." Bei said to the demon, "Rise, we understand. We were just heading to the Lingxiao Hall." With that, they ignored the demon, mounted their clouds, and flew straight to the Lingxiao Hall. In no time, they arrived at the hall's entrance. They paused at the door, then entered. Inside, Dijuan sat on the main throne with a stern face, and Tai sat beside him on a chair, equally cold and stern. They quickly bowed, "Greetings to the 2 emperors." "No need for such formalities, rise quickly," Dijuan said hastily upon seeing them. After Dijuan finished speaking, they rose and took their seats in the hall. After all, they were demon saints, only slightly lower in status than Dijuan and Tai, so they naturally had seats in the hall. "I had no choice but to summon you all today," Dijuan said, his expression darkening as he mentioned Kunpeng. Do you know about Kunpeng Daoist creation of the Yao script? Although Kunpeng's creation of the script had also granted him some merit, the fact that Kunpeng had overstepped him, the great emperor of the demon race, by declaring he would enlighten all demons was something Dijuan could not swallow. If Kunpeng took on disciples among the demons, Dijuan wouldn't interfere. But now that Kunpeng had created the demon script, if he didn't act in a few years, wouldn't the entire demon race recognize only Kunpeng and not him, Dijuan? Could this be tolerated? Absolutely not. We are all aware, they replied in unison. Kunpeng is not of our demon race, yet he presumptuously created the Yao script, showing he has no regard for the demon court. These words came from Tai, who was also deeply dissatisfied with Kunpeng's actions. After Tai spoke, everyone present fell silent. This question was hard to answer. A wrong word could provoke the two above. At this moment, no one wanted to step into the line of fire of Dijuan and Tai, so none spoke. How could Dijuan tolerate this? Hadn't he summoned these demon saints precisely to discuss how to handle Kunpeng's affair? But instead they sat there like meditating old monks, eyes closed, feigning profundity. He directly called out to Baize, reputed to be the most strategic. Baize, tell me what should be done about Kunpeng. Baize, having been called out, knew that pretending ignorance was futile. He rose and replied, Your Majesty, in my view, Kunpeng has already created the script for the demon clan. The celestial phenomena and the heavenly Dao's bestowal of merit clearly indicate that this matter has received the recognition of the heavenly Dao. If the demon clan were to move against him for this, it would hardly be appropriate. Dijun nodded, finding the reasoning sound. He turned to look at Tai, who had no objections either, so Dijun shot Tai a meaningful glance. Tai, having been brothers with Dijun for countless years, understood the look instantly. He immediately asked Baize, Then what do you suggest our demon clan should do to treat Kunpeng properly? Baize, realizing their firm intent to recruit Kunpeng, said, I propose we invite Kunpeng to the demon court and grant him a position of suitable stature, allowing him to contribute to our clan. What do the two sovereigns think? Dijun and Tai exchanged a glance, finding the idea reliable. Dijun then asked, And what position do you think would be appropriate for him? At these words, not only Baize, but also the other demon saints understood completely. Dijun intended to bring him into the fold. They all stared at Baize, waiting to hear what plan he would devise. Baize remained composed. Since Kunpeng the Taoist created the demon script with the intent to enlighten the clan, why not bestow upon him the title of Demon Master, placing him on equal footing with us demon saints? Would the two sovereigns find this acceptable? Baize was not foolish. He had no intention of placing a superior above himself. He deliberately emphasized that Kunpeng's status would be the same as theirs, the 10 demon saints. After all, Kunpeng was at the initial stage of quasi-sage cultivation. Offering him a lowly position would surely be rejected. This is an excellent idea. What do the rest of you think? Dijun nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the other demon saints. The seated saints spoke in turn. The sovereign is wise. We have no objections. Then Baize, you shall undertake this task. Return and deliberate carefully. It would be best to set out within 2 years and bring Kunpeng into the demon court. Dijun directly assigned this duty to Baize. What could Baize say? He could only resign himself and reply, Your subject obeys the decree. In his heart, he was undoubtedly cursing. Dijun swept his gaze across the assembly, his voice turning grave. Once Baize's plan is ready, all demon saints must fully cooperate with him. Do not dawdle and delay this great matter. The other 9 demon saints who had been secretly mocking Baize moments ago saw their expressions sour instantly. One moment they were gloating, the next they had to take orders from Baize. Who could bear that? But no matter how aggrieved they felt, they had no choice but to bow and reply, Your subjects obey. Enough, all of you may withdraw. Go back and prepare swiftly. Remember, act with haste. Dijun waved his hand. Yes, Your Majesty. We take our leave. The group exited the great hall, exchanged glances at the entrance, and sighed in unison before flying toward the demon saint's palace. Meanwhile, Kunpeng returned to the Nether Sea after creating the script. With such a vast amount of merit crashing down upon him, it would be a grave waste not to refine and absorb it immediately. Setting aside Kunpeng's seclusion, the focus shifts back to our protagonist. The moment Hao Chun returned to Three Immortals Island, he discovered that Hao Yu had already emerged from seclusion. Startled, he instantly flashed to Hao Yu's side. You've broken through to the peak of quasi-sage. Hao Yu merely acknowledged softly. Hao Chun pressed further. Then are you not far from attaining the Dao? My laws are nearly complete, just one step away from proving the Dao and becoming a Hongjun. However, I must enter the chaos to receive the baptism of the great Dao. If all goes well, it will still take several years. Then go. It'll protect you, ensuring no one disturbs you. Hao Chun thumped his chest, brimming with confidence. But Hao Yu did not take his offer, speaking calmly. No need. Stay here and cultivate. Before I returned, I had already sought out my good corpse and self-corpse. What? Why seek them out? Among the three of us, I have the highest combat power. Hao Chun was displeased at once, stamping his feet in indignation. Hao Yu remained composed, simply stating, they have already broken through to the quasi-sage peak for some time. Hao Chen's burgeoning momentum instantly deflated, and his indignant expression crumbled. Seeing him calm down, Hao Yu continued, this journey will take several years. It's not just me, both of them will also prove the Tao. You'll need to put in some effort, or you'll be left behind by the three of us. Don't come crying then. Hao Chun gritted his teeth and declared defiantly, you go ahead. Before the last of you succeeds in proving the Tao, I will also touch the threshold of enlightenment. With that he turned to leave, but after a few steps he stopped, and added over his shoulder, on this trip with Zhao Gongming and the others I encountered Nuwa. Hao Yu was taken aback. You met her, so what? She harbors considerable resentment toward us, likely still about the time we wounded Fushi. Besides, this famed recluse of the Primordial World deigned to leave her dojo, which means she's not far from proving the Tao herself. And how did you handle it? Hao Yu asked with curiosity. Given that Hao Chun brought it up, he must have faced Nuwa and a confrontation was inevitable. It was Zhao Gongming and the others who encountered Nuwa. That woman, knowing they were associated with you, tried to capture them on the spot. I arrived in time to rescue them, gave her a few words of reprimand, and left. Whether she heeded them or not is uncertain. It's fine. Hao Yu waved his hand dismissively. Whether now or later, even if she does become a saint, One more thing. Kuan Peng has created the demon script. You know about that, right? Of course. The Heavenly Tao announced it throughout the Primordial World. I'm not blind, how could I not know? Alright, as long as you're aware. I'm going to cultivate. With those words, Hao Chun vanished, instantly, likely off to find a place for seclusion. No sooner had he left than the good corpse and self-corpse appeared before Hao Yu. They both clasped their hands in salute. Greetings, original body. The self-corpse, also known as Chaos Taoist, spoke. Let us head to the chaos now. Hao Yu nodded. The three figures vanished in an instant. After they left, Hao Chun, who was in seclusion in a cave, suddenly opened his eyes and glanced in the direction they had disappeared. He silently resolved to catch up with them. Then he closed his eyes and continued his arduous cultivation. Meanwhile, Hao Yu and the other two, having left the Primordial World, appeared directly within the chaos. The surroundings were utterly empty. They had traveled so far from the Primordial World that not a trace of the power of its heavenly Tao could be sensed in the surrounding space. After all, Hao Yu had felt the aura of the heavenly Tao up close on the day Hongjun merged with it, and he remembered it clearly. Hao Yu addressed the good corpse and self-corpse. I'll go first. Both of you retreat to a safe distance and watch over me. The two nodded and instantly retreated tens of thousands of li. Once they were far enough, Hao Yu ceased restraining his aura and began to communicate with the great Tao, following the method of enlightenment inherited from his lineage. Baizhe clasped his hands toward Dijun. Your Majesty, that is correct. As soon as the two sovereigns set out, you may go to invite Kuan Peng. Dijun laughed heartily. Excellent. Our clan's strategist works with remarkable efficiency. Tai Yi interjected beside him. Big brother, this cannot be delayed. Let us go now. Dijun nodded and looked at Tai Yi. Brother speaks truly. Then he turned to Baizhe. My minister, lead the way. As you command. Baizhe acknowledged and turned to walk out. Dijun and Tai Yi immediately followed. On the way, Dijun asked Baizhe, what spiritual treasure have you prepared for Kuan Peng? Baizhe replied, your subject has previously noted that Kuan Peng is already at the initial quasi-sage stage. With the great merit bestowed by the Heavenly Tao this time, he is not far from the mid-quasi-sage stage. The most powerful treasure he possesses is merely a high-grade innate spiritual treasure sword obtained from the treasure dividing cliff. Therefore, I selected a high-grade innate spiritual treasure palace from the treasury, named it the Demon Master Palace, and intend to present it as a gift. Does your Majesty find this acceptable? Dijun praised repeatedly. Excellent, truly excellent. After that, the group exchanged no further words and proceeded directly to the place where the procession was assembled. Soon they arrived. Dijun surveyed the scene. The procession stretched endlessly beyond sight. Such a grand display would not only show Kuan Peng how much the demon court valued him, but also demonstrate the court's majesty to all beings of the Primordial World. Dijun cared little about what others thought. He was thoroughly satisfied. Let us set out. Dijun took his seat on the dragon throne prepared for him, and said to Baizhe beside him. Baizhe nodded. A minor demon beside him shouted at the top of its lungs by the sovereign's decree set forth. As the cry faded, the entire procession began to move. Once they left the demon court, the procession did not proceed slowly, but accelerated sharply, charging straight toward the northern Nether Sea. Every primordial being they encountered along the way was stunned. Who else in the entire Primordial World could muster such a spectacle? The Wu clan, however, remained utterly indifferent. Had the rout of Dijun and his group not avoided Wu territory, the first great war between the Wu and Demon clans might have erupted on the spot. At the same time as Di Jun's departure, Kuan-Peng in the northern Nether Sea found himself stuck at a major obstacle. When the merit had poured into his body earlier, he had not thought much of it rushing back to his dojo to refine it. But now that the refinement was complete, and he was only a step away from severing his evil corpse to enter the mid-quasi-sage stage, he discovered he had no spiritual treasure at hand to use for severing the corpse. This predicament infuriated Kuan-Peng. At that moment he was pondering, should he go out and rob someone, or should he go out and rob someone? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Di Jun and his party arrived at the northern Nether Sea. Bai Zhe spoke first, his voice piercing the surface of the northern Nether Sea. Is Kuan-Peng the Taoist present? The demon court sovereigns Di Jun and Tai Yi have come to visit. Please show yourself. In his dojo, Kuan-Peng was deep in thought when he heard Bai Zhe's call. He muttered to himself in confusion, I have no dealings with the demon court. Why would Di Jun and Tai Yi come looking for me? Then a thought struck him and his expression changed. Could it be about the demon script? If they truly intend to cause trouble, I'm no match for them. Perhaps I should pretend I'm not here, let them think I've left the northern Nether Sea, and they'll go away after a few days. The more Kuan-Peng thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Just as he was about to play dead and avoid them, the vague thought that had urged him to create the demon script surfaced again, directly telling him, this is an opportunity, don't be cowardly or go out. His previous experience with script creation had made Kuan-Peng deeply trust this feeling. After all, who would be foolish enough to turn away good fortune like merit? Gritting his teeth, he surged out of the water and flew toward the sea surface. Upon stepping out, the scene did not disappoint. The demon court had indeed sent a large number of people, but their stance was not that of a fight. Rather, it seemed they were welcoming some great figure. Greetings, fellow Taoist Kuan-Peng. Bai Zhe immediately called out upon seeing Kuan-Peng appear. Kuan-Peng ignored Bai Zhe and addressed Di Jun directly. Fellow Taoist Di Jun, you've made such a grand display and come all the way to my humble North Sea. What exactly is the matter? A while back you created the demon script in the Primordial World. That's precisely why we're here. Before Di Jun could respond, Tai Yi spoke up first. Kuan-Peng's heart tightened, but he maintained his composure. And how do you intend to handle this matter? Seeing Kuan-Peng get to the point, Di Jun said directly, I wish to invite you to join the demon court and appoint you as the demon master. What is a demon master? What benefits will I gain from joining the demon court? And what price must I pay? Kuan-Peng was well aware that Di Jun would not let him have an easy bargain. You are straightforward, so I won't beat around the bush. Bai Zhe explained those three questions to fellow Taoist Kuan-Peng. As you command, your majesty. Bai Zhe acknowledged and turned to Kuan-Peng. A demon master, as the name implies, is the teacher of all demons. This title represents the recognition of you by the demon court on behalf of the entire demon race. After joining, you will enjoy the same treatment as us demon saints. Priority access to divine abilities, resource allocation, and you will also be gifted a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure for protection. As for what you need to do, it is to follow the commands of the two emperors and participate in the demon race's external conquests. Of course, the spoils from the battles will also be distributed to you proportionally. After speaking, Bai Zhe retreated to the side of the other demon saints. Di Jun immediately added, my brother and I will never force you to do anything unwillingly, you can rest assured on that point. With Bai Zhe and Di Jun having spoken so plainly, Kuan-Peng pondered repeatedly. No matter how he looked at it, joining the demon court seemed to have no drawbacks for him, but rather a basket full of benefits. He made his decision on the spot. Fine. I will join the demon court and take the position of demon master. Then I shall enter the demon court and accept this post of demon master. Kuan-Peng weighed the pros and cons thoroughly, then nodded to Di Jun. Good. Bai Zhe, bring the demon master palace for fellow Taoist Kuan-Peng. Kuan-Peng was initially puzzled. Was it necessary to specially bring a palace to show him? But when the object was actually produced, he immediately changed his mind. Kuan-Peng was initially puzzled. Was it necessary to specially bring a palace to show him? But when the object was actually produced, he immediately changed his mind. What Bai Zhe held in his hand was far from a proper palace. It was clearly a model-sized object. However, when Kuan-Peng caught a glimpse of the treasure light emanating from it, he was instantly stunned. It was actually a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly that aligning with a major force was indeed different. He had been worrying about where to find a spiritual treasure to sever his three corpses, and now one had simply delivered itself to his doorstep. Kuan-Peng accepted the Demon Master Palace and turned to bow to Di Jun. Your subject thanks your majesty for the gift. Beloved minister, no need for such formalities. Rise quickly. Di Jun, seeing Kuan-Peng so cooperative, was beaming with joy. He then added, if there is nothing else, why not return to the demon court with us now? I appreciate your majesty's kindness, but your subject is currently at a critical juncture of breakthrough. I wish to first complete my breakthrough in the North Sea before reporting to the demon court. May I ask if that is permissible? Kuan-Peng spoke very sincerely. His words were indeed the truth, But when Di Jun and Tai Yi heard them, it did not sit well with them. You have just accepted our gift of a spiritual treasure and pledged to follow our orders. Now we ask you to come to the demon court, and you make excuses. Even if you need to break through, can't you do so in the demon court? In that instant, Kunpeng had already been subtly devalued in the hearts of Di Jun and Tai Yi. Kunpeng himself was completely oblivious to this. No matter how long he had lived, he was not one to rely on his wits, nor had he ever held power. How could he fathom Di Jun's subtle thoughts? He was still foolishly staring at Di Jun, awaiting an answer. Seeing this, Di Jun could only nod in agreement. It was reasonable enough. But in front of so many great powers, having just recruited the man only to have his face slapped, he was somewhat embarrassed. However, if he refused, it would make him appear petty and intolerant. Suppressing his displeasure, Di Jun said to Kunpeng, who was still awaiting his reply, "Then, beloved minister, you should first complete your breakthrough. It won't be too late to come to the demon court afterward." Kunpeng hurriedly said, "Thank you, your majesty." Di Jun merely nodded and waved his hand. Seeing that his elder brother wished to leave Tai, he immediately ordered Bai Zhe, "Since Demon Master Kunpeng still has matters to attend to, let us withdraw first. Return to the palace." Bai Zhe acknowledged and quickly turned and left. Before long, the entire contingent was on the move, departing even faster than they had arrived, swiftly withdrawing from the North Sea. Kunpeng gazed in the direction Di Jun and the others had left, gave it no further thought, and continued his secluded cultivation to break through his cultivation level. At this moment, Hao Yu, situated within the chaos, was quite relaxed. The Great Tao inherently imposed few constraints on a Hongyuan Daoyuo Jinxian, and Hao Yu's breakthrough process had been connected to the baptism of the Great Tao, so naturally there were no bottlenecks. His only concern was whether someone would come to disturb him during the breakthrough. Hao Yu began to circulate his mana following the methods recorded in the Hongjun Heavenly Scripture to beckon the descent of the Great Tao. Before long, a faint pressure emanated from him. Though not intense, the aura carried an indescribable sense of majesty. Before Hao Yu could even integrate his own laws into the Great Tao for enlightenment, the 3,000 Great Tao laws actively emerged, swirling and flowing around him, as if eager to pour all the Great Tao laws into him alone. Surrounded by the 3,000 laws, Hao Yu felt a bit puzzled. This doesn't match what's written in the Hongjun Heavenly Scripture. According to the scripture's records, to truly achieve the Hongyuan Daoyuo, the first step was to use mana to communicate with the Great Tao and cause it to descend, then connect one's own laws with the Great Tao's laws for comprehension. Only when the laws were perfected and in resonance with the Great Tao could one truly become a Hongyuan Daoyuo. The key point was that during this process, the Great Tao laws were undefended. Even if one had no prior understanding of a particular law, as long as one's talent was sufficient during this period of enlightenment, one could comprehend 70 to 80% of that law. However, the problem was that the Great Tao usually only opened up one or a few laws that one had cultivated. Never before had it been seen that the 3,000 laws would all undefendedly emerge and eagerly attach themselves to Hao Yu. Hao Yu couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Whether or not the Great Tao had malfunctioned, it was only beneficial to him and had no drawbacks. After all, the prerequisite for achieving the Great Tao realm was to incorporate all 3,000 laws. Hao Yu directly sat cross-legged in the void, preparing to begin comprehending these 3,000 laws. Just then the system suddenly spoke, detecting complete 3,000 Great Tao laws around the host, imprinting them for the host. After saying this, the system went silent with no further movement. Hao Yu paid no attention to the system and quickly seized the time to begin his comprehension. This comprehension continued until all the Great Tao laws receded. Only then did Hao Yu slowly open his eyes. His aura was now completely different from before. Previously, even if he deliberately concealed his realm, others could tell at a glance that he was a powerhouse. But now, standing there, he seemed as if he did not exist at all. If it weren't for his extraordinarily striking face, he would likely go unnoticed if thrown into a crowd. If it weren't for the chaotic currents all around, his good corpse and self-corpse would have thought that Hao Yu had made a mistake in his cultivation and lost all his cultivation. He now looked no different from an ordinary mortal. But everyone knew that was impossible. How could a mortal survive in the chaos? Has the enlightenment succeeded? The self-corpse asked. Though the words were a question, the tone was certain. Of course. It seems this enlightenment wasn't so difficult after all. Hao Yu's tone carried a hint of smugness. The good corpse quickly pressed on. Are there any details not recorded in the Hongjun Heavenly Scripture that we need to watch out for? No, the scripture is very clear. It's just that the Great Tao was a bit strange this time, directly releasing all 3,000 laws. It's a pity I couldn't bring anyone along to comprehend, otherwise I'd have brought both of you and would have hit the jackpot. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light suddenly shot towards them from the distant chaos. The self-corpse was about to raise a hand to block it, but Hao Yu stopped him. Don't move, it's Hao Chun. Wait, it's Hao Chun arriving. Seeing the self-corpse prepare to strike, Hao Yu quickly called out to stop him. Upon hearing this, the self-corpse withdrew his hand, and the condensed mana instantly dissipated. The next moment, Hao Chen appeared before them. Why the rush? Hao Yu asked him. Rush? Over 2,000 years have passed in the Primordial World, and you call that rushing? Hao Chen looked incredulous. Over 2,000 years? Are you kidding me? We only arrived here a few days ago. The main body has just finished his enlightenment. The good corpse took over the conversation. In short time was imperceptible within the chaos. Plus they were all focused on the great Dao spiritual essence emanating from Hao Yu's enlightenment, so none of them felt that much time had passed. Hao Yu himself, immersed in the great Dao, was completely unaware of the passage of time. It wasn't until Hao Chen spoke that they realized. Hao Yu's enlightenment had taken this long. The group didn't chat further. Hao Yu directly instructed his three corpses to each choose a different direction and begin their own enlightenment to the Hongjun simultaneously. First, to avoid further delay lest they end up like Hao Yu, who alone took over 2,000 years. By the time they returned, the first battle between the Wu and Demon tribes would already be over. Second, Hao Yu now had the full capability to oversee all three of them at once. The process of the three corpses' enlightenment was much more normal, not as absurd as Hao Yu's. It took about 10 years of Primordial World time for all of them to successfully achieve the Hongjun. Only then did Hao Yu realize that the problem lay with him. As for why, he couldn't figure it out either. During the time the three corpses were undergoing their enlightenment, Hao Yu remembered that the system had suddenly popped up during his own enlightenment, so he took a look. Upon looking, he was almost startled. The system had recorded all of the complete 3,000 Great Dao laws. Whenever he wished to comprehend them, he could access them at any time. Unfortunately, it could only be used by himself and could not be passed on to others. After all three corpses had successfully achieved enlightenment, the group did not rush back to the Primordial World. Instead, they proceeded to the next step as originally planned. The merging of the three corpses to further boost Hao Yu's cultivation level. The three avatars, having completed their enlightenment, appeared simultaneously beside Hao Yu. The good corpse spoke first. Since we have all achieved the Huanyuan, it is time to return to the main body. The evil corpse and the self-corpse nodded, their gazes all fixed on Hao Yu. Yet at this moment, Hao Yu found it difficult to make a decision. Initially, severing his avatars was merely a transitional step on the path to enlightenment intended to give his cultivation a surge upon achieving the Dao. But now that the three corpses had been severed, they had long become living individuals, each with their own consciousness. In essence, other versions of himself. Now faced with the prospect of erasing them, Hao Yu truly felt reluctant. The corpse of evil Hao Chen, however, seemed to see through his thoughts, and said directly, "Stop hesitating. We were born for this very moment. For you to merge with us, so that you may tread the great path more swiftly. If you waver, you render our existence meaningless." The corpse of goodness and the corpse of self also smiled at Hao Yu after hearing this, their meaning clear. They shared Hao Chen's thoughts. Hao Yu remained silent for a long while, his head bowed, before finally lifting it abruptly. "I understand. From now on, I will carry all of you with me to stand atop the pinnacle of the myriad heavens." That's more like the man who as a mere mortal dared to vow head strike down Jian and Zhuani. Before the words faded, the three corpses simultaneously transformed into three beams of light, swirling around Hao Yu. Hao Yu sat down cross-legged on the spot, and the three beams of light were directly drawn into his body. As he closed his eyes to merge the three corpses, an invisible barrier silently descended, enveloping him securely within. The barrier shimmered with the spiritual essence of the great Dao, its radiance swirling without pause. Yet from the outside, the spot where Hao Yu sat was utterly empty, as if he had vanished into thin air. Time passed, and after an unknown duration, Hao Yu slowly emerged from his meditative state. The moment he awakened, the barrier that had surrounded him dissipated on its own, as if guided by an unseen intelligence. The entire process was silent, never disturbing his secluded cultivation in the slightest. When Hao Yu opened his eyes, the chaos before him seemed to recoil in fear. Within 10,000 li, not a single strand of chaotic energy remained, replaced only by pure, translucent chaotic spiritual energy. Looking at his cultivation level after devouring the three corpses at the Hongyuan stage, his strength had soared directly to the late stage of the Hongyuan Daoyuo Jingxian. With diligent cultivation, he would likely touch the threshold of the peak within 100 years. Hao Yu, ever the opportunist, could hardly bear to let so much spiritual energy go to waste. Without a second thought, he pulled out the chaos gourd left by the corpse of self and gathered all the surrounding chaotic spiritual energy into it. Speaking of this chaos gourd, the corpse of self had put considerable effort into refining it while alive. He had forcibly embedded dozens of attack techniques into it, enabling it not only to absorb various attacks and treasures, refining them, but also to perfectly align the properties of treasures with the gourd. More remarkably, it could stir chaotic spiritual energy, and expel external chaotic currents with power entirely dependent on the user's strength. In the hands of a Hongjun realm cultivator, the techniques it unleashed could threaten opponents of the same level. Of course, the gourd possessed many other abilities too numerous to detail individually. Previously, Hao Yu had always considered the Chaos Gourd a useless item bearing the empty title of a supreme innate treasure inferior even to an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. But with the corpse of self's modifications, its power rivaled that of the most versatile Chaos Bell, leaving Hao Yu himself astonished. After collecting the spiritual energy, Hao Yu hastened back toward the Primordial World. Relying on his latest-stage Hongjun cultivation, he returned to the Primordial World in the blink of an eye. No sooner had he landed than before he could even calculate how long he had been gone, a voice resounded across the entire heavens and earth. I am Nuwa. Today I have attained enlightenment and become a sage. Soon I shall establish my Dao field in the chaos and preach the great path for 3,000 years. Hao Yu's heart sank at these words. How long have I been gone? Even Nuwa has become a sage. He quickly calculated only to find that a mere 10,000 years had passed since he left the Primordial World. Yet what puzzled him was why Nuwa had attained enlightenment so early. According to the timeline, he remembered this shouldn't have happened so soon. After careful thought, Hao Yu suspected it had something to do with Haochun's earlier guidance to Nuwa. He didn't bother to delve deeper. Whether Nuwa became a sage early or late made little difference. With his current strength aside from the Heavenly Dao and Hongjun, no one in the entire Primordial World was his match, and he cared little. Hongjun, having merged with the Heavenly Dao, sat in the Purple Cloud Palace, shaking his head and sighing repeatedly. He knew full well that the advancement of Nuwa's sainthood and Kunpeng's creation of writing were all rooted in Hao Yu. The Heavenly Dao had meticulously planned for the demon court to follow its path, but Hao Yu's interference had upended the entire scheme. The Heavenly Dao wanted to use Nuwa to deal with Hao Yu, but Hongjun, glancing at Hao Yu, who had just returned to the Primordial World, felt certain that the Heavenly Dao's plan would fail again. Now even 10 Nuwas combined would be no match for Hao Yu. Thinking this, Hongjun grew increasingly convinced that taking Hao Yu as his disciple had been worthwhile. The only one in the entire Primordial World who could keep the Heavenly Dao busy and constantly thwart its plans was Hao Yu. Even Hongjun himself was tightly controlled by the Heavenly Dao's schemes. Looking at Hao Yu, he felt increasingly that he was close to completely breaking free from the Heavenly Dao. As for why the Heavenly Dao didn't simply strike Hao Yu dead with lightning, it was because Hongjun was mediating with it. Without Hongjun's obstruction, it was uncertain whether Hao Yu could have even left the Primordial World to achieve enlightenment alive. But Hao Yu himself was completely unaware of this. After all, his current cultivation was still a step short of the Heavenly Dao. Upon hearing that Nuwa had become a sage, Hao Yu immediately thought of the future protagonists of the world, the human race. He recalled from the primordial novels of his past life that after creating humanity, Nuwa paid little attention to them, leaving them to fend for themselves. Later, Laozi established the human sect based on humanity, but Laozi championed non-action and similarly disregarded humanity's plight, never offering protection. Initially, the various races of the Primordial World feared the saintly might of Nuwa and Laozi and dared not harm humanity. They were also curious about how a newly emerged race could enable two saints to achieve enlightenment. But after a few thousand years, when everyone realized that Nuwa and Laozi paid no heed to humanity, they concluded that humanity was merely a tool for their sainthood, discarded after use, and no longer took them seriously. Until one day a demon accidentally devoured a human and discovered that its magical power had increased. From then on, human flesh and blood became a highly coveted treasure in the Primordial World. As for humanity, they had no saints, not even a single Daluo Jinxian. Faced with the aggression of all races, they had no strength to retaliate. The most relentless oppressors of humanity were the demon race. If not for the Wu race, who believed that human flesh enhanced demonic cultivation and were willing to protect humanity whenever it caused trouble for the demons, humanity might not have survived until the end of the Wu Demon War. In the end, perhaps only Xuandu, the sole disciple taken by Laozi, would have remained. But now that Hao Yu had arrived, he certainly wouldn't let the tragedies of the past repeat. Although the humans of the Primordial World were strictly speaking not the same race as him from Earth, they were still human. Hao Yu decided on the spot he would teach them. But not personally. He planned to send his disciples, Zhao Gongming and the others. First, it would temper those young men, and second, it would allow them to skim some benefits from the Heavenly Dao's pool of merit. With such a win-win situation, why not? Hao Yu's divine sense swept across the entire world in an instant, locking onto the positions of Zhao Gongming and the others. He directly transmitted his voice. "I'm assigning you a task. Go to the humans created by Nuwa, watch over them, and teach them how to survive. Remember, do not pass on cultivation methods." Zhao Gongming and the others immediately bowed toward the direction of the three Immortals' island, as you command." Hao Yu then turned and headed into the depths of chaos where Nuwa was preparing to establish her Dao field. He was going to inform her that he had sent people to guide humanity. In truth, this wasn't a negotiation, it was a notification. If Nuwa was sensible, all would be well. If not, he would take advantage of this joyous occasion of her sainthood to teach her a lesson. After all, in this world, whoever had the stronger fist called the shots. With Hao Yu's cultivation, he reached Nuwa's side in the chaos in an instant. Seeing him, Nuwa didn't attack as expected, but instead nodded slightly and spoke politely. "Nuwa greets senior brother Hao Yu." Hao Yu relaxed his tense demeanor and nodded in return. "Junior sister has attained enlightenment and become a sage. Senior brother offers his congratulations. It is merely the heavenly Dao's pity that allowed me to take this step by chance. I cannot compare to senior brother who reached this height without relying on the Hongmeng purple qi." Nuwa's words were not false. Upon seeing Hao Yu, she sensed that he had already achieved enlightenment. Because at this moment in her perception, Hao Yu seemed like an empty void, utterly unfathomable. Her divine sense could not detect his existence at all. If not for her eyes, she wouldn't believe he stood right before her. Even more absurdly, Hao Yu gave her the impression of being friendlier than the humans she had created. But where was this? The chaos. Even a Daoyuo Jinshin would struggle to survive here, let alone an ordinary mortal. Nuwa knew full well. Hao Yu had definitely succeeded in attaining enlightenment, and his Dao was far beyond hers. Thus she adopted this courteous attitude. Of course, even if Hao Yu hadn't become a sage, she wouldn't have harmed him. At most, her demeanor wouldn't have been so favorable. Hao Yu merely responded to Nuwa's words with a faint, "Just luck." Then he changed the subject. "Actually, I came to discuss something with junior sister. Senior brother, if you have something to say, just say it. Why trouble yourself to come in person? I see that you have created a new race called humanity. I intend to send some disciples to guide and teach them. What do you think? If senior brother is willing to have your esteemed disciples guide humanity, it is their fortune. How could I refuse?" In the depths of chaos, as Nuwa announced her intention to establish a Dao field, the great cultivators who had traveled from afar finally arrived. Seeing Hao Yu standing shoulder to shoulder with Nuwa, they were stunned. Many among them knew Hao Yu, aware that he was also a disciple of Hongjun, and thus a fellow disciple of Nuwa. But the problem was Nuwa had now become a sage. No matter how formidable Hao Yu was, he was still just a quasi-sage. How could he lack such basic etiquette? By all rights, shouldn't he have stepped half a step back? Yet no one voiced this aloud. After all, it was Nuwa's own affair, since she didn't mind. Who were they to interject? The group of great cultivators arrived before them and bowed in unison. "Greetings, Sage Nuwa. No need for formalities. Rise." Nuwa's tone was flat. As her words faded, 3 streaks of light tore through the chaos from the horizon, landing directly before the crowd. The 3 pure ones had arrived. "Greetings, Sage Nuwa." The 3 bowed slightly to Nuwa, offering a half salute. Nuwa promptly returned the gesture and reached out to help them rise. Nuwa greets 3 senior brothers. "Please rise quickly, there is no need for such formality. Propriety cannot be abandoned." Yuanshi straightened up and spoke with a stern face. Laozi and Tongtian merely smiled at Nuwa, saying nothing more. Hao Yu then stepped forward, cupping his hands toward the 3 pure ones. "Hao Yu greets 3 senior brothers." Tongtian looked at him and chuckled. "Junior brother, you arrived earlier than us. It seems you have outpaced us." Hao Yu just smiled and did not respond. Nuwa spoke. "The time has come. I shall now create a new world." As her words fell, the red embroidered ball materialized in her hand. She channeled her saintly power and hurled the red embroidered ball fiercely toward the chaos ahead. With a thunderous roar, the chaotic currents that could crush even a Daoyuo golden immortal were smashed open, creating a gap. As the breach opened, the scene within was revealed. Savage gales howled wildly, black holes flickered in and out of existence like swarming insects, and chaotic lightning intertwined, with heavenly fire rolling tumultuously. Such a scene of devastation would claim even an ordinary quasi-saint caught within it. The assembled great beings were all stunned and quickly summoned their treasures for protection. Laozi manifested the heaven and earth profound yellow exquisite pagoda, suspending it above his head. Layers of profound yellow energy cascaded down, shielding the 3 pure ones. Dijuan and Tai also deployed their treasures to guard themselves. Among the crowd, only one person stood out. Hao Yu. He stood closest to Nuwa, facing the most perilous part of the chaos, yet he did not bring out a single spiritual treasure. Laozi initially thought to call him over to take shelter under the exquisite pagoda, but then reconsidered. Since Hongjun had bestowed upon Hao Yu the 12th grade, Miesher Black Lotus, a supreme defensive treasure, his refusal to use it suggested he was confident the danger could not harm him. So Laozi remained silent. When the other great beings noticed that Hao Yu was the only one without a protective treasure, unease stirred within them. His singularity made them all seem cowardly by comparison. Some secretly hoped the rift would engulf Hao Yu, if not kill him, then at least embarrass him publicly. But their hopes were in vain. Hao Yu hovered in midair as steady as a mountain. The rift grew larger and more violent, yet he did not even furrow his brow. As disappointment settled among the crowd, Nuwa pressed on. She struck the gap repeatedly with the red embroidered ball, each blow fierce and unrelenting. This drew everyone's attention. After all, Nuwa was creating a dojo within the chaos, forging a small world from nothing. Though it could not compare to Panga's monumental act of separating heaven and earth, witnessing a world being born was still a spectacle. Who would not wish to glean some great Dao from it? Moreover, a saint imprinting their Dao intent into the dojo might allow a fortunate observer to touch upon Nuwa's very Dao. Once, twice, thrice. The red embroidered ball struck with increasing ferocity, and the rift expanded. What began as a gap of mere tens of thousands of li grew under relentless blows into an expanse so vast that no great being could see its edge. Nuwa finally stopped. She cared little for the scale as long as the cave heaven sufficed, and did not disgrace a saint's dignity. But the moment she halted, the shattered chaos began to close. Nuwa promptly produced another innate spiritual treasure, the mountain and river state map, and spread it downward. As the scroll unfurled, earth, water, fire, and wind were all stabilized. The violent chaos immediately calmed, flames extinguished, thunder dissipated, as if tamed beasts. Then Nuwa cast the red embroidered ball into the chaos above. Red light exploded. The ball unleashed an immense suction deep within the chaos, devouring the surrounding chaotic energy and transforming it into rolling currents of innate spiritual chi, which poured into the newly created world. In an instant, the entire small world was filled with rich, innate spiritual chi. Nuwa waved her elegant hand, and mountains rose from the ground, arranged in graceful disarray. Courtyards and pavilions materialized out of thin air, varying in height and form. Countless birds and beasts frolicked in this brand new realm. The mountains were steep, spiritual roots lush, and a Milky Way cascaded from the heavens, hanging across the sky. Looking up, stars glittered, as if projected from the primordial wilderness. Everywhere was a scene of vibrant, creation-like beauty. Among the courtyards and pavilions, butterflies danced around flowers. On the lake, vast clusters of lotus blossoms vied to bloom. White lotuses emerged from the water, pure and flawless, as if declaring to all, unsullied from the mud. Truly the work of a saint, a paradise lifted straight from a painting. Nuwa then produced several materials for refining innate treasures and casually tossed them into the air. As saintly power surged, the materials swirled and fused. A majestic palace gradually took shape, radiating overwhelming might, the very epitome of a saint's grandeur. Finally, Nuwa waved her hand, and the palace vanished. When it reappeared, it sat firmly at the very center of the entire small world. With the dojo complete, Nuwa declared on the spot, "From now on, this is my domain. Call it Hua Sheng Tian." Yes, Hua Sheng Tian. Hao Yu was taken aback. According to his memory, this place should have been called Hua Huang Tian. Why the change? After a moment's thought, he understood. It was likely due to Hao Chen's earlier words. Nuwa was determined to sever ties with the demon court. But Nuwa gave him no time to ponder, directly inviting everyone. "Come into my palace, I shall expound the Tao for you." As she spoke, two beams of yellow light emerged from the primordial wilderness, landing before the crowd in an instant. The light dissipated, revealing Jane and Zhuanti. Jane steadied himself and first cupped his hands to Nuwa. "Greetings, senior sister Nuwa." Then he nodded to the other great beings. "Salutations, fellow Taoists." Out of courtesy, the assembled great beings returned the greeting. Only the three pure ones and Hao Yu ignored them entirely. Jane and Zhuanti's faces fell. Unable to provoke the three pure ones, they turned their hostility toward Hao Yu. Zhuanti spoke. "Hao Yu, we are both disciples of the Tao ancestor, and my brother and I entered earlier than you. Shouldn't you call us senior brothers? Why show no reaction when meeting us?" Before Zhuanti finished, Yuanshi interjected. "It is true that Hao Yu entered later, but he is a direct disciple. You two are mere outer disciples. What right do you have to demand Hao Yu call you senior brother?" Hao Yu did not mince words. "Some people have faces thicker than the earth of the primordial wilderness." "Hao Yu." Zhuanti tried to argue, but Jane pulled him back. Jane shook his head. Do not stir trouble. Listening to Nuwa's Dao lecture was more important. Whether Jane withdrew because he knew he could not defeat Hao Yu was anyone's guess. Nuwa could not be bothered with their antics. By the time Jane stopped Zhuanti, she had already stepped into Hua Sheng Tian. The crowd wasted no time in following her into this newly created small world. Jane and Zhuanti exchanged a glance and hurried after them. Entering Hua Sheng Tian, everyone's eyes lit up. Mountains and rivers were exquisite scenery, picturesque with immortal birds and auspicious beasts frolicking all over the hills. At the world's center stood a towering palace. On its gate hung a plaque inscribed with 3 characters in celestial Dao script, Hua Sheng Palace. As the crowd entered the great hall, they saw Nuwa seated high on the main throne. The great beings quickly sat cross-legged on the mats Nuwa had arranged. Once everyone was seated, Jane spoke, first a smile on his face. "Senior sister, all the great beings have arrived. Why not begin the Tao lecture?" Nuwa did not answer directly, merely smiling. "Junior brother, do not rush. Wait a little longer." The three pure ones seated at the front exchanged glances, and faint smiles crept across their lips, as if they understood something. Just then a figure entered through the door. Everyone turned to look. It was Hao Yu. He showed no particular reaction, merely nodding to those present before walking further in. Seeing him, Nuwa raised her hand and waved lightly. A chair appeared beside her. She looked at Hao Yu, her tone gentle. "Senior brother, please take the honored seat." Hao Yu did not decline and sat down beside her. The crowd below instantly understood. Nuwa had delayed the lecture, likely waiting for Hao Yu. But what baffled them was why Hao Yu deserved to sit on high beside Nuwa, while the three pure ones, also her senior brothers, were squeezed in among them. Laozi was silent for a moment, as if grasping something, but said nothing. Yet his gaze toward Hao Yu grew more. He guessed that Hao Yu had already attained sainthood. Of course, this came not from perceiving Hao Yu's cultivation, but from logical deduction. In status, he was no less than Hao Yu, perhaps even slightly superior. Yet Nuwa's treatment of them was vastly different. This could only mean one thing: strength. Only a saint could sit as an equal with a saint. Therefore Hao Yu must have become a saint. Laozi felt no envy, only puzzlement. Dao ancestor Hongjun had explicitly stated that Hao Yu lacked the opportunity to attain the Dao. How then had he become a saint first? And with such a momentous event, why had there been no heavenly phenomena in the primordial wilderness? How had Hao Yu reached this point so silently? The thought circled in his mind a few times before he cast it aside. Dwelling on it was useless. Nuwa had begun her Tao lecture, and it was better to focus. As the saint spoke, heaven and earth responded. Instantly flowers rained from the sky, golden lotuses burst from the earth, and myriad Tao principles interwove, revealing infinite mysteries. The great cultivators below listened, enraptured, fully immersed. Only Hao Yu felt nothing. Not to mention that his cultivation now far surpassed Nuwa's, or that the system had already inscribed the complete Tao for him. Even the insights he had gleaned during his own enlightenment were enough to leave Nuwa far behind. What Nuwa spoke of held little interest for him. 3,000 years passed in a flash. Nuwa ceased speaking, and the Tao lecture ended. As her voice faded, all the celestial phenomena in the hall dissipated. The great cultivators below snapped back to reality, each seeming to have gained some insight. They bowed in unison toward Nuwa. "Thank you, Saint Nuwa." Nuwa nodded and spoke calmly. "The sermon is concluded. Fellow cultivators, you may take your leave." The assembled powerhouses did not linger upon hearing Nuwa's words. They all departed from washing heaven. Only 3 individuals remained on the scene: Nuwa, her elder brother Fushi, and Hao Yu. Hao Yu noticed that Fushi had not only recondensed his previously shattered good avatar, but had also gone a step further, severing his evil avatar, thus advancing his cultivation to the mid-stage of quasi-sage. Hao Yu was the first to speak. "Fellow cultivator Fushi, it's good to see you well." Fushi nodded, showing no sign of resentment. Although he had been severely injured by Hao Yu before, that was a matter of the battlefield, and neither could blame the other. Nuwa then inquired, "Senior brother, the path you took to attain enlightenment, was it the path of proving the Tao through power, as the teacher said?" Upon hearing this, Fux's heart jolted violently. He had never imagined that Hao Yu had already become a saint without a sound. When Dao ancestor Hongjun accepted disciples, he had declared in front of everyone that Hao Yu lacked the destiny to become a saint. Yet now Hao Yu had attained sainthood even earlier than Nuwa. "Senior brother, did you walk the path of proving the Tao through power?" Nuwa stared at Hao Yu, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "That's correct." Hao Yu nodded frankly. "But didn't the teacher say that even the great god Pangu failed to complete this path? How did you manage it?" Although Nuwa had already suspected as much, hearing his confirmation still left her utterly astonished. Instead of answering her question, Hao Yu countered, "Do you truly believe that Pangu, who cleaved apart the entire primordial world, couldn't even become a saint?" Nuwa's mind went blank, and it took her a long moment to grasp the implication of Hao Yu's words. This notion was far too terrifying. She dared not dwell on it. Before she could fully process this, Hao Yu posed another question. "When you created washing heaven, how much of your strength did you use?" "Half." Nuwa answered honestly. "You see, even you, a dignified saint, had to use half your strength to create a realm that is negligible in the vastness of the primordial world. Now consider Pangu, who created the entire primordial world. Could he possibly be inferior to you? Ponder for yourself what level he must have reached." Hao Yu's tone was indifferent, but his words struck Nuwa and Fushi like a cataclysmic thunderbolt, shattering the very understanding of the world they had held for tens of thousands of years. Fux's expression shifted several times, his voice trembling slightly. "Do you mean that Dao ancestor Hongjun deceived us? But what would he gain? Why would he do such a thing? I never said the Dao ancestor deceived you. Hao Yu shook his head. But what you said implies exactly that. Fux's voice rose in agitation. What I mean is someone deceived all the beings of the primordial world, but that someone is not the Dao ancestor, even if those words did come from his mouth. Nuwa was utterly bewildered. What you're saying is that the words came from the Dao ancestor, yet it's not you deceiving us. So who else could it be? Fushi beside her seemed to have a sudden epiphany. He tugged at Nuwa's sleeve and lowered his voice. Sister, think about what the Dao ancestor's current status is. Nuwa being a saint was certainly not unintelligent. She hadn't considered this angle before, but with Fux's hint, she immediately understood. Yet she dared not utter those words, nor could she believe the heavenly Dao would stoop to such measures. This matter is not for us to touch now. It was never meant for you to know. But since you asked and have understood, keep it buried within yourselves. Do not speak of it to anyone. Hao Yu addressed Nuwa and Fushi. Nuwa frowned. If we are unworthy to know, why did you tell us? Because you are already a heavenly Dao saint. As for Fushi, firstly, he happened to be present, and secondly, he is astute. Nuwa's heart tightened. If the heavenly Dao is doing this, then I as a heavenly Dao saint. Could it be? Also, senior brother, what is the difference between the Dao you have proven and mine? Hao Yu, as if expecting this question, replied calmly, rest assured. Since the heavenly Dao allowed you to become a saint, it will not harm you. Saints are the pinnacle of combat power in the primordial world. Only a few of you are qualified to be saints. He paused, then continued, from another perspective, becoming a saint is a good thing. A saint anchors their primordial spirit within the heavenly Dao. As long as the heavenly Dao does not act and still exists, you are immortal and indestructible. Even if your physical body and primordial spirit are completely destroyed, you can be reborn from the heavenly Dao. At most, you'll have to do some work for it. That's nothing for a saint. But for someone like me who has proven the Dao, I am not bound by the heavenly Dao, nor do I have to work for it. However, if I encounter a stronger cultivator, a single palm strike could truly kill me. Death is death. A saint doesn't have this flaw. Within the primordial world, a saint can still borrow the power of the heavenly Dao, which a Hongyuan Daiyuo cannot. But outside the primordial world, a saint is no different from a Hongyuan Daiyuo golden immortal, except for being immortal and indestructible. If we were to compare at the same stage, a saint in the chaos might be slightly weaker than a Hongyuan Daiyuo. After all, power from the heavenly Dao cannot be borrowed in chaos, and the saint realm is elevated by the status of the fruition, like taking a shortcut. It's understandable that their combat power is somewhat inferior. Having said this, Hao Yu fell silent, having nothing more to explain. Nuwa asked again, senior brother, what is your current cultivation level? Latest stage Hongyuan Daiyuo golden immortal. Nuwa had already sensed that Hao Yu was stronger than her, and after hearing his earlier words, she assumed it was because he had taken the path of proving the Dao through power, which made it difficult for her to gauge his depth. She never expected his cultivation to have already reached a level bordering on the next realm after Hongyuan, even though she had no idea what that realm was called. Fux's mind buzzed after hearing this. He knew well that Dijuan and Tai were constantly plotting to find trouble with Hao Yu and stir up conflict. Originally, upon learning that Hao Yu had already proven the Dao, he intended to advise the two brothers to cease their plans. Now, upon discovering that Hao Yu's cultivation was nearing the end of the Hongyuan realm, Fushi decided on the spot that he must make Dijuan completely abandon this notion. As long as Hao Yu's true strength was laid bare, even Dijuan with his dull wits would understand where the limits lay. Senior brother Nuwa has another question. Nuwa fixed her gaze on Hao Yu, her expression unusually serious. Speak. Hao Yu's tone was indifferent. He had actually guessed what Nuwa was about to ask. The number one homebody and devoted brother Khan in the primordial world. If she wasn't making plans for her brother now, that would be truly strange. Sure enough, Nuwa blurted out, can my brother Fushi walk the path of proving the Dao through power? No. Fushi had originally realized what Nuwa was going to ask, and had tried to stop her. But since the words were already out, he remained silent, instinctively turning his head to look at Hao Yu. Although he hadn't held much hope to begin with, hearing the word no still made his heart sink. Why? Nuwa pressed. When he severed his three corpses, part of his primordial spirit had already intertwined with the heavenly Dao. But didn't you also sever the corpses, eh? I fused the three flowers at the crown with spiritual treasures. I didn't let my primordial spirit merge with them. Hao Yu's tone was unhurried. This was my fortune. Even if teacher Hongjun came, he couldn't accomplish it. Is there truly no way at all? Nuwa refused to give up. No. The innate spiritual treasures bear the mark of the heavenly Dao. Unless Fushi is willing to abandon all his cultivation and start over from scratch, your only hope is for the heavenly Dao to relent. Hao Yu finished speaking calmly, then glanced at Fushi. Fushi, of course, could not bring himself to discard the fruits of his bitter cultivation over countless years. Meeting Hao Yu's gaze, he could only offer a wry shake of his head. Hao Yu was not surprised. He himself, when he had first transmigrated with a system granted to Luo cultivation, wouldn't have been willing to part with it if someone had told him to throw away this power for a chance to transcend the great Tao. If even freely obtained gifts were hard to relinquish, how much more so for someone like Fuxi, who had painstakingly cultivated bit by bit. He finally said, "Actually, there's no need for you to be so tense. The heavenly Tao isn't so idle as to necessarily do something to you. Let's end it here today. Not a single word of what we three have discussed must be leaked. Remember this." With that, without waiting for any reaction from Yuhua or Fuxi, he vanished into thin air. After Hao Yu left, Fuxi stood frozen for a long time before snapping back to reality. Turning his head, he saw Yuhua still rooted to the spot, her gaze vacant. He thought about calling out to her, but then considered that his sister had just received information of that magnitude. It was normal for her reaction to be slow. Even he felt his scalp crawl with shock after hearing it. The reason he could recover faster than Yuhua was simply that his cultivation was lower and he accepted his fate more readily. Since no amount of struggle could change anything, he might as well just give in. But Yuhua was different. She was a saint, the pinnacle of existence in the primordial world. And now she was being told, even your sainthood was arranged by someone else. Who could accept that immediately? Come to think of it, Yuhua had previously mentioned a notion of wanting to travel through the primordial world. She had mentioned it to Fuxi at the time, but he hadn't taken it seriously, thinking his sister was just bored at home and wanted to stretch her legs. Looking back now, it was clearly the heavenly Tao guiding her from the shadows. If Fuxi could figure this out, how could Yuhua not? It was precisely because she understood that she couldn't shake off the shock for so long. However, it didn't last too long before Yuhua finally came to her senses. But the complex emotions in her eyes clearly hadn't been fully processed yet. She suddenly recalled what Hao Yu had said earlier and turned to persuade Fuxi, "Brother, leave the demon court. I am a saint now. Although I am still bound by the heavenly Tao, I am more than capable of protecting you completely. Let's just stay here in washing heaven and never bother with the chaotic affairs of the primordial world again, all right?" She spoke these words with complete sincerity. The worry and dependence in her eyes were laid bare, filled with anticipation, hoping Fuxi would agree. Fuxi looked at his sister like this and felt a sudden wave of nostalgia. He couldn't even remember the last time Yuhua had shown such an expression in front of him. Ever since Dao ancestor Hongjun began his lectures on the great Dao, their days as siblings had been nothing but cultivation, and more cultivation. The light-hearted and joyful times of the past were long gone. Later, when they both joined the demon court, he spent his days running around for its affairs, and the times he met with Yuhua could be counted on one hand. Now suddenly seeing his sister pleading with him like this, Fuxi felt a bit at a loss. His eyes grew hot and his hand instinctively rose, gently resting on Yuhua's head, stroking her hair. At this moment, there was no sage Yuhua, only his sister Fuxi. The two remained silent for a long time. Yuhua thought Fuxi was about to agree, and a flicker of joy rose in her heart. Yet to her surprise, Fuxi spoke, "Sister, I'm sorry. In all my life, I have never refused your requests, but today I cannot agree." Yuhua stepped back, her voice trembling. "Why? Is the demon court so wonderful that you would abandon your own sister? The demon court is hardly a pleasant place, but all my skills were granted by the two emperors. The spiritual treasures I used to sever my corpse, even the reconstruction of my dispersed good corpse, were all supplied by the demon court. Now that they lack hands, how could I leave?" Fuxi looked at Yuhua, his tone laced with helplessness. "You are a sage now. In all the primordial world, who can harm you? Joining the demon court brings you no benefit. Brother, I beg you to withdraw." Yuhua's voice was low. "But I truly cannot leave. You wouldn't want me to be an ingrate, would you?" At this, Yuhua fell silent. She slowly ascended the dais, seated herself in the main position, and her voice turned cold. "Yes, you cannot be ungrateful. Then you can abandon your sister, can't you?" Fuxi did not reply. He turned and left washing heaven directly. With Yuhua's power, she could have prevented Fuxi from even breaking the barrier of this world if she wished. But she did not stop him. She merely watched him fade into the distance. Fuxi left, and Yuhua felt a bitter taste in her heart. After leaving washing heaven, Hao Yu did not return to the 3 immortal islands in the East Sea, but went instead to the human settlement. The celestial secrets told him that the place where Yuhua created humanity was at the foot of Mount Shouyang, where Laozi would later establish his dojo. Perhaps Laozi chose this spot because it was the origin of the human race. When Hao Yu arrived, he happened upon Zhao Gongming teaching humans how to fish. Zhao Gongming, disguised as an ordinary man, stood in the river, holding a sharpened wooden stick aloft. A crowd stood silently on the bank watching. Suddenly a fish swam near Zhao Gongming. He remained still until it drew close, then struck down with the stick in a flash. When he lifted the stick, a lively fish was impaled on it, struggling briefly before going still. Zhao Gongming carried the fish to the onlookers and said, "See, do it like this. The fish in the river are easy to catch. But remember, take only the big ones, leave the small ones, or you'll deplete the river." As his words fell, a golden light of merit descended from the heavens. The merit split. 6 parts fell upon the wooden stick in his hand, and the remaining 4 poured directly into Zhao Gongming's crown. This merit was not vast, yet in all the primordial world, who did not covet it? Even this small amount was not easily obtained by just anyone. If others knew how effortlessly Zhao Gongming had earned his merit, they might cry out to the heavens, "The Tao of heaven is unjust." No sooner had Zhao Gongming finished speaking than someone made a wooden stick exactly like his and tried their luck in the river. In no time they caught a fish, and the surrounding humans cheered. Why refer to it as the previous stick? Because the ordinary wooden stick in Zhao Gongming's hand after receiving the infusion of merit had transformed into a radiant treasure of golden merit. Some might wonder, at the dawn of humanity, weren't all humans born with an immortal foundation? Why couldn't they even kill demonic beasts? The truth was simple. Though their physiques were strong, the demonic beasts of the primordial world, even those without intelligence, were formidable. Without cultivation, relying solely on their physical bodies, humans could not defeat them. Hao Yu had specifically instructed Zhao Gongming and the others not to teach humans cultivation methods, so Zhao Gongming could only impart simple hunting skills. The 3 Shaos and Luo were not idle either. Hao Yu glanced around and noticed that the 3 ancestors of humanity had already emerged. Empowered by merit, these 3 had reached the latest stage Tai golden immortal realm much earlier than in his memory. These 3 ancestors were Swirenshi Yukashi and Ziishi, 2 men and 1 woman. Their appearance signified that humanity had bid farewell to eating raw meat, sleeping in the wild, and going without clothes. Their contributions to advancing human civilization were immense. Because Zhao Gongming and his companions had come, all of this had occurred prematurely. Hao Yu saw that everyone, Zhao Gongming, the 3 Shaos, and Luo, was enveloped in a thick layer of golden merit. Luo too had transformed into a human form and found an open space surrounded by a crowd. The people not only watched, but also joined Luo in digging pits in the ground. Hao Yu knew at once that Luo was teaching humans how to dig traps to catch wild beasts. Though humanity was now stronger under their guidance, food remained a persistent problem never fully resolved. Moreover, as generations multiplied, the newborns gradually became akin to ordinary people. Compared to mortals, they were still strong, but in the primordial world, they seemed far too weak. Thus, traps were incredibly effective against those unintelligent demonic beasts. Hidden in the void, Hao Yu watched everything unfold below with great satisfaction. The mere fact that Zhao Gongming and the others had disguised themselves as ordinary humans rather than descending as immortals struck him as the right approach. Soon, seeing that Luo's tasks were complete, and Zhao Gongming and the 3 Shaos were idle, Hao Yu chose a mountain and summoned all 5 of them via telepathic transmission. Upon hearing Hao Yu's call, they immediately set off and flew toward the designated mountain. Before Hao Yu, they chorused, "Greetings, Master. May your path be smooth." Rise, Hao Yu said calmly, then glanced at them and asked casually, "How long have you been with humanity?" "Master, nearly 2,000 years, Zhao Gongming quickly replied. Hao Yu nodded. "The time is about right. Humanity must ultimately walk its own path. Pack up and prepare to leave with me." He added with a serious tone, "Remember all the merit treasures that appear among humanity, now even if they arise because of you, you must never touch them." "Understood," they answered in unison. In truth, Hao Yu's words were unnecessary. The moment those merit treasures manifested, Zhao Gongming and his companions had already handed them over to humanity. All items imbued with merit were stored in humanity's earliest houses, revered as treasures. Zhao Gongming and the others returned to their dwellings, packed their belongings in no time, and departed quietly. The entire process was silent, disturbing no one. Their carefree attitude of "finish the job and leave" carried a hint of a true master's demeanor. It wasn't until over 10 days after their departure that some humans noticed something amiss. A few, concerned that Zhao Gongming and his group hadn't emerged from their houses, went to check and found them empty. Zhao Gongming and his companions had done much for humanity, and their movements were always observed. People had seen them enter their houses, but never saw anyone leave. The crowd was baffled. How had they vanished? Only then did some begin to speculate that these people might not be human at all. They were likely immortals from the primordial world who had changed their forms to assist humanity. This explained why Zhao Gongming and the others always came up with ideas beyond ordinary thinking. Yet though humanity realized they had been deceived, they felt no anger, only deep gratitude. Soon someone proposed erecting statues of them to be placed alongside the merit treasures for generations of worship. All the tribes agreed. From then on, no matter how many tribes humanity split into, every settlement, large or small, had a shrine. Inside, from left to right, stood 5 clay statues, 2 men and 3 women, receiving incense day and night. Over a year after Zhao Gongming and his group left, they suddenly felt an inexplicable force surging toward them. They calculated and understood what had happened. At this point, we must mention the poor 6-eared macaque. Though Zhao Gongming and the others had dressed as mortals, they hadn't altered their faces, so the statues still bore their likenesses. But Six-Eared Macaque had originally transformed into a human form. No one knew he was a monkey. Thus the statue was carved with the face he had assumed. For Six-Eared, though he received no less faith power, he felt aggrieved. People knelt and worshipped him, but they saw another's face. How could that feel good? But that is a tale for later, let us not dwell on it now. Under Hao Yu's leadership, the group returned to the three immortal islands, a place they had not set foot on for over 10,000 years. Everything on the islands remained unchanged exactly as they had left it. After settling in, Hao Yu arranged no other tasks, but sent them to cultivate. He said he would deliver a sermon in time, and let them choose their future paths. For now, he wanted Zhao Gongming and the others to refine all the merit they had earned from their time among humanity. As for Hao Yu himself, he also entered seclusion. He needed to organize the insights gained after attaining the Tao. When he had achieved enlightenment, he had immediately gone to witness Nuwa's establishment of her dojo, leaving no time to savor the experience or sort through the gains from merging his three corpses. Moreover, witnessing Nuwa's act of creation, though they were of similar realms and Nuwa was weaker than him, was his first time seeing such a feat, and it yielded many insights. This seclusion lasted a long time. Hao Yu had recalled Zhao Gongming and the others because humanity needed to develop on its own. If outsiders interfered too much, the Tao of Heaven would not permit it. As for Fushi, after leaving Washing Heaven, he returned to the demon court. His first order of business was to seek Dijuan and Tai. But he found nothing. The two brothers had been inspired by Nuwa's sermon and had entered seclusion. Fushi could only leave a message with the little demon guarding the gates, saying that he would come again once Dijun emerged from seclusion. With that, he returned to his own demon saint palace. At this moment, Dijun was busy severing his mortal self, preparing to break through to the latest stage quasi-sage. To be fair, Dijun and Tai, he had already touched the threshold of the mid-stage quasi-sage peak before Nuwa attained sainthood. When Nuwa became a saint, the two of them personally witnessed the process of world evolution. Later, they listened to Nuwa preach the Tao for 3,000 years, naturally gaining many insights in their hearts. As soon as they returned to the demon court, they issued a strict order. No one was to disturb them, and they immediately entered seclusion. Nuwa's attainment of sainthood seemed to have ignited a fervor across the entire primordial world. Battles on the earth diminished, and even the usually belligerent Wu clan became notably subdued. For a time, the primordial world was eerily peaceful. As for the three pure ones, as well as Jane and Junti, their hearts were also in turmoil upon returning. Take Jane and Junti, for instance. Nuwa was nominally their senior sister, yet for tens of thousands of years her cultivation had always been inferior to theirs. But now Nuwa had become a saint without a word, leaving them far behind in the dust. How could anyone remain calm? The situation among the three pure ones was hardly any better. Especially Yuanshur, who always loved to boast about being the orthodox lineage of Pangu, believing he had received the deepest blessings from Pangu's legacy, with a pride that loomed larger than the heavens. Now that Nuwa, his junior sister, had become a saint before him, how could his heart find balance? With Yuanshur discontent, Laozi and Tongtian naturally felt no ease either. Previously, within the Nuwa Saint Palace, the three of them had managed to maintain composed expressions, showing no signs of disturbance. But upon returning to Kunlun Mountain, without a word they shut themselves inside their cave abode, seeing no one and immersing themselves in cultivation. Just because Nuwa alone had attained the Tao and become a saint, the entire primordial world seemed to have been set ablaze with a surge of cultivation fervor sweeping through. If you were to take a stroll outside now, you'd likely not even encounter a trace of a cultivator. All of them had hidden away to practice. And during these thousands of years, the unprotected human race experienced their first great population explosion. The rare peaceful era of the primordial world stretched on for thousands of years. The human population multiplied like wildfire, directly breaking through the 100 billion mark. Yet no one anticipated that this very rate of reproduction would become one of the roots of a great calamity that would later befall humanity. Of course, that is a tale for another time, and we shall set it aside for now. As for Fushi, after failing to meet Dijun and Tai, he returned to his demon saint palace and also entered seclusion for cultivation. This retreat lasted over 2,000 years. Until one day the great door to Dijun's seclusion chamber suddenly swung open. The little demon guarding the entrance immediately knelt and kowtowed, "Greetings, your majesty. May your majesty enjoy eternal peace." Such words had grown so tiresome to Dijun's ears that he no longer felt anything. He merely nodded and casually asked, "Did anyone come looking for me during my seclusion?" The little demon quickly replied, "Reporting to your majesty, not long after you entered seclusion, demon Saint Fushi paid a visit. Seeing you were in retreat, he instructed me to notify him once you emerged, and he would come to pay his respects." After hearing this, Dijun waved his hand, then go inform Fushi that I will await him in the Lingxiao treasure hall. The little demon acknowledged and hurried off to Fux's Demon Saint Palace. Upon arriving at the gate, he said to the guarding little demon, please inform Demon Saint Fushi that His Majesty Dijun summons him to the Lingxiao treasure hall. With that he departed. The little demon outside Fux's palace naturally dared not suspect a false imperial decree and immediately went inside to report. Upon hearing that Dijun had emerged from seclusion, Fushi wasted no time and headed straight for the Lingxiao treasure hall. Upon arriving at the hall, he looked up and saw Dijun seated in the main position. Fushi bowed respectfully. Fushi pays homage to your majesty. Dijun waved his hand. Beloved minister, no need for such formalities. I heard that after I entered seclusion you came to see me. What is the matter? Fushi paused as if organizing his words, then raised his head, looked at Dijun, and asked, does your majesty still remember the person named Hao Yu? And do you still intend to seek vengeance for the old grudge? Well said. He caused our demon court severe losses and utterly shamed us before the primordial world. If we do not vent this anger, how will the world view us? Your majesty, Hao Yu has now attained the Tao. The demon court may never be able to suppress him. Fushi presumes to beg your majesty to set aside this enmity. Fushi spoke with sincere earnestness, looking at Dijun. Impossible. How could Hao Yu become a saint? Have you forgotten that in the Zixiao Palace Tao ancestor Hongjun personally stated that he had no opportunity for sainthood, besides which saint's arrival was not accompanied by grand celestial phenomena? Yet there has been not a stir in the primordial world. Dijun was full of disbelief. Your majesty, Fushi speaks of attaining the Tao, not becoming a saint. What difference is there between the two? Your servant previously thought there was none. But does your majesty recall? After the Nuwa Saint's sermon ended, I stayed behind and did not leave immediately. I remember you siblings chatted about old times. No. On that day, besides me, Hao Yu also stayed. I heard with my own ears the Nuwa Saint ask him whether he had already traversed the path of attaining the Tao through power that Tao ancestor Hongjun had spoken of. Hao Yu did not deny it. The Nuwa Saint also clearly told me that Hao Yu was far stronger than her. Within the Nuwa Saint Palace, the saint personally said that Hao Yu surpassed her. As for why there were no celestial phenomena, perhaps it is because one who attains the Tao through power does not become a saint. Fushi explained. After listening, Dijun did not doubt him. There was no reason for Fushi to deceive him on this matter. He pondered for a moment, then spoke. In that case, can we also walk the path of attaining the Tao through power? If Hao Yu could succeed, why can't we? The Nuwa Saint asked this as well. Anyone who fused their three mortal selves with spiritual treasures during the severing of the three corpses cannot walk the path of attaining the Tao through power. Fushi said with a helpless expression. How is that possible? Didn't Hao Yu also sever his three corpses? Why can he do it while we cannot? This time Dijun did not immediately believe him. He stared intently at Fushi, waiting for an explanation. Fushi did not mince words. Hao Yu said that once the three corpses are severed, the self is no longer complete. An incomplete individual, unless relying on heavenly merit to take the path of becoming a saint through merit, cannot attain the Tao at all. Therefore the path of the three corpses requires their reunification. But reunification needs the aid of the primordial purple chi. Hao Yu's method was to retract the three corpses in advance, thus succeeding in attaining the Tao. Naturally, Fushi would not reveal the deception of the heavenly Tao. He merely fabricated a plausible explanation based on Hao Yu's words. Then can we also retract our three corpses? Dijun asked. Fushi sighed deeply and said slowly, the three corpses we severed have long merged with our innate spiritual treasures. Without the primordial purple chi, it is utterly impossible to retract them. But Hao Yu is different. His three avatars were rooted in the three flowers above his head, allowing him to freely retract and release them. These words were not entirely false. Hao Yu's situation was indeed like this, though some details differed slightly from the truth. Upon hearing this, Dijun's face immediately darkened, and he gritted his teeth. Could it be that when Tao ancestor Hongjun transmitted the Tao, he only told Hao Yu and concealed it from us alone? Otherwise, why is our method of severing the three corpses completely different from his? Back then Hongjun said Hao Yu had no destiny for sainthood, and we thought he was just like us. Now that I think about it, that merely meant he lacked the primordial purple chi and could not become a saint. But who said he couldn't attain the Tao through another path? The moment the words fell, a chaotic divine thunderbolt suddenly exploded above the Lingxiao treasure hall. That purple thunderbolt tore through the sky, crashing down onto the palace roof with a deafening roar, shaking the entire hall until it hummed. Fushi and Dijun felt their minds go numb as if struck by a massive hammer. The thunder was primarily aimed at the two of them, but even its residual waves caused the low cultivation little demons in the demon court to clutch their heads and scream in agony, with many collapsing to the ground. Even Tai, who was in seclusion, stabilizing his cultivation, was jolted out by the commotion rushing out of his training chamber with a shocked expression. Hearing the thunder, Fux's face changed, and he quickly waved at Dijun. Your Majesty, you must not speak recklessly. As he spoke, he pointed upward. Dijun also broke out in a cold sweat. Just now his emotions had gotten the better of him and his words had slipped without restraint. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them, but they were already spoken and could not be taken back. He had no doubt that if he said another forbidden word, that thunderbolt would not just explode on the roof, but would strike directly down. He couldn't say for sure whether it would hit Fuxi, but he himself would certainly be the first to be struck by lightning. Because the exploding thunder did not dissipate, a dark, dense thundercloud still hovered above the Lingxiao treasure hall, with currents flickering within, as if on the verge of unleashing boundless heavenly punishment at any moment. The hall fell into a silence so profound that the drop of a pin could be heard. After Fuxi spoke those words, no one dared to make a sound. It was a long while before the circling thundercloud finally dispersed slowly. Dijun finally let out a long sigh of relief. But upon reflection, his heart still churned with unwillingness, and he turned to stare at Fuxi, asking, is there truly no way at all? There is. This time Fuxi was quite certain. Dijun's eyes lit up instantly, his entire being reignited with hope, and he eagerly pressed Fuxi. What method? No matter how difficult, I am willing to try. Alas, the outcome was destined to disappoint him. Fuxi said slowly, this method is both difficult and simple. If you are willing to abandon your cultivation, destroy the Tao accumulated over endless ages, turning it all to nothing, then you can completely sever the connection with your spiritual treasures and retract the 3 severed mortal selves. Dijun did not even hear the rest of what Fuxi said. He only caught the words abandon cultivation and stood frozen in place. If he truly abandoned his cultivation without him as the supreme powerhouse to hold the demon court together, it was questionable whether Tai alone could keep control. Moreover, against the Wu clan, Tai could not stand alone. The 12 ancestral witches, though the brothers outwardly scorned them, possessed undeniable strength. They were not to be underestimated. In ordinary times, when he and Tai joined forces, they could barely hold their own against the 12 ancestral witches. If he were missing, how could the situation be sustained? Furthermore, even if he were willing to abandon his cultivation and take another path, could Tai accept it? This cultivation was the fruit of countless ages of bitter practice. To discard it so easily was something he could not bear. Thus Fux's words were as useless as flatulence. The path to enlightenment through virtue was blocked, leaving Dijun with no choice but to grit his teeth and concede. For now, I can only set aside my grievances with Hao Yu. Yet he could not forget that he and Tai had long since plotted to unify the primordial world and attain enlightenment through merit. The reconciliation was merely a temporary measure to buy time. Fuxi's words at best only added to his inner turmoil. In truth, any talk of burying the hatchet was nothing more than the demon court's own self-deception. Hao Yu had never taken them seriously in the first place. After speaking, Dijun seemed to have aged a decade. He fell into a long silence before finally asking, and what of the second matter you mentioned, my minister? The first matter had already been a heavy blow, and the second was unlikely to bring good news. Indeed, Fuxi replied, Your Majesty, the second matter is, my sister Nuwa wishes to withdraw from the demon court. Upon hearing this, Dijun abruptly straightened in his throne. What is the meaning of this? Since you 2 siblings joined the demon court, when have I ever treated you unfairly? Never, Your Majesty. Then why must she leave? Has she, upon becoming a sage, come to look down upon us, demon clan? That is not the case at all, or else I would not remain here myself. Fuxi explained, it is merely that my sister said after she attained sagehood, the Tao ancestor Hongjun transmitted a message to her decreeing that sages shall not partake in conflicts among any races or factions. Thus she must resign from her position as demon saint and leave the demon court. Dijun listened and remained silent for a long while. He could find no words to argue. He certainly could not go and confront the Tao ancestor Hongjun himself, could he? Since Fuxi used the Tao ancestor as a shield, Dijun had no choice but to accept it as truth. Finally, he waved his hand wearily at Fuxi. Enough. You may take your leave. He needed a moment alone. Both matters today were enough to give him a severe headache. Fuxi lingered no longer, turning and vanishing from the Lingxiao Palace. Within the vast hall, only Dijun remained sitting in solitude. Soon after, Tai entered the hall. Looking up and seeing Dijun propping his forehead with his hand, Tai casually asked, Brother, that voice earlier, it seemed to come from here, didn't it? Do you know what happened? Dijun ignored the question and instead relayed the 2 pieces of news from Fuxi to Tai in full detail. After listening, Tai was quiet for a moment before speaking. So what if Hao Yu attained enlightenment? We've known this for a long time. Once the primordial world is unified, the heavenly Tao will grant us brothers enough merit to become sages. When that time comes with 2 sages, why fear a single Hao Yu? As for Nuwa leaving, it's hardly a matter of consequence. She joined our demon clan long ago, but has been in seclusion at Buzhou Mountain this entire time, never once setting foot in the demon court. Her departure is no loss to us. Dijun pondered this and found it to be true. He nodded. You make a valid point. Since Hao Yu has already become a sage, we must accelerate our plans to unify the primordial world. We cannot allow him to get too far ahead. With this decree, the following long era saw the primordial world engulfed in endless warfare. Nearly 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these years, the demon clan had successfully subjugated 90% of the races in the primordial world under its banner. Across the entire primordial world, aside from the human clan and the Wu clan, only the ancient Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans remained outside the demon clan's dominion. The Dragon clan had long since pledged allegiance to Hao Yu, making them untouchable by the demon clan. The Phoenix clan guarded the Nanming volcano, and the demon clan dared not provoke them. Although the Phoenix clan was currently weaker than the demon clan, the Nanming volcano's stability was crucial to the entire primordial world. Dijun dared not gamble on it. As for the Qilin clan, they were impossible to locate. These auspicious divine beasts rarely revealed themselves, and the few that occasionally appeared had long been captured to serve as mounts. Furthermore, there was no real need to subdue these 3 clans. The karmic fire they bore far outweighed any value they could bring. The human clan had not been conquered primarily because it was the creation of Nu was enlightenment, and Dijun was reluctant to court misfortune. As for the Wu clan, Dijun considered them the greatest current threat to the demon court. Therefore, he intended to subdue all other races first, then concentrate his forces to defeat the Wu clan in a single decisive strike. The demon clan's smooth subjugation of so many races was due not only to their overwhelming strength, but also to a key factor. The Wu clan did not interfere. The Wu clan by nature looked down upon all other races and had no desire to mingle with them. Thus, they paid little attention to the demon clan's campaigns across the land. They believed that the demon clan's conquest of these races would have no impact on them. They continued with their own affairs, utterly oblivious to the impending cataclysm that would soon erupt between the Wu clan and the demon clan, a war that would shake the entire primordial world. By now, the demon clan had nearly unified the primordial world. Dijun ordered the demon clan to rest and recuperate. Once ready, they would march with their full force and strike directly at the Wu clan. Deep within the sea of blood, the reclusive ancestor Ming, he who rarely showed himself, had quietly accomplished a momentous feat. Yes, just as you might have guessed. He had imitated Nuwa and created a new race. Ming, he had witnessed Nuwa molding clay to create humanity, receiving immense merit, and directly attaining sagehood. He began to ponder, if I could also create a new race, could I gain some merit and secure a sage position for myself? Nuwa was only at the early stage of quasi-sage when she created humanity, while Ming, he was at the peak of the mid-quasi-sage stage. Even if the merit were slightly less, it should be enough, shouldn't it? His ambition was grand, but reality delivered a harsh slap. After much struggle, Ming, he finally managed to create a brand new race. Standing above the sea of blood, he bellowed at the top of his lungs. I Ming, he of the sea of blood, hereby create the Azura clan today, enriching the diversity of life in the primordial world. Heavenly Dao above bear witness. His words, as if amplified by the heavenly Dao itself, instantly echoed throughout the entire primordial world. In that moment, countless powerful beings turned their gazes towards the sea of blood. Everyone understood clearly enriching the diversity of life was merely an excuse. Ming, he was emulating Nu while seeking to become a sage through merit. Numerous great beings suddenly realized. Yes, why had no one thought of Nu was path before? Some immediately slapped themselves in frustration. Such a brilliant idea, why hadn't they thought of it? Now it was likely too late to act. Of course, most of the powerful beings remained relatively calm, simply watching the spectacle unfold. Under the gaze of these great beings, a group of bizarre-looking creatures stood beside Ming He. Describing them as bizarre was the only fitting term. The males of this Azura clan were unspeakably ugly, while the females were breathtakingly beautiful. Many of the observing great beings muttered among themselves, had Ming He's aesthetic sense malfunctioned. Ming He himself felt deeply aggrieved. He had created them according to his own ideal of perfection, but the males turned out as hideous as this, while the females were flawless. Oh well, none of that mattered now. No sooner had Ming He spoken than a mass of golden merit light coalesced above the sea of blood. The light split into 2 portions, a larger one about 70% and a smaller one 30%. However, this mass of merit was incomparable to the overwhelming flood of merit that had appeared when Nu Wa created humanity. It was only slightly larger than the merit Kuan Pong had received for creating writing. The larger portion of merit descended directly onto Ming He, while the smaller portion scattered among the newly born Azura clan members. The The moment the merit entered his body Ming, he felt his spiritual platform become utterly clear. He immediately severed his self-entity avatar, and his cultivation base surged directly to the late quasi-sage stage. And then nothing more. His aura peaked at the late quasi-sage stage and came to a complete halt. The immortals of the primordial world, witnessing Ming He's failed attempt at enlightenment, felt a complex sense of disappointment. It seemed that relying on creating races to curry favor with the heavenly Tao was not a reliable path. The great beings who had been contemplating creating their own life forms to attain enlightenment promptly abandoned the idea upon seeing this. The most devastated of all was undoubtedly Ming He himself. The entire primordial world's gaze was upon him, expecting him to soar to the heavens, but instead he fell flat on his face. Now the three realms knew that Ming He had followed in the footsteps of goddess Nuwa. If he had succeeded, everyone would have been envious, but would still have had to address him with respect. But he had failed. Ming He could clearly sense at least 10,000 divine thoughts hovering above the sea of blood, all watching his humiliation. This time his loss of face was so immense that even the entire primordial world seemed too small to contain it. He had no face left to remain in the public eye. He tossed a command to the Azura clan beside him. From now on you will live by the shores of this sea of blood. Having said this, he plunged headfirst into the depths of the sea of blood and was never seen again. The Azura clan members looked at each other in bewilderment for a long while before dispersing to attend to their own affairs. Seeing Ming He flee, the great beings knew the show was over. Many withdrew their divine thoughts, no longer bothering with this fiasco. Yet a few remained unwilling to leave, such as Jie and Zhuan. Seeing Ming He go into hiding, they instead turned their attention to the new species he had created. Brother, I feel that this Azura clan will have many entanglements with us in the future, Zhuan said. He had been observing from Mount Sumeru for a long while before turning to Jie beside him. Yes, I share that but that is a matter for the future. For now, the most urgent task is to find a way to become sages. Jie also felt an inexplicable tremor from these Azura, as if this race was destined to be under their dominion. Nevertheless, he kept his priorities straight. Becoming a sage was the immediate goal, though everything else could wait. After speaking, Jie closed his eyes and entered meditation once more. Seeing this, Zhuan also ceased observing the sea of blood and joined in the cultivation, hoping to attain sagehood soon. From then on, the primordial world enjoyed a period of tranquility. Until a few years later, a monumental event shattered this rare peace. On that day, Dijun summoned the 10 demon saints Fu Shi and Kuan Peng to discuss the strategy for attacking the Wu clan. It should be noted that over the years of consolidation, all 10 demon saints had broken through to the quasi-sage realm. Although only at the initial stage, this elevated the demon clan's top-tier combat power, leagues ahead of any other force in the primordial world. As they were deliberating, Bai Zhe suddenly interjected, "Before we attack the Wu clan, shouldn't we first establish a demon queen? This would not only bolster the demon clan's prestige, but also allow us to celebrate your majesty's grand wedding with universal festivity, thereby boosting the morale of the soldiers on the front lines." Dijun pondered this for a while, and found the proposal to be quite sound. He asked, "It's a good idea, but among the female immortals in the primordial world, who is worthy of the position of demon queen of the demon court?" Ordinarily, he either secluded himself for cultivation or pondered how to swiftly unify the primordial world to accumulate merits and attain sainthood, leaving him no time to concern himself with matters of female immortals. Having said that, he fixed his gaze upon the assembled ministers awaiting their recommendations. Yet the crowd below was equally bewildered, none knowing which female immortal would be suitable. They exchanged glances, ultimately turning their eyes toward Bai Zhe, who had proposed the idea. Unfazed by the situation, Bai Zhe smiled calmly and said, "Speaking of those worthy of being the empress of the monster race in the primordial world, the foremost would undoubtedly be Nuwa." As Fushi was about to retort, Bai Zhe added, "But Nuwa has already attained sainthood, so she cannot become His Majesty's Tao companion." Fushi swallowed his words. Bai Zhe continued, "Among the remaining candidates, those whose status, cultivation, and lineage match His Majesty's are none other than the Queen Mother of the West, appointed by Tao ancestor Hongjun as the foremost female immortal of the primordial world, and the 2 immortals from the moon star Changxi and Exi. However, regarding the matter of establishing an empress, setting aside the issue with the Queen Mother of the West and the King Father of the East, one Queen Mother of the West alone would not suffice for both sovereigns. But Changxi and Exi are different. They were born from the ultimate yin energy of the moon star, perfectly complementing the ultimate yang energy within both sovereigns. Thus your servant believes that if the 2 sovereigns were to wed Changxi and Exi, it would be the most fitting arrangement." Tai was utterly stunned upon hearing this. How did this involve him? Before he could react, Dijun turned and asked, "Tai, what do you think?" Indifferent to such matters, Tai casually replied, Big Brother will decide. Dijuan immediately turned to Bai Zhe. Very well, prepare a delegation, and go to the Moon Star to propose marriage on behalf of my brother and me. After a pause he corrected himself. No, I will lead you there personally. All the monster sages responded in unison, agreed. Bai Zhe then asked, Your Majesty, how should the betrothal gifts be arranged? Dijuan pondered for a moment and decided, 2 top-grade, innate spiritual treasures, 4 high-grade, innate spiritual treasures along with some spiritual roots and materials. You may finalize the details yourself. I have only one requirement. The ceremony must be grand enough to showcase the might of our monster court. Additionally, begin preparations for the wedding day, now lest we scramble at the last moment. As you command. Bai Zhe acknowledged, then added, Nuwa possesses a spiritual treasure called the Red Embroidered Ball, which governs all marriages in the world. Why not have monster sage Fushi visit Nuwa in Washing Heaven and request her to officiate the wedding for the 2 sovereigns? Fushi nodded and said, I shall return to Washing Heaven to ask my younger sister. Although Dao ancestor Hongjun decreed she cannot meddle in monster court affairs, she should still be willing to help with such a small favor. Dijuan smiled, that would be excellent. All right, you may go and prepare. The monster sages bowed in unison. Your servants take their leave. With that they turned and withdrew. After the hall emptied, they gathered again to discuss matters. Someone spoke up, Monster Sage Bai Zhe, this matter requires your leadership. We will simply follow your lead. Bai Zhe waved his hand. There is little to prepare in the early stages. First inform the 2 immortals on the Moon Star. When the 2 sovereigns arrive with the betrothal gifts, we will go through the formalities. However, it might be inappropriate for us to negotiate directly. This task should be entrusted to Monster Sage Fushi, who can ask Nuwa to communicate with Changxi and EXI. Once matters are settled, we can invite Nuwa to officiate the wedding. Fushi nodded. I will mention it to my, but I cannot guarantee she will agree to act as a mediator. Bai Zhe chuckled. Monster Sage Fushi, just go ahead and speak with her. Nuwa should not refuse, this is hardly a bad thing. Fushi said no more and departed the monster court, heading deep into the chaos. Once he was far away, Bai Zhe said to the remaining group, with Nuwa acting as a mediator, this matter is essentially settled. We must quickly prepare everything needed for the wedding. He then assigned tasks to everyone, and they dispersed. As for Fushi, he had not set foot in Washing Palace since his last visit, kept busy by the affairs of the monster. Had it not been for this matter concerning the monster court, he would not have wished to return. Upon arriving outside Washing Heaven, Fushi halted, his mind filled with hesitation, uncertain how to broach the subject. As he wavered, an invisible force suddenly enveloped him. Though Fushi was a cultivator at the mid-stage of Quasi-Sage, he had no power to resist before this force, and was directly dragged into the void. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing inside Washing Palace with Nuwa seated before him. Greetings, Nuwa. Fushi bowed respectfully. Nuwa's eyes flickered. Elder brother, why must you be so formal between us? Fushi straightened up. Propriety cannot be neglected. You are now a saint, and when I meet a saint, the due rites must be observed. Pausing briefly, he continued. I have come on behalf of the monster court to request. Before he could finish, Nuwa interrupted. I know full well why you are here. I agree. Before Fushi could rejoice, Nuwa added, but I agree on one condition. Fushi immediately replied, name your condition and the monster court will do everything to fulfill it. Nuwa looked him straight in the eye. I want you to leave the monster court. Fux's face instantly darkened. That is impossible. I have made my reasons clear before and will not repeat them. Change your condition or I must take my leave. Nuwa's tone grew colder. And what if I insist you leave the monster court? Fushi said no more, simply cupping his hands farewell. He turned to leave. Nuwa stared at his retreating back, and suddenly called out, wait. I agree. Fushi paused in his steps and turned around slightly stunned. Then what do you desire? I will report back to the Monster Emperor, and we will do everything to fulfill it. At these words the entire space fell silent. After a long moment Nuwa's voice rang out ethereal like wine through a valley. I want nothing. I only hope that if war ever breaks out in the Primordial World you will stay far away and not lose your life. When she attained sainthood, she had glimpsed a fragment of the future. In that vision the monster race was nearly extinct and the Wu race was nowhere to be seen. Occupying most of the world was the human race which she herself had created. At first she did not understand. But as time passed and she observed the actions of the monster race in the Primordial World, she gradually realized. The monster and Wu races were destined for a great war. After the conflict both races would likely fade away completely, just like the 3 ancient races. Thus she had always wanted Fushi to leave the monster race. When persuasion proved futile, she had to settle for the next best thing, having him avoid that great war. Yet deep down she knew this was impossible. She merely spoke the words anyway. Upon hearing this, Fushi stood frozen in place. Throughout countless eons from the time they fought for seats in the Zixiao Palace, he as the elder brother had always protected Nuwa. Even now that Nuwa had become a saint, his mind had not yet adjusted. He still saw her as the little sister who needed his protection. But at her words, he suddenly realized Nuwa was truly no longer the sister who needed his protection. When he came to his senses, Nuwa was no longer before him. Yet he nodded heavily toward where she had been seated. Your elder brother remembers. Then he turned and left. Unbeknownst to him, as soon as he departed, Nuwa appeared where he had stood. Watching his distant figure, she whispered softly, elder brother. Tears silently fell. Fushi returned to the monster court, and Baize greeted him asking, how did it go? Did Nuwa agree? Fushi said nothing, merely nodding. Baize broke into a smile, excellent. This matter is 70% settled. He then stepped closer. Did Nuwa make any requests? You need only speak and Baize will see it done. After Nuwa left, Fushi returned to the court. She made no demands. The queen mother was surprised. No, Fushi shook his head. She said she was willing to help and asked for nothing. Then we must still prepare gifts, the queen mother mused. 2 innate spiritual treasures cannot be omitted. Even if she refuses, we cannot neglect to offer. This matter should be decided by the 2 sovereigns. Let us first prepare the wedding items and list the guests to be invited. Fushi nodded in agreement, and the 2 went their separate ways to attend to the tasks. As for Nuwa, she did not set out immediately after Fushi left. She delayed for over a year before finally departing. She had no desire to meddle in the monster court's affairs, but this was the first time her elder brother had ever sought her help. No matter how reluctant, she had to handle the matter impeccably. Upon reaching the moon star, Nuwa did not flaunt her saintly authority or release her pressure to force Changxi and Exi out to greet her. Like an ordinary cultivator, she stopped outside the star and transmitted her voice, Nuwa visits. Would the 2 Dao friends be willing to meet? As her words faded, 2 beams of pure light shot out from the moon star and landed before her. The light dissipated, revealing 2 women whose beauty rivaled Nuwa's. They spoke in unison, Changxi and Exi greet Nuwa. May the saint be in great peace. Rise, Nuwa said with a smile, raising her hand. I have come today to discuss a matter with you. We wonder what matter the saint wishes to discuss with us sisters. The elder sister Changxi inquired. Nuwa glanced around, shall we talk here? Changxi quickly apologized, it was my oversight. Please saint, follow me into the moon star for a seat. With that, the sisters led the way, guiding Nuwa into the Guanghan Palace within the moon star. Before the palace stood a towering tree, the legendary, one of the 10 great spiritual roots, the osmanthus tree. Nuwa followed them into the moon star. Upon entering, she first beheld the renowned osmanthus tree behind, which stood the Guanghan Palace, even more famous in later ages. Having witnessed many wonders, Nuwa felt not a ripple of emotion at the sight of the osmanthus tree and the resplendent Guanghan Palace. She simply followed the 2 inside. Once inside the hall, Changxi quickly cupped her hands and said, Saint, please take the seat of honor. Nuwa did not decline. She knew that if she did not take the seat, the 2 would not rest easy. Moreover, as a sage, even as a guest occupying the host seat, would not raise any objections. What brings the sage Nuwa here today? After Nuwa sat down, Changxi asked. Nuwa got straight to the point without further ado. I am here on behalf of the Lord of the Demon Court to propose a marriage alliance for you 2 sisters. The 2 demon emperors, Dijuan and Tai of the Demon Court, wish to become Dao companions with you. What do you both think? Changxi did not respond immediately after hearing this. She only replied softly, this matter concerns the future path for my sister and me. I cannot give you an answer right now. We need to discuss it first. Please wait a moment, your grace. With that, she took her sister X's hand and left the hall. Nuwa watched their retreating figures, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips, and said no more. Outside, Changxi asked her sister in a hushed tone, what do you think? Is what the sage Nuwa said reliable? Exi thought for a moment and replied, after all, she is a sage. She wouldn't deceive us about something like this, would she? Yeah, that's true. But should we agree or not? Besides that one time at Zhixiao Palace listening to the Dao, we've hardly met Dijuan and Tai. We don't even know their true natures. Changxi's brows furrowed with concern. Exi, however, remained calm. Why don't we just ask the sage? She wouldn't lie to us. If we're not satisfied with what she says, we can simply refuse. But refusing a sage directly might not be appropriate, right? Sister, this concerns our entire lives. Even a sage cannot force us to agree. Then let's go in and ask. The sisters exchanged a glance and re-entered the hall. Seeing them return, Nuwa asked directly, so fellow Taoists, have you reached a decision? Changxi bowed slightly with respect, but without timidity. In reply to your grace, we sisters do indeed entertain the thought of finding Dao companions. However, we know too little about Dijuan and Tai to make a firm decision. Could we trouble your grace to tell us about them, so we may have a clearer understanding? Nuwa nodded. Yes, that is only proper. She continued, ever since they first attended the Dao lectures at Zhixiao Palace, Dijuan and Tai have united all the postnatal beings of the primordial world. All the mountain spirits, wild beasts, and beings born from plants and trees were gathered into one clan named Demon. Then, using the Demon clan as a foundation, they established the Demon Court in the 33rd Heavenly Palace atop Buzhou Mountain. At that time, their power was already enough to rival the Immortal Court built by Dong Wanggong. Although Changxi and EXI had never personally visited the Primordial Land, they were familiar with Dong Wanggong's name. Everyone knew that the Dao ancestor Hongjun himself had appointed Dong Wanggong as the leader of all male immortals in the Primordial World. Just by that title alone, one could imagine the immense power of the Immortal Court he established. Yet, Dijuan and Tai, two cultivators who had always remained obscure and low-key, had managed to stand as equals with such a colossus from the very beginning. The sisters exchanged a glance, and a newfound respect for those two men quietly grew in their hearts. Nuwa pressed on later after Hongjun's third Dao lecture. The Demon Court and the Immortal Court clashed over the primordial purple chi in Hongyun's possession. The battle was fierce, but no one expected that the Demon Court, which had always kept a low profile, would strike like thunder and annihilate the Immortal Court in no time. Dong Wanggong was killed on the spot, and none of the great cultivators in the Immortal Court survived. From that day on, the Immortal Court vanished completely from the Primordial World. Upon hearing this, X's eyes practically sparkled. The sisters knew about the Demon Court's destruction of the Immortal Court, but they hadn't imagined the process was so swift. They had assumed the Demon Court would have to pay a heavy price to crack such a tough nut. As for the primordial purple chi that Nuwa mentioned, they paid it no mind. Such was the rule of the Primordial World. Seizing opportunities was perfectly normal, especially something that could lead to sagehood. To be blunt, if they hadn't known they were no match for those great powers, they might have rushed to contend for it themselves. Nuwa continued. In the following 10,000 years, the Demon Clan waged wars across the land, subjugating nearly all the various races and factions of the Primordial World. By now, the Demon Court is undoubtedly the foremost power in the Primordial World. However, despite their vast territory, they have never established an empress. The brothers Dijuan and Tai have taken a liking to you sisters. Moreover, they were born from the Sun Star incarnations of pure Yang energy. If you become Dao companions, it would perfectly balance Yin and Yang. That is why they asked me to be their matchmaker. Hearing this, even Changxi, the elder sister, felt that Dijuan was exactly the ideal Dao companion she had envisioned. As for appearance, who in the Primordial World cared so much about looks? As long as one had strength and wasn't ugly, it sufficed. Besides, during the lectures at Zishao Palace, they had seen Dijuan and Tai, and both were indeed handsome. The sisters exchanged a look and nodded in unison. Nuwa saw this, and knew in her heart that the matter was settled. Sure enough, the next moment they turned to Nuwa and spoke together. Sage Nuwa, we sisters are willing to become Dao companions with Dijuan and Tai. Nuwa smiled and nodded at them. After a few more pleasantries, she stood up. Then I shall take my leave. No need to see me out. I will go inform Dijuan and Tai to prepare for the wedding. Rest assured it will meet your expectations. With that, she turned and left. Once Nuwa was gone, Changxi and EXI sat in the hall gazing at each other, as if in a dream. How much time had passed? Nuwa had barely stepped through the door, and now they had already betrothed themselves. But there was no turning back now, nor did they regret it. After all, across the entire Primordial World, Dijuan and Tai were the very kind of partners that female immortals dreamed of. Nuwa left the Moon Star, but did not return directly to Washingshan. Instead, she set off for the Demon Court. After all, she had come as a matchmaker for the Demon Court. Now that things had taken shape, she needed to report back. However, the treatment she received at the Demon Court was entirely different. At the Moon Star, there had been at least some courtesy. Here she directly released her sage's pressure. When a sage travels, heaven and earth celebrate. Boundless purple chi blanketed the sky, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Before she even reached the Demon Court's hall, those inside had already seen the overwhelming celestial phenomenon and immediately understood. Nuwa had arrived. Although this was the first time the Primordial World had witnessed a sage's journey, and such a commotion had never occurred before, everyone instantly recognized it as a sage's procession. How did they know it was Nuwa? The reason was simple. There were only two sages in the current era. One was the Dao ancestor Hongjun. The Dao ancestor himself had declared, without a calamity Hongjun shall not emerge. So it could not be him. Excluding Hongjun, the only remaining sage was Nuwa. Moreover, the purple chi was spreading directly toward the Demon Court, leaving no doubt. As for why she had come, everyone had a good idea. Fuxi had returned from Washingshan some time ago, and Nuwa's current visit likely meant she had reached an agreement with the two goddesses of the Moon Star. To show respect for the sage, Dijuan summoned all the high-ranking members of the Demon Court to the square outside the Lingxiao Hall, where they stood in orderly rows to welcome Nuwa. If anyone had seen this spectacle, they would have been startled. The square was packed with people. Except for the few minor demons guarding the gate, all were cultivators at the Tai Golden Immortal level or above. Even the gatekeepers had golden immortal cultivation. In other words, if you hadn't reached Tai Golden Immortal, you didn't even qualify to stand here. Even so, the square was crammed to capacity. Many Tai Golden Immortals couldn't even squeeze in and had to hover in midair just to catch a glimpse of what a sage looked like. And this was only those who had arrived, those who hadn't were even more numerous. Just this display alone revealed the profound depth of the demon clan's foundation. No wonder that after the first witch demon war, despite losing so many Tai Golden Immortals, the demon clan could still effortlessly deploy the Zhoutian Xingdou Grand Formation. As the crowd waited, Nuwa appeared. She was enveloped in a holy aura, an exalted and noble presence that made it impossible for anyone to dare look directly at her. Upon seeing Nuwa, everyone hurriedly bowed with folded hands. We pay homage to the sage Nuwa. May the sage Nuwa be blessed. Nuwa swept her gaze over the dense crowd in the square, and a faint, almost imperceptible frown crossed her brow. But it quickly smoothed over, and she kept her slight displeasure to herself. Standing upon a cloud, she parted her lips, slightly rise. The crowd responded in unison, "Thank you, sage Nuwa." Then they straightened up. Nuwa looked at the assembly below and commanded, "Except for the two demon emperors, the demon saints, and the demon teacher, all others shall withdraw." The assembled great cultivators acknowledged the order in unison and then dispersed, returning to their respective duties. The vast square quickly emptied. Only then did Nuwa descend from the clouds, landing precisely before Dijuan. She spoke to him. "I have just returned from the Moon Star. The ladies Changxi and EXI have agreed to become Dao companions with the two demon emperors. I came today to inform you so that you may make preparations. As for officiating the wedding, I will naturally attend the grand ceremony of the demon emperors in person. Once the date is set, just send someone to Washington to inform me." Dijuan took up the conversation. "According to the demon court's plans, there are still about 100 years until the wedding. Your Grace, why not stay in the demon court? The Nuwa Palace prepared for you earlier is still vacant, never lived in. If a sage were to reside there, its value would be immeasurable. No need. It would be inconvenient for me to remain in the demon court. I shall return to Washington." Nuwa's tone was indifferent, and as she spoke she cast a glance at Fushi, who stood behind. Seeing this, Dijuan recalled what Fushi had said before and replied, "Since the sage Nuwa has concerns, this emperor will not insist." Nuwa was puzzled by Dijuan's words and muttered to herself, "I simply don't want to stay in the demon court. How did that become having concerns? What in this demon court could possibly make me wary?" She couldn't help but give Dijuan a deep, searching look. Dijuan perceived that glance from Nuwa, further confirming that Fux's words were correct. His trust in Fushi deepened. After all, the man had risked heavenly retribution to explain the situation to him, a loyalty truly rare and precious. Dijuan was so moved, he nearly shed tears. In truth, Nuwa's glance at Dijuan was purely because she found his mention of misgivings utterly baffling. Yet Dijuan believed he had seen through Nuwa's departure as being compelled by the pressure from Dao ancestor Hongjun. However, neither of them would ever pierce this veil of illusion. Nuwa said to the assembly, "Then I shall take my leave." As her words fell, a cloud of mist coalesced beneath her feet. Those present immediately chorused, "We bid the sage farewell." Nuwa stepped onto the cloud, and under the watchful eyes of Dijuan and the others slowly ascended into the sky. Surrounded by a haze of purple chi, she drifted away gracefully. Once Nuwa had departed, Dijuan led the gathered group back to the Lingxiao Palace and asked, "The matter of the Tying Star is essentially settled. Now only two tasks remain: inviting the great powers to the wedding and arranging the 33 heavens of the demon court. What are your thoughts?" As soon as Dijuan finished speaking, Baizé stepped forward. "Your Majesty, regarding the arrangement of the 33 heavens, I have already issued orders. The entire demon court is now preparing for the wedding of our two lords." Tai Yi also chimed in to assert his presence and the guest list for the banquet. "Do you have anyone in mind?" Baizé spoke unhurriedly. "Your Eastern Majesty, I have drafted a preliminary list of guests for the feast. However, there are a few great powers whose inclusion requires your decision." Tai Yi raised an eyebrow. "Oh, which ones are uncertain? Speak." Baizé produced a piece of paper from thin air covered in demon script. He glanced at it and began to read. "The Taoist Hao Yu of the 3 Immortal Islands, the 3 Pure Ones of Mount Kunlun Xinyuanzi of Wuzhuang Temple, on Mount Wanshou Mingi of the Blood Sea, and the 12 Ancestral Witches of the Wu Clan." After reading, he looked up at Dijuan and Tai Yi. "That is all." Dijuan uttered a single decisive word: "Invite them." Baizé was taken aback. "Your Majesty, all of them?" "Yes." Dijuan's tone was indifferent. "If we don't invite them, it would make our demon court seem petty. Send invitations to every notable figure in the primordial world. Whether they come is their own affair." Baizé nodded. "I understand. I shall return and prepare the invitations immediately and dispatch them." Dijuan's expression turned serious. "This matter is the foremost priority of the demon court at present. Set everything else aside and give way to the wedding preparations. Not a single mistake can be tolerated. Tai Yi interjected, most other matters are settled. Let us set the date. Kunpeng spoke up, in my view 200 years from now would be most suitable. This gives us ample time to prepare everything and allows the great powers of the primordial world to free up their schedules. Di Jun agreed, the demon master speaks wisely. Then let it be in 200 years. The ministers chorused, we obey your majesty's decree. With that they dispersed, leaving only Di Jun and Tai Yi in the hall. They exchanged a glance and departed their separate ways. Bai Zhe and the others did not return to their respective abodes, but instead gathered at Kunpeng's Demon Master Palace to discuss the design of the invitations and their delivery. After lengthy deliberation, they established a rule for those at the quasi-saint level. The 10 demon saints would personally deliver the invitations. For those of lower cultivation, the demon gods beneath them would handle the task. Everything else was manageable, but when it came to who would deliver the invitation to Hao Yu, an argument broke out among. None of the 10 demon saints wished to face Hao Yu's visage. Demon Master Kunpeng had never intended to take on this task from the start, and Fushi and the others were too embarrassed to ask him to make another trip. The remaining demon saints all turned their gazes to Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe's heart sank with a foreboding feeling. Sure enough, Filian spoke. Bai Zhe, you were the one who put Hao Yu's name on the list, so naturally you must deliver this invitation. Bai Zhe opened his mouth to retort, but seeing the 9 demon saints and Kunpeng all staring at him, he swallowed his words. Gritting his teeth, he said, fine. He'll go. With the plan settled, the group began preparing the wedding invitations. Why finalize the list before making the invitations? The reason was simple. Wasn't everyone present a quasi-saint level powerhouse? Creating an invitation was effortless. The real trouble was the delivery. If they didn't have so many quasi-saint cultivators under their command, Bai Zhe wouldn't have had to deliver the invitations himself. The next day, a vast number of invitations were completed. Bai Zhe gathered all the demon gods and distributed the remaining wedding invitations, instructing them. In 200 years, the 2 demon emperors will be wed. These invitations are for the great powers of the primordial world. You must ensure each invitation is delivered intact. Understood? Understood. Good go now. Among the distributed invitations, none were for cultivators above the quasi-saint level. Those were all in the hands of the demon saints who had already set off to deliver them. Bai Zhe alone remained in the demon court because he first had to delegate tasks to these demon gods. Once all the demon gods had departed, Bai Zhe's form flickered and he vanished as a streak of light. He too was naturally off to deliver invitations. His first stop was the 3 immortal islands in the Eastern Sea. Truth be told, Bai Zhe was utterly unwilling to be assigned the task involving Hao Yu. But no matter how reluctant, the invitation had to be delivered. Since he couldn't avoid it, he might as well deal with Hao Yu first. After breaking through to quasi-saint, Bai Zhe's speed was many times greater than before. Before long, he arrived above the 3 immortal islands. Taking in the sight, the entire island was unimaginably vast, and Bai Zhe was momentarily stunned. He had known before that Hao Yu had merged the 3 islands. The time when a sky-obscuring thundercloud had erupted over the Eastern Sea, causing a commotion that shook the entire primordial world. But seeing it with his own eyes, he truly grasped the terrifying extent of Hao Yu's power. Had it been him, let alone this colossal island before him, even the former Luo Immortal Island would have been immovable at his current level of cultivation. That Hao Yu could simultaneously move 3 islands and perfectly fuse them together. It was simply absurd. If Hao Yu possessed some kind of shock system, it would probably prompt a notification right about now. Received shock value 9999 from Demon Saint Bai Zhe. Still, Bai Zhe had followed the demon emperors in conquering the world and was accustomed to grand spectacles. His moment of stupor did not last long. He quickly recovered. Taking a deep breath, Bai Zhe channeled his magical power and called out toward the 3 immortal islands. Bai Zhe of the demon clan seeks an audience with Taoist Hao Yu. I humbly request a meeting. Indeed, he addressed him as Taoist. In the past, when he was still a golden immortal of the great Luo realm, Hao Yu was already a quasi-saint, and he had to respectfully address him as senior. Now that Bai Zhe himself had stepped into the quasi-saint realm, although he knew Hao Yu was far stronger, they shared the same major cultivation level, and he felt calling him Taoist was not a breach of propriety. As his words faded, Bai Zhe's figure vanished from where he stood. Of course he hadn't fled. Before his eyes the scene shifted, and he found himself standing inside a grand hall. Seated on the chair before him was a Taoist, outwardly unremarkable, like a mere mortal, exuding not a shred of pressure. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Hao Yu. Hao Yu had been pondering cultivation matters when he heard Bai Zhe calling outside and casually pulled him inside. Upon seeing that it was Hao Yu who had brought him in, Bai Zhe quickly bowed. Bai Zhe pays respects to Taoist Hao Yu. Hao Yu raised an eyebrow. You've come to see me. Is there something? It wasn't that he couldn't divine it, he simply couldn't be bothered to stir the heavenly mechanism for such a trivial matter. I have come to deliver a wedding invitation to you, Taoist. A wedding invitation. Hao Yu's expression shifted slightly. Indeed. The two demon emperors of our demon court, Jun and Tai, will be wed in 200 years. They specifically sent me to inform you and deliver this invitation. As he spoke, Baizé flipped his hand, producing a bright red invitation and offering it forward. Hao Yu took the invitation, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Jun and Tai inviting me to their wedding feast. That is indeed a novelty. He chuckled and tucked the invitation away. Very well, I accept the invitation. I shall certainly be present when the time comes. Baizé clasped his hands. Then I shall not linger. I still have other invitations to deliver. Baizé turned, and his figure vanished directly from the hall. When he reappeared, he was standing in the same spot outside the 3 immortal islands. He didn't find being sent out strange at all. His body flickered, transforming into a streak of light that plunged into the depths of the Eastern Sea. After leaving the 3 immortal islands, Baizé transformed into a flowing light and dove straight into the Eastern Sea. It wasn't that he was tired and falling, rather the invitation for the Dragon Clan happened to be along the way. The Dragon Clan was no ordinary force now. Not only were they a subordinate race of Hao Yu, but their ancestor Candle Dragon was also a genuine quasi-saint. Moreover, with Hao Yu's counsel, the Dragon Clan had been granted control over the seasonal rains across the 4 seas of the Primordial World, causing the heavenly fate to favor them. Such a powerful faction was well worth the personal visit from a demon saint like Baizé. Baizé did not stay long in the Dragon Clan. As soon as the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea Ao Guang heard from Baizé that Hao Yu would also attend the wedding feast, he agreed, without hesitation, stating that the Dragon Clan would certainly be present. Leaving the Dragon Clan, Baizé returned directly to the demon court. Although there were many quasi-saints in the Primordial World, most were clustered on the Primordial continent, with very few scattered across the 4 seas. Baizé's main task on this trip was to deliver the invitation to Hao Yu, with the Dragon Clans being a convenient addition. The invitations on the continent would be handled by other demon saints. It was not his concern. After the invitations were sent out, the entire demon clan was bustling with activity. The myriad beings of the Primordial World gradually learned that the 2 demon emperors were to marry the 2 goddesses of the Titan Star. This event became the most popular topic of conversation for a long time thereafter. Of course, not everyone who received an invitation accepted. Xinyuanzi, for instance, did not agree. The great immortal Xinyuanzi had long harbored a grudge against the demon court. Years ago, in the struggle for the Hongmeng Purple Chi, his dearest brother Red Cloud had lost his life, and the culprit was a member of the demon clan. How could his heart ever find peace? To make matters worse, the demon court later invited that very murderer of Red Cloud to become their demon master, a blatant slap in the face. If not for the fact that he couldn't defeat Jun and Tai, he would have stormed the southern heavenly gate long ago. Thus, on the day Zhuing arrived at his door with the invitation, Xinyuanzi didn't even open his gate. Zhuing stood outside enduring the cold wind for a considerable time before finally slinking away in defeat. On the other hand, Jiaming's errand was not as unpleasant. He delivered the invitation to the 12 ancestral witches. The ancestral witches neither nodded nor shook their heads, merely saying, "Go back and wait. Whether we attend or not, we'll decide later." Once Jiaming had left, the 12 ancestral witches gathered in the Pangu Grand Hall to discuss the matter. Dijiang spoke first. "What do you think the demon race is plotting? Those 3-legged crows are holding a wedding feast. Why would they think of inviting us? Big brother, when we established our tribe, we vowed to manage this primordial world on behalf of our father. Over the years, our Wu tribe hasn't meddled much in governance, but those 2 mongrel birds of the demon race, under the banner of peace, have swallowed every race, big or small, in the primordial world. I reckon we're next on their list." Zhu Jiuyin said with a dark face. "This invitation is likely ill-intentioned." Xianming waved her hand. "Sixth brother, you're overthinking this. We all know what the demon race is up to. But as for this matter, it's not as sinister as you imagine. At the grand wedding, all the great powers of the primordial world will be present. What could they possibly stir up?" "Exactly, Sister Xianming is right." Zhu Rong slapped his thigh. "Besides, even if they want trouble, we're not pushovers. Don't forget we have the 12 heavenly divine fiend formation. Even a sage can't break it, so why fear them?" A blue-haired giant chimed in. "I usually don't see eye to eye with you, but this time you're not wrong." After a pause, he added, "Gong agrees." Zhu Rong shot him a sideways glance, but said nothing. Dijiang, after hearing his brother's words, nodded slightly. In his heart, he felt there was no great harm in going, but Zhu Jiyin's concerns weren't baseless. After a moment's thought, he turned his gaze to the youngest Hutu. "Sister Hutu, what's your take?" Hutu, the most level-headed of the 12 ancestral witches, was respected by all. She rarely lost her temper, and always left room in her words and actions. The reason was simple. She had absorbed the least turbid chi, unlike the other ancestral witches who were more volatile. That was why Dijiang wanted her opinion last. Huta pondered for a moment before speaking. Sister, Xianming is right. The demon court has invited every notable figure in the primordial world. If we don't go ITLL, make the Wu tribe seem afraid. Besides, as Brother Zhu Rong said, we have the 12 heavenly divine fiend formation. Even if Sage Niwa herself attacks, she may not prevail against us. So I'm in favor of going. Despite her words, she couldn't help but think since the demon race has invited all the great powers of the primordial world, he should be there too. That, he, naturally referred to Hao Yu. Little did Hao Yu know that since arriving in the primordial world, and barely leaving his abode except for the 3 sermons, someone still remembered him, and not as an enemy. Of course, Huda's decision to go wasn't because of Hao Yu. She wasn't foolish enough to push her siblings into a fire pit just to see one person. She genuinely believed this trip held no harm for the Wu tribe. Meeting Hao Yu would be a bonus. Dijiang had no inkling of his sister's hidden thoughts. Hearing her approval, he no longer hesitated and waved his hand. Since Sister Hudu says go, then we shall go. The other ancestral witches had no objections. Over the next 100 years, the demon court was wholly consumed by the wedding of Dijuan and Tai. In the meantime, the two even made a trip to the Moon Star to deliver betrothal gifts to Changxi and EXI while strengthening their bonds. In the primordial world, time was the cheapest commodity. In the blink of an eye, the day of Dijuan and Tai's grand wedding arrived. The demon court was festooned with lanterns and banners brimming with joy. The invited quasi-sage great powers of the primordial world all set off. Those below the quasi-sage realm living far away departed days in advance. Dijuan and Tai stood on the plaza of the 33rd heaven flanked by the 10 demon saints. They stood there as if waiting for someone. The great powers arriving for the feast couldn't help but wonder, these two are the stars of the day, the grand demon emperors. Who could be so important that they'd wait in person? The answer came swiftly. A sea of purple chi surged across the horizon, spreading like a tide. Then a majestic voice resounded, devoid of emotion. Before chaos divided, heaven and earth were wild, of vast and boundless, no soul was seen. Since Pangu shattered the chaos, clarity and turbidity were discerned. All life is nurtured by utmost benevolence. All things are perfected by goodness. To grasp the cycle of creation, behold the saga of Nuwa in the primordial world. A day of auspicious clouds and purple haze, fragrant mists embrace the phoenix. Graceful wand birds and gentle maidens roam, banners and tassels welcome the canopy, garlands and crowns shine bright. All for a time of prosperity. Thus immortals and sages descend to the primordial world. As the final verse faded, a holy and radiant figure materialized in the sky, descending slowly. Greetings, Lady Nuwa. In that moment, every subject of the demon race and every invited great power of the primordial world bowed in reverence. Nuwa nodded slightly and raised her hand. Rise. Everyone felt a gentle force lifting them, and no sooner had she settled than a herald's voice rang from the southern heavenly gate. Taoist Hao Yu presents 2 top-grade, innate spiritual treasures to congratulate the demon emperor on his joyous nuptials. At these words, the assembled great powers all froze for a moment. Setting aside Dijuan and Tai's expressions, the other primordial world powerhouses couldn't help but murmur, this Hao Yu, as the Dao ancestor's personal disciple, truly has a grand gesture. 2 top-grade, innate spiritual treasures at once. After all the gifts from the rest were at most a single low-grade spiritual treasure. Some quasi-sage old monsters had never even touched a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Innate spiritual treasures were already scarce in the primordial world, and since the Dao ancestor imparted the method of severing the 3 corpses, they had been fiercely contested by all great powers. If he had given a mid-grade treasure, it would have been understandable. But a top-grade one was truly premium. With this thought, everyone's perception of Hao Yu's generosity deepened. What they forgot, however, was that the Dao ancestor had once gifted the Qianquan cauldron to Hao Yu. Had they known, their surprise would have been far less. Dijuan and Tai were pleased to hear that Hao Yu had sent 2 top-grade, innate spiritual treasures. It showed he held no grudge from past conflicts. But on second thought, these treasures might well be the very ones they had lost earlier, leaving them somewhat disgruntled. Before the crowd could recover from Hao Yu's extravagance, another announcement came from the southern heavenly gate. The 3 pure ones present 2 top-grade, innate spiritual treasures to congratulate the demon emperor on his wedding. With Hao Yu's precedent, the crowd wasn't as shocked by the 3 pure ones' gift. Still, they couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Today was supposed to be a wedding feast, yet all the wealthy figures of the primordial world had surfaced. Was this deliberate to humble everyone? Outside the southern heavenly gate, Hao Yu, having just presented his gift, hadn't gone far when he saw the 3 pure ones arriving on auspicious clouds. He paused to wait for them. The 3 pure ones also spotted Hao Yu, and after offering their gifts, approached him. They exchanged greetings and were about to enter together when Jin and Zhuti also drifted over from the southern heavenly gate on auspicious clouds, accompanied by a dozen disciples. Unlike Hao Yu and the three pure ones who traveled lightly, they had a large entourage. Junyi walked to the gift table, casually pulled out 2 top-grade acquired spiritual treasures, but hesitated before handing them over. After a moment's thought, he put one back, offering only a single treasure. Even then his face was a picture of pain, as if he had emptied his coffers. The gatekeeper, eyeing their gift list, thought to himself, "Is that it? How miserly." But duty-bound, he bellowed. Jane and Junyi, along with their disciples, present 1 top-grade acquired spiritual treasure to congratulate the Demon Emperor on his wedding. At this, the surrounding great powers were momentarily taken aback. Top grade. Had these 2 changed their ways? But when the words, acquired spiritual treasure, registered, the atmosphere shifted entirely. No one had expected these 2 to offer only an acquired treasure as a token. After all, they were nominal disciples of Patriarch Hongjun, destined to become sages. Even if everyone knew they were stingy, no one anticipated they'd pool their resources and still fail to part with an innate treasure. It was worse than what outsiders had given. To make matters worse, they had the audacity to bring a group of disciples to freeload. Yuanshi, quick to speak, blurted out, "This is an utter disgrace to our teacher." He hadn't lowered his voice. Everyone present except the gatekeeping demons and Jane and Zundi's disciples was at least at the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. They all heard it clearly. Jane and Zunti's disciples hung their heads in shame. The crowd stole glances at the 2, waiting for their reaction. Yet the 2 acted as if they hadn't heard, smiling as they walked toward Hao Yu, and the 3 pure ones cupping their hands. "Greetings, fellow brothers. Would you like to join us?" As he spoke, Jane gestured toward the demon court. Tong Tian replied flatly, "We have matters to attend to. You go ahead." He truly didn't want to walk with them. It was beneath his dignity. The other 3 remained silent, tacitly agreeing with Tong Tian. Jane didn't press further, called to his disciples, and led them inside. Though everyone inwardly scorned the pair's miserliness, they knew they were destined sages. One at the mid-quasi-sage stage, the other at the early stage, so no one was foolish enough to show disrespect outright. When they met, they still greeted them courteously. After Jane and Junyi had gone far, Hao Yu and the 3 pure ones lingered outside, planning to chat a while longer before entering once the 2 were seated. But just then more people arrived at the southern heavenly gate. Hao Yu looked up and saw a spatial rift tear open, from which emerged 10 burly men and 2 women. He recognized one of the women immediately, Hutu, whom he had met at Zhixiao Palace. That left no doubt about their identity, the 12 ancestral witches. As Hao Yu noticed Hutu, she spotted him at the same time. Their eyes met, and she quickly turned her face away, shifting toward the other ancestral witches. Hao Yu found it odd they were acquaintances, yet she didn't even greet him. Worse, she seemed to be avoiding him. Di Jiang did not dwell on it, merely finding the demon court's invitation to the 12 ancestral witches rather peculiar. After all, everyone in the primordial wilderness knew that the Wu and Yao clans had never seen eye to eye. Upon arrival, the 12 ancestral witches paid no heed to anyone else and strode directly toward the ceremonial platform. The eldest, Di Jiang, produced 2 mid-grade innate spiritual treasures and presented them. To be honest, Di Jiang was quite reluctant. The Wu clan did not cultivate their primordial spirit, so spiritual treasures were merely dust collectors for them. Moreover, gifts given to the Yao clan might well be turned against their own kind someday. But Zhu Juyin offered a word of advice. Since they had been specifically invited, arriving empty-handed would be a grave loss of face. Di Jiang pondered this and found it reasonable. Thus, he reluctantly rummaged through the treasury and retrieved 2 mid-grade spiritual treasures as wedding gifts. As Di Jiang handed them over, the Yao deity receiving the gifts trembled. After all, this was the chieftain of the 12 ancestral witches, a clan that usually regarded the Yao as mere prey. Yet Di Jiang was a guest here and had no reason to clash with a minor Yao deity. Bullying the weak would be beneath his dignity. The Yao deity accepted the treasures and bellowed the 12 ancestral witches present 2 mid-grade innate spiritual treasures. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall was stunned. The Wu clan, who had been locked in brutal conflict with the demon court, had actually come, and they brought gifts. Given the enmity between the Wu and Yao, the mere presence of the 12 ancestral witches was already a great concession. Yet the timing of their gift, right after Jie and Zhuan, was impeccable. Just moments earlier, someone had muttered about the stinginess of those 2 destined saints offering only a single acquired spiritual treasure. Now the ancestral witches' generosity had thoroughly embarrassed Jie and Zhuan. Many in the hall sneered inwardly. The heavenly Tao must be blind to deem such unworthy beings as saints, inferior even to the barbaric Wu clan. After presenting the gifts, Di Jiang led the 11 other ancestral witches further inside. As they passed the 3 pure ones, Di Jiang suddenly halted. These 3 emanated an aura akin to that of his own kin. It was the aura of Pangu. Di Jiang knew that in the primordial wilderness, only the 3 pure ones born from Pangu's primordial spirit could possess such resonance. Yet the 12 ancestral witches considered themselves the true heirs of Pangu. Sensing this, they paid no further attention and strode past. Hao Tu, walking at the rear, paused beside Hao Yu and bowed. Hao Tu of the Wu clan greets Daoist Hao Yu. Hao Yu quickly returned the bow. Greetings, Daoist Hao Tu. Without further words, Hao Tu hurried to catch up with the other ancestral witches. Hao Yu stood there scratching his head, puzzled as to why Hao Tu had suddenly approached him. Once the 12 ancestral witches had departed, Hao Yu turned to the 3 pure ones and said, "The hour is near, let us proceed inside." The 3 pure ones nodded. The 4 walked side by side into the depths of the demon court. Upon the 33rd heaven, a multitude of deities had already gathered. A few seats remained at the front and back. As Hao Yu prepared to lead his group forward, several minor demons rushed up. "Esteemed seniors, the Demon Emperor has reserved seats for you at the very front. Please follow us." In truth, such guidance was unnecessary. Given their status, Hao Yu and his companions would never be seated at the back. Shortly after they sat down, Dijun and Tai appeared. Hao Yu had expected the two to don wedding attire on such a joyous occasion. Instead, Dijun and Tai appeared in their formal court robes, standing before the assembled great beings, smiling. Dijun began, "Today marks a great celebration for the demon court. We thank all esteemed guests for gracing the wedding of Tai and myself." Before he could finish, 2 chariots appeared in the boundless starry sky. Leading the procession was the demon master Kuan Peng. The 2 chariots drawn by Qilins flew from afar toward the 33rd heaven. Around the chariots, tens of thousands of female Yao demons played music, while countless minor demons carrying flower baskets scattered petals through the air. As the chariots landed on the 33rd heaven, silence fell. All the female Yao demons and minor demons knelt in unison, chanting, "The moon goddesses have arrived. We humbly invite your majesties to welcome them." The voice echoed across the 33rd heaven, heard clearly by every great being and Yao demon present. Dijun and Tai hurried toward the landing chariots to escort Chang, Shi, and Shi out. The 2 moon goddesses were adorned in extraordinary attire. Every garment and ornament was of top-grade, innate spiritual treasure quality, exuding an air of nobility. As Dijun and Tai went to retrieve the bride's new Hua, who had been absent, suddenly appeared before the assembly. But no one paid her any mind. All eyes were on Dijun, Tai and their brides. The 2 led Chang, Shi, and Shi before the crowd. The 4 knelt under the gaze of all, while Nu Hua stood beside them, raising the innate spiritual treasure, the red embroidered ball. This red embroidered ball was vastly different from the one Nu Hua wielded during the creation of the world. Then it exuded overwhelming pressure, but now it radiated an aura of harmony. Nu Hua called out to the heavens, "Heavenly Tao above, I Nu Hua now use the power of the innate spiritual treasure, the red embroidered ball, to govern all marriages beneath the heavens. Upon the 33rd heaven, I officiate the wedding of the Yao clan's Demon Emperor and Demon Sovereign. Let the Heavenly Tao bear witness." As her words fell, a heavy pressure descended, focusing on the 4 kneeling figures. All present save Hao Yu and Nu Hua found it hard to breathe under this oppressive force. The 4 swore oaths to the heavens in unison. "Heavenly Tao above, I Dijun. Heavenly Tao above, I Changshi. Heavenly Tao above, I Tai. Heavenly Tao above, I Shi. Today, before the Heavenly Tao and under the officiation of the sage Nu, while we bind ourselves as Tao companions. From this day forth we shall be as one. So long as the primordial wilderness remains unbroken, this vow shall never falter. We beseech the Heavenly Tao and the sage Nu Hua to witness." With that, the 4 kowtowed to the heavens. The moment they finished, the Wunscom horizon was instantly blanketed by crimson clouds stretching millions of miles in endless expanse. A thunderous rumble echoed from the depths of the firmament. All present understood that the Heavenly Tao had acknowledged this heavenly marriage. As the rumble faded, the oppressive pressure of the Heavenly Tao lifted. Nu Hua then declared the ceremony. No sooner had she spoken than golden light began to coalesce above the heads of Dijun and the others. This was the power of merit, the very thing all beings in the primordial wilderness dreamed of obtaining. All eyes turned upward as the golden light of merit swelled, with new streams of gold emerging from the void, gathering into a massive orb of merit. When the orb stopped growing, its total far exceeded the merit Kuan Peng had earned for creating the Yao script. Seeing this, Kuan Peng's heart seethed with envy. He had risked everything to create the Yao script, benefiting the entire Yao clan, yet received only a pittance of merit. But Dijun and Tai merely getting married. How could they also gain merit? And in such greater quantity? Setting aside Kuan Peng's resentment, Dijun and Tai themselves were stunned by the massive merit hovering above them. They had never imagined that hosting a wedding could yield merit so freely and in such abundance. As Dijun and the others marveled, the orb of merit above them, having ceased to grow, began to split into one portion. Roughly 20% of the total drifted down to settle above Nu Hua's head. The remaining 2 portions, each 40%, settled upon the 2 couples. With this Jun's wedding drew to a close. After all had feasted to their fill, the grand wedding banquet prepared by the Yao clan for 200 years officially concluded. As they departed, the three pure ones exchanged few words with Hao Yu. After all, Nuwa had already attained sagehood before them, and they as senior brothers lagged behind, a matter of some embarrassment. Thus they were determined to press forward with all their might. After the wedding, the primordial wilderness fell into a long period of tranquility, until the day Lao Zi embarked on a journey. Having secluded himself for cultivation with the other two, Lao Zi discovered that mere meditation could no longer elevate his cultivation. Just as he believed the opportunity to attain sagehood was within reach, he encountered a dilemma. The three corpses he had severed refused to merge back into his being. This meant the path of severing the three corpses was essentially blocked. Lao Zi did not suspect Hongjun, assuming instead that he had made some error or that his mental cultivation was insufficient. After much deliberation, he decided to wander the primordial wilderness, hoping to stumble upon a breakthrough. Mounting his green ox, he entered the primordial wilderness without flaunting his power, suppressing his aura completely, and let the old beast carry him aimlessly across the world. A century slipped by, and Lao Zi found himself wandering into the gathering places of the human race. Upon arrival, he discovered that this small race, casually shaped by Nuwa when she attained sagehood, had grown to an astonishing scale over countless years of propagation. Now the human race numbered in the hundreds of billions, divided into countless tribes scattered across the primordial wilderness. Lao Zi's curiosity was piqued. He decided to stay and observe what made this race so special that it had compelled Nuwa to attain sagehood. This observation lasted several more years. During this time, Lao Zi on his green ox visited every human tribe. His final stop was at the foot of Mount Shouyang, the birthplace of the human race. Through these years of travel, Lao Zi gradually sensed that his Tao was rooted in humanity. The opportunity for his sagehood lay with this race. At the same time, he perceived humanity's shortcomings. Apart from the first generation shaped by Nuwa's own hands, every subsequent human grew increasingly mediocre. This was not unusual in the primordial wilderness. As any race propagated, its bloodline inevitably thinned. This was the natural order. The problem was that other races possessed their own cultivation methods, allowing later generations to refine their bloodlines or even awaken ancestral powers. But humanity was a nascent race utterly without inheritance. Though the existing cultivation methods of the primordial wilderness could be practiced, they were ultimately ill-suited to the human form. Moreover, no one had taught them how to cultivate. Thus, despite their overwhelming numbers, the human race lived in. As this thought took root, the conviction within Lao Zi's heart grew ever clearer. His Tao lay here. He was certain that the opportunity to attain sagehood was none other than the human race. Thus, Lao Zi channeled a stream of magical power and molded an incarnation in the likeness of the human form. Then he sat cross-legged at the foot of Mount Shouyang, using this incarnation as a foundation to devise a cultivation method for humanity. After countless attempts spanning nearly a century, Lao Zi finally forged a true path suited for humanity, the Golden Core Great Tao. The moment the Golden Core Great Tao was created, heavenly phenomena erupted across the realms like a boiling cauldron. All beings in the primordial wilderness thought a great calamity had struck, yet moments later the phenomena dissipated as if nothing had occurred. The mighty figures of the primordial wilderness hurriedly calculated the omens with their fingers, only to find the celestial mechanisms tangled in chaos, yielding no answers. Only Nuwa, residing in the Wusheng heaven, sensed the disturbance in the primordial wilderness. A faint smile curved at the corners of her lips as she murmured softly, "So it's finally about to begin." Lao Zi paid no heed to the celestial commotion. Emerging from the chaos, he directly summoned the surrounding humans. Over the years of his wanderings, the entire tribe had come to know of an old man riding a green ox. After he sat beneath Mount Shouyang for nearly a century, everyone who saw him hailed him as a master. So when he called, they all gathered. Lao Zi spoke. "I am the eldest of the three pure ones of the primordial wilderness, Taiching Lao Zi. Seeing that you humans still lack the means to cultivate, I have specially created the Golden Core Great Tao for you. From today onward, I shall lecture here for 100 days. Anyone who is human may come and listen." The crowd below was stunned. Taiching Lao Zi. He was the senior brother of the Holy Mother Nuwa. They had thought this old man had some background, but never imagined it was so immense. The moment they heard he would teach cultivation methods, excitement surged through everyone. Humanity had endured years of hardship without a path to follow, lingering at the lowest echelons of the primordial wilderness. Now someone was finally willing to teach, and the entire tribe flooded forward. Lao Zi did not mind the crowd. Once he finished speaking, he began his discourse. Day after day passed, and the 100 days flew by. Lao Zi stopped precisely when he said he would, uttering not a single word more. The listeners gradually awoke from their trance and bowed in unison. "Thank you, Senior Taiching, for imparting the Dharma." At that moment clarity dawned in Laozi's heart. He had attained enlightenment. The path to sagehood lay before him: establish a sect and educate all beings. He swept his gaze across the crowd and settled on a young man nearest to him. What is your name? Reporting to senior, my name is Xuandu. Would you like to become my disciple? Throughout the 100 days of lecturing, Laozi had long observed that this young man possessed the highest comprehension among all. Xuandu was frozen on the spot. After a long days, it was only when someone beside him tugged at his sleeve that he snapped back to reality. He knelt with a thud, his voice trembling. I am willing. Greetings, master. Good rise. Laozi smiled. Stay with the human tribe and cultivate for now. In a few days I will come to take you to Mount Kunlun. Yes. Having arranged for Xuandu, Laozi soared to the summit of Mount Shouyang. He looked up at the sky, using his own great Tao to communicate with the laws of heaven. The next moment, an indescribable aura descended from the heavens, its origin unknown. All beings in the primordial wilderness felt it, and as if by instinct turned their gazes toward Mount Shouyang. Within Mount Kunlun, the same thought arose in the hearts of Yuanshi and Tongtian simultaneously. Big Brother is about to attain the Tao. On the Three Immortals Island, Hao Yu stood at the shore, his gaze fixed on Mount Shouyang. His expression remained impassive as he murmured to himself, it's finally beginning. The Age of Sage. In the Demon Court's Grand Hall atop the 33rd heaven, the demon saints Diju and Tai, Kunping Fushi, and Bays were gathered around a table strategizing on how to deal with the Wu tribe. But as the aura of the heavenly Tao spread, everyone sprang from their seats, their faces turning pale. In the Pango Hall, the 12 ancestral witches had just sensed recent unusual movements from the demon clan and were pondering their response. Feeling the change outside, they wasted no words and rushed out of the hall. Atop Mount Shouyang, Laozi began. His voice boomed with astonishing force, amplified by the heavenly Tao instantly spreading across the entire primordial wilderness. I, Taiching Laozi, hereby establish a sect today, named the Human Sect. To educate the humans of the primordial wilderness, I shall use the supreme treasure Taiji diagram to bind the sect's fortune and the coiling dragon crooked staff as the proof of my Tao. Heaven bears witness. The human sect is established. As the words fell, the Taiji diagram and the coiling dragon crooked staff burst forth from Laozi's body, hovering above Mount Shouyang. The Taiji diagram unfurled, directly enveloping the entire mountain, while the crooked staff stood upright upon it. In that instant, every human felt a tremor in their hearts, an irrepressible sense of belonging surging from the depths of their souls. In human tribes, men, women, young, and old, all knelt involuntarily, kowtowing toward Mount Shouyang. The lands of the primordial wilderness also stirred. Auspicious clouds piled up in the sky, and purple chi drifted from the east, stretching for 80,000 li without end. Above Mount Shouyang, countless golden lotuses materialized out of thin air, lifting Laozi high into the sky. Then a massive golden cloud of merit hung over Laozi's head. Its scale was nearly comparable to that of Nua's creation of humanity. The golden cloud split in two, 90% fell upon Laozi, and the remaining 10% scattered over the humans, settling upon their heads. As the 90% of merit entered his body, it immediately stirred the primal merit from Panga's creation and the primordial purple chi within Laozi. In an instant, celestial flowers rained down, and all beasts sang in unison. Qilins, symbols of auspiciousness, materialized from the void, circling around Laozi. The entire Mount Shouyang became a sacred ground of the primordial wilderness. A powerful sage's pressure erupted from Laozi, spreading outward from Mount Shouyang, sweeping across heaven and earth. Wherever the pressure reached, all beings below the quasi-sage level had no strength to resist and knelt toward Mount Shouyang. Quasi-sages, protected by spiritual treasures though not forced to kneel, still had to bow in deference. Even Laozi's brothers Yuanshi and Tongtian were no exception. Not yet sages, they had to bow before a sage. It was not a matter of courtesy, but of principle. Laozi's pressure drifted all the way to the eastern sea, landing on the Three Immortals Island. Hao Yu waved his sleeve, dispersing the pressure. Almost simultaneously, Laozi sensed something and looked toward the eastern sea. Hao Yu on the Three Immortals Island met Laozi's gaze across the void, and the two exchanged smiles. Hao Yu spoke, "Congratulations, brother Laozi." Laozi nodded, slightly, fully aware in his heart that young man Hao Yu had at some unknown time quietly attained the great Tao. The next moment, Laozi declared, "I am Taiching Laozi. Today I become a sage." As his words fell within the demon court, the demon emperor, demon sovereign, demon master, and the 10 great demon saints, all quasi-sages, bowed deeply toward Laozi, chanting, "Hail to the Taiching sage." Before the Pango Hall, the 12 ancestral witches stood tall and also bowed to Laozi. "Hail to the Taiching sage." The rest, who had not reached the quasi-sage realm, all knelt, their voices shaking the heavens. "Hail to the Taiching sage." Laozi withdrew the oppressive sage aura, a gentle smile spreading across his face. He spoke. I shall open a separate realm within the chaos. Those with affinity may come and witness it. With that he retracted the Taiji diagram, and the coiling dragon crooked staff, cast a glance toward Mount Kunlun, and nodded at his two younger brothers. Then his figure gradually faded until he vanished entirely from the spot. As soon as Laozi left, the beings of the primordial wilderness breathed a sigh of relief. But before they could recover, a powerful fluctuation suddenly erupted from Mount Kunlun. Different from Laozi's Tao, yet carrying the same oppressive feeling of the heavenly Tao, someone else was about to attain the Tao. On Mount Kunlun, Yuanshi stood atop the peak, his back straight, as an arrow, his face full of pride, connecting with the heavenly Tao. After Laozi attained the Tao, Yuanshi and Tongtian had each comprehended their own paths. As the elder brother, Yuanshi naturally went first. Once Yuanshi connected with the heavenly Tao, a voice of immense grandeur emanated from him, instantly spreading across the entire primordial wilderness. I, Yuqing Yuanshi, hereby establish a sect today, named the Chan sect. The Chan sect follows the will of heaven, elucidating the heavenly Tao. Those with affinity may all join under its banner. I shall use the supreme treasure Panga banner to bind the sect's fortune, and the three treasures Jade Rui as the proof of my Tao. Heaven above bear witness for me. The Chan sect is established. As the words fell, a purple golden long banner slowly rose from Yuanshi's body, its surface seeming to swirl with chaos. As the banner hung in the air, a Jade Rui also floated out, standing beside it. An aura of nobility emanated from the Rui. In the primordial wilderness, heavenly phenomena emerged one after another. Auspicious clouds blanketed the sky. Purple chi surged from the east, stretching 80,000 li without a single break. It was as if the scene of Laozi's sagehood had been replayed exactly. Then a mass of merit gathered from the heavens and crashed down upon Yuanshi. As the merit entered his body, it immediately stirred the primal merit from creation and the primordial purple chi within Yuanshi's primordial spirit. Then celestial flowers rained down, and all beasts sang in unison. Qilin symbols of auspiciousness materialized around Yuanshi, circling him without end. Boundless sage pressure spread in all directions across the primordial wilderness. Now everyone understood. After Laozi, Yuanshi had also attained the Tao. Yuanshi declared, I am Yuqing Yuanshi. Today I become a sage. All beings in the primordial wilderness bowed reverently, hail to the Yuqing sage. Yuanshi withdrew his pressure, slowly rose into the air, and hovered beside the Panga banner and the three treasures Jade Rui. He spoke, I shall open a separate realm within the chaos. Those with affinity may come and witness it. Having said this, Yuanshi's form, like that of the man on the mountain, gradually faded until he completely vanished from Mount Kunlun. The moment he left, the mighty beings of the primordial wilderness who had been kneeling barely had time to catch their breath before the oppressive force of the heavenly Tao crashed down again. Still at the same location on Mount Kunlun. They exchanged glances and silently pressed their knees back to the ground. Well, time to kneel again. After Yuanshi disappeared, Tongtian leaped to the summit of Mount Kunlun, connected with the heavenly Tao, and his voice resounded across heaven and earth. I, Shanqing Tongtian, establish a sect today, named the Jie sect. Jie means to seize. The Jie sect shall seize a thread of hope for all beings, educating the myriad spirits. I shall use the green lotus sword as the proof of my Tao. Heaven bears witness. The Jie sect is established. As his words fell, a cyan immortal sword shot up from his body, its sword light piercing through the 33 heavens. Dijuan and Tai shuddered in fear, but dared not utter a single word. The auspicious clouds that had just dispersed over Mount Kunlun gathered once more. Golden light of merit condensed and struck directly into Tongtian. The moment the golden light entered his body, the aura of a saint once again pressed down upon the primordial world. The various miraculous signs that had accompanied Laozi and Yuanshi earlier now replayed around Tongtian. Immediately after, Tongshan's voice once again spread across the land. I am Shanqing Tongtian. Today I attained sainthood. The beings of the primordial world were now numb to it all. Mechanically they kowtowed towards Mount Kunlun, shouting, we pay homage to Saint Shanqing. The saintly pressure slowly receded, and Tongshan's figure, standing atop the peak, began to fade. Before disappearing, his final voice echoed across the primordial world. I shall go to the chaos to open up a realm. Those with affinity may come to witness. Once Tongtian left, the pervasive pressure completely dissipated. But the beings still kneeling did not rise. Instead, they all turned their gazes towards Mount Sumeru in the west. Everyone thought to themselves, it must be Jian and Zuni's turn now. Over in the west, Jian and Zhuanti also sensed that their opportunity had arrived. After Tongtian vanished, Zhuanti said with a smile, brother, let us begin. All right. Zunti's perpetually bitter face managed a smile, which looked uglier than a frown. Sure enough, the next moment 2 waves of Tao resonance rose simultaneously from the west, directly connecting with the heavenly Tao. A powerful Tao rhythm instantly swept across the entire primordial world. Atop Mount Sumeru, Jane and Junie stood side by side and declared in unison, I, Jane Junie, today establish a great teaching in the West to enlighten the beings of the West, naming it the Western teaching. With the 12-grade golden lotus of merit and the sex fortune, the Jane canopy 7 treasures tree as the Dharma instrument of enlightenment witnessed by the heavenly Tao. The Western teaching is established. As the words fell, a 12-grade lotus pedestal, a tree branch, and a canopy flew out from the 2 figures hovering above their heads and radiating brilliant golden light. Suddenly vast auspicious clouds emerged between heaven and earth. 2 clusters of merit condensed in the air and entered their bodies separately. However, the amount of merit was far from sufficient for them to take that final step. The beings of the primordial world waited for a long time, but did not feel the descent of saint-level pressure. They immediately understood that Jane and Junti had not succeeded this time. Nevertheless, since Tao ancestor Hongjun had personally declared these 2 to be future saints, no one thought they would end up utterly defeated like Mingi. Everyone assumed that with another effort they would still have a chance. But as they waited, Jane and Junti made no further moves. The crowd finally rose, believing that the pair would likely need to endure a while longer before attaining sainthood. Even so, the shock in everyone's hearts was immense. 3 saints emerging in a single day within the primordial world. Who could withstand such a thing? Before the Pangu temple, the 12 ancestral witches paid no heed to the 3 pure ones attaining sainthood. The 3 pure ones were independent cultivators, and Yuanshi was even at odds with the demon clan. In any case, they would not hinder the witches' plans to attack the demon court. As for combat power, the 12 ancestral witches were not afraid. With the 12 divine fiend formation deployed, they could even contend with the saint. Above the demon court, Dijuan came to his senses, his voice somewhat ethereal. The 3 pure ones have also become saints. Tai interjected, so what if they became saints? Aren't the 2 named by Tao ancestor Hongjun still not saints yet? Maybe we can still beat them to it. Dijuan felt that Tai's reasoning was sound and realized he might have been overthinking earlier. What did it matter if the 3 pure ones all became saints today? What did it matter if Jane and Junti also became saints today? They were chosen by the Tao ancestor and were not in conflict with the demon clan. On Mount Sumeru, Jane and Junti were far from calm. Junti's face was scrunched up like a bitter gourd. Brother, the merit gained from establishing the teaching is nowhere near enough. What do we do now? Jane did not show much panic. He simply wore his perpetually sorrowful expression and remained silent. The 2 were silent for a long while. Suddenly an idea struck Junti, and his eyes lit up. Brother, I've thought of a way. Maybe we can gather enough merit to become saints. Jane quickly asked, what plan? Junti leaned in and explained his idea in detail. After hearing it, Jiayan's expression grew even more bitter. Will this work? It should be feasible. After all, we have no other path left. Jane hesitated for a while. But if we really do this, how will we repay it in the future? Let's wait a bit longer. There must be another way to become a saint. Junti grabbed Jiayan's arm urgently. We can't delay any longer. Nuwa and the 3 pure ones have already attained enlightenment long ago. They are always one step ahead of us. If we miss this opportunity, the great rise of the West will forever lag behind the East. We cannot afford to wait. Jane was silent for a moment, then let out a long sigh and nodded. Then I shall follow your lead. The 2 met each other's gaze, their eyes filled with the fierce determination of burning their boats. In unison they shouted towards the heavens, if I attain the supreme Buddha fruit and achieve perfect enlightenment, the Buddha land I dwell in shall possess immeasurable and boundless merit, majestic beyond compare. In that land there will be no hell's hungry ghosts or animals, not even a single insect or ant. All living beings, even those from the realms of Yama and the 3 evil paths, if they come to me and receive my teachings, shall cultivate to achieve supreme perfect enlightenment and never fall back into the sea of suffering. I make my first vow. When I become a Buddha, my Buddha land shall have no hell's hungry ghosts or animals, not even flying insects. If this vow is not fulfilled, I shall not attain Buddhahood. My second vow. When I become a Buddha, there shall be no women in my Buddha land. No matter where beings come from, if they are reborn here, they must be born transformed from lotus flowers in the 7 treasures pond. If this vow is not fulfilled, I shall not attain Buddhahood. My third vow. When I become a Buddha at mealtime, hundreds of delicious foods shall automatically appear in 7 treasures bowls. After eating, the bowls and utensils will vanish on their own. If this vow is not fulfilled, I shall not attain Buddhahood. My fourth vow. When I become a Buddha, the beings in my Buddha land shall obtain whatever clothing they desire with a single thought, needing neither tailor nor laundering. If this vow is not fulfilled, I shall not attain Buddhahood. If this vow is not fulfilled, I shall not attain Buddhahood. My fifth vow. When I become a Buddha, all beings from the 10 directions who come to my land shall possess bodies of purple golden, true metal adorned with the 32 marks of a great man, upright, pure, and without any distinction. If there is any difference in appearance, I shall not attain perfect enlightenment. My 8th vow. When I become a Buddha, bodhisattvas in other lands who hear my name single-mindedly take refuge and diligently cultivate shall never fall back. If this vow is not fulfilled, I shall not attain Buddhahood. My 10th vow. When I become a Buddha from the depths of the earth to the heavens, all palaces, pavilions, ponds, trees, and flowers shall be formed from immeasurable precious fragrances. These fragrances shall permeate the worlds of the 10 directions. Beings who smell them shall all cultivate the Buddha path. If this is not achieved, I shall not attain Buddhahood. My 48th vow. When I become a Buddha, bodhisattvas in other lands who hear my name take refuge and diligently cultivate shall attain the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels of patience, never retreating in the Dharma. If this vow is not fulfilled, I shall not attain Buddhahood. May this merit adorn the Buddha's pure land, repaying the 4 kinds of kindness above, relieving the suffering of the 3 paths below. May all who see and hear this generate the Bodhi mind. In this very life, be born together in the land of ultimate bliss. As soon as Jane and Zhuanti released these great vows, all the mighty figures of the primordial world were utterly stunned. Zhu Rong, who was heading towards the Pangu temple, stopped midair and bellowed, "This trick again." The beings of the primordial world speculated whether Jane and Zhuanti could cross that threshold. If they truly succeeded, it would mean 5 saints appearing in a single day. On Mount Sumeru, the two shouted out 48 great vows in one breath. With every word they uttered, golden pillars of light exploded above their heads. The heavenly Tao continuously showered down merit. That merit split into 2 streams, directly drilling into their bodies. Then 2 vast waves of saintly pressure erupted from them, spreading wildly from Mount Sumeru across the entire primordial world. Countless beings were crushed to their knees by this aura, respectfully shouting, "We pay homage to Saint Jane. We pay homage to Saint Zhuanti." Hao Yu on the 3 Immortals Island muttered softly, "Isn't this the legendary credit card saints?" Over in the western lands, after becoming saints, the entire demeanor of Jane and Zhuanti had completely changed. As if corresponding to the vows they had made, Jane now radiated an aura of compassion that touched the heart with sorrow at a single glance. Zhuanti exuded an ethereal, transcendent air, as if he might drift away at any moment. An ordinary cultivator, even with a mere glance, might become ensnared. Zhuanti turned to Jane and said, "Brother, let us go to the chaos and create a realm." Jane nodded. Zhuanti then shouted, "Brother Jane and I intend to open up a world within the chaos. Those with affinity may come and witness." As his voice faded, their figures slowly dissipated, vanishing from Mount Sumeru. Outside the Pangu temple, the 12 ancestral witches straightened up their faces, showing a hint of unease. At the demon court, the embarrassment had not yet faded from Tai's face. He had just boasted that Jane and Zhuanti might not be faster than them. But the moment he finished speaking, they became saints. The slap in the face was too swift. Before the Pangu temple, Gong asked Dijiang, "Big brother, 5 saints are opening heavens in the chaos. Shall we go?" "We must go. Setting aside whether we can gain any benefits, we have to show respect to the saints. There are 5 saints at 4 locations. Where do we go?" Zhu Rong asked. "They have many places, but we ancestral witches are even more numerous." Zhu Jiuyin took over the conversation. Dijiang nodded after listening and began assigning, "Gomong Russia Gong. You 3 go to St. Taiching. I Zhu Rong Tianwu. Go to St. Yuqing. Shibishi Xiangliang USC. Go to St. Shanqing. Zhu Jiuyin Xuanming Hotu. Go to the Western Saints." All the ancestral witches nodded in agreement. Fortunately, they were numerous enough, otherwise it would have been difficult to divide. With tensions high between the witch and demon clans, offending any saint was unwise. At the demon court, Dijuan and Tai were also calculating their personnel. Although the witch clan had many experts, the demon court also had its trump cards. Dijuan and Tai led the charge. Kuanping and Fushi, both formidable figures who had listened to teachings at Xixiao Palace, were not to be underestimated. Fushi also had the identity of being Saint Nuwa's elder brother, which carried weight anywhere. The final decision was Dijuan would lead 2 demon saints to St. Taiching. Tai would lead 2 demon saints to St. Yuqing. Kuanping would lead 3 demon saints to St. Shanqing. Fushi would also lead 3 demon saints to the 2 western saints. The major powers were divided, but the independent cultivators of the primordial world had a headache. With the saints putting on such a display, it was hard to offend any of them. After much deliberation, Zhen Yuanzi ultimately chose Taiching Laozi. For no other reason than that Laozi was the senior disciple, and his reputation preceded him. Mingyi, however, did not hesitate, and went directly to Shanqing Tontian. He and Tontian shared a similar temperament, and both were skilled in the way of the sword, finding common ground. Randang chose Yuanshi. In the end, all those who had once listened to the Tao at Zhixiao Palace selected a sage to observe the spectacle. Counting them, the majority chose the 3 pure ones. The 2 sages of the West had never held a strong reputation in the primordial wilderness. Among the 3 pure ones, Tongtian attracted the most followers. This was closely tied to their dispositions. Laozi was indifferent to all. Yuanshi was bound by strict rules, and only Tongtian was straightforward, his temperament best suiting the cultivators of the primordial wilderness. Those who favored Tongtian far outnumbered those who preferred Laozi and Yuanshi. As for Hao Yu, he did not bother to join the chaos in the chaos itself. Seizing the opportunity when the birth of the sages awakened Zhao Gongming and the others, he gathered them to preach the Tao. Zhao Gongming had already reached the peak of the Luo Golden Immortal realm, and the others were not far behind. Hao Yu summoned them, and said without preamble, "You are all nearing the quasi-sage realm. Your master offers you 2 paths. The first is to cultivate using the method of slaying the 3 corpses passed down by your grandmaster Tao ancestor Hongjun. I can guarantee that this path will lead you to the peak of the quasi-sage realm, but it will not allow you to attain the Tao. The second is to follow the path of laws just as your master has. Cultivating this way can lead to the attainment of the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal with no ceiling. However, the difficulty lies herein. Even with your master's help, I cannot say how far you will go. Choose for yourselves." Bixiao could not help, but asked, "Master, but we saw you cultivating the method of slaying the 3 corpses before." The 6-eared macaque immediately declared, "I will follow my senior brother and choose the path of laws." Hao Yu looked at them, nodded, then turned to the 3 Shaos, "And you 3. The 3 sisters answered in unison, "We will follow our senior brother as well." Hao Yu laughed heartily. "Very well, then I shall teach you how to cultivate and attain the Tao through the path of laws." During these years of seclusion, Hao Yu not only organized his own cultivation insights, but also perfected the path of laws for his disciples. He understood clearly that people like Zhao Gongming were different from him. His own path to enlightenment was not one others could walk. However, the ordinary path of laws lacked the quasi-sage realm, and cultivators on this path would be overshadowed by those who cultivated through the 3 corpses method before attaining enlightenment. Therefore, drawing upon his cultivation at the latest stage Hunyuan realm and the records within the Hongmeng Heavenly Scripture, Hao Yu devised a new system for cultivating the path of laws. It not only filled in the quasi-sage realm, but also resonated more deeply with the primordial wilderness, enabling one to rapidly reach full cultivation within it. Without further ado, he set to work. Hao Yu waved his hand, concealing the 3 Immortals Island, and spent over a century meticulously teaching his disciples the way of cultivating through laws. This teaching session lasted over 3,000 years. Shortly after Hao Yu hid the island, a momentous event occurred in the primordial wilderness. The first great war between the Wu and Yao clans erupted. That day, within the Yao court, the Dijuan and Tai summoned all the great powers of the Yao clan from the 33 heavens, declaring a full-scale assault on the Wu clan. After some deliberation, they set the date 10 years hence. When the 10 years passed, the entire primordial wilderness was steeped in a murderous aura. To wage war against the Wu clan, the Yao clan trained their troops daily and deployed massive forces around the various tribes of the Wu. The Wu clan naturally detected the Yao clan's movements, but did not obstruct them. They devoted themselves entirely to cultivation, awaiting the decisive battle to erase the Yao court from the primordial wilderness once and for all. Indeed, the Yao clan sought to subdue the Wu clan and unify the primordial wilderness. The Wu clan in turn aimed to destroy the Yao court and take over the world created by Pangu. Both races prepared for war with all their might. Finally, the day arrived. Diju and Tai, along with the 10 great Yao saints and a host of Yao powers, led the elite, well-trained Yao forces and descended directly upon the skies above the Pangu Hall. The moment the Yao court arrived, the 12 ancestral witches within the Pangu Hall sensed their presence. With a flicker of movement, they all appeared outside the hall. Standing at the entrance, the ancestral witches gazed at Dijuan and Tai's group. Dijiang spoke, asking honored ones of the Yao court, "What business brings you to my Wu clan?" Though the Yao clan's intentions were clear to all in the primordial wilderness, Dijiang asked this as a mere. Hearing this, Dijuan replied, "Dijiang, you 12 ancestral witches have established your own Wu clan and defy the laws of the primordial wilderness. I come today to demand that you join the Yao clan and abide by its decrees." Among the 12 ancestral witches, Zhu Jiuyin spoke with a dark expression, "And what if we refuse?" Before Dijuan could answer, Tai stepped forward, his face full of arrogance. "If you dare to be so insolent, my Yao army will raze the Wu clan to the ground, leaving not a single foothold for you in the primordial wilderness." Gong Gong spat on the ground. "You three-legged little crow, how dare you spew such nonsense?" The hot-tempered Zhurong joined in the cursing. "Exactly. The primordial wilderness was opened by Father God Pangu, and we Wu are his true descendants. The laws of this world should be determined by us. What are you two mangy birds to come here and throw your weight around? Upon hearing this, Tai raised the chaos bell ready to strike. Dejuan reached out to stop him, then looked down at the 12 ancestral witches and said coldly, "Are you determined to oppose the Yao court?" None of the ancestral witches deigned to reply. Zhurong let out a sarcastic laugh. "I think it would be better if you two mangy birds and your motley crew of soldiers simply surrendered to my Wu clan. Perhaps if we're in a good mood, we might spare your worthless lives." Having said that, he threw his head back and laughed. The other ancestral witches joined in the laughter, their eyes filled with mockery. Dejuan realized at that moment that this day's battle was inevitable. He roared at the 12 ancestral witches, "You barbarians! Since you refuse to take the honorable path, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Let our strength decide the outcome." As his words fell, he led the surrounding Yao saints in channeling their magical power, simultaneously activating their spiritual treasures and charging at the 12 ancestral witches. At the same time, the Wu clan responded without a word. The 12 ancestral witches revealed their true forms, using their physical bodies to withstand countless spiritual treasures as they rushed forward to meet the enemy. Tai, standing high in the sky, bellowed to all the Yao kill. Then he plunged into the battlefield. The moment the leaders clashed, the vast armies of both the Wu and Yao clans collided. As Dejuan and Dejiang fought, the power of the quasi-sage level exploded, ravaging the area for hundreds of miles as if scoured by chaotic winds. The ground was torn open and a 100-meter thick layer of earth was ripped up. Strangely, this force, capable of shredding a Luo Golden Immortal, left not a single mark upon them. Once the battle began, although the Wu clan did not cultivate their primordial spirit, the physical bodies of the ancestral witches were astonishingly tough, fearlessly enduring even innate spiritual treasures. Moreover, each of the 12 ancestral witches naturally commanded a path of Dao laws. In their fight against the Yao clan, they not only held their ground, but gradually gained the upper hand. A Yao deity attempted to sneak up behind Dejiang and strike with his spiritual treasure. However, when the treasure struck Dejiang, it had no effect whatsoever. Dejiang turned and threw a punch, shattering that low-grade, innate spiritual treasure into dust. In that instant, an innate spiritual treasure was destroyed in the primordial wilderness. The attacking Yao deity, having his bonded treasure destroyed, immediately suffered magical backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his combat power reduced to 0. In a battle of such intensity, the meaning of losing combat power was clear to all. At that very moment, Tai seized the opening created by Dejiang's destruction of the treasure, urging the chaos bell to crash violently into Dejiang. Dejiang sensed the danger and tried to block, but how could he defend against Tai's long-planned ambush? The chaos bell struck Dejiang, sending him flying backwards, spitting blood. At the moment of impact, a violent shockwave erupted. The Yao deity, whose treasure had been destroyed by Dejuan, was instantly obliterated by the residual force. After wounding Dejiang, Tai did not relent, pressing his attack with the clear intention of eliminating the Wu clan's leader and their strongest combatant. Seeing Dejiang injured, the other ancestral witches immediately disengaged from their own battles and placed themselves before Dejiang, blocking Tai. Seeing this, Tai had to withdraw. As arrogant as he was, he knew he could face any single ancestral witch without fear, but if all 12 attacked together, he would certainly fall. The moment Tai stopped, Dejuan and the other Yao saints and deities had already gathered beside him. In that brief instant, Dejiang had recovered. Reflecting on the danger he had just faced, he scanned the distant battlefield, only to see countless Wu warriors struggling under the immense pressure of the Yao forces, suffering heavy casualties. Dejiang's heart ached at the sight. All Wu clansmen were created from the essence blood of the 12 ancestral witches, each one as dear as their own children. Though the Wu clan had always regarded death in battle as returning to the embrace of Father God Pangu, watching their kin fall in droves still felt like a knife cutting through their hearts. Caring no longer whether the sages of the primordial wilderness might detect them, he roared at the other 11 ancestral witches, "Form the formation." Before his words had even faded, a blood-red flag appeared in his hand, its surface inscribed with strange runes that none could decipher. Hearing Dejiang's roar, the other ancestral witches did not hesitate. Each produced a flag of similar appearance. In the next moment, the 11 quickly scattered, taking different positions and encircling Dejiang. Dejuan sensed something was amiss with the 12 ancestral witches and immediately shouted, "Stop them." As he spoke, he struck first, sending the Hichu Luoshu hurtling toward them. Tai and the others instantly reacted and prepared to act, but it was already too late. Just as Daijin's Hichu Luoshu approached the 12 ancestral witches, it was repelled by an invisible force. Before the attacks on the battlefield could land, the figures of the 12 ancestral witches had completely vanished. In their place, a colossal body appeared, vast enough to blot out the sky and cover the sun. As the giant shadow emerged, the assaults of Tai and the others landed precisely where the ancestral witches had stood. Then the giant raised its hand and threw a punch. A simple motion, yet it sent numerous spiritual treasures, including the Chaos Bell, flying through the air. Those of lower quality, the inferior grade treasures, exploded into fragments the moment the fist made contact. The instant the giant appeared, the entire primordial wilderness seemed to come alive. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged and boiled wildly, as if welcoming something. The primordial mighty figures who had been drawn by the massive disturbance caused by the demon race stared with eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Someone's lips trembled as they murmured 3 words, Panga the Great. Even the few saints who had recently attained enlightenment were stunned, their faces etched with disbelief. The 3 pure ones sprang from their seats, instinctively blurting out toward the giant's direction, Father God Pangu. Indeed, the 12 ancestral witches had deployed the 12 heavenly god-demon formation, summoning this giant. None other than Pangu the Great, who split the chaos and created the primordial world. After that exclamation, the 3 pure ones, being saints, quickly steadied their minds. They knew well that Pangu had perished during the creation of heaven and earth, so this entity could not be the true Pangu. Laozi observed and suddenly spoke. This must be the 12 ancestral witches using themselves as catalysts, fusing to temporarily summon Father God's physical form for battle. True to his status as the foremost among saints, Laozi saw through the origin of Pangu's true form at a glance. Yuan Shi and Tongtian, upon hearing this, quickly grasped the situation. In truth, with their insight, they could have seen through it as well. Yet Pangu's weight in their hearts was immense, and the sudden sight of him was too overwhelming for them to examine closely at first. On Mount Bujo, the disciples of the 3 pure ones suddenly sensed a saint-level pressure and were terrified. They could not fathom what event in the primordial world could agitate their saintly masters so. These disciples, taken on by Tongtian and Yuan Shi after the creation of chaos, were still far in cultivation. Most were at the golden immortal level, with only a few at the Tai stage and none at the Daluo level. With their abilities, they could not probe the battle between the witch and demon races, nor did they know the storm it had stirred across the primordial world. After discerning the origin of Pangu's true form, the 3 pure ones calmly sat back down. Their saintly divine senses remained locked on the battlefield, closely monitoring every move. Back on the battlefield, Dijuan and the others nearly had their hearts leap out at the first sight of Pangu's true form. But soon Tai and Dijuan realized this could not be the real Pangu. Dijuan gritted his teeth and shouted, "It's just a fake summoned by the 12 ancestral witches that won't last long. If we stall for time until they collapse on their own, victory is ours." With that, Dijuan was the first to charge forward, engaging Pangu's true form. In truth, his guess was correct. At this moment, the Pangu true form summoned by the 12 heavenly god-demon formation was burning the ancestral witches' primordial power at an insane rate every second. If they could hold out until the witches exhausted themselves, the formation would naturally collapse. Dijiang, commanding the true form, saw through Dijuan's plan. Just then Pangu's true form spoke. The voice belonged to none of the 12 ancestral witches. It was a timbre never before heard in the primordial world. Yet every living being who heard it inexplicably felt a thought arise. This was the voice of Pangu the Great. Pangu's true form raised its right hand and bellowed, "Axe come." As the words fell, the bell of chaos which Tai had refined before him trembled violently, nearly slipping from his grasp. Startled, Tai quickly channeled his power to suppress it, preventing the supreme treasure from changing hands on the spot. Simultaneously, far away on Mount Kunlun, the Taiji diagram in Laozi's hands and the Pangu banner in Yuan Shi's hands also trembled, as if summoned by a force to return to Pangu. Both hastily waved their hands to suppress them, stabilizing the situation. Seeing no spiritual treasures fly over, Pangu's true form furrowed its brow slightly. But the crease vanished in an instant. Then a massive axe materialized in its hand. The Chaos Supreme Treasure, the heaven-opening divine axe. The great axe in Pangu's true form's hand was none other than the very axe that Pangu the Great had used to split the chaos, the heaven opener. Yet because the shattered fragments from ages past had not been fully recalled, the axe's form appeared somewhat ethereal, as if forcibly pieced together from the world's spiritual energy. Then Pangu's true form roared, "Ha!" The heaven-opening divine axe with the might to tear heaven and earth struck straight down at the position of the demon saints. The saints of the heavens witnessing this were all startled. Outsiders might not see it, but they could clearly sense. The power of this strike had reached the saint level. For a moment, many saints doubted what Hongjun had said about Pangu failing to attain enlightenment through strength. If it were Pangu himself here, unleashing saint-level power would be one thing. But now this Pangu true form was merely a puppet summoned by the 12 ancestral witches through a formation wielding less than a tenth of the original's power, yet it could still unleash such an attack. Just how far had Pangu the Great's true cultivation reached? The saints' minds churned with thoughts. But Dijuan and the others had no leisure to ponder this. They stood within the attack range of the heaven-opening divine axe, facing a pressure comparable to a saint's strike. Just bearing it left them breathless. Dijuan had earlier circled around Pangus' true form to harass it. Seeing the heaven-opening divine axe take shape, he immediately retreated. As he withdrew, he roared, "Scatter!" At Dijuan's shout, the demon saints instantly evacuated the attack range, but the demon gods with lesser cultivation were not so fortunate. These demon gods could not flee like Quasi saints. The moment Pangus' true form moved, its oppressive force locked them in place, unable to move, forcing them to endure. Then Pangus' true form swung the heaven-opening axe down. The trapped Luo demon gods, without even a chance to scream, were annihilated into nothingness. Their entire existence was erased from the river of time beyond even the heavenly Dao's power to restore. The witch and demon races on the battlefield reacted in starkly different ways. The witch side was ablaze with fervor. After being suppressed for so long, they finally felt vindicated. The leading great witches across the battlefield shouted, "Brothers of the witch race! The ancestral witches have begun their harvest. Those feathered beasts Dijuan and Tai will soon perish without a trace under Father God Pangus' might. We must not disgrace the witch race, nor Father God. Charge with me." Other witches yelled back, "Yes. At worst we die and return to Father God's embrace. Kill one, and we break, even kill two, and we profit." The demon side was the complete opposite. The leading demon gods and great demons desperately shouted to steady their ranks, but the lesser demons had witnessed Pangus' true form annihilate so many Luo demon gods with a single axe strike, while even the 10 demon saints and 2 demon emperors could only flee in panic. Who could continue fighting? The lesser demons thought only of survival. No matter how the mighty ones tried to maintain order, morale was beyond salvage. The demon race's defeat was sealed, their decline evident. More terrifyingly, Pangus' true form after that strike that slew so many demon gods showed no fatigue. Instead, its aura grew stronger. Seeing this, Dijuan understood instantly. The delaying tactic would not work. Even if Pangus' true form had a time limit, holding out until it vanished would leave none of the demon high ranks alive. Even if he survived by luck, he would be gravely wounded. If the 12 ancestral witches were not heavily drained, the demon race would be utterly finished. Dijuan made a swift decision, bellowing to all demon mighty ones, "Retreat to the demon court." Hearing this, the demon saints fled without a word toward the demon court, some tearing through space to teleport. For the lesser demons on the battlefield, Dijuan's command was the final straw, and they scrambled to escape. Each cursed that their parents had not given them more legs, fearing they would be too slow. Seeing the demons flee, the witch side's morale soared, and they immediately gave chase. All the way to the 33rd heaven, the demon race's lair. On the other front, Pangus' true form, seeing the enemy routed, did not dispel itself. It swung the heaven-opening axe, scanned the witch race's main battlefield, then raised its hand and slashed the void before it. After Dijuan and the others fled to the demon court, they gathered in the first heaven. Dijuan gritted his teeth and said, "I never imagined the witch race had such a hidden card. The power of Pangus' true form can rival a saint. The most urgent thing now is to survive this calamity. The witch race won't stop just because we retreated. They'll surely pursue us." Baze frowned and interjected, "To hell with fear. Well, fight to the death if we must. Death is the worst that can happen." Tai roared, "Tai!" Dijuan called him back, then turned to the demon saints and said, "If the 12 ancestral witches do pursue, we'll have to do as Tai says. Pool all our strength and fight for a way out." Before he finished, everyone saw a massive rift tear open in the space nearby, and a colossal shadow stepped out from the crack. As for Pangus' true form, it lightly slashed the void before it, and the space immediately split into a huge fissure, as if even this sturdy space could not withstand its gentle cut. With the rift open, Pangus' true form strode forward, stepping through. In an instant, it appeared in the demon court. Seeing the true form crossing through space, Dijuan and the others who had just relaxed tensed up again. "Baze, you crow's mouth. You jinxed us." The demon saints cursed inwardly. Pangus' true form, seeing the gathered demons, simply reached out, and the dissipated heaven-opening axe coalesced in its hand again. It swung the axe down at Dijuan and the others. On their side, seeing Pangus' true form, they did not hesitate. Though they cursed Baze's foul mouth, their movements were swift. They immediately pooled all their power to withstand this strike, an axe that seemed ready to shatter the entire heavenly court. The saints, observing, instinctively felt that with this blow the demon high ranks would all perish. The mighty ones watching also prepared to withdraw their divine senses. But just then a figure appeared between the two sides. Without any visible action, the two overwhelming attacks instantly collapsed and dissipated. The moment that figure emerged, all 6 saints in heaven rose to their feet. Their faces were filled with shock, even more intense than when they saw the witch race summon Pangus' true form. At the same time a voice echoed across the primordial world, its origin unknown high above the 9-layered clouds. The essence of the Tao is true. Beyond the heavens and the yellow earth, I am the sovereign of the teachings. Pangu transformed into the primordial chaos with yin and yang, and the 4 symbols ceaselessly revolving. From a single lineage came the 3 friends, and 2 teachings, the Chan and the Jiao, were established. The supreme ruler of the Mystic Gate was none other than the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Upon glimpsing that figure, the 6 sages instantly teleported, landing together at the edge of the battlefield. They bowed and paid their respects. We pay homage to our teacher Hongjun. The one who had arrived was none other than the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Seeing him block the attack of Pangus' true form, the great demon of the Yao race breathed a sigh of relief and hastily bowed. Greetings, Tao ancestor Hongjun. Then turning to the approaching sages, he cupped his hands. Greetings, all sages. Throughout the primordial wilderness, all who had been observing the battle rose and bowed from afar towards Hongjun. We pay homage to the Tao ancestor Hongjun. As the attack was blocked, Pangus' true form asked in a deep voice, Tao ancestor, what is the meaning of your arrival? Hongjun spoke slowly. This battle between the Wu and Yao races has caused countless casualties among the primordial beings. I cannot bear to see heaven and earth suffer such calamity. Cease your hostilities now. From this day forth the Wu and Yao races shall not wage war for 10,000 years. Henceforth the Yao race shall govern the heavens, and the Wu race shall rule the earth. This decree takes effect immediately. Neither race shall defy it. Hearing this, Dijuan and the others were overjoyed and immediately knelt to kowtow. Many thanks, Tao ancestor Hongjun. The 6 sages also spoke in unison. The teacher is merciful. Yet the 12 ancestral Wu were filled with resentment. Dijiang, controlling Pangus' true form, roared, on what grounds? If you hadn't intervened, we could have slain those 2 feathered creatures in an instant and ended this battle in a moment. How dare you? Zhuanti, enraged by the words, shouted sternly and raised his hand ready to strike. Dijiang and the others showed no sign of backing down. They directly commanded Pangus' true form, who swung the heaven-splitting axe forward. The might of this strike was even fiercer than the one previously aimed at the Yao race. Seeing this, Zhuanti was inwardly dismissive. All beneath the sage realm are mere ants. No matter how strong you are no match for me. With that he gathered his Dharma power and met the attack head-on. But what happened next defied everyone's expectations, except for Hongjun's. When the light of the axe collided with Zunti's attack, it neither instantly dissipated nor remained locked in a stalemate. Instead, it directly tore through Zunti's assault and slashed straight towards him. Zhuanti tried to summon more Dharma power to defend himself, but the axe light had already reached him. He was sent flying violently, his form appearing utterly disheveled. Having landed a blow, Pangus' true form did not continue to pursue Zhuanti. Instead, it turned towards the Tao ancestor Hongjun and struck out with another axe. But in Hongjun's eyes, this attack was utterly ordinary. He merely shook his head gently, and the axe light dissipated on its own in the void. At the same time, a flash of light enveloped Zhuanti, instantly restoring him to his former lofty sage appearance as he returned to Jiayin's side. It was as if the one who had been sent flying moments ago was not him at all. After the axe light vanished, Hongjun did not remain seated. He simply waved his hand casually towards Pangus' true form. Immediately afterward, the colossal Pangus' true form exploded on the spot. The figures of the 12 ancestral Wu simultaneously appeared. Upon closer inspection, traces of blood could be seen at the corners of each of their mouths. That seemingly effortless gesture from Hongjun had not only shattered the 12 heavenly gods and demons formation, but the residual force had also injured the 12 ancestral Wu who were presiding over the formation. This was a lesson for their transgression. After the 12 ancestral Wu materialized, each had blood at their lips, and their eyes burned with fury as they stared fixedly at the Tao ancestor Hongjun high above, as if waiting for an explanation. But Hongjun had no intention of offering any explanation. He swept his gaze over them and declared, "From now on, everything shall be done as I have commanded. None shall disobey." Having said this, he turned to the 6 sages. No sage is permitted to interfere in the affairs of the Wu and Yao races. With these words, he and the 12 ancestral Wu vanished from the Yao court. Once Hongjun had left, the sages also departed from the Yao court one after another. Except for Jane, the other sages all cast taunting glances at Zhuanti. However, the thickness of Zunti's skin was known throughout the primordial wilderness. He paid them no mind. But inwardly, he silently marked this score, plotting to make the Wu race pay for it in the future. He also held a grudge against the Yao race. If not for their battle with the Wu, Hongjun would never have appeared here. Had Hongjun not come, Zhuanti wouldn't have needed to make this trip, and certainly wouldn't have been humiliated before the mighty figures of the primordial wilderness. After this battle, the sages finally understood the true terror of Hongjun. Previously they believed that attaining sagehood had brought them close to Hongjun's level. Even though Hongjun had become a sage long before them, they thought the gap was not insurmountable. But after this fight that notion was utterly extinguished. Although they all looked down on Zhuanti, they also knew that his combat power was not far from their own. An attack that Zhuanti couldn't block Hongjun could dispel without even moving a finger. Hongjun had once again displayed his supreme might, deflating all those with ambitious thoughts. Only after the sages had left did Dijuan and the others truly breathe a sigh of relief. This battle had severely sapped the Yao race's strength. Had it not been for their deep reserves and the presence of two peak latest-stage quasi-sages like Dijuan and Tai, the Yao race might never have recovered. Dijuan shook his head, seeming to have aged several years in an instant. Without a word he walked towards the 33rd heaven. Tai and the other Yao lords also remained silent, following Dijuan away. After vanishing from the Yao court, the 12 ancestral Wu appeared outside the Pango Hall. Hongjun had, before the Pango Hall, blood still at the corner of his mouth. Zhurong punched the already ravaged ground, fiercely cursing, "This is utterly disgusting. We were just one breath away from completely destroying the Yao court." Gong Gong gritted his teeth, his face full of resentment. That old thing Hongjun just had to meddle. Zhuin quickly stopped him. "Big brother, you must not speak recklessly. We are no match for that one now. Let us endure for 10,000 years, and we will speak of this later." Dijiang sighed and made the final decision. "For now this is the only way. We will discuss the details back in the Pango Hall." Hota the Earth Ancestral Wu stepped forward and activated her own laws of power, restoring piece by piece the land that had been upturned during the Great Battle. This war between the Wu and Yao had shaken the entire situation of the Primordial Wilderness. After the war, the number of top-tier experts in the Primordial Wilderness had suddenly decreased by nearly 40%. The 12 ancestral Wu withdrew to Wu territory, summoning their people to arrange subsequent matters. But let us set this aside for now. On the Three Immortals Island, Hao Yu was holding a sermon on the Tao. He used the Primordial Pearl and his own cultivation as a Hunyuan Golden Immortal of the Great Luo realm to completely shield the island's celestial secrets. The entire Three Immortals Island seemed to have vanished from the Primordial Wilderness. From before the start of the Wu Yao War until now, over 100 years had passed, and not a single activity on the island had reached the outside world. Even the Heavenly Tao could not spy on what was happening within. Over these 100 years, Hao Yu had expounded one by one the great Tao laws that the system had recorded when he attained the Hunyuan Tao. He spoke on the 3,000 great Taos from beginning to end. An incredibly dense power of the great Tao permeated the entire Three Immortals Island. The rules recorded by the system could not be directly released for others to comprehend. However, Hao Yu could retrieve them and recount them in his own words. Although it was not as effective as direct comprehension, it was an immense opportunity for cultivators below the Hunyuan realm. In the 10th year of the sermon, Zhao Gongming finally broke through his bottleneck, stepping into the quasi-sage realm and officially becoming one of the top cultivators in the Primordial Wilderness. Although the three Shaos and the six-eared macaque had not touched the threshold of quasi-sage, they had all reached the peak of the Great Luo realm. The three Shaos were just a single layer away from quasi-sage, stuck at the stage of solidifying their Dharma power. Solidifying Dharma power was something with no shortcuts. One could only rely on their own bitter cultivation, grinding away bit by bit. Over these 100 years, it wasn't just Zhao Gongming and the others who had reaped great rewards. Every single blade of grass and tree on the Three Immortals Island had also partaken in this great fortune. The two willow trees outside the Hongming Dao Palace, under the erosion of Hao Yu's great Dao rules, had actually given birth to spiritual intelligence. At the moment of their awakening, they bent their trunks towards the direction of the sermon within the palace and bowed from afar. Beside the willows, two blades of grass not only gained intelligence, but also directly took form as the sermon neared its end. One transformed into a young boy, the other into a young girl, both with their hair tied in childish buns. Beyond this, countless living beings on the island had to varying degrees benefited from this sermon. Finally, Hao Yu ceased his sermon. The moment his voice fell, the profound resonance of the great Tao that had shrouded the Three Immortals Island dissipated instantly, leaving not a trace. During the sermon, unlike Hongjun, Hao Yu genuinely wished for Zhao Gongming and the others to comprehend something. He was not perfunctory, merely pouring out the content and being done with it, caring not whether his audience understood. After Hao Yu finished, it was a long while before Zhao Gongming and the others returned from their state of enlightenment. They immediately knelt and bowed. "Many thanks, Master, for bestowing the sermon upon us." Hao Yu looked at Zhao Gongming and said, "You have now reached the quasi-sage realm. You are a renowned expert in the Primordial Wilderness, a true power when you go out into the world. First return and stabilize your cultivation realm. After that I have matters to entrust to you." "Yes, Master," Zhao Gongming acknowledged. Hao Yu then looked at the other four. As for the four of you, return as well and thoroughly digest what you have heard today. When the time comes, like Zhao Gongming, I also have tasks to assign to you." When they had heard Hao Yu giving instructions only to Zhao Gongming, the others had felt somewhat disheartened, thinking their cultivation was too low to be of any help. Now upon learning they also had tasks, they immediately brightened yes. With that they each returned to their own secluded cultivation spots. When Hao Yu said he had tasks for them, it was not an empty promise. After finishing the sermon, he calculated the current situation of the primordial wilderness and discovered that the first great war between the Wu and Yao had already concluded. The Dao ancestor Hongjun had intervened, just like in the myths of later ages, directly establishing the situation where the Yao govern the heavens and the Wu rule the earth. Following this course, the next era would be one where the human race struggled to survive in the cracks between the two races. Hao Yu certainly would not stand idly by. Although he could not directly shield the human race from all hardship, for a comfortable human race could never become the future protagonists of the primordial wilderness. He would absolutely not allow the Yao race to slaughter humans on a massive scale, as they had in his past life, reducing the human race to a mere fraction of its former self. When the time came, the task for Zhao Gongming and the others would be to intervene and block the Yao race at the moment of the human race's true peril, protecting them. In the Lingxiao treasure hall of the Yao court, Dijun Tai Kuanping Fushi and the 10 great Yao lords were all gathered. They had remained here ever since the Dao ancestor Hongjun had left. This time Dijun and Tai did not sit on the main throne at the high platform, but instead sat together with the other Yao lords. Baizhe spoke up during the discussion. The Dao ancestor Hongjun has decreed that the Wu and Yao clans shall not wage war for 10,000 years. But if after these 10,000 years we still cannot break the Wu clan's 12 capital gods fiend formation, then the fate of our Yao clan will be no different from what it is now. Who is not aware of this? Kuan Peng said with helpless resignation. Yet you have all witnessed it. When the Wu clan summons the primordial true form of Pangu, its power rivals that of a saint. Saint Juanti could not even withstand a single strike from their axe. What do we have to fight them with? Dijun had been keeping his head lowered, but upon hearing this, he suddenly raised it, his voice resolute. No, there is still a way. His gaze swept across everyone present, his tone urgent and firm. When the Wu clan summoned Pangu's true form, just now the shadow of a formation suddenly flickered within the Hichu Luoshu. Though I only sensed a vague trace, if you grant me 1,000 years, I am certain I can comprehend it fully. My intuition tells me, even if this formation cannot match the 12 capital gods fiend formation, it will not fall far short. Upon hearing this, Fushi was so stirred, he nearly sprang to his feet. If we can truly develop this formation, the gap in top-tier combat power will be closed. When the Yao and Wu clans clash, the outcome will no longer be a foregone conclusion. It will not be like now, where the ending is known before the battle even begins. Exactly. Dijun nodded emphatically. He rose to his feet, his eyes blazing like torches. Enough. All of you return and tend to your injuries. When I emerge from seclusion, next time our Yao clan's grand formation shall be unveiled. When I next emerge from seclusion, that will be the day the Yao clan's formation is born into the world. Dijun stood in the Lingxiao treasure hall, swept his gaze across the assembly, and after uttering these words turned and departed, paying no heed to the expressions of the demon horde behind him. The moment he left, the remaining crowd also dispersed. Each returned to their own Dao field, some to nurse their wounds, others to enter seclusion. After all, in the face of Pangu's true form, none had emerged unscathed. Everyone bore injuries of varying degrees. After this battle, the entire primordial world understood one thing: the 12 ancestral witches, when united, could stand firm against a saint. For a time, the Wu clan was inscribed on the list of those absolutely not to be provoked. Over the next century, skirmishes between the Wu and Yao clans were unending, yet both sides feared the decree of the Dao ancestor Hongjun, and neither dared to overturn the table and wage full-scale war. The primordial world enjoyed a rare period of tranquility. But Mingyi was different. After failing to attain the Dao by following Nuwa's path, he had relied on that merit to forcefully cultivate to the late quasi-saint stage. After spending roughly another 1,000 years in consolidation, he directly touched the threshold of the quasi-saint peak. Since he had once been able to imitate Nuwa in creating living beings, how could he resist following suit when he saw the other 5 saints had all established their own sects? However, initially Mingyi felt he had not yet reached his limit and feared that the merit bestowed after founding a sect would only push his cultivation a little further, not nearly enough to make him a saint. Thus he had spent these years in silent cultivation, too apathetic to even glance at the tumultuous battles between the Wu and Yao clans. Finally that day arrived. Ming's cultivation had become utterly stuck at the quasi-saint peak, unable to advance a single step further. He calculated that even if the descending merit were the same as last time, it would be sufficient for him to take that final stride. But heaven did not grant his wish. That day Mingyi suddenly emerged from the sea of blood. Since his last failed attempt at attaining the Tao, he had been hiding within the sea, never showing his face. This time he stood directly above the sea of blood, his quasi-saint peak cultivation radiating without restraint, his oppressive aura sweeping in all directions. All the great powerhouses of the primordial world sensed this terrifying presence at the same moment. Everyone followed the direction of that aura to investigate, all wanting to see who was making such a grand commotion. Ming's current cultivation was firmly at the quasi-saint peak. Across the entire primordial world, aside from the few saints, no one could rival him. At this moment, the great powers of the primordial world, following that trace of energy, cast their gazes toward the sea of blood, already guessing in their hearts that it was Mingyi causing trouble again. They were eager to see what new trick this fellow who had stumbled in his last attempt at the Tao was planning this time. As they were pondering, Mingyi did not keep them waiting long. He shouted directly toward the heavens, "I, Mingyi, do hereby establish the Azura sect within the sea of blood today at the peak of quasi-saint cultivation. The Azura race shall be the foundation of this sect to educate the entire clan. The 12-pointed karmic fire red lotus supports the sect's fortune, and the Yuan-Tu and Abi swords serve as the treasures to attest my Tao. The Azura sect is established." The moment these words were spoken, the great powers were all stunned. They had not expected that Mingyi, this recluse who usually stayed hidden in the sea of blood, had silently cultivated to the quasi-saint peak. Even more surprising was that he was imitating the saints by founding a sect. They knew that with this move Mingyi might very well rely on merit to charge through to the saint position. Mingyi himself was also brimming with confidence, directly revealing the Yuan-Tu and Abi swords as his treasures to attest the Tao. As his words fell, a mass of merit descended from the heavens, hovering above his head. The size of that mass of merit was similar to what he had obtained when he created the Azura race. Then the merit poured directly into Ming's body. The aura around him instantly exploded, surging upward. Ming's heart was wild with joy. Did it work? Is it truly working this time? The great powers of the primordial world were also wide-eyed, thinking, no way, is Mingyi really going to succeed in attaining the Tao this time? Is the primordial world about to have a seventh saint? But just as everyone believed the deed was done, the aura soaring within Mingyi suddenly came to a halt. It was as if he had slammed on the brakes, forcibly stopping at an awkward neither here nor there position. Mingyi himself could feel it too. He had indeed leaped out of the quasi-saint pit, but it didn't feel like being a saint either. Stuck in the middle, unable to go up or down, it was agonizing. The great powers waited for a long time, but saw no celestial phenomena in the primordial world, nor did they feel the saint's pressure covering the three realms. They all understood. Mingyi had failed to attain the Tao again. But upon closer inspection, Ming's state seemed to be a notch above a quasi-saint, like a brand new realm. Mingyi himself was well aware that although he had not become a saint, an ordinary quasi-saint was certainly no match for him. Yet what use was that? He couldn't muster any joy in his heart, because he had once again disgraced himself before all living beings of the primordial world. Seeing no further activity from him, the great powers gradually dispersed, no longer bothering to stare at the sea of blood. Although Mingyi had failed again in his quest for the Tao, no one mocked him. After all, his indomitable spirit, pushing forward time and again, was unmatched by few great powers in the entire primordial world. After Ming's failure, no major events occurred in the primordial world. The matter was talked about, but since he hadn't actually become a saint, it merely passed through everyone's lips without causing much of a stir. The conflict between Tongtian and Yuanshi finally came to a head. The Wu and Yao clans each retracted their power, and the surface of the primordial world was relatively peaceful. Those wandering cultivators who wished not to get involved also buried themselves in training. As for the disciples of the saints, the situation was far more complex. Laozi's Ren sect had taken in only one Xuandu and accepted no second. Yuanshi titled himself Yuanshi Tianzuan. The Chan sect from top to bottom emphasized rules and decreed that all things must comply with the heavenly Tao. His criteria for examination were exceptionally stringent. After much selection, he had taken in only 12 disciples before the first great war between the Wu and Yao. These were the ones later known as the 12 Golden Immortals. But Tongtian was different. He remembered the insight he gained when he attained the Tao and insisted on teaching without discrimination. Regardless of race, anyone willing to learn was accepted without refusal. As a result, Kunlun Mountain was soon packed with disciples of the Jie sect. With more people came more trouble. The number of Jie sect disciples grew, and Tongtian did little to discipline them, saying they should follow their innate nature. But the Chan sect adhered to a set of rules, and the philosophies of the two sides were inherently incompatible. The contradictions deepened and finally erupted completely. At first it was just mutual disdain and harsh words. Then it escalated to physical fights, sometimes with groups brawling. Later things spiraled entirely out of control. Relying on their superior numbers, the Jie sect disciples directly ganged up on and beat the Chan sect's 12 golden immortals. When word of this reached the ears of the two saints, neither could sit still. Yuanshi felt that Tong Tian could not control his disciples, taking in nothing but base wet-born egg-hatched creatures, bringing shame to the saints. Tong Tian, however, argued that Yuanshi's restrictions on his disciples were too severe, stifling the innate nature of cultivators. Neither could convince the other. The animosity between them grew day by day, until one day Yuanshi Tianzuan personally took action to discipline Tongshan's senior disciple Duo Bao. This time Tong Tian completely exploded. Yuanshi, Tong Tian appeared on the scene, directly pointing at Yuanshi and cursing for a conflict between juniors. You, a dignified saint, personally intervene. What difference is there between you and those two, Jin and Zhuanti? Yuanshi, who usually held Jin and Zhuanti in the utmost contempt, changed his expression the moment Tong Tian compared him to them. Fine words, Tong Tian. Your disciples, relying on their numbers, bully my 12 golden immortals. Not only do you fail to discipline them, but you dare to rebuke me. Yuanshi, stop spouting nonsense here. Tongshan's temper ignited instantly. The matter was clearly started by your disciples. You don't punish them, but instead bully the weak and shift the blame. Since this is the case today, let the sect leaders of our two sects compare their skills. Yuanshi Tianzan's face darkened. Tong Tian, you won't even call me second brother anymore, directly addressing me by name. Are you seeking to sever our bond? Tong Tian let out a cold laugh. Yuanshi, don't try to use the seniority card on me. You merely took form a moment earlier than I. Do you truly think you can lord everything over me? Before his words faded, he could not be bothered to argue further. With a thought, the 4 immortal slaying swords bestowed by the Dao ancestor, Hongjun, flew out from his body, hovering at his side. His treasure to attest, the Dao, the green lotus sword, was firmly gripped in his hand. The formation diagram of the immortal slaying sword array appeared before him, light flowing across it, ready at any moment to swallow Yuanshi Tianzuan whole. Yuanshi was not to be outdone, revealing the Panga banner and the 3 treasures Rui simultaneously. Fine. Today let me see just how capable you have become since attaining sainthood, and whether the teacher's immortal slaying sword array truly requires 4 saints to break. The 2 saints faced off, their auras exploding, instantly sweeping across the entire primordial world. Any being in the primordial world who sensed this presence, unless they were at a critical breakthrough, set aside everything they were doing. Some were fiercely battling over a primordial spiritual treasure, but at this moment they all halted in unison. The treasure hung suspended in the air, untouched, as every gaze turned toward Kunlun Mountain. Mortal enemies locked in a life-and-death struggle exchanged a palm strike and retreated, their eyes fixed on Kunlun. The ancient recluses abandoned their cultivation, sweeping their divine senses toward the mountain. The treasure could be seized later, vengeance delayed, and cultivation postponed. But a battle between sages, especially the first such clash in the primordial era, was a sight not to be missed. Alas, they were destined to be disappointed. Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tong Tian Jiaozhu stood at odds, their oppressive auras intensifying the spiritual treasure's power on the verge of eruption. Only the final strike remained. Suddenly the supreme sage Laozi descended and thundered, cease. You are sages, brothers by blood. To brawl over such trifles. Do you wish to be a laughingstock for all beings in the primordial era? The 2, seeing Laozi's arrival, reluctantly withdrew the treasure and bowed. Greetings, elder brother. The assembled powerhouses, sensing the fight was off, dispersed with a hint of disappointment. Laozi fixed his gaze on them. Do you still remember, I am your elder brother? Tongshan's affairs were entirely his fault. His disciples had filled Kunlun Mountain with chaos, hardly a fitting abode for sages. My 12 golden immortal disciples merely went to reason with them, but they outnumbered us and detained everyone. Left with no choice, I sought to discipline Tongshan's followers. Yet he refused to appreciate it, and even dared to fight me. Yuanshi's words were directed at Laozi. You ensure you speak nonsense. Tong Tian exploded on the spot. Your people came to provoke first. Duo Bao and the others merely. My 12 golden immortals are paragons of virtue. How could they stoop to such acts? Tong Tian, do not slander me. With that, they were on the verge of clashing again. Seeing the situation worsen, Laozi quickly stepped between them. Yuanshi relented and turned to Tong Tian. If you expel those disciples now, I'll consider this matter forgotten. Dream on. You're just jealous that my followers surpass yours. Tong Tian sneered. I have no use for Kunlun Mountain. From today, I'll lead all of Jiejiao away. This place is yours. With that, he shouted to his disciples below, all of you pack up. Kunlun Mountain has no room for us. We leave shortly. Then he vanished. Yuanshi stood frozen, his face dark as thunder. He had hoped Tong Tian would relent, but instead his brother had simply walked away. He had imagined Tong Tian would offer up a few disciples and apologize, and the matter would be settled. After all, before the entire primordial era, Tong Tian had shown him no respect. But Tong Tian refused to play along, and simply fled with his people. Now surely the world would see Yuanshi as narrow-minded, unable to tolerate Tongtian and Jiejiao. Regret gnawed at Yuanshi's heart. Yet his pride was too great to beg them to stay. But the next moment Laozi dropped a bombshell. "Second brother, I am leaving too." Yuanshi was stunned. It took him a while to recover. "Elder brother, no need to speak. My mind, why must it come to this?" Yuanshi sighed. Laozi spoke slowly. "Our three brothers' paths to the Tao are irreconcilable, like fire and water. Kunlun Mountain, though one of the finest peaks in the primordial era, cannot bear the fate of three sages and their grand teachings. My departure with Tongtian was inevitable. Today's incident is merely a catalyst. Do not take it too hard." Having said that, Laozi saw Yuanshi about to speak, turned, and left without a word. Yuanshi stood alone, unmoving for a long time, his face ashen as stone. The 12 golden immortals, still prostrate on the ground, saw Laozi and Tongtian gone, and assumed Yuanshi was waiting for them. They scurried over eagerly. Guangchengzi spoke up. "Master, with Uncle Laozi's Rinjiao and Uncle Tongshan's Jiejiao, leaving Kunlun, want all this land be ours." Several disciples nearby beamed, awaiting Yuanshi's nod, but he remained silent. They looked up and saw no joy on his face. It was dark enough to drip water, his eyes blazing with fury as he stared at them, as if ready to devour them. Yuanshi's anger surged at the sight of his 12 disciples. It was for these oblivious fools that he had driven his own brothers away. The three pure ones had never parted since their manifestation. Now one by one they were leaving to establish their own paths. Kunlun Mountain would be left with only him, a solitary figure in a chilling emptiness. Burning with resentment, he was pestered by these clueless disciples who thought the mountain was theirs. Yuanshi glared at them. A chill ran down their spines. They sensed trouble. Sure enough, the next moment Yuanshi flicked his sleeve, and the 12 golden immortals were sent flying by an immense force. The more Yuanshi thought, the angrier he grew. His brothers had left, and these fools were still grinning. A lesson was long overdue. They flew tens of thousands of miles, crashing into a distant cliff. Dazed and battered, they hit the ground, their bones nearly shattered. The moment they landed, a strange force surged into their bodies, sealing their cultivation. In an instant, they became mere mortals with slightly tougher bodies. Sensing something wrong, they tried to call out to Yuanshi, but his icy voice echoed in their ears. "You are to kneel here and reflect for 100 years. I have sealed your cultivation so you may bear these wounds and contemplate your errors." Their hearts turned. Only then did they realize why their master's face had been so dark after Jijio's departure. It turned out he despised Jijio's disciples, not Uncle Tongtian. And they fools that they were had asked if Kunlun was theirs. Now Jiejiao had walked away scot-free while they had to kneel here for a century, wounded and powerless. They could have slapped themselves. Back at Shangqing Palace, Tongtian Jiaozhu was overwhelmed by a surge of indescribable emotions. Brotherhood spanning countless years, unbroken since their manifestation, now shattered so soon after attaining sagehood. He sat there staring at the familiar bricks and tiles of the palace, his eyes stinging. After a long moment, he pulled himself together, rose, and walked out of Shangqing Palace. He raised a hand and pointed. His Dharma power spread like a tide, rippling through the space before him. The entire Shangqing Palace vanished, absorbed into his sleeve. Tongtian did not hurry. He stood where the palace had been, waiting for his disciples. Soon Duo Bao arrived with the crowd bowing. "Master, everyone is ready." Tongtian said nothing. He turned and gazed at Kunlun Mountain, his eyes lingering on its ridges. Then he mounted the Kuei ox and said flatly, "Lead the way." Duo Bao stepped forward, took the reins, and led the Kuei ox out of Kunlun Mountain. Behind them, a dense throng of Jiejiao disciples followed in a grand procession. Though Jiejiao had not yet reached its future glory of 10,000 immortals, it already exuded an imposing air. The long line wound its way, kicking up dust. In Yuqing Palace, Yuanshi watched in silence. He stood by the window, watching Tongshan's figure fade into the distance, a lump forming in his throat. Especially that final backward glance at Kunlun. The longing and reluctance pierced Yuanshi's heart like a thorn, making him feel like a villain who had driven his brother away. His face darkened as he turned his gaze to the 12 golden immortals still kneeling halfway up the mountain. His eyes were as cold as blades. They shuddered in unison, none daring to look up. As the procession left, Kunlun Duobao asked Tongtian, "Master, where are we headed?" Tongtian looked east. "To the East Sea. The beings there lack guidance. Besides, your uncle Hao Yu's dojo is on the sea, a convenient visit. As for why the three pure ones did not retreat into their own small worlds like Nuwa, the reason was simple. Nuwa had no ties in the primordial era and could leave without a second thought. But the three pure ones bore the burden of their teachings. To hide in a small world would render their doctrines hollow. Shortly after Tongshan's departure, Taiqing Palace on Kunlun also vanished. Laozi mounted his green ox, led by Xuandu, and slowly descended the mountain, heading toward Shouyang Mountain, the cradle of humanity. News of the three Pure Ones split spread across the primordial era. Ordinary beings took it as gossip and moved on. But on Mount Sumeru, Jane and Junti were nearly jumping for joy. Jane rubbed his hands, eyes gleaming. Before, those three in the east always stuck together. We had to sneak around like thieves to spread our teachings. Now that they've split, it's our time to shine. Together we can take on any one of them. Junti pondered for a moment, then turned to Jane. Brother, now is not the time. Though the three Pure Ones are at odds, they haven't completely fallen out. If we charge into the east now, they'll unite, would not only waste our efforts, but also patch up their rift. That would be a huge loss. Jane nodded. You're a thoughtful brother. So what do you suggest we do now? Stay put and do nothing. Let them drift further apart as time passes. Perhaps we can even sow discord and make them fight among themselves. True to their word, Jane and Junti did not interfere in the east during the three Pure Ones split. As for Laozi, when he arrived at Shouyang Mountain, he was taken aback by the sight. Since attaining sagehood, he had only recalled Xuandu to Kunlun and paid no further attention to Shouyang or even humanity. He had assumed that after his departure humanity would revert to its old ways, perhaps slightly better. But he never expected them to have transformed Shouyang Mountain so dramatically. Looking up, he saw a hut on the peak housing two clay statues side by side. On the left was a woman with a human head and serpent body, on the right an old man leaning on a staff. They were Nuwa and Laozi. It was evident at a glance that humanity had placed Laozi on the same pedestal as Nuwa, the creator of mankind. Gazing upon this grand display, even he felt a pang of hesitation. After all, Nuwa's statue was also among them. He could hardly just move it away. Both were sages. He couldn't afford to earn a reputation in this primordial wilderness for bullying a woman. He still valued his dignity. Thus Laozi transmitted a sound to Nuwa. I intend to relocate my Dao field to Mount Shouyang. I would trouble you, junior sister, to remove the clay statue enshrined by humanity. Would that be acceptable? Nuwa, resting in the heavenly palace of Wa, heard Laozi's transmission and curled her lips into a smile. She replied, Senior brother wishes to establish a Dao field at the birthplace of humanity. This sister naturally has no objections. However, humanity has worshipped me here for quite some time. Moving away so abruptly would be rather difficult to arrange. Laozi understood Nuwa's implication at once. Before she could continue, he offered proactively. If junior sister is willing to cede this place to me, I can grant you one condition. Senior brother speaks too kindly. We are fellow disciples from the same sect. Such a trivial matter hardly warrants this. Nuwa's words were polite, but her heart was jubilant knowing she had secured a favor from Laozi. The moment she finished speaking, the clay statue of Nuwa in the dwelling vanished. The elderly man performing the rites saw the clay effigy of the Holy Mother disappear without a trace, and his soul nearly fled in terror. The Holy Mother's statue is gone. The Holy Mother's statue is gone. He shouted frantically, scrambling and rolling as he fled outside. Xuandu leading the azure ox blocked his path. The old man looked up and saw the figure riding the ox. He recognized him instantly. Wasn't this the lord of the human sect, the sage Laozi, who was enshrined alongside Nuwa in the small temple? The old man fell to his knees with a thud. Greetings to the supreme pure one of the human sect. Rise. Laozi's voice was calm. I have consulted with Nuwa, and she has taken back her statue of her own accord. This? Why is that? I wish to move my Dao field to this mountain, so I asked her to vacate the space first. Having said this, Laozi looked up at the small temple atop the peak. In the blink of an eye, the dwelling simply vanished. Immediately after, Laozi dismounted from the ox and waved his hand toward the mountain. A magnificent palace materialized out of thin air, thundering down onto the summit of Mount Shouyang. This great hall occupied a vast expanse of 10,000 li. On its gates were engraved 3 characters, Taiching Palace. Sacred light flowed between the halls, and the resonance of the Dao drifted ethereally. Were any ordinary cultivator to witness these Dao resonances, they would likely achieve enlightenment and break through on the spot. Laozi turned his head to glance at the old man still frozen in place. With a casual wave, he bestowed upon him a sliver of fortune, a repayment for the old man's years of devotion. The old man immediately sensed the benefit he had received and prostrated himself again. Thank you, Supreme Pure One. Without sparing him another glance, Laozi turned and walked toward the Taiching Palace. The old man kowtowed several more times toward Laozi's retreating back before rising and making his way down the mountain. Upon descending, he recounted the events to the capable figures among humanity, then secluded himself in the mountains to cultivate. His cultivation spanned many years. When he finally emerged from seclusion, his presence shook the entire world. But that is a tale for another time. Meanwhile, Tongtian journeyed eastward. Traveling with frequent stops, the following procession of the Jie sect grew ever more massive. Nearly 100 years passed before they reached the eastern sea. Tongtian casually pointed a direction, instructing Duobao to lead the Kuei ox that way. After traveling an unknown distance, a massive island appeared before them. This island seemed no smaller than Mount Shouyang. In fact, it appeared far larger. Master, have we arrived? Duo Bao inquired. Tongtian nodded. This island is fated to be mine. Hearing this, Duo Bao promptly said, Master, wait here. I will scout ahead first. Without waiting for Tongshan's response, he released the ox's tether and with a flicker flew toward the island. Duo Bao mused to himself that as a disciple, he shouldn't always let his master handle everything personally. It was only right for them, the students, to share the burden. But he had barely been on the island for a few moments, a mere blink of an eye, when he was sent flying back with a whoosh. Immediately after, a streak of green light shot out after him. Duo Bao steadied himself midair. The green light dissipated with a splash, revealing the figure within, a young woman dressed in verdant robes clutching an immortal sword. Who are you? Why did you ambush me? Where did you come from? Why are you trespassing on Mount Jinao? The woman raised her sword, shouting at the gathered members of the Jie sect. This island is fated to be mine. Cede it to me, and I can grant you a great opportunity. Tongshan's voice drifted over slowly from behind. Duo Bao had been about to strike, but upon hearing his master's words, he immediately held back. Dream on. The woman let out a roar, and her entire being merged with the immortal sword in her hand. Without sparing Duo Bao a glance, she hurtled directly toward Tongtian. Had any of the great powers of the primordial wilderness witnessed this scene, they would surely have given a thumbs up and exclaimed, Fellow Taoist, you are mighty. You are a true warrior. But who was Tongtian? In all the primordial wilderness, there were only 6 sages. How could he, a venerable sage, allow a cultivator who hadn't even reached the Luo realm to get near him? The light transformed from the green-clad girl flew toward Tongtian for a long time, yet after all that effort, she remained spinning in place, unable to close the distance to his person. Of course, it wasn't that she was unwilling. Tongtian had simply stretched the space before him, leaving the girl to flounder in an endless expanse. Sensing the anomaly, she immediately dissolved her state of unity with the sword and shouted at Tongtian. What kind of skill is this trickery? If you have any guts, fight me fair and square. Watching from the side, Duo Bao's temper flared, and he bellowed, How dare you? With a leap, he shot forward and struck out with his palm. The girl was merely at the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal, while Duo Bao was already a half-step to Luo, on the verge of breaking through to the Luo Golden Immortal. Had it not been for her sneak attack, Duo Bao would never have been knocked off the island by her. The moment Duo Bao struck, the girl was sent flying. Immediately, an aura of the Luo surged forth, materializing into a colossal azure hand that pressed the girl down onto her knees on the sea's surface. Pinned by the Luo's oppressive might, she could not move an inch. The disciples of the Jie sect behind them watched Duo Bao with sparkling eyes, thinking the senior brother's strength is absolutely terrifying. Their reverence for Duo Bao deepened. Duo Bao stood in midair, his chest puffed out, proudly basking in the adoring gazes of his junior brothers and sisters. But just then, the azure hand he had conjured suddenly shattered, dissolving into wisps of spiritual energy that scattered across the eastern sea. Duo Bao's face stiffened. How could this be? He was about to shout who did that, when he suddenly realized he was in the presence of his master's sect leader Tongtian. Who would dare disrupt his technique before a sage? Unless the one who acted was also a sage. With this thought, Duo Bao slowly turned his head to look at Tongtian, who gave a slight nod. Seizing the opportunity, the woman fled across the sea's surface toward the island. But she hadn't gotten far before Tongtian pulled her directly to his side. Only then, standing before him, did she truly comprehend the terror of a sage. He simply sat motionless atop the Kuei ox, yet the faint, intangible pressure radiating from him weighed her down so heavily she couldn't lift her head. Her heart thumped wildly. It's over, it's over. How are these people so terrifying? With such power, why do they need to come and steal my territory? Should I give in? No. Even if it means death, I won't bow my head. Just then she heard Tongtian speak. I will say it once more. This island is fated to be mine. Are you willing to cede it to me? I can grant you a great fortune. The woman raised her head and pointed at Duo Bao. What is he to you? He is my disciple. The woman's eyes lit up. Fine. They'll give you the island, but you have to beat him up for me. And then take me as I can accept you as my personal disciple just like him. As for beating him up, I will teach you the skills. Whether you can defeat him will depend on you. What do you think? A hint of a smile played at the corners of Tongshan's lips as he looked at her. Without a second thought, the woman knelt straight and said respectfully, Disciple Guiling pays respects to master. She then bowed deeply. This woman was none other than the renowned Guiling Holy Mother of later times. It was no wonder she and Duo Bao were perpetually at odds. This incident was likely the root of their grudge. Rise. Tongtian watched her complete the disciple bowing ceremony and then flicked his fingers in the air. 2 pearls flew out from the void and landed before Guiling. Within one pearl was a blazing crimson sun, within the other a silver-white moon. These are the high-grade innate spiritual treasures, the Sun Moon Pearls. Tongtian explained. Guiling accepted the treasures, thinking to herself, I didn't expect this master to be so generous. Then she asked, Master, which great power are you? I still don't know your esteemed title. Tongtian grinned and spoke, This one is Tongtian. The moment Guiling heard those two words, her mind exploded with a roar, leaving only one thought. A sage. Who in the primordial wilderness would dare impersonate a sage? It was even more impossible for someone to share the same name and title. The person before her was the genuine sect leader Tongtian. I have actually entered the tutelage of a sage, and as a personal disciple. When Tongtian and the others had become sages, Guiling had felt the overwhelming heaven-covering pressure of a sage's might on Mount Geneo. At that time she had secretly wished she could become a disciple of a sage. But the Eastern Sea was too perilous. As a mere Tai golden immortal, she couldn't even leave the Eastern Sea, let alone journey to the primordial continent to seek a master. Who would have thought that while she was idling on the island, a sage would descend from the heavens and directly accept her as a personal disciple? Guiling's heart was so delighted it was practically bubbling over. She hurried over, grabbed the rope of the Kuei ox, and began pulling it forward to lead the way, saying, Your disciple will guide master into the island. Seeing that Tongtian had accepted Guiling, the Kuei ox offered no resistance and docilely allowed her to lead it deeper into Mount Geneo. The disciples of the GS sect followed closely behind their leader onto the island. Once they entered, everyone could see clearly. The place, while not exactly dilapidated, was far from impressive. It bore no resemblance to a blessed immortal sanctuary. Looking around, they saw only a crude dwelling built on a leveled peak at the island's center, with a plaque hung at the entrance reading Divine Turtle Hall. Before, Guiling lived alone and never cared about her dwelling, nor did she find it lacking. But now, with so many eyes upon her, even she felt a bit embarrassed. How could this be a place fit for a female immortal? Tongtian, on the other hand, paid no heed to the shabby environment. He turned to Guiling and said, Guiling, Geneo, your fortune is not bad. Guiling chuckled and scratched her head. Master, you've seen through it. Before Tongtian could speak, she continued, Of course, Master is a heavenly Tao sage, omniscient and omnipotent. What in this primordial world could escape your notice? Your escape from this shell is your destiny. Now that you've entered my tutelage, you are bound for greatness, Tongtian said. Then he glanced around. Though there is some immortal chi here, it is still too desolate. Before living alone, there was no need to tidy up much. Now that Master is here, I shall go and clean it up, ensuring it is spotless. Guiling said, touching her head. No need. Tongtian raised his hand and waved. An invisible ripple spread from his palm, instantly enveloping the entire Geneo island. The whole island transformed dramatically under the power of Tongtian. The weeds vanished in an instant, and various immortal herbs and spiritual roots sprouted from the ground. Spiritual energy surged like a floodgate had been opened. The once rugged hills were leveled, and the entire island was remade into a celestial paradise in the blink of an eye. Guiling stood by, her eyes wide with astonishment. She had always known the sages were powerful, but her understanding had been mere imagination. Now, witnessing Tongshan's effortless wave produce such a feat, she realized her previous thoughts were far too shallow. Master, your Dao Palace must be placed on the island, right? I will move my dwelling immediately. Guiling, as if suddenly remembering, hurriedly spoke. No need. Tongtian pointed to an empty space. The earth and stone churned, and a towering mountain abruptly rose from the ground. It seemed to gather all the earth from the leveled hills, forcibly piling them into this peak. After the mountain formed, countless spiritual plants flew from Tongshan's body and scattered onto it. The barren summit was instantly covered with spiritual vegetation, and under its nourishment vast stretches of immortal herbs grew wildly. In just a few breaths, the mountain that had risen from the ground had become a divine celestial peak. Moreover, all the vain and spiritual ore of Geneo Island seemed to converge beneath it. Once the peak was fully stabilized, countless spiritual treasures and materials flew from Tongtian, slowly smelting in the air and gradually forming a Dao Palace. From afar, the palace seemed at least 10,000 li in size. As soon as it took shape, it descended upon the newly risen mountain. As for the Dao Palace, Tongtian had on Kunlun Mountain. He had stored it away and planned to use it later in the chaos to open up a new realm. Tongtian turned to his disciples and said, Go find a place on the island to build your dwellings. Direct disciples follow me, as Master commands. The crowd acknowledged and dispersed to seek their own sites. Most chose spots far from Tongshan's Shangqing Palace. Some golden immortal cultivators even left Geneo Island to build caves on nearby islets. After the crowd scattered, Tongtian led his direct disciples into the palace. As they approached the gate, the disciples looked up and felt another tremor in their hearts. The entire palace was saturated with the aura of Tao, as if the very laws were etched into its walls and beams. Above the lintel hung a plaque bearing 3 large characters, Shangqing Palace. Tong Tian waved his hand, and the great doors swung open. The group followed him inside. When Tong Tian led his disciples into the new Dao field, Duobao Jinling and Wudong showed no reaction. Having been by their master's side for so long, they had seen many wonders. But Guiling was different. Having dwelled in the East Sea for years, she had never witnessed such splendor. She was stunned upon entering. How lavish Master Tong Tian was. The main seat in the hall was the very cushion Master had used while listening to lectures at Zixiao Palace. The lamp beside it, the bicolor Liangyi lamp, was even a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. Various spiritual treasures were casually placed around the hall, occasionally flashing with precious light. Tong Tian did not linger, but went straight to the main seat. Duobao Daoist Jinling, Holy Mother Wudong, Holy Mother, and Guiling, Holy Mother stood, in order from left to right. Tong Tian looked at them. You 4 are my direct disciples. I ask you, do you wish to build your own Dao fields elsewhere or reside directly in Shangqing Palace? Duobao spoke first. I wish to choose a site outside Jinao Island. In truth, he still bore a grudge over Guiling's earlier ambush. Moreover, she had sought to teach him a lesson. How could he stay on an island that originally belonged to her? By tradition, direct disciples lived with their master before completing their training. Like Zhao Gongming and others, even if not adjacent, they were never far from the master's Dao field. Duobao's decision to leave the master's island entirely was rare. Jinling and Wudong exchanged glances and said, we too wish to find a spot on Jinao Island. Guiling said, I wish to tidy up my original dwelling and continue living there. Tong Tian gave Duobao a deep look and nodded. Good. Since you have all decided, I respect your choices. You may go. We take our leave. The group dispersed. Only Tong Tian remained in the hall. As soon as Duobao left Shangqing Palace, he transformed into a beam of light and shot towards Jinao Island. The other 3 flew off in different directions. The moment Tongshan's Dao Palace took shape, all the sages in the primordial world sensed it. He had moved his palace to the East Sea, far from the continent. Yuanshi stared at Tongshan's newly built palace for a long time, an indescribable feeling in his heart. You are even building a new Dao palace now, abandoning everything on Kunlun. Not far from Jinao Island, Hao Yu immediately sensed Tongshan's arrival in the East Sea. He wanted to visit Tong Tian at once, but saw that Tong Tian was occupied with his followers and held back. He decided to wait until Tong Tian had settled his affairs. Tong Tian too planned to visit Hao Yu at Sanxian Island in a few days once his disciples were settled. After all, before the 3 pure ones separated, they had promised to visit, but never did. A few days later, Duobao and the others returned to Jinao Island to inform Tong Tian of their chosen spots, then left again. Tong Tian had only been on Jinao Island for 2 days before taking Duobao and flying towards Sanxian Island. They soon arrived at the island's periphery. The first thing Tong Tian noticed was the protective formations surrounding the island. Initially, he dismissed it. As a master of formations and a sage, what formation could challenge him? But Tong Tian decided to test Hao Yu's skill. He did not call out to Hao Yu, but attempted to break the formation himself. The moment he studied it, he was utterly stunned. To Tongshan's eyes, the formation contained an immense depth. It incorporated nearly every formation principle he knew, and even some he had never heard of. He was immediately drawn in. Hao Yu sensed Tongshan's arrival at once. He intended to let Tong Tian in directly, but seeing Tong Tian attempt to break the formation, decided to wait. He was curious to see if this grand formation master of the primordial world could unravel the system-given protective array. The answer was clear: Tong Tian could not. The system's formation exceeded the limits of the primordial world. Many of its concepts were foreign to Tong Tian, let alone solvable. After studying for a while, Tong Tian snapped back to reality. Though he hadn't cracked the formation, his understanding of arrays had deepened. Yet he remained helpless against it and ceased his efforts. At that moment, he knew Hao Yu's mastery of formations had far surpassed his own. He called out, "Junior brother Hao Yu, I Tong Tian come to visit." As his words fell, a crack opened in the protective formation before him. As the crack appeared, Tong Tian and Duobao flashed inside. The moment they entered, the crack sealed without. Once inside the formation, Tong Tian was even more astonished. To him, the outer array seemed like a mere beginner's trap. This one before him was the true masterpiece. Tong Tian realized that if he had forcefully broken the outer formation, he would have stumbled into the interlocking arrays within. He sensed that any of the killing arrays within could unleash a power no weaker than his own. Had he charged in, he would likely have been trapped, and if careless, injured. Tongshan's curiosity about Hao Yu's formation prowess grew ever stronger. In his view, Hao Yu was merely a quasi-sage. How could he create such a formation? This defied mere talent. Tong Tian speculated that Dao ancestor Hongjun's exceptional acceptance of Hao Yu, who could not become a sage, was likely due to this mastery of formations. With such skills, Hao Yu was fully qualified to stand as an equal to the sages. But this was only Tongshan's thought at the moment. When he finally met Hao Yu, he would learn the true shock. Upon entering Sanxian Island, Tongtian swept his gaze and froze for an instant. The spiritual energy was so dense it nearly condensed into liquid. Spiritual roots and materials lay everywhere, each a treasure, far surpassing his Janeo Island. Duo Bao, following behind Tongtian, could not stop looking around, his eyes darting everywhere. What puzzled Tongtian most was how Hao Yu had merged the three entirely separate islands of the East Sea into one. Even if he himself tried to forcibly alter the vein paths of those three islands, the karmic consequences would not be easily borne, let alone achieving such perfection with the spiritual veins harmoniously combined. Of course, a sage remained a sage. The island's wonders were not enough to overly astonish Tongtian. He cast a couple of glances, then lifted his foot and walked toward the Hongmeng Dao Palace on the island. Duo Bao quickly withdrew his gaze and obediently followed. Just then Hao Yu suddenly appeared before Tongtian. Yes, it was sudden. Tongtian had not sensed the slightest ripple in the surrounding space before Hao Yu was already standing beside him. This startled Tongtian. But that wasn't the most astonishing part. The most astonishing part was that when he looked at Hao Yu, he could not discern the other's cultivation level at all. Who was Tongtian? A sage. Throughout the primordial wilderness, aside from teacher Hongjun, was there really someone whose cultivation he could not see through? Yet the fact stood before him, and Tongshan's heart sank. He speculated that either Hao Yu possessed a concealing spiritual treasure of the level of a primordial supreme treasure, or Hao Yu's cultivation had already far surpassed his own. And not by just a little. Seeing Hao Yu, Tongtian and Duo Bao both halted their steps. The two exchanged greetings. Duo Bao, who was behind Tongtian, quickly stepped forward, bowed deeply, and said respectfully, "Duo Bao pays respects to Uncle Master." Rise. Hao Yu smiled at Duo Bao, then led the two toward the Dao Palace. As they reached the palace gate, Tongshan's eyelid twitched. The entire palace emitted a strange fluctuation. He could not even discern what grade of treasure it was. Its aura was even more profound than that of Hongjun Daosis Zixiao Palace. Just standing outside made his spine stiffen. On the yellow plum tree at the entrance, which had been bare flower buds, had actually sprouted. Tongtian was only slightly surprised. After all, having seen a treasure of the Dao Palace's caliber, one of the 10 great primordial spiritual roots, the yellow plum, was nothing to marvel at. But if Duo Bao recognized this tree, he would surely be shocked, speechless. Seeing Tongtian lingering at the entrance, Hao Yu said nothing, merely gestured and led Tongtian inside. The moment he stepped into the Dao Palace, Tongshan's curiosity swelled. He had thought it would be piled high with spiritual treasures glittering and dazzling, but instead it was an empty room, without even a single extra ornament. Yet after standing for only 3 seconds, Tongtian understood the true wonder of this place. It not only concealed spatial secrets, but also emitted superior chaotic airflow specifically for cultivation. A day of cultivation here was equivalent to 100 days outside in the primordial wilderness. However, for a sage, chaotic chi was nothing rare, so Tongtian did not take it too seriously. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the preaching hall. Hao Yu took the main seat and casually pointed beside Tongtian, where a cushion materialized out of thin air. Tongtian sat down, and Duo Bao also took a seat below. "Brother Tongtian, is there something you need from me?" Hao Yu cut straight to the point. "Nothing major." Tongtian waved his hand. "I moved my dojo to the East Sea. Knowing you were also here, I've been busy until now. Since we're neighbors, I had to come visit." Hao Yu nodded and asked another question. "How did it come to the 3 pure ones parting ways?" Tongtian Patriarch sighed and shook his head. "It's a long story." He paused, his gaze turning complicated, and continued. "Ever since we 3 brothers established our teachings and became sages, elder brother Laozi advocated non-action and only took on Xian Du as a disciple, making him the senior brother of the Xian sect. As for Yuanshi, he follows the will of heaven carefully, selecting 12 golden immortals as his disciples. I, on the other hand, follow the path of teaching without discrimination. As long as one has a heart for the Tao, I am willing to accept them. In principle, each teaching has its own rules, and there shouldn't be major issues. But those 12 golden immortals under Yuanshi took a dislike to me and kept picking on my disciples. At first, for the sake of brotherhood with Yuanshi, I didn't bother with them, and even instructed my people not to provoke the Chan sect. But they grew bolder and bolder, even coming to my territory to bully others. My people were beaten, and that old Yuanshi even wanted to personally intervene, bullying the weak. At this point, Tongshan's face darkened and his fists clenched tightly. That day I almost came to blows with him. Fortunately, elder brother arrived in time to calm things down. But Yuanshi actually demanded that I expel all my disciples from the Jie sect. How could I tolerate that? I simply moved out of Kunlun Mountain and came to the East Sea. There are many living beings here perfect for my teachings. Hao Yu listened, his expression calm, but he noted it all in his heart. Tongtian, as if finally finding someone to vent to, spoke at length, thoroughly criticizing Yuanshi from every angle, nearly accusing him of low moral character. When he finally stopped, he smacked his lips with lingering satisfaction. Duo Bao seated below was completely stunned. When had he ever seen his master like this? He was like a garrulous old man without a trace of a sage's dignity. Just then Tong Tian seemed to remember something and turned to Hao Yu. By the way, what is your cultivation level now? I, a dignified sage, cannot see through your depth. When my divine sense sweeps over you, it's as if you don't exist. At these words, Duo Bao's heart leaped. Even his master couldn't see through it. How high of a realm was that? Who was Tong Tian? He was Duo Bao's revered master. One of the only 7 sages in the primordial wilderness. Among these 7, the only one who could claim to be stronger than Tong Tian was probably the old ancestor who had merged with the heavenly Dao, ancestor Hongjun. Yet now Tong Tian himself admitted he couldn't see through Uncle Master Hao Yu's cultivation. Duo Bao's first reaction was disbelief. But on second thought, his master was asking directly. How could he be lying? Could it be that this Uncle Master had already become a sage? But why was there no sign of it in the primordial wilderness? His mind churned, filled with questions. The next second, Hao Yu's answer directly revealed the truth. I am now at the peak of the Primordial Chaos, Great Luo Golden Immortal. Duo Bao was stunned. He had never heard this term. Attaining the Dao and becoming a sage could be called attaining Primordial Chaos. He knew what a Great Luo Golden Immortal was. It was the threshold he was about to cross. But the term Primordial Chaos, Great Luo Golden Immortal was completely beyond his understanding. His mind went blank. He unconsciously repeated the words, but could not grasp their meaning. This was a realm he had never heard of. Tong Tian Patriarch suddenly stood up, his eyes fixed on Hao Yu, his voice trembling. Primordial Chaos, Great Luo. You followed the path of proving the Dao through power. He knew very well that if Hao Yu had truly become a sage, he would not call himself a Primordial Chaos, Great Luo Golden Immortal. The only possibility for not calling oneself a sage after attaining the Dao was proving it through power. No wonder he was so agitated. Earlier he had thought Hao Yu was merely relying on some concealing cultivation treasure or some secret benefit from ancestor Hongjun, or perhaps a great fortune that led to sagehood. Who would have thought that this fellow without a word had taken the most difficult path and actually succeeded? When Hongjun preached, he made it clear that proving the Dao through power was the hardest, and even Pango had failed. So they all dismissed that path first and focused on beheading the 3 corpses. But in the end, no one could even complete that, and they all relied on merit to ascend. Yet Hao Yu quietly had gnawed through the hardest bone. Seeing his reaction, Hao Yu merely nodded slightly. Tong Tian Patriarch suppressed his shock and pressed further. How exactly did you do it? Could it be that teacher Hongjun was wrong in his teachings? Is proving the Dao through power not that difficult? Before he could finish, Hao Yu had already acted, sealing all of Duo Bao's 5 senses. Tong Tian saw this, but didn't stop him. This was indeed not something Duo Bao should hear. After Tong Tian finished asking, Hao Yu spoke. Teacher Hongjun didn't lie. Proving the Dao through power is indeed difficult, but who told you I have already succeeded? Tong Tian Patriarch stared at him suspiciously. You are already at the peak of the Primordial Chaos, Great Luo Golden Immortal. Isn't that success? Hao Yu shook his head gently, his tone calm. The Primordial Chaos, Great Luo Golden Immortal is merely the starting point of proving the Dao. Think carefully. If the Primordial Chaos, Great Luo counted as success, then Pangu, who created the Primordial Wilderness, wouldn't he have even stepped into the Primordial Chaos realm? At this question, Tongshan's mind exploded. He had tried it himself, using a sage's power to create a small world in chaos, but he couldn't even sustain a fraction of the Primordial Wilderness size, and was exhausted. If he borrowed the power of the Heavenly Dao, he could re-evolve heaven and earth within the Primordial Wilderness, but that was ultimately given by the Heavenly Dao, not his own ability. When Pangu split the heavens, no one gave him the Heavenly Dao's blessing. So the problem was huge. According to Hongjun, Pangu was at most a peak quasi-sage. How could he have split open a grand world like the Primordial Wilderness? Tong Tian Patriarch's face changed several times, and he asked in a deep voice, Do you mean that teacher Hongjun deceived us? No. I've said it clearly. Teacher Hongjun was correct. Pangu did not succeed in proving the Dao. Your words only confuse me more. Do you mean that the Primordial Chaos realm is just the first step of proving the Dao through power? Yes. According to my calculations, when Pangu split the chaos and created the Primordial Wilderness, his cultivation had already touched the threshold of half-step, Great Dao. True success in proving the Dao leads to the Great Dao realm. He created the Primordial Wilderness merely to verify his own path of cultivation. But whether due to insufficient cultivation or other reasons, the Primordial Wilderness was created, but he perished, and all his insights into the laws were devoured by the Heavenly Dao. As for why teacher Hongjun didn't speak plainly, think about his current identity and you'll understand. Tong Tian was sharp. With Hao Yu's words laid out so clearly, he immediately understood. So teacher Hongjun didn't finish his words because the Heavenly Dao forbade it. Isn't it said that the Heavenly Dao is emotionless? What does it gain from this? To keep the entire primordial wilderness firmly in its grasp. Tong Tian frowned. He had always believed the primordial wilderness was under the Heavenly Dao's rule from the start with nothing to contest. Hao Yu spoke plainly. The primordial wilderness was never meant to be dominated solely by the Heavenly Dao. But after devouring Pangus, understanding of the laws, its power surged directly to the peak of the Chaos realm, suppressing the other two Daos so they couldn't lift their heads. But those two Daos might revive at any moment due to someone's sudden emergence. So the Heavenly Dao must ensure that all beings in the primordial wilderness remain under its watch. What are the other two Daos? The world should have three paths coexisting: the path of heaven, the path of earth, and the path of humanity. Now in the primordial era, the path of heaven rules alone, while the path of earth and the path of humanity are nowhere to be seen. What is the path of humanity? The human race, created by newbie. With their meager abilities, how could they contend with the path of heaven of the primordial era? The path of humanity is an absolute rule set by a supreme being existing beyond the 3,000 great paths, a completely new system of laws. The path of heaven and the path of earth came into being after an inconceivably mighty ancient being established the concept of the path. They are based on the 3,000 great paths, maintaining balance across all realms. Generally speaking, a vast world like the primordial era would have a world lord to govern it, usually the one who created the world, controlling the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity. The world lord would also lead the entire world to continuously ascend. But the primordial era is somewhat special. Pangu, the great god who should have been the world lord, fell when he split the heavens. His power was devoured by the path of heaven, and his body merged with the primordial era. Where did you learn all this? Could it be that teacher Hongjun told you? Tong Tian grew more curious with each. When Hao Yu broke through to the peak of the primordial chaos golden immortal realm, this information suddenly flooded into his mind. He himself couldn't explain how it happened. When Tong Tian asked, he casually glossed over it with a single sentence. In truth, this was new content unlocked automatically from the Hongjun Heavenly Scripture after he reached the peak of the primordial chaos realm. It clearly detailed the origins of the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity, along with the hidden secrets behind the world. It only mentioned in passing who defined the path and who defined the human race, but never explicitly stated it. However, Hao Yu now understood that beyond the great path was not the Hongjun realm. It was an entirely new rank called indescribable, something he had never heard of before. The cultivation path beyond the great path no longer had specific realms, but relied on ranks to distinguish strength. All Hao Yu could see for now were those two words, indescribable. As a time traveler, he had never heard of such a concept in his past life. When the information poured into his mind, he even tried asking the system, but that aloof entity simply ignored him. Hao Yu decided not to dwell on it. After all, he was still far from the great path, and there was no point in overthinking what lay beyond. Upon hearing Hao Yu's words, Tong Tian didn't ponder too deeply, merely assuming that the path of cultivation through sheer force was somewhat unique. After all, as a heavenly saint himself, he ultimately thrived under the path of heaven. How could the path of heaven allow him to know such secrets? At this moment, hearing so much from Hao Yu, the pride of being a saint in Tongshan's heart deflated considerably. He realized that his attainment of sainthood was all orchestrated by others. He looked at Hao Yu with a changed expression tinged with resentment, as if blaming Hao Yu for making him aware of all this. Seeing through his thoughts, Hao Yu added, "Don't be too alarmed. Teacher Hongjun's plan is to break away from the path of heaven. In time he will hold back the path of heaven, and I will help the path of earth and the path of humanity fully revive, restoring balance among the three paths. Once teacher Hongjun seizes a portion of the path of heaven's power, his strength will rise, enabling him to balance the three paths and become the world lord of the primordial era. By then you saints will be no different from those who cultivate through sheer force." Tong Tian, accompanied by Duo Bao Doran, left the Three Immortals Island and returned to Golden Ao Island. He was utterly dazed, unable to recall how he had made the journey back. The impact of what he had heard from Hao Yu today was so immense that even after returning to his lair, he couldn't recover. Hao Yu hadn't revealed all this to Tong Tian just to show off. Tong Tian was the top combatant among the saints and could help share the burden when the time came. After all, Hao Yu would need to devote all his energy to reviving the path of earth and the path of humanity, leaving no room for anything else. The path of heaven would certainly not stand idly by as the two paths awakened. It would inevitably send other heavenly saints to obstruct them. While the other saints were uncertain, the two from the west who had attained sainthood through borrowed means were sure to come. After returning to Golden Ao Island, Tong Tian remained silent for several days. The entire island was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere, and no one dared to breathe loudly. After all, no one would feel good knowing that their rise to the pinnacle of the primordial era was all part of someone else's hidden scheme. Back then, when Yuhua first heard from Hao Yu that her creation of humanity and attainment of sainthood were orchestrated by the path of heaven, her face turned deathly pale, and it took her half a day to recover. Moreover, the news Tantian received this time was far more shocking than what Yuhua had learned. He not only realized he was a pawn, but also understood that he had nearly reached his peak. Unless the path of heaven fell, he had no chance of climbing higher. However, Tantian didn't remain despondent for long. Hao Yu had made it very clear. Teacher Hongjun would soon revive the path of earth and the path of humanity. Once Hongjun became the world lord, his disciple would naturally benefit with a clear path ahead. Understanding this, Tantian stopped dwelling on it. Instead of overthinking, it was better to wait and lend a hand when the other two paths revived. He gathered his spirits and for the first time summoned all the disciples on Golden Ao Island together. This was the first time Tantian had called all his disciples since arriving at Golden Ao Island. His purpose was simple. First, to give a sermon on the path, and then to set aside all external matters and go into seclusion until the day the path of earth revived. Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Taiching Laozi had been keeping an eye on the Eastern Sea. They saw Tantian preach to his disciples for a full 100 years. When the century ended, he sent them back to their own cultivation. Once all the disciples had left Golden Ao Island, Tantian sealed the entire island. The once majestic Golden Ao Island floating on the Eastern Sea seemed to vanish into thin air, becoming invisible from the primordial era. Even if a saint came to investigate, they would find no anomaly without close scrutiny. Tongshin's disciples were utterly bewildered, unable to fathom why their master had suddenly gone into seclusion. In their eyes, Tantian had long been a saint with no need for further cultivation. His current strength alone firmly placed him among the top tier of the primordial era. Not to mention that their master wielded the Zhuxian sword formation. Who in the primordial era would dare challenge him? After Tantian went into seclusion, Yuanshi and Laozi withdrew their gazes from the Eastern Sea. In the long years that followed, the primordial era returned to its old ways. Skirmishes occurred daily, but no true major battles ever took place. The mighty figures of the primordial era all immersed themselves in cultivation, seeking to rise to the forefront. Even if they couldn't become saints, they wouldn't allow themselves to be bullied. Thus, few beings above the Golden Immortal level could be seen roaming the lands of the primordial era. Those active on the surface were mostly minor figures, their battles at most at the Tai level, so unremarkable they made one yawn. Over these countless years, guided by Laozi's teachings, humanity gradually found the path of cultivation. Various immortal arts began to spread in waves of Tai, and Golden Immortal cultivators emerged. Humanity officially stepped into the ranks of the great races of the primordial era. Intermarriage between humans and the Wu tribe began, and the children born from these unions were called human Wu. Later, some great Wu discovered that these human Wu possessed primordial spirits. Although their physical bodies were slightly weaker than those of pure-blooded Wu, as long as they cultivated the immortal path, this gap could quickly be closed. More crucially, with primordial spirits, they could use those precious spiritual treasures. In battles of the same level, the combat power of human Wu directly surpassed that of pure-blooded Wu by a wide margin. When the news spread, the entire Wu tribe erupted. It was well known that the Wu tribe had never produced anyone with a primordial spirit throughout history. The 12 ancestral Wu had tried every method imaginable, yet none had ever succeeded in creating a primordial spirit in any Wu. No matter how many spiritual treasures existed in the primordial era, they were mere ornaments in the hands of the Wu, good for nothing but show. Now, with the emergence of human Wu, the mountains of spiritual treasures in the Wu tribe's treasury could finally be put to use. Although human Wu were not considered true Wu, the ancestral Wu still brought them into the Wu tribe's fold. Interestingly, despite the human in their name, none of these human Wu could cultivate the golden elixir great path passed down by Laozi. It was as if humanity refused to acknowledge these mixed-blood descendants. Of course, after learning that unions between humans and Wu could produce human Wu, the 12 ancestral Wu also entertained certain ideas. The offspring of the strong would only be stronger. Dijiang specifically selected a woman at the Golden Immortal realm from the human race. However, after their union, that Golden Immortal level woman exploded and died. In the end, this Golden Immortal simply couldn't withstand Dijiang's vast life essence. Dijiang then realized that they, the 12 ancestral Wu, were too powerful. Among the humans of that time, there was no cultivator capable of bearing their essence. The ancestral Wu thus abandoned the idea of personally intermingling with humans. But the Wu tribe could not give up on the new race of human Wu. However, with two saints backing humanity, the Wu tribe dared not act too forcefully. So Dijiang personally led Zhuyin and several other ancestral Wu to the human ancestral land seeking to negotiate intermarriage between humans and Wu with the three human ancestors. The negotiations lasted over 10 days. When Dijiang entered the Hall of Human Ancestors, he sealed off all heavenly secrets within. Unless a saint personally intervened, no one could know what was discussed inside. On the 13th day, Dijiang and his party emerged from the Hall of Human Ancestors. No one knew what they had discussed during those days. All that was known was that a few days after Dijiang returned, the Pango Hall issued a decree encouraging intermarriage between the Wu and human tribes. At the same time, humanity issued a similar decree. Soon after, the leaders of both tribes gathered again and formally formed an alliance. The beings of the primordial era were all stunned by this sight. Although humanity had made a name for itself, compared to a top-tier race like the Wu tribe, it was still insignificant. Why would the Wu tribe casually form an alliance with anyone? Yet it happened. After much deliberation, everyone concluded that it must be because humanity had the backing of two saints, Nuwa and Laozi, that the Wu tribe showed such respect. Otherwise, given the Wu tribe's temperament, they would at most take humanity as a vassal, never forming an equal alliance. In truth, the real reason was not far from everyone's guess. But the question remained, what did the Wu tribe see in humanity? According to Dao ancestor Hongjun's decree, saints could not directly intervene in racial wars. Thus, even if they won over humanity, they couldn't count on the saints behind them to act. Apart from those two saints, the great powers of the primordial era could not fathom what humanity possessed that the Wu tribe coveted. They were of course unaware of the existence of human Wu. The Wu tribe kept human Wu as their trump card, planning to unleash them as a surprise against the Yao tribe, and thus did not let a single word slip out. The sudden alliance between the Wu clan and the human race, though surprising, was not taken seriously by many of the primordial mighty beings. But the demon clan felt differently. Upon hearing that the Wu clan had allied with the human race created by the hands of Nuwa herself, the demon clan reacted with great agitation. At this time, Dijuan was in seclusion, and the affairs of the demon court were managed by Tai Kunping and several demon saints. With this incident, Tai immediately summoned all the demon saints for a council. After all, the human race involved two saints, and they dared not act recklessly. Within the Lingxiao treasure hall, Tai spoke. Now that the human race has allied with the Wu clan, what shall we do? Though his words were directed at everyone, his gaze was fixed on Baze. Clearly, Tai had already regarded Baze as a strategist. Baze pondered for a moment and said, since the human race has waded into the muddy waters between our Wu and demon clans, in principle, we should deal with them as we would the Wu clan. But they have two saints backing them. We must first issue a warning, and then. Before he could finish, a shout came from outside the hall. Report. Baze fell silent, merely glancing toward the entrance. Everyone knew that without a matter of utmost importance, no one would dare to shout within the Lingxiao treasure hall. Tai said to those outside, enter. Then a minor demon of the Tai Golden Immortal realm entered the hall. Indeed, in the demon court, a Tai Golden Immortal was merely a minor demon's rank. The minor demon walked in and saluted those present. Greetings to Lord Dongwang. Greetings to all lords, demon saint. Rise, what is the matter? Tai spoke. The minor demon knelt and reported, Your Majesty, some days ago, I encountered a member of the Wu clan in the primordial land. Initially, I could not defeat him, so I fought while retreating, planning to return to the demon court. Ahem, get to the point. Jiuying interrupted. Yes. The minor demon bowed to Jiuying and continued, just as I was about to be killed by that Wu clan member, I happened to run into a human tribe. I casually killed a few humans. The point. Jiuying urged again. Lord Demon Saint, here is the point. After I killed those humans, my sword was stained with their blood. That Wu clan member charged again to kill me, but then a strange thing happened. Before, my sword could not even cut his skin, but this time, stained with human blood, one strike cleaved the Wu clan member's physical body apart. At these words, the expressions of the seated demon saints changed, and they exchanged glances. Guiche asked, do you have that sword with you? I do. The minor demon finished speaking, and a sword appeared in his hand. Guiche raised his hand, and the sword flew into his palm. As soon as he held it, Guiche could sense its ordinariness. It was not even a postnatal spiritual treasure. Under normal circumstances, it couldn't even leave a mark on a Tai Golden Immortal level Wu clan member's body, let alone cut through it. He examined it closely for a few moments, then passed it to Faden beside him. Faden looked at it and nodded to Tai. Faden returned the sword to the minor demon. All right, we understand. Go and tend to your wounds. Yes. The minor demon kowtowed and slowly withdrew. After he had gone far, Tai, seated in the main seat, looked at the other demon saints. What do you think? How credible is this matter? Jinming spoke first. I believe it is true. A minor demon wouldn't risk his life to deceive us. Ingxiao, however, shook his head. I think it is merely a coincidence. Everyone knows how tough the Wu clan's bodies are. At the same level, few of us in the demon clan can compare. How could the blood of an ordinary human allow a common weapon to break through a Wu clan member's body? Goha retorted. Then how do you explain what the minor demon said with the word coincidence? Enough, Tai waved his hand. Instead of guessing here, let's go directly to the land, kill a few humans, and then find some Wu clan members to test it out. The demon saints nodded in agreement. Without delay, several demon saints immediately left the demon court, heading straight for the primordial earth. Just as a few mighty beings of the demon clan were about to act, Baze reached out and stopped them. Return to the demon court first, Baze said in a deep voice. This matter involves two clans with the shadows of two saints behind it. We must wait for Lord Demon Emperor to emerge from seclusion before making a decision. Tai listened, pondered for a moment, and nodded. Baze speaks sense. Calculating the days, my elder brother should be emerging soon. Let's go back first. Let the human race have their fun for a few more days. With that, the group turned and rode their clouds back to the demon court. Just after they discovered that weapons stained with human blood could break through the Wu clan's bodies, the calamitous aura in the primordial land suddenly intensified. All the mighty beings in the land could smell a brewing storm. Some tried to deduce the celestial omens, but found the entire primordial land shrouded in a fog with everything unclear. Clearly, a great power had disrupted the heavenly Tao. The cultivators who sensed this quickly sealed their caves, intending to weather the impending storm. Hao Yu, sensing the changes in the heavenly Tao, understood in his heart this was the prelude to the great war between the Wu and demon clans, a slaughter about to sweep across the primordial land. To be precise, it was a one-sided massacre of the human race by the demon clan. He was inclined to intervene and protect a portion of humanity, so naturally, he would not wait idly. Hao Yu directly summoned Zhao Gongming and a few fellow disciples. By this time, Zhao Gongming had already stabilized his newly broken through quasi-saint cultivation. The three Shao sisters had also stepped into the early quasi-saint stage. Although Six-Eared Macaque was still at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal, he walked the path of loss. In a real fight, even an ordinary quasi-saint might not be his match. These 5 individuals could already be considered top-tier experts in the primordial land. However, Hao Yu, as a Hunyuan cultivator, could not act personally. Any move he made would alert the heavenly Tao. Thus, this time he could only rely on Zhao Gongming and the others. Upon hearing the summons, Zhao Gongming and the others appeared before Hao Yu in the blink of an eye. Hao Yu looked at them and asked, "Do you still remember the task I mentioned I would assign you?" "We remember." Bi Xiao eagerly nodded. The others followed suit. Hao Yu continued, "Now the celestial omens of the primordial land are in chaos. You must have sensed it as well. I have calculated that a great calamity is about to befall the human race. The demon clan will show them no mercy. Your task is to do your best to protect a portion of humanity during this tribulation. But remember, always put your own lives first." After saying this, he named a few locations, instructing Zhao Gongming and the others to establish their Tao fields there. These places were the directions he had calculated where the human race had the highest chance of escape. Their task was simple: guard the Tao fields and protect the humans who fled there. After hearing this, Zhao Gongming and the others bowed to Hao Yu, turned and left the hall. They returned to their caves to pack their belongings, then set off separately. This journey was not just to help Hao Yu with his task, but more importantly, it was time for them to establish their own legacies. The moment to found their own sects had arrived. Coincidentally, Hao Yu had already arranged the locations for them. After discussing it, they decided to make those places their future Tao fields. As for the great calamity about to befall the human race, honestly, they didn't take it to heart at all. With their quasi-saint level combat power and the demon clan currently locked in a struggle with the Wu clan, why would they bother to offend them over a few humans? Moreover, the humans left unattended were already enough for the demon clan to feast on, and it would also force the fierce spirit of the human race to emerge. Within the 33rd heaven in the Lingxiao treasure hall, Tai sat upright in the main seat, while the demon saints below sat in order. "Speak, how should we deal with the human race after all?" Tai leaned back in his chair, his gaze sweeping over the assembled demons. "The Wu clan's alliance with the human race is likely because they've seen some use in them. Otherwise they wouldn't have done this." "Your Majesty speaks truly. This is most likely the case." A demon saint suddenly stood up. "We can't let them have their way. I propose we send troops immediately to capture humans and forge a divine sword from their flesh and blood, specifically to break the bodies of the ancestral Wus." "Don't be reckless." Baze reached out to stop him. "Have you forgotten the 2 saints? A while back, some of our kin devoured a human tribe, and Lord Taishang Saint struck down a beam of light, reducing them to ashes." At these words, the other demon saints were stunned. They all remembered that incident from many years ago clearly. But just then Fushi, who had been absent, suddenly entered the hall. "Niwa has just sent me a message." Fux's face was expressionless, his voice flat. She said to go ahead and act. She created the human race to attain sainthood, and now that the human race is of no further use, there's no need to consider her. The eyes of the demon saints lit up. If Lord Laozi Saint makes any move, she will also hold him back. Fushi finished speaking and cupped his hands to Tai. Niwa also asked me to go to Washang Heaven, saying she has important matters to discuss. Your Majesty, I shall take my leave. Since Niwa summons you, go quickly, fellow Taoist. Don't keep her waiting. Tai waved his hand with a smile. Fushi bowed again, turned, and walked out. Leaving the Lingxiao treasure hall, he transformed into a beam of light heading straight for Washing Heaven. His cold reaction was due to the stifling feeling Niwa's words had left in his heart. After Hao Yu sent Zhao Gongming and the others off, finding himself unable to stay idle, he headed directly toward Washing Palace. He knew very well that because of his actions, Niwa had even withdrawn from the demon court. Thus Hao Yu was uncertain whether the current Niwa would still abandon the human race, as the legend said. If she were to truly step in and support them, the human race might never be able to truly grow. The human race indeed needed a backer, but that backer couldn't shield them from bloodshed. Only by paying a bloody price could they truly solidify their status as the protagonists of this world. Hao Yu's trip to Washing Palace was to recruit Niwa to his side. The first thing was to have her send a message to Fushi, still in the demon court, instructing him to tell Tai and the others that Niwa would not interfere with the demon clan's actions against the human race. Not only that, but Niwa also had to personally promise that if Laozi truly jumped out to meddle, she would step in to stop him. This move in essence was to give the demon clan a reassuring pill, allowing them to unleash their hands to harvest the human race. Furthermore, by pulling Niwa to his side, he could also hand over the position of Lord of the Human Path to her. After all, she was the one who created the human race. In all the primordial land, no one was more suited than her to bear this nascent fortune of the human path that had just awakened. Fushi had always held a favorable impression of the human race. Ultimately, this race was created by his own younger sister Niwa, so naturally, he looked upon them with kindness. But Niwa directly transmitted a message to him saying, "Brother, go tell the demon race that I care not whether humanity lives or dies. Even if the entire clan is annihilated, it matters not to me." Hearing these words, Fushi was momentarily stunned. He felt that his once kind-hearted sister had completely transformed after becoming a saint. She had molded humanity with her own hands. From the demon race's standpoint, Fushi could understand their intentions. But Niwa was like a mother to humanity. Now this mother was personally delivering her children into the tiger's jaws. Niwa added, "Brother, for the coming days move into my Washing Palace. Do not involve yourself in the affairs of the demon race for now." After entering Washing Palace, Fushi ignored Niwa entirely, found a random room, and shut himself away in seclusion. Niwa could see that her brother was angry with her for abandoning humanity. Her heart ached with bitterness, but her lips were sealed, unable to utter a single word. Did Niwa feel nothing for humanity? No, that was far from the truth. As mentioned before, humanity was her own flesh and blood. What mother in this world does not cherish her own children? Then why did she have to make such a choice? The answer, once Niwa nodded in agreement, the demon court quickly decided. With a saint shielding them, and that saint refusing to intervene, mere humans were easy prey. Without a word, he abandoned the demon sages present, his form flickering as he appeared at the entrance of Daijin's secluded palace. The other demon sages, seeing Tai's reaction, understood immediately. Who else could make the Eastern Emperor so anxious but the Demon Emperor? Oh, and also the two empresses, as well as the 10 little golden crows that Changshi had born for Dijuan. Shortly after the grand wedding of the two demon emperors, Daijin's consort Changshi became pregnant. But Tai's consort Yexi had yet to show any signs. Even now, Tai had no children of his own. Thus he doted on these 10 nephews as if they were his own spoil. Currently, the 2 empresses and the 10 princes were safe within the demon court. Seeing Tai's behavior, the demon sages knew that Dijuan had emerged from seclusion. One by one, they hurried to the place where Dijuan had been in seclusion. Upon arrival, they saw Tai standing at the palace entrance, his eyes fixed intently on the door. The next moment, with a creak, the doors of Daijin's secluded palace slowly swung open. Then a figure clad in imperial robes emerged, none other than Dijuan himself. "Your humble brother pays homage to your majesty." Tai knelt on one knee before Dijuan. "We, your subjects, pay homage to your majesty." The demon sages present also knelt in obeisance. "Rise." After speaking, Dijuan strode directly toward the Lingxiao hall. Before long, everyone had returned to the hall they had just left. Dijuan seated himself in the main seat above. The others, upon returning, also took their seats, which were seeing that Tai and the demon sages were seated. Dijuan asked, "During my seclusion, has anything significant occurred in the primordial wilderness?" "Your Majesty, aside from humanity forming an alliance with the Wu race, nothing extraordinary has happened." Baize addressed Dijuan. "Humanity?" The race created by Nuwa when she attained sainthood. What is so special about them that the Wu race would willingly form an alliance with them? Daijin's tone carried a hint of curiosity. Brother, at first we didn't understand either. Later a minor demon reported that weapons stained with human blood have a peculiar restraining effect against the formidable physical bodies of the Wu race. Initially we were skeptical, but after testing it we found the minor demon's claim to be absolutely true. So we speculate that the Wu race discovered this and allied with humanity to protect them. Tai turned to Dijuan as he spoke. When you emerged from seclusion, we had just received a message from Nuwa. She stated she would not interfere with our actions against humanity. We were just discussing capturing some humans from the primordial wilderness to refine a sword capable of breaking the defenses of the ancestral witches. Tai's voice was filled with excitement as he stood beside Dijuan. Daijin's face remained impassive as he casually responded, dealing with a few mortals is a simple task. Just send a few Luo golden immortals. Although the sword's ability to breach the ancestral witches' defenses was somewhat intriguing, Daijin's mind was preoccupied with other matters. Moreover, he held humanity's power in utter contempt. With Nuwa explicitly refusing to intervene, humanity was completely at their mercy. He turned and swept his gaze across the hall, asking, how many of our demon race currently possess cultivation at the Luo golden immortal level or above? Baizé stepped forward, calculated mentally, and replied, Your Majesty, excluding the demon sages, the demon court has over 500 cultivators at the Luo golden immortal level or above. Select a group. Dijuan tapped the armrest with his finger, roughly 400. At these words, everyone in the hall was stunned. They exchanged glances, bewildered as to why Dijuan suddenly needed so many people. Sensing their confusion, Dijuan slowly explained, I said before that upon my emergence from seclusion, the grand formation of the demon court would be unveiled. From the Hichu and Luoshu, I have comprehended a formation whose power can rival the Wu race's 12 heavenly gods and demons formation. However, there is a drawback. This formation requires 365 cultivators of at least the Luo golden immortal level to operate, with at least one person presiding over the central position. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the hall shifted. Excitement surged through everyone's hearts. No matter how powerful the sword was, it was merely a tool to break the Wu race's physical bodies, useless against the terrifying Panga true form. But now Dijuan had actually devised a formation capable of contending with the Panga true form. This meant the demon court now possessed saint-level combat power. Who would dare show them disrespect in the primordial wilderness from now on? Tai was the first to react, quickly saying, Brother, since you already have a method to deal with the Wu race, let's set aside the matter of humanity for now. Let us concentrate the entire demon court's efforts on mastering this formation first. By then, even if the sword cannot harm the ancestral witches, we can use the formation to hold them back. As long as the 12 ancestral witches are immobilized, the remaining Wu race will be no match for us. The other demon sages nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in Tai's words. Seeing this, Tai directly instructed Baizé, Demon Sage, Baizé, go now and summon everyone who meets the requirements to the 33rd heaven. Baizé acknowledged the order, his form flickering as he vanished from the hall. Inside the Panga hall, it was empty and silent, with only Dijiang standing alone. Dijiang was the leader of the 12 ancestral witches. He had no Wu tribe of his own, spending his days cultivating within Panga hall. Cross-legged on the ground, he practiced the body-refining technique passed down by Pangu, when suddenly a foreboding feeling arose in his heart. At his level, such intuitions were as reliable as omens, almost always coming true. Dijiang immediately rose and used his spatial law to visit the tribes of the other 11 ancestral witches, only to find nothing amiss. Then, recalling their allied human race, he visited several major tribes, but everything was normal. Shaking his head, he casually tore open a spatial rift and returned to Panga hall. He thought to himself that he was probably being overly cautious. At the heavenly court, no sooner had Baizé left the Lingxiao hall than the few people inside fell into complete silence. Before long, Baizé returned to the entrance and entered, saying, Your Majesty, the Luo golden immortals and quasi-sages of the heavenly court have all assembled and are waiting outside for you. Hearing this, the few people inside rose and walked out. Dijuan led the way with the others following. Exiting the hall, Dijuan saw several hundred Luo golden immortals standing in the square, with a few quasi-sage experts scattered among them. Upon seeing him, everyone bowed and hailed, We, your subjects, pay homage to your Majesty. Rise. Dijuan looked around and spoke in a calm voice. I trust you have not forgotten the setback we suffered at the hands of the Wu race. At these words, the image of being crushed by the Wu race's Pangu true form flashed through everyone's minds. Puzzled as to why Dijuan would bring this up, now they all looked up at him with questioning eyes. Understanding their thoughts, Dijuan said directly, Last time, I underestimated the Wu race's capabilities, causing the Heavenly Court to suffer a great loss. The fault is mine, and I offer my apologies to you all." With that he bowed and clasped his hands in salute. The great demons, terrified, knelt hastily, exclaiming, "We dare not accept." Dijun raised his hand. "Rise. The reason I summoned you today is not to dwell on past humiliations. After that defeat, I devoted myself to cultivation and have finally devised a formation whose power is no less than the Wu race's 12 heavenly gods and demons formation." His tone carried a hint of pride. "This formation is more cumbersome to deploy than the Wu race's. It requires 365 Luo Golden Immortals to stand in the positions of the 365 main stars, channeling the star power of the primordial wilderness. It is called the All Heavens Star Formation. The array members will be selected from among you. That is why I have gathered you here. Your Majesty is wise. We pledge our lives to follow you." As soon as Dijun finished speaking, the assembled crowd declared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Witnessing this spectacle, he could not help but feel a surge of emotion. Not long ago his words had nearly dragged all these people to the brink of death. Yet now, with a single command, they were still willing to risk their lives and follow his orders. Such loyalty was truly rare. So Dijun said no more, leading this group of Luo Golden Immortals out of the demon court and straight to the Sun Star to begin practicing the formation. Only a few Luo Golden Immortals were left to guard the empty shell of the demon court. But no sooner had he and Tai departed than chaos erupted in the demon court. The 10 Golden Crow princes, freed from their father's restraint, ran rampant through the palace, causing havoc everywhere. Unfortunately, their cultivation was too shallow to suppress the solar essence fire within them. Wherever they went, the divine fire followed, burning everything in its path. In a careless moment, flames would burst forth, incinerating countless cultivators of the demon court. Finally, someone could endure it no longer and went directly to the Golden Immortals left behind to lodge a complaint, begging them to go to the Sun Star and find Dijun, urging him to properly discipline these little ancestors. If this continued, the entire demon court would likely be burned to ashes by these young masters. The remaining Golden Immortals naturally dared not confront the 10 princes. Instead, they turned and went to the Sun Star, reporting the situation in full detail to Dijun. Upon hearing this, Dijun was astonished. Had the demon court nearly been burned down by his own sons in just a few days? He immediately instructed the demon army to continue practicing the formation and rushed back to the demon court with the Golden Immortal. Upon his return, he saw the 10 little ones transformed into their golden crow forms, rampaging through the 9 heavens, occasionally leaking strands of solar true fire that fell downward. Most of the demons below were only at the Golden Immortal level, with a few reaching the Tai realm. Faced with the solar true fire, none of them had a solution. Where the flames landed, one sea of fire after another rose up. Countless demons had no time to react and were turned to ashes in the blink of an eye. Palace after palace was burned down, and the entire 9 heavens was nearly destroyed by these 10 youngsters. When the 10 little golden crows saw their father return, instead of being afraid, they gleefully flew toward him to boast. The leading golden crow shouted as it flew, "Father Emperor, look. These useless ones are no match for us. With our solar true fire, they didn't even have time to groan before turning to ashes." Without a word, Dijun raised his hand and froze all 10 sons midair. Only then did he realize these little brats hadn't lost control of the divine fire. They had done it on purpose. He had originally thought their cultivation was too low to suppress the fire within them. Who knew they were deliberately showing off? Dijun's face darkened, and he pointed at the 10 little golden crows, sealing all the solar true fire within their bodies on the spot. Then, with a wave of his hand, the solar true fire that even Tai Golden Immortals couldn't withstand was instantly extinguished. After the fire was gone, Dijun channeled his magical power and rebuilt the palaces that had been burned down. He then instructed the Golden Immortal who had returned with him, "Go see who's injured, distribute the spirit medicines, and take whatever's needed from the treasury." Without waiting for a reply, he waved his hand, enveloping the 10 golden crows in a circle of magical light, and vanished instantly. Dijun knew exactly what these little rascals were up to and planned to lock them away for a while. He had a mountain of tasks to handle and no time to discipline children. As for the Empress, if she hadn't spoiled them so much, these sons wouldn't have become so unruly. However, where to imprison them gave Dijun some trouble. He couldn't very well throw them into the heavenly prison, could he? After all, they were his own sons. After much thought, he decided the Fusang tree was the most suitable. He and Tai had been born from that very tree. As one of the 10 spiritual roots and a fire-attributed plant, it would bring countless benefits to the 10 golden crows. The problem was that the Fusang tree still grew on the Sun Star, which was currently too turbulent for the little ones. Dijun gritted his teeth and decided to move the tree from the Sun Star. Having made up his mind, he took the 10 golden crows straight to the Sun Star. Upon arrival, the little one saw Tai and excitedly called out, "Uncle Tai." Tai was puzzled to see Di Jun bringing all his nephews. "Why have you brought them here? This place isn't fit for them right now." "You have no idea," Di Jun said, looking at the 10 little golden crows with a face full of disappointment. "No sooner had we left than these rascals nearly tore down the demon court." Hearing this, the 10 golden crows all lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. When the Golden Immortal had visited earlier, Tai wasn't by Di Jun's side, and Di Jun hadn't mentioned it, so Tai was completely unaware of what had happened at the demon court. Now, hearing Di Jun's account, he grew curious, wanting to see what trouble these little rascals had caused to make Di Jun so furious. Di Jun didn't explain much, and simply said to Tai, "I don't have time to watch them now. Your sister-in-law spoils them too much, and they've become impossible. I plan to lock them away for a while." Hearing the words "lock away," the 10 golden crows panicked and quickly shouted, "Father Emperor, we know we were wrong. We truly won't do it again. Please don't imprison us." Then they turned to Tai for help. "Uncle Tai, please plead for us. Ask Father Emperor not to imprison us, please." But would Di Jun listen to them? In their dreams, Di Jun said to Tai, "I found a good place in the Primordial World called Tang Valley. I plan to move the Fusong tree there and let those 10 youngsters train properly." Tai nodded. "All right, training on the Fusong tree will help them control their strength." Hearing that even Tai had agreed, the 10 golden crows immediately wilted. After all, the only one who could sway Di Jun at home was Tai. Now that Tai had given his consent, what hope was left? They had no choice but to accept their fate. Di Jun wasted no time and flew directly to the Fusong tree. With a surge of his magical power, he uprooted the entire tree. He took the 10 golden crows and vanished from the sun star in an instant. When they reappeared, they were on the primordial earth. Before them lay a massive fissure with sparks of fire still spewing out. Without a word, Di Jun threw the Fusong tree he had just taken into the fissure. As the tree landed in the crack, its roots instantly burrowed into the soil, and the whole tree burst into blazing flames. Di Jun turned to look at the 10 golden crows beside him, but said nothing. Understanding the meaning, the 10 golden crows obediently flew over and landed on the Fusong tree. Only then did Di Jun speak. "You will train here. When your father unifies the primordial world, I will release you." With that, he set up restrictions around the fissure, sealing the entire area. These restrictions, laid down with Di Jun's peak quasi-sage cultivation, were impenetrable to ordinary beings. He left with peace of mind. But little did Di Jun know that today's decision would become the spark that ignited the war between the Wu and Yao clans. Nor did he know that his act of placing the 10 golden crows in Tang Valley had been fully observed by Xuandi from the west. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Over the past century, Di Jun, Tai, and a host of powerful demons had been honing their formation on the Sun Star. After 100 years of relentless practice, every detail of the formation was etched into their very bones. This period also allowed them to fully grasp the power of the All-Heaven Star Array. It could absolutely crush the strongest combat power produced by the Wu clan's 12 Divine Kill formation with overwhelming force. Now the demons had two tasks: intensify training and preparation for battle, and resume what had been set aside, using human blood to refine that sword. Shortly after the demons returned to the demon court, a massive army marched out, heading straight for the human settlements scattered across the primordial earth. In his heart, he had already sentenced the demons. To be honest, Hao Yu had originally considered sparing Di Jun and Tai. In the future, when the primordial world expanded into myriad realms, these two, as for the Wu clan, they were still under the protection period set by Dao ancestor Hongjun for the demons, so there was no need to worry about them causing trouble. Hao Yu stood on Three Immortals Island watching the demon forces, clearly intent on exterminating humanity. In his heart, he had already sentenced the demons. To be honest, Hao Yu had originally considered sparing Di Jun and Tai. In the future, when the primordial world expanded into myriad realms, these two could serve as high-end combat power. But Di Jun's actions completely extinguished that thought. Not only them, but every demon golden immortal involved in this campaign would not return alive. In later legends, after the war between the Wu and Yao clans, the demon court was severely weakened, but only a few of the 10 demon saints perished. This time, with Hao Yu's intervention, all of them would meet their end here. In Hao Yu's view, there was no longer any place for them in the primordial world. Setting aside Hao Yu's plans, let us turn our attention to the demon side. When Zhou led the demon army into human territory, the human tribes were still bustling with peace and joy, everyone chatting and laughing. Seeing this, Zhou simply waved his hand, and the demon army descended, shattering the tribe's tranquility in an instant. Some hadn't even realized what was happening before their heads were cut off, blood spraying everywhere. The powerful warriors among the humans, seeing the demons arrive, rushed out to fight, buying time for the weaker members of the tribe to escape. The two human powerhouses rushed out and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you trespass on our human territory? Don't you know we are the race for whom Luo Empress? The tribe Jiuying attacked was not large, defended by only 2 golden immortals. However, each demon force dispatched this time contained dozens of golden immortals. The 2 human powerhouses rushed out and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you trespass on our human territory? Don't you know we are the race for whom Luo Empress attained enlightenment?" Jiuying laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Luo Empress has long abandoned you. Otherwise would we demons dare to come here and slaughter at will?" One of the human powerhouses muttered, "Impossible. How could Luo Empress forsake us?" "Why not?" Jiuying sneered. "Stop resisting and await your death. When we demons wipe out the Wu clan and unify the primordial world, we might even count it as a contribution from your human race." Upon hearing this, the 2 human powerhouses lunged at Jiuying, ready to fight. But Jiuying was a demon saint commanding numerous golden immortal demons under him. In such a scene, he didn't need to act himself. The golden immortals beside Jiuying, seeing the 2 human powerhouses approach, immediately engaged them. One would have thought that a battle between golden immortals would be evenly matched, but the demons, disregarding all rules, swarmed in for a group assault. The 2 human golden immortals couldn't hold out for even a single round before being subdued by several demon gods and pinned down on the spot. Seeing that even their 2 strongest were so easily defeated by the demons, the remaining tribesmen's hearts turned cold. Escaping from the demons today was a fool's dream. As expected, no sooner had the 2 golden immortals been subdued than the others who had not yet fled far heard Jiuying utter a single word: "Chase." The moment the words fell, hordes of demon beasts surged forth from the mountains and fields. Among the humans, the vast majority were pitifully weak mortals, utterly incapable of withstanding such an onslaught from the demon race. The demon army, like ants crushing bugs, swept through everything in their path, unleashing a bloody massacre upon the humans. And this was merely one of countless human tribes. At the same time, the same tragedy was unfolding across the entire primordial land. The whole human race was being hunted, fleeing for their lives across the world. Some fled to the western lands, where they were taken in by the 2 sages Jin and Zhuanti. Others found refuge near Wuzhuang Temple, saved by Zhang Yuanzi's Earth Book Barrier. Still others ran to the cultivation grounds opened by Zhao Gongming, the 3 Shaos and Luo, where they were sheltered and settled. As for the largest human tribe at the foot of Mount Shouyang, the demon race dared not approach it, for it lay right under the nose of a sage's dojo. Luo had indeed declared that if Laozi intervened in human affairs, she would block him. But Di Jun knew full well, if he led his troops to the foot of Laozi's dojo and slaughtered humans there, it would be no different from slapping a sage across the face. At that point, no amount of pleading would help. As for Wuzhuang Temple, there were not many humans there anyway. Di Jun and Tai Yi both remembered the incident with Red Cloud and knew that Jin Yuanzi had always held a grudge against the demon court. Yet Jin Yuanzi wielded the Earth Book and possessed formidable strength. At this tense moment between the Wu and demon clans, if Jin Yuanzi were pushed too far and sided with the Wu, the demon race would face enormous trouble. Thus Di Jun had no intention of provoking Jin Yuanzi. As for Zhao Gongming and the others, Di Jun adopted the attitude of less trouble is better. At this critical juncture, there was no need to create more enemies. The humans under their protection were simply turned a blind eye to. However, to be honest, the human race's rate of reproduction was truly astonishing. From Luo's creation of humans to now, barely 20,000 years had passed, yet the human population had already soared to hundreds of billions, spreading across most of the primordial land. Even if a portion was protected by reclusive great powers in the primordial land, the remaining number was enough for the demon race to slaughter for several years. During these years, occasionally, the Wu clan would come out to save some humans. But the Dao ancestor Hongjun had long issued a strict decree: the Wu and demon clans are forbidden from waging large-scale war. So the Wu could only engage in small skirmishes, saving one life at a time, unable to accomplish much. The demon court's vast army pressed forward, their dark war banners blotting out half the sky. Di Jun led at the front, followed by a host of demon saints and gods, each radiating murderous intent, showing no regard for the Wu clan's territory. On the Wu side, the 12 ancestral Wu did not hesitate, directly blocking the entrance with their clan members. Di Jiang stood at the forefront, arms crossed, coldly scanning the demon horde, a sneer of contempt on his lips. The elder ancestor Hongjun made it crystal clear: the heavens belong to your demon race, the earth to our Wu clan. You've stepped onto our territory now. What, tired of living and eager to die? The other ancestral Wu joined in with roars of laughter. Di Jun's expression remained unchanged, his tone indifferent. Di Jiang, I have no time to bandy words with you. A great Wu of your clan killed a demon god of mine. This matter requires an explanation from you. Di Jiang burst into laughter upon hearing this. An explanation? Have you no shame? Your demon god trespassed onto our Wu territory. That was a death sentence. I haven't even held you accountable for the invasion, and you dare to accuse me first. What with Hongjun backing you, you think you're invincible. His voice grew louder with each word until he was nearly shouting. Dijun suppressed his anger, speaking coldly. Fine, let's set that aside for now. There's another matter. Hand over the humans who fled to your territory. They'll take my people and leave immediately. Hand them over. Dijiang's smile vanished, his gaze turning icy. You must be tired of living. The entire primordial land knows that humans are allies of our Wu clan. Your demon court's mass slaughter of their race. I refrained from intervening out of respect for Hongjun, which is already more courtesy than you deserve. And now you dare demand I hand them over. Dijun, do you think your face is bigger than the entire primordial land? Dijun stared coldly at his opponent. Are you determined to oppose me? Leave now, and we can pretend nothing happened. Enough talk. Let's settle this with our hands. Dijiang scoffed. You came to our Wu territory to stir up trouble. Even if I wipe you all out, Hongjun can't find fault with me. Without another word, the 12 ancestral Wu instantly formed their formation. The 12 capitals Heavenly Demon Grand Formation activated, and the true form of Panga manifested on the spot. The moment that familiar pressure erupted, all the great powers of the primordial land sensed the presence of this old acquaintance. Countless divine thoughts immediately swept toward the source, discovering it was the Wu clan's lair. Now everyone grew intrigued at their own doorstep. What kind of enemy could force the 12 ancestral Wu to bring out Panga's true form? Could the ancestral Wu be bored out of their minds? When their divine thoughts swept over and saw who stood opposite, everyone was stunned. It was Dijun and Tai Yi leading the demon clan again. Many wondered in their hearts, had these two brothers been beaten senseless? Having just been thrashed, were they back so soon to beg for more? But Dijun paid no heed, bellowing directly. You think this thing can still suppress my demon race? My demon race is no longer what it once was. With a command, all demon gods formed the formation. As the words fell, hundreds of demon race great Luo golden immortals immediately took their positions according to the celestial star alignments. Dijun and Tai Yi, holding their spiritual treasures, stood at the position of the sun star, the very eye of the formation. In an instant, the all heavens star formation took shape. An aura no less imposing than Panga's true form surged upward from the demon race's formation. Dijiang and the others' expressions changed. They hadn't expected the demon race to develop a means to rival the 12 capitals Heavenly Demon Grand Formation so quickly. Without further words, they struck with full force. Panga's true form reached out, grasping the void. A giant axe condensed into shape in an instant. Then with a mighty swing, the axe cleaved toward the demon camp. Dijun was not slow to react, immediately channeling the power of the 9 heaven stars to empower the formation and launch an attack against Panga's true form. The two forces collided with a thunderous impact. The entire primordial land trembled. All the divine thoughts observing this great battle were instantly shattered by the shockwave. No one knew what happened after that strike. All that was known was that some days later, Dijun led the demon race out of Wu territory, and no one from the Wu clan pursued. From then on, the demon race's oppression of humans never ceased. Although the Wu clan still protected humans, they no longer confronted the demon race heathen as boldly as before. And Dijun, Tai Yi, and the 12 ancestral Wu never showed themselves again after that battle. As for the humans, the first generation under protection watched their kin being slaughtered by the demon race, their hearts aching as if cut by knives. Some could bear it no longer and rushed out of the sanctuary to fight the demon race to the death. The result went without saying. Those people were slain on the spot by the demon race. During the human exodus, some dashed before a statue of Nuwa, kneeling and kowtowing, weeping as they begged this holy mother to save them. Before their words faded, demon cultivators had already caught up and cut them down right in front of the statue. The 3 ancestors of humanity led the remnants of their people in a desperate flight, watching helplessly as the demon race butchered their compatriots like chopping vegetables. Nuwa made no move, Laozi made no move. Their hearts turned utterly cold. When they reached the foot of Mount Buzhou, one of the 3 ancestors stepped forward, raised his head to the heavens, and shouted, "Heavenly Tao above." Nuwa created humans and became a sage. Laozi attained sagehood through preaching the Tao. Humanity granted them fortune and fate. Yet now when the demon race slaughters our people, Nuwa turns a blind eye and Laozi plays dead. They enjoy humanity's offerings, but treat our lives as nothing. His voice cracked as he continued roaring. From this day forth, humanity shall worship no gods, seek no immortals. We rely on ourselves. The blood debt of this massacre shall be passed down through generations. As long as one of us lives, this vengeance shall never end. Humanity and the demon race, to the death. The moment these words were spoken, the human fortune above Nuwa and Laozi's heads shrank drastically. Nuwa was not overly alarmed. She had created humans. No matter how they raged, she remained their holy mother. As long as humanity existed, her incense offerings were secure. Laozi, however, was different. From start to finish, he had only preached to humans for 100 days and passed down some cultivation methods. This oath from humanity nearly severed his connection with them entirely. Sitting in the Taixing Palace, Laozi's face was black as water. He cursed, "These damned beasts of the demon race. They know not the will of heaven. They deserve to die without a burial place." At this moment, Laozi was itching to charge straight to the demon court. Normally, he embodied the supreme non-action, but that was because he could obtain what he wanted without striving. But now the demon race had nearly severed his Tao. Could he still endure? Yet the moment he moved, the thundercloud above pressed down a clear warning: "If you dare act, this lightning will strike you." In the grand hall of the demon court, Di Jun and Tai Yi, upon hearing that humans had dared to make such an oath, laughed until they doubled over. How could mere humans utter such grand words? Even if they were already battered, and even if they were given tens of thousands of years, Di Jun did not believe they could stir up any trouble. Nevertheless, to prevent any unforeseen complications, Di Jun issued a command. All the demon gods in the primordial land were not to stop continuing the pursuit and slaughter of the human race, killing as many as possible, ideally wiping them out entirely. Thus, the demon race's massacre of humans grew even more frenzied. Across the entire primordial land, fleeing humans were nearly killed off to the last, not a single one remaining. This slaughter lasted for several months, until Di Jun deemed it sufficient and ordered the demon race to withdraw to the demon court. After this purge of humanity's original hundreds of billions, aside from the few 100 million protected by various great powers, all the rest were killed by the demon race, their blood drained and taken away. In the demon court, on the first layer of heaven, a massive pool had been built. The pool was filled with crimson blood, thick and viscous, as if about to coagulate. Above the blood pool hung a ferocious sword, its murderous aura piercing the heavens. The blade slowly absorbed the essence of the blood below, and blood-colored patterns began to emerge on its surface. This sword, already ferocious in its own right, now bore an eerie beauty, yet its killing intent had not diminished. On the contrary, it had grown even denser. Beside the blood pool, the two great demon saints Qinyuan and City stood guard in person. Countless demon soldiers patrolled back and forth around them, making it clear that the demon race placed great importance on this blood pool. This bloody massacre against the human race plunged the entire primordial world into deathly silence. Those humans sheltered by great powers began to multiply once more across the land after the demons withdrew. After an unknown span of time, Hutu, the ancestral witch of the Wu tribe, began to wander across the primordial world. She seemed to have no clear goal, merely drifting aimlessly between heaven and earth, as if searching for something. One day, as Hutu wandered with her heart, a voice suddenly reached her ears. "I pay my respects to Daoist too. May I ask where you are headed?" Hutu was startled. She abruptly raised her head to look in the direction of the voice, her body instinctively assuming a defensive stance. Who was this? She was one of the 12 ancestral witches. Even if her mind was somewhat troubled, it was impossible for someone to approach her silently without her notice. But when she saw who it was, the tension on her face instantly melted into a smile. "Hutu greets Daoist Hao Yu." Indeed, it was Hao Yu. Knowing that Hutu had begun to wander aimlessly across the primordial world, he understood. It was time for Hutu to transform into the 6 paths of reincarnation. So he came to meet her. Otherwise, according to the original course of events, once Hutu transformed into reincarnation, she would be locked by the heavenly Tao, and the earthly Tao would forever lose its chance to revive in the primordial world. Upon seeing Hao Yu, Hutu immediately stepped forward and asked softly, "Where are you planning to go, Daoist?" Hao Yu smiled and said, "I've noticed you've been wandering the primordial world for years and am curious. Are you searching for something? If it's convenient, tell me about it." Hutu pondered for a moment and replied, "There's nothing to hide from you. A few years ago, I vaguely sensed a destiny connected to me in the primordial world, so I came out to seek it. But years have passed, and I haven't found even a trace. Perhaps the time isn't right. I plan to return in another year." "A destiny?" Hao Yu feigned curiosity. "Can you sense which direction it lies?" Hutu frowned, a hint of confusion in her voice. "I have a vague feeling that something is missing in the primordial world, and I must fill that void." "And what do you think is missing between heaven and earth?" "I cannot say." Hao Yu looked into the distance and spoke softly. "Look at this primordial land embroiled in constant war, bringing misery to all living beings. Countless souls drift between heaven and earth with nowhere to go, eventually dissipating entirely. The recent massacre of the human race by the demons has only worsened the situation. Have you never thought of creating a resting place for these lost souls? Preferably one where they could be reborn." At these words, Hutu's heart leaped as if a fog had suddenly cleared, and the path ahead became bright. She instinctively felt that what Hao Yu spoke of was the path she had been waiting for. With a hint of urgency in her eyes, she asked softly, "Daoist, could you elaborate?" Hao Yu nodded and continued, "This is my thought. The primordial world should have a place dedicated to managing souls. Their deeds in life must be judged one by one. Those with merits should be rewarded, those with sins punished, those without merit or sin should have their memories erased and be reborn. This is far better than letting souls scatter, and it saves the effort of creating new souls from scratch every time a living being is born. He paused and added, I'm just offering a thought. If you truly wish to act, the details are yours to decide. Huda thought for a moment and asked further, then where do you think this place should be located, Taoist brother? And what should it be called? Hao Yu waved his hand. This is your destiny, I shouldn't decide for you. Besides, I suspect you already have the answer in your heart, don't you? Huda's lips curved into a smile, and then she asked, do you have other matters to attend to, Taoist? If not, would you accompany me to the Blood Sea? Hao Yu cupped his hands. I was planning to go as well. Then let us set off at once. As the words fell, their figures flickered and vanished. When they reappeared, they stood at the edge of the Blood Sea. As they steadied themselves, a figure in a blood-red robe, exuding an air of sinister energy, slowly emerged from the depths of the Blood Sea, seated on a 12-petal lotus platform. Huta cupped her hands and said, Taoist Mingi, it has been a while. Hao Yu, standing beside her, nodded slightly. Mingi returned the greeting with a smile. I was in seclusion within the Blood Sea when I felt a disturbance in my heart, as if someone was thinking of me, so I came out to see. I never expected it to be senior brother Hao Yu, an ancestral witch Hudu. Since they had all attended the teachings of Tao ancestor Hongjun, calling Hao Yu senior brother was only natural. Mingi then asked, senior brother ancestral, witch Hutu, why have you left the affairs of the primordial world to visit my humble Blood Sea? Hao Yu replied, I am merely accompanying her. Mingi turned his gaze to Hutu. Hutu said, it was Father God who called me here, I felt his guidance. Ming's face paled. Does Pangus will still linger in the primordial world? Hao Yu waved his hand. Pangu has long transformed into the primordial world. The will of this world is Pangus' will. Only then did Mingi breathe a sigh of relief. If Pangu still possessed consciousness, it would be too terrifying. He then asked, then what does the ancestral witch intend to do here? Huda's voice was calm. I wish to undertake a task within this Blood Sea. I wonder if Taoist Mingi would agree. Mingi had already guessed something when he heard that the will of the primordial world had sent her, but he did not agree outright. He only asked, what do you want to do? And what benefits do I get? Hutu said, I intend to establish the 6 paths of reincarnation here to shelter the souls of the world and allow them to be reborn. Before Hutu could finish, Mingi cut her off with a wave of his hand. Spare me that. I refuse. The foundation of our Azura race is the souls left behind after death. If you take them all, what are we to live on? Hutu replied unhurriedly, that is precisely what I am about to address. Within the 6 paths of reincarnation, I will set aside a special path for the Azura. As long as the 6 paths endure, your Azura race will forever have a place in the primordial world. Mingi pondered for a moment, then said, as long as you don't touch the foundation of my Blood Sea, do as you. With that, he transformed into a beam of light and plunged back into the Blood Sea. Hutu stood at the edge of the Blood Sea, her gaze fixed on the sky above it. 1 month, 2 months, 1 year, 2 years. Time passed, and 10 years went by. Hao Yu stood by her side the entire time, accompanying her. One day after 10 years, Hutu suddenly snapped out of her trance-like state of gazing at the scenery of the Blood Sea. She turned to look at Hao Yu. Hao Yu saw that Hutu's eyes were drenched with tears. She spoke, her voice trembling and weak. Why does it have to be me? If you don't want to do this, you can still walk away now. Looking at her tear-streaked face, Hao Yu suddenly said. Hutu simply shook her head at him and said, this is Father God's mission, I will complete it. I just don't understand why it has to be at this particular time. The war between the Wu and demon tribes is imminent. Tears still glistened in her eyes, but there was no trace of retreat in her gaze. Hutu stared at Hao Yu and continued, the great war between Wu and demon is not far off. Without me, one of the 12 ancestral witches, the 12 heavenly god-slaying formation cannot be assembled. How will my Wu tribe then withstand the demons' all-heaven star formation? How will my brothers and countless Wu warriors hold back the demons? But this is Father God's will. Now the world is filled with resentment and wandering souls. This is the perfect time to establish the 6 paths of reincarnation. But what about my Wu tribe? Is this the path you have chosen, Father God? The last Father God was almost shouted at the sky. Hearing this, Hao Yu couldn't help but sigh. Hutu was in the most agonizing moment, torn between her brothers and her tribe on one side and the needs of the world and Father God's arrangement on the other. Yet in the end, she chose the myriad beings of the world, forsaking her own tribe. Across the entire primordial world, perhaps only the compassionate Lady Hutu could take such a step. After speaking as if she had made a decision, Hutu stepped forward and embraced Hao Yu, saying, I like you. Hao Yu was stunned by her sudden embrace, frozen in place. Hutu spoke softly. The truth is I was moved the first time I saw you in Zhixiao Palace. But I was too shy to say it back then. She paused and continued, later after the Dao ancestor finished his teachings your cultivation advanced rapidly, and you were taken as a close disciple. I increasingly felt I was not worthy of you, and planned to bury these feelings forever. When I met you in the Primordial World 10 years ago, I was overjoyed. You also showed me the path, making me admire you even more. I shouldn't have said these things. But after I transform into reincarnation, I may not even retain my consciousness. I don't want to vanish with this regret. Hao Yu, I truly love you. Hao Yu stood there feeling deeply uneasy. It wasn't that he had no feelings for Hutu. In terms of appearance, she was among the finest in the Primordial World. The key issue was that his intervention had set this in motion. Originally Hutu would have indeed taken the path of reincarnation, but now it was hastened because of his guidance. Moreover, that so-called chance encounter was deliberately arranged by him to lead her to complete this task early and awaken the earthly Tao. Who could have predicted Hutu would suddenly act like this? Hao Yu thought to himself a recluse like him, almost as notorious as Mingi in the Primordial World, could still be liked by someone. And that someone was Hutu, such an exceptional female immortal. After speaking, Hutu slowly released her arms from around Hao Yu. With a single leap, she soared above the sea of blood. Lifting her head to the heavens and earth, she declared in a resounding voice, "Today, I, Hutu, have witnessed the souls of the primordial creatures wandering aimlessly after death, with nowhere to go, eventually dissipating into nothingness. Now I am willing to transform my body into the cycle of reincarnation, carving out a place of rebirth for all beings within this sea of blood, rewarding good and punishing evil." Every being on the primordial land who heard these words rose to their feet and bowed deeply towards the sea of blood. Blessed be the mercy of the Hutu goddess. Even the several sages inclined their heads slightly towards the sea of blood, saying, "Your compassion, Taoist Hutu, surpasses our own." Hutu transformed her very being into the passage of reincarnation, sacrificing everything for the primordial beings. This ultimate sacrifice earned the profound respect of even the sages. The last one who had done this for heaven and earth was their master, the Dao ancestor Hongjun. Though Hutu was not yet a sage in the eyes of the sages, she had already earned the right to stand as their equal. Thus the sages all addressed her as Taoist, and then lamented, "We are far from your equal." Hutu paid no heed to the gratitude and prostrations of the primordial beings. She continued to announce, "From now on, all living beings who die, whether they cultivated the immortal path, entered the divine way, or walked the demonic path, must enter the 6 paths of reincarnation to face judgment." The 6 paths are established as follows: the heavenly path, the Azura path, the human path, the animal path, the hungry ghost path, and the hell path. Those who have accumulated great merit in life may enter the heavenly path to roam the primordial world in freedom and ease. Those burdened by excessive slaughter shall fall into the Azura path to become Azura beings. Those without merit or demerit shall enter the human path to endure the sufferings of birth, aging, sickness, and death. Those whose faults outweigh their merits shall enter the animal path to taste the bitterness of being slaughtered. Those with heinous sins shall be cast into the hungry ghost path and the hell path to suffer eternal punishment, never to enter reincarnation again. 6 paths of reincarnation appear. Hutu's voice was immense, resounding throughout the entire primordial world. An overwhelming pressure instantly erupted from the heavens and the earth. In the perception of all beings, this aura far surpassed the moment when the sages had attained sainthood. But in the next instant, this colossal pressure suddenly weakened. Immediately after, a massive golden light of merit descended from the heavens, tearing through the sky and hurtled straight towards Hutu, as if eager to merge with her. Witnessing this, Hao Yu, who stood nearby, instantly struck out, with his palm shattering the merit light and preventing its forced fusion with Hutu. A flicker of confusion passed through Hutu's eyes, but she said nothing. To her, the presence or absence of merit was of no importance. The moment the colossal merit appeared, the great powers of the primordial world had